My head felt a sharp pain, and my consciousness gradually became clear. The scene in front of me confused me for a while. A square table, a broken bed, and a narrow room. Where on earth is this? Then, a torrent of memories suddenly flooded into my mind. I clenched the edge of the bed with both hands, and I almost fainted from the pain. It turned out that I, Ning Chen, had traveled through time. A moment ago, I was still on Earth, serving my country as the commander of a special forces unit. But now, I have become Ning Chen of the Great Xian dynasty, the fourth son of a family whose life is even worse than that of a servant. No one in this family really treats me as a member, and no one even takes care of me when I am sick. To make matters worse, they poured cold water on my bedding, causing me to become seriously ill. Yes, the original Ning Chen is dead, and now, this body belongs to me. Thinking of this, a nameless anger ignited in my heart. I will not be as servile and submissive as the original owner. Just as I made up my mind, the door was kicked open and my second brother Ning Xing strode in. He pointed at me arrogantly and cursed without any hesitation, "Bastard, return the jade pendant to me. Otherwise, I will beat you to death today." Facing his accusations and threats, a cold light flashed in my eyes, but I forced a flattering smile on my face. "Second brother, I'm sorry, I'll return the jade pendant to you, don't be angry." As I said this, I pretended to look for something at the bedside. Ning Xing approached triumphantly, thinking that he had taken control of the situation again, ready to see me begging for mercy. However, the moment he approached, I suddenly picked up the porcelain pillow at the head of the bed and smashed it hard on his head. The sound of the porcelain pillow breaking echoed in the small room. Ning Xing covered his bleeding head and looked at me in disbelief, his eyes full of shock and fear. He never thought that I, the always submissive Ning Chen, would dare to resist him and even hit him. At this moment, everything seemed to have changed. Uncle Chai ran over in a panic and asked me with a worried look on his face, "Fourth master, what should we do now?" I looked at his expression, smiled slightly, and said calmly, "Uncle Chai, don't panic. Go prepare some wood and pine oil. Things have just begun." What happened next seemed to be a test from fate. Ning Ziming and other brothers arrived and saw me standing on the firewood pile with a torch in my hand. I said to them calmly, "I beat your precious son, and now I will give his life back to him. Don't you want me dead? Do it." Their reactions were different. Ning Ziming's face turned pale, while Ning Gan and Ning Mao looked at me like I was a madman. But I knew very well that from today on, my fate would no longer be controlled by anyone. I would no longer be as humble as Ning Chen before. I would tear apart the world's prejudice against me in my own way and take back everything that belongs to me. "Minister Ning, if you don't want to be known as someone who mistreats your child, please send someone to deliver some thicker quilts and clothes." Ning Chen yelled loudly. He knew that Ning Ziming was a man who cared a lot about his reputation, and he would not allow himself to be labeled as such. Ning Ziming heard it, but his expression became even uglier. Ning Gan quickly caught up with him and said flatteringly, "Father, don't be angry. Ning Chen just wants to attract your attention in this way. Just ignore him. Starve him for a few days. When he finds that this trick doesn't work, he will definitely come to ask for forgiveness. Yes, we must not let him succeed. He dared to threaten my father and hit us with wood. He is simply lawless." Ning Mao chimed in. Ning Ziming said nothing and came to a room in the backyard. Before I even entered the door, I heard crying. Ning Gan diligently lifted the curtain and Ning Ziming walked in. The room was luxurious and warm. Ning Xing was lying on the bed, his forehead wrapped in white cloth and blood oozing out. Beside the bed, a plump woman was crying. She is Chang Riyue, the daughter of the current left Prime Minister Chang Qingyun. Chang Riyue saw Ning Ziming, wiped her tears, stood up and saluted, and said in a tearful voice, "The master is back." Ning Ziming hummed, looked at Ning Xing who was lying on the bed, and asked, "How is Xing'er? Have you asked a doctor to see him?" Chang Riyue sobbed and said, "The doctor has been here. Xing'er is seriously injured and needs to stay in bed for a while." Ning Ziming frowned and looked unsightly. "This bastard." Ning Mao was about to say bastard, but Chang Riyue gave him a look and he immediately changed his words, "Second brother is so pitiful. He usually saves all the delicious food and drinks for Ning Chen. I didn't expect that he would not only steal the jade pendant of second brother, but also do such a vicious thing. It's too much. Chang Ryue frowned slightly and said reproachfully. Don't talk about your brother like that. Ning Chen is from a small village in the countryside after all. He lacks discipline. It's also my fault as a mother for not disciplining him well. Ning Gan hurriedly said, Mother, what does this have to do with you? It's clearly Ning Chen's fault. How can you take the responsibility on yourself? Chang Ryue wiped away the non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes, sighed and said. Ning Chen is a little naughty, but it's not his fault alone. It's because his mother didn't discipline him well. You two brothers, you can't blame him for this. Although he is not born by my mother, I have always treated him as my own son. Ning Ziming originally wanted to ask Ning Chen about the lack of clothes, but when he heard Chang Ryue say this, he became more certain that Ning Chen was lying. Humph, he is so naughty and full of lies, he is incorrigible. Ning Chen bullies his superiors with vicious means. Come, seal off the west courtyard. Without my order, he is not allowed to take a single step out of the west courtyard. Ning Ziming said with a look of annoyance on his face. Chang Ryue showed a sly smile. Her level was much higher than her three sons. In the west courtyard, Uncle Chai helped Ning Chen back to his room. Fourth young master, you really scared me to death just now. Why are you doing this? Just give in to the master and everything will be fine. Now, I'm afraid the master will dislike you even less. Ning Chen smiled coldly and said, Uncle Chai, haven't I been soft enough? Over the years, I have been careful to please them and compromised. When the dog at home bit me, I had to apologize to the dog. But you also saw that I almost went to see the king of hell. Uncle Chai sighed, his face full of heartache. He really feels sorry for Ning Chen, who is sensible, kind, and well-behaved, but why can't he get even a smile from the master? After all, the fourth young master has no background and cannot help the master's career. Fourth young master, what's the point of you doing this? It will only make your situation more difficult. Ning Chen smiled and said, at least, Ning and Gan won't dare to bully me anymore. Uncle Chai felt very distressed. The exam is over. The results should be announced in 3 days, right? Uncle Chai nodded, not understanding why Ning Chen asked this. Ning Chen raised his lips slightly. Do you think Ning Gan will be on the list? The eldest son is taught by the master himself, so his knowledge is naturally not bad. If nothing unexpected happens, the eldest son will definitely be on the list. Uncle Chai said, sighing deeply, fourth young master, you learned to read and write too late. If you had learned earlier, you might have passed the Imperial examination and returned with a good reputation. Then no one would dare to bully you in the future. The Ning family has a teacher. After Ning Chen came to the Ning family, he also learned to read and write with the other young masters, but he started learning too late, so his knowledge was naturally not as good as the other 3 young masters. Uncle Chai, do you believe there are geniuses in this world? Uncle Chai looked at Ning Chen with confusion. Ning Chen smiled and said, Uncle Chai, I am actually a genius. I have learned everything the teacher taught me, and my knowledge is not inferior to Ning Gan and the others. Before, I didn't want to stand out because I was afraid of making them jealous. But now, I don't have to hide myself anymore. Uncle Chai, just wait, it won't be long before I become famous in the literary world. Uncle Chai looked at Ning Chen with a worried look on his face. Could it be that his fever had damaged his brain? Why did he start talking nonsense? Ning Chen thought to himself that I got the little prince's help for free, and you, Ning Gan, will never get ahead in this life. The current emperor is fond of poetry, which has led to the prevalence of literary style in the Great Xian dynasty in recent years, with a large number of poems and songs pouring out. It is said that it was thanks to a poem that the left prime minister was treated differently by Emperor Xian and rose to prominence. Therefore, all the literati of the Dashuan dynasty wanted to create a masterpiece that would be unparalleled in history. Maybe they would be favored by the emperor. Ning Chen thought of selling poems. Good poetry is priceless. Ning Chen cannot write poetry, but there are no great poets like Li Bai, Du Fu, and Bai Zhi in this world. Since he cannot be a giant himself, he will stand on the shoulders of giants and use their power to bully others. From now on he will be Bai Zhi's younger brother, for free. I believe the old people will not blame him because of the pressure of life. Make money first. Now that I have money, I will find a way to move out. But this is difficult. First, his certificate is in Ning Ziming's hands. The certificate of registration is equivalent to an ID card. Without it, you cannot buy real estate and you might even be arrested as a bandit. And for the sake of his own reputation, Ning Ziming will definitely not give him the certificate easily. Try again later and see if he can find a way to steal it. Second, according to the great mysterious law, if there is only one son in a family, he must serve his parents. If there are many brothers in the family, they can separate, but the men must be at least 16 years old. In this world, 16 years old means adulthood. These are all written in the law, and if violated, there will be severe punishment. But this is easy to deal with. He will be 16 in a few months. Just bear with it and it will pass. Never mind, let's make money first. Since God has given him the chance to live again, he must not live a cowardly life. Not to mention being a high-ranking official, at least he must be extremely wealthy. Uncle Chai, let's go to Zhuangyuan Building tomorrow. There is a Zhuangyuan Building in the capital city, where scholars and poets gather. The owner of Zhuangyuanlu is very good at poetry. As long as you can write a good poem or lyrics, you can eat and stay in Zhuangyuanlu for free. Therefore, Zhuangyuanlu has produced many excellent works. Ning Chen decided to go to Zhuangyuanlu to sell poems tomorrow, make some money first, and then move out. The next day, Ning Chen got up and Uncle Chai came in with hot water. Uncle Chai, hurry up and pack up. Once I'm done washing up, we'll go to the Zhuangyuan Building. Fourth Master, I'm afraid we can't go. Uncle Chai sighed and said, last night, the master ordered you to stay at home and not to step out of the west courtyard. There are people watching at the door. Ning Chen's face darkened. However, he has a plan, and we have a way to get over the wall. There is a pile of firewood in the corner of the yard, and you can climb out. Ning Chen simply washed up, went to the yard, and planned to climb over the wall to leave. But Uncle Chai couldn't go because he was old and his legs were lame, so he couldn't climb over the wall at all. Fourth young master, let's not go, shall we? If the master knew about this, he would be furious. Ning Chen sneered, go ahead and get angry if you want. If you're so angry, just burn yourself to death and let me see. No one should stop me from making money. Ning Chen climbed over the wall. Ning Chen seldom went out since he came to the Ning mansion. He had only heard of Zhuangyuan Building but had never been there. However, Zhuangyuan Building was very famous. He asked along the way and successfully arrived at Zhuangyuan Building. Zhuangyuan Building is a 3-story vermilion building surrounded by water on 3 sides. It is very magnificent and has a good geographical location. Ning Chen was about to go in when 3 people came out. The leader was a man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in gorgeous clothes and with an extraordinary bearing. There were 2 men following behind him, one with a big beard, a burly build and a fierce look on his face. The other one had a fair face and no beard, and looked feminine. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes shook his head and sighed, it's a waste of time. There's not a single good poem. They're just a bunch of freeloaders. Don't be angry, sir. Good poems and good lyrics are hard to come by. Let's try again next time. The white-faced, beardless man spoke in a slightly shrill voice as he consoled. Ning Chen's eyes lit up. Judging from the man's dress, he must be a wealthy man. When Ning Chen passed by the 3 people, he suddenly bowed and said, please stay. The 3 of them stopped. The fierce-looking man and the effeminate man stepped forward and stood in front of the middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes. Ning Chen hurriedly said, don't be nervous, I'm not a bad person. I just want to ask, are you 3 here to buy poems? The 3 of them looked at Ning Chen. Ning Chen was thin and short, and his clothes were washed-bleached, making him look like a down-and-out scholar. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes asked, why, do you have poems to sell? Ning Chen nodded, I am proficient in poetry and songs. What do you want? Just tell me. I don't want money if you are not satisfied. The middle-aged man laughed, you may be young, but you have such a big mouth. Ning Chen patted his chest and assured, I've already said it, if you're not satisfied, I won't charge you. Otherwise, you can try one song first, and then buy it if you think it's good. When I do business, I insist on being fair and just, and never cheating anyone. The middle-aged men in gorgeous clothes frowned secretly. Taste it. Is there a way to taste poetry? It's not food. The young man's tone doesn't sound like that of a scholar at all, but rather like that of a street vendor. Master, this guy is obviously a liar. Let's ignore him and go home quickly. The fair-faced, beardless sissy glared at Ning Chen. Because Ning Chen looks too much like a liar. Ning Chen's eyes widened. Who are you calling a liar? I'm telling you, it won't be long before I become famous in the literary world, and my poems will be priceless by then. If you don't buy them now, I guarantee you'll regret it. The sissy said disdainfully, you think you can become famous in the literary world? Ning Chen looked disdainful. You woman, do you understand poetry? Presumptuous. The sissy pointed at Ning Chen, his fingers shaking with anger. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes waved his hand, looked at Ning Chen, and said with a smile. You make yourself sound so great. Do you dare to let me test you? Ning Chen spread his hands and said, come on, real gold is not afraid of fire. The middle-aged man looked around and finally his eyes fell on the lake next to him, where several white swans were playing in the water. He smiled and said, how about we write a poem on the subject of swans? Ning Chen smiled and said, how difficult is that? Just open your mouth and listen carefully, goose goose goose. Before Ning Chen could finish his next words, he was interrupted by a sissy's shrill laughter. He looked disdainful and asked, you call this a poem? Ning Chen's face darkened. If it wasn't for making money, he would have cursed long ago. This sissy is so annoying. Don't be so gibberish, it's not too late to laugh after I finish talking to you. The middle-aged man also said in a deep voice, don't interrupt, just listen to him. Yes. The sissy bent over and glared at Ning Chen. Go ahead, I want to see if you can say anything. Ning Chen ignored him. After all, he was here to do business, and harmony brings wealth. He cleared his throat and said, listen carefully, geese, 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 singing with their necks bent toward the sky. Their white feathers float on the green water, and their red feet stir the clear waves. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up slightly. The sissy mocked, you call this poetry, isn't it just plain language? The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, good poem. Although it doesn't have much connotation or philosophy, it's catchy and very appropriate for the occasion. It's very suitable for children's enlightenment. How much is your poem? I'll buy it. Ning Chen was excited. The business was open and he was making money. He thought for a while, then held up a finger and said, 1 tael of silver. In fact, he didn't know the price of poetry, but 1 tael of silver could buy him a set of cotton-padded clothes. It was so cold that he was almost frozen. The middle-aged man was stunned. 1 tael of silver. Ning Chen thought he was being overcharged. Uncle, 1 tael of silver is really not expensive. If you come to me to buy poems in the future, I can give you a discount at most. Seeing the middle-aged man frowning, Ning Chen continued to act pitiful and said, Uncle, it's almost winter, and you see I'm still wearing a thin shirt. To be honest, all my family members have died, and I'm the only one left with a lame old slave. We haven't eaten for several days. After Ning Chen finished speaking, his stomach also responded by making gurgling sounds at the right time. The middle-aged man looked at Ning Chen and said, let's go, let's talk somewhere else. Ning Chen was stunned. The middle-aged man smiled and said, don't worry, there are benefits. What's the benefit? You'll know in a moment. Don't worry, you won't be worth much even if you're sold like this. Although this is hurtful, it is also true. Ning Chen nodded and agreed. The middle-aged man took Ning Chen into the Zhuangyuan building and came to an elegant room on the 3rd floor. Sit anywhere, don't be shy, the middle-aged man said, and then said to the sissy, go, prepare some wine and food. Sissy left reluctantly. The middle-aged man walked to the table and sat down, and asked, I don't know your name yet. My name is Blue Star. Ning Chen gave a fake name. He might never be able to return to Blue Star, so he decided to use this as a way to commemorate his former home. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered as he thought. Is there a family with the surname Lan in the capital? I'm afraid the boy didn't tell the truth. Uncle, what's your name? Me. My name is Tianxian. Ning Chen smiled and said, what a good name, heaven and earth, dark yellow, you have two of them. Ning Chen had long seen that this person was no ordinary person, and he also saw that the sissy was a eunuch. This person should be a royal relative. But some things are better seen than spoken. The more you know, the faster you die. He is just here to do business, making money is all that matters, nothing else matters. Lan Xing, you just said that you are proficient in poetry and songs. What other poems have you written? Uncle, do you want to buy the poem I just read? If you do, I'll give you a discount on the rest. Tianxian nodded, buy it, but that poem is worth more than 1 or 2 taels of silver. Uncle, 1 tael of silver is already very cheap, I didn't even make any profit. Tianxian waved his hand and said with a smile, I said more than that, not that it's not worth it. I'm willing to pay 10 taels of silver for that poem just now. Ning Chen was stunned, 10 taels. Uncle, are you serious? Tianxian smiled and said, really. Ning Chen's face was filled with excitement. Uncle, you are like my second parent. Don't worry, if you want to buy poems later, I will definitely give you a lower price. Tianxian smiled and asked, so what poems do you have to sell? Ning Chen said exaggeratedly, that's too many. Uncle, what kind of poem do you want? I will write it for you. Just then, there was a noise coming from next door. Tianxian frowned and said, Zhuangyuan building is such an elegant place, how can you make such a fuss? Just in time, the fair-faced, beardless sissy came back. Tianxian asked casually, what's going on next door? The sissy leaned forward hurriedly and said respectfully, Master, it is General Chen who is drunk. Tianxian sighed slightly and said, General Chen has been a soldier all his life, fighting for his country. Now that he is physically disabled and unable to go to the battlefield, I'm afraid he is depressed and is drinking to drown his sorrows. Ning Chen knew that the old General Chen had been a soldier all his life, but unfortunately one of his legs was cut off on the battlefield 3 years ago. Now he has retreated to the second line, it is said that he drinks every day to relieve his sorrow. Lan Xing, why don't you write a poem based on General Chen's current distress? Ning Chen was scratching his head. It was a bit difficult for him. The sissy looked disdainful, just now you boasted that you were proficient in poetry and songs, but now you are stumped. Are you embarrassed? Ning Chen rolled his eyes at him and looked at Tianxian, Uncle, I can't think of a poem right now, how about a lyric? Tianxian smiled and said, poetry and lyrics are inseparable, so lyrics are fine too. Okay, then I will write a poem based on General Chen's current situation. Ning Chen took a sip of the tea, moistened his throat, and said, I looked at my sword by lamplight while drunk, and dreamed of blowing the horn in the camp. The roasted meat is distributed to the subordinates over a distance of 800 miles, 50 strings play the music from beyond the frontier, and the soldiers are inspected in the autumn battlefield. The horse is as fast as Lu, and the bow is as loud as thunder. I have accomplished the king's business, won a good reputation in life and after death, but now I have white hair. After Ning Chen's voice fell, he looked at Tianxian with a look of shock. Even the sissy who had been mocking Ning Chen was stunned, his eyes bulging like a toad. Tianxian looked at Ning Chen in shock. At such a young age, he had such a profound literary background. It seems that in the near future, our great Xian dynasty will produce a famous figure in the literary world. Tianxian was generous with his praise. Even the sissy who had always looked down on Ning Chen chose to remain silent at this moment. Although he doesn't understand poetry very well, even a fool can tell how profound the artistic conception of Ning Chen's poem is. Once this poem is released, I believe it will shock the entire capital city in no time. Ning Chen smiled innocently, I don't want to be famous, I just want to have enough food and warm clothes. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Sissy walked over and opened the door. Several waiters from Zhuangyiwanla came in one after another, each holding a tray filled with delicious dishes. Ning Chen watched them put the food on the table and couldn't help swallowing. Tai Xian glanced at him and said with a smile, Lan Xing, sit down. Ning Chen asked tentatively, do you want to treat me to a meal? Tianxian nodded. Ning Chen was really hungry. He had just recovered from a serious illness and had not eaten a single bite from yesterday until now. Seeing Ning Chen sitting down, Tianxian said, "Eat, you're welcome." "Thank you, uncle." "I'm welcome then." Ning Chen was extremely hungry and ignored etiquette. He started to eat voraciously. Tianxian watched him eat quietly without moving his chopsticks. How rude. Looking at Ning Chen wolfing down the food, the sissy looked disgusted. Unfortunately, he and the bearded men didn't even have the chance to sit down and had to stand respectfully behind Tianxian. Ning Chen was finally full and burped. He looked up and found that Tianxian hadn't eaten a single bite. He felt a little embarrassed and asked, "Uncle, why don't you eat?" "I'm not hungry." "Can I take this half-roast chicken away?" Tianxian looked at him, "Do you often not have enough to eat?" Ning Chen nodded. "Then I'll have someone pack another one for you." "No, I'll just pack this half." Tianxian didn't force it, and nodded slightly, then changed the subject. "How much do you plan to sell this poem for?" Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, "Uncle, give it as you see fit. You've already treated me to a meal, so I can give you a discount." Tianxian thought for a moment, "How about 100 taels?" Ning Chen opened his mouth wide. Rich, rich. 100 taels of silver was equivalent to the annual salary of a third-rank official. Ning Ziming was a second-rank official with an annual salary of 150 taels. Of course, this is just the normal salary. If you add the maintenance money, other benefits, and gray income, the annual income is probably over 10,000 taels of silver. 100 taels of silver could buy a small courtyard with 2 entrances in a remote area of the capital. More than 10 minutes later, he returned with a silver note for 100 taels, and 1 tael of silver, and, half a roast chicken. When leaving, Tianxian told Ning Chen that he would come to Zhuangyuan building every 3 to 5 days. If you have any good poems, you can find him. After Ning Chen left, Tianxian was still thinking about the poem and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Good poem, really good poem." The sissy hurriedly said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Your Majesty. Once this poem is published, Your Majesty's prestige will surely rise to a higher level." Tianxian is none other than the current emperor, Emperor Xian. Emperor Xian glanced at the sissy and said, "Do you want me to impersonate you? Although I like poetry, I can't do such a thing to gain fame." Seeing that Emperor Xian was displeased, the sissy fell to his knees in fear. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I think this poem was bought by Your Majesty, so it belongs to Your Majesty." Emperor Xian snorted coldly and said, "Do you really think this poem is only worth 100 taels? This poem is worth 1,000 taels of gold. I mentioned the 100 taels because I am considering the young man. He is young and weak. If he carries a large amount of money, it will definitely bring disaster upon himself." The sissy hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, be merciful." Emperor Xian waved his hand and said, "Go get some paper and pen. I want to write this poem and post it outside for everyone to see. So many scholars are not as good as a young man. It's a waste of my time to build this Zhuangyuan building. I obey your command." The sissy quickly got up and went to get some pen and ink. Emperor Xian thought for a moment and asked, "Nie Liang." "I am here." A bearded man with a fierce look knelt on one knee in front of Tianxian. Emperor Xian said, "Go and follow Lan Xing and find out his background." "Yes, sir." Ning Chen left Zhuangyuan building and came to a clothing store. He spent 5 cents of silver to buy himself a set of thick clothes and another 1 cent of silver to buy himself a pair of shoes. The Dashuan dynasty had copper coins, and 1 string of copper coins was equal to 1,001. This thing was too heavy, so everyone still preferred to use silver coins, except for ordinary people. Therefore, wherever business was done, there was a small scale under the unified supervision of the Imperial court and equipped with a pair of large scissors. "How much silver do you need? Just cut it off and weigh it." Ning Chen, wearing new clothes and carrying half a roast chicken, returned to the Ning mansion and climbed in by stepping on the stones in the corner. As soon as he turned over, he saw Ning Mao and his servants waiting for him. "Ning Chen, you are really a bastard that no one cares about. You climbed over the wall and into the roof. Do you have any manners at all? Father asked you to reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors, but you actually climbed over the wall and went out. If Father knew about this, I don't think he would. Ning Mao pointed at him and cursed, spit flying everywhere. But suddenly, his shouting stopped. Because Ning Chen didn't say a word, he just silently picked up a stick as thick as his arm from under the wall and walked towards him. Ning Mao thought of Ning Xing being stabbed in the head by a porcelain pillow and now lying in bed recovering from his injuries. He also thought of Ning Chen asking his father to burn him to death last night, and he felt a chill in his heart and stepped back in fear. Ning Chen, what do you want to do? Ning Chen said coldly, don't be afraid, I just want to smash your dog head. You still dare to commit murder? If Father finds out, think about what the consequences will be for you. Ning Chen said coldly, by the time he finds out, you'll be dead. At worst, he can kill me to pay for your life. I won't lose anything if you take the blame for me. Ning Mao suddenly remembered, what was there to be afraid of since he had several servants with him? What are you still standing there for? Catch him for me. Several servants, holding sticks, approached Ning Chen. Uncle Chai rushed over to protect Ning Chen, trembling with nervousness. Ning Chen said angrily, who dares to touch me? Although I am not favored, I am also the fourth son of the Ning mansion. How can you evil slaves touch me? Several servants were stunned and dared not move. Ning Chen was right, the master was the master and the servant was the servant. Although Ning Chen was not favored, he was still the fourth young master of the Ning family and they could not touch him. Ning Mao yelled, you dogs and slaves, what kind of fourth young master is he? In the Ning mansion, he is worse than a dog. Beat him up, I will take the blame if anything goes wrong. Ning Chen sneered, he is the son of Minister Ning. If something happens to me, Minister Ning will not do anything to him. But you evil slaves, you are committing crimes against your superiors. The lightest punishment is 30 strokes of the cane. Think about it, can you bear it? Get out of here. Ning Chen roared, scaring the servants. Ning Chen swung the stick and rushed towards Ning Mao. Ning Mao screamed in fright and turned and ran away. Ning Mao ran too fast and Ning Chen couldn't catch up. Return to the west courtyard and drive away those evil slaves. Ning Chen brought Uncle Chai back to the room and gave him half a roasted chicken. Uncle Chai opened the oil paper package and found half a roast chicken. He was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. As a servant, I had a very low monthly salary, barely enough to make ends meet. I could only eat meat a few times a year. Uncle Chai, I brought this especially for you, eat it quickly. Uncle Chai shook his head repeatedly, such a good thing is just right for the fourth young master to replenish his body. You have just recovered from a serious illness, so eat more meat and you will get better quickly. I've already eaten it, and this half is reserved for you, take it back and eat it, and it can be paired with a little wine. Ning Chen had a tough attitude, otherwise Uncle Chai would not have accepted it. Uncle Chai couldn't resist and kept thanking him, thank you, fourth young master, thank you, fourth young master. Uncle Chai, please don't thank me, if it weren't for you, I would be dead. At this time, in the Imperial Palace, in the Imperial study, Emperor Xian was holding a book and reading it by candlelight. The sissy served carefully by the side, not daring to breathe. Just then, a young eunuch tiptoed in. Emperor Xian looked up and asked, what's the matter? The young eunuch knelt on the ground and said, Your Majesty, Commander Nie requests to see you. Commander Nie is the bearded man with a fierce look on his face. His name is Nie Liang. He is the leader of the sword-bearing guards beside Emperor Xian and a close confidant of Emperor Xian. Call him in. Yes. The young eunuch stood up and went out, and after a while Nie Liang walked in. Your Majesty, I, Nie Liang, pay my respects to you. Get up and speak. Emperor Xian put down the book in his hand and asked, Have you found out? Your Majesty, that young man is not called Lan Xing at all. He is the fourth son of Lord Ning, the Minister of Rights. His real name is Ning Chen. Emperor Xian raised his eyebrows, Ning Chen. The sissy leaned forward and said, Your Majesty, do you want to send someone to arrest him? He is so bold that he dared to deceive Your Majesty. This is a crime of deceiving the Emperor. Emperor Xian snorted coldly. He doesn't know my identity. What crime has he committed? The sissy didn't dare to say anything more. Emperor Xian frowned and said, why do I remember that Minister Ning only has 3 sons? Nie Liang bowed and said, I have inquired about this. Ning Chen was once in exile and was only found a few years ago. Your Majesty, I have also found out that Ning Chen is not favored in the Ning family and is not living well. Minister Ning rarely mentions Ning Chen to outsiders. Emperor Xian thought for a while and said, I remember that a few years ago, someone reported that Minister Ning abandoned his wife and children. But at that time, I was at war with the Tuola kingdom and I was so overwhelmed that I forgot about it. The 4th son of Minister Ning is wearing shabby clothes. It's almost winter now, but he's still wearing thin clothes. Judging from the way he eats, he has been hungry for a long time. This is enough to explain the problem. Humph, this Minister Ning usually has a good reputation and is also well known in the literary world. I didn't expect that he actually behaves in a completely different way behind the scenes, and has a lack of personal ethics. The sissy leaned forward and asked respectfully, Your Majesty, do you want Minister Xian Ning to come to the palace? Emperor Xian waved his hand. Ning Ziming only had personal moral flaws. Even if he really abandoned his wife and children, Emperor Xian would not touch him. In the court, who are the treacherous ministers? Who are the loyal ministers? Emperor Xian knows it clearly. But as long as they don't do anything that touches Emperor Xian's bottom line, such as treason and contempt for the royal family, Emperor Xian can tolerate them. Because no matter whether they are loyal ministers or treacherous ministers, in the eyes of Emperor Xian, they are often capable ministers. As long as they are capable ministers and are still under the control of Emperor Xian will not touch them. Ning Ziming is a second-rank official, and he has always been diligent and conscientious, and never makes mistakes in his work. It is impossible for Emperor Xian to move a capable minister for a young man he only met once. The next day, early morning court. Emperor Xian sat high on the dragon throne. Civil and military ministers were seated on both sides. In fact, it is quite hard to work under the emperor. You have to get up earlier than the chickens and go to bed later than the chickens. During the morning court session, it is usually still dark. Ministers had to go to court on an empty stomach. What if you get a stomachache while the emperor is talking and you are running around in the hall? That would be courting death. Moreover, there were too many officials and the main hall could not accommodate so many people, so many ministers of lower positions had to stand outside the hall. It's okay in the summer, but in the winter the wind is so cold that I'm frozen by the time the court is over. If you have a plan, please report it early. If you have nothing else, please leave the court. A shrill voice sounded. Your Majesty, I have something to report. It is almost winter now. The Tuola kingdom is short of food and has repeatedly raided our northern border, burning, killing and looting. I beg your Majesty to send troops to suppress them. Your Majesty, I want to report to the Minister of Personnel that he allowed his son to commit murder and harm the people. I also have something to report. The Gannan region has been hit by floods, and the people are displaced and starving. Please, Your Majesty, order the granaries to be opened and grain to be released to help the people. The ministers have already submitted memorials to the emperor on these matters, and Emperor Xian probably knows all about them. Bringing it up in the court is about discussing how to solve the problem. After an hour of intense discussion, these important issues were finally resolved. What followed were all trivial matters, and Emperor Xian had no intention of dealing with them. Emperor Xian's gaze fell on an old man with a broken leg. He was the only person who could sit in the court besides Emperor Xian. This old man is General Chen, who has spent his entire life in military service. General Chen was also very puzzled. Ever since he lost a leg, Emperor Xian had allowed him not to attend court, but he received an oral order last night, ordering him to attend court today no matter what. Chen Aiqing was so impressive in Zhuangyuan building yesterday, wasn't he? General Chen's heart skipped a beat. He got drunk in Zhuangyuan building yesterday. He was feeling depressed and acted crazy. He didn't expect that Emperor Xian would know about it so soon. He glanced at the censors, and it was certain that these poor and pedantic scholars had reported him. These censors are the most annoying, they are the trolls in the court. These people only care about reputation and are not afraid of death at all. Sometimes, they dared to go against Emperor Xian, making him so angry that he had stomachaches. Instead of restraining themselves, they would secretly rejoice, "Look, look, he's angry, he's angry." Emperor Xian had executed censors before, but after their death, these people were known as loyal and upright ministers. These censors were very excited and followed suit. These censors are stubborn, obstinate, and pedantic. From the emperor to the ninth-rank official, they dare to criticize anyone who does something wrong. For these people, reputation is more important than life. General Chen, supported by a crutch, hurriedly stood up and wanted to kneel down to apologize, but was stopped by Emperor Xian. "General Chen, I know you are depressed, but Zhuangyuan Building is a place where scholars gather. If you get drunk and make a fool of yourself there, you will be easily criticized." The literati, these poor folks, talked about him behind his back every day as a vulgar warrior, which made him so angry that he ran to the Zhuangyuan Building. Old General Chen complained in his heart. This old minister acknowledges his guilt. Emperor Xian waved his hand. "All right, I'm not a tyrant. I know you're upset, and I don't mean to blame you. Oh, I have another gift for you." Eunuch Quan read it to General Chen. Eunuch Quan is the sissy in Ning Chen's mouth. He is a favorite of Emperor Xian and has been with him since Emperor Xian was the crown prince. Eunuch Quan walked over carefully and picked up the paper on the dragon table. On it was Emperor Xian's calligraphy, which was the poem that Ning Chen sold to Emperor Xian. Eunuch Quan glanced at the civil and military officials in the court, and then read in a shrill voice. "I looked at my sword by lamplight while drunk, and dreamed of blowing the horn in the camp. The roasted meat is distributed to the subordinates over a distance of 800 miles, 50 strings play the music from beyond the frontier, and the soldiers are inspected in the autumn battlefield. The horse is as fast as Lu, and the bow is as loud as thunder. I have accomplished the king's business, won a good reputation in life and after death, but now I have white hair." When Eunuch Quan finished reading, the originally quiet court became like a bomb dropped on calm water. All the civil and military officials were stunned. The civil servants in particular, all of them had flushed faces with excitement. As a writer, who doesn't want to have a masterpiece that will be passed down through the ages? Although the military generals were not as knowledgeable as the civil officials, they could still understand the artistic conception of this poem. A picture seemed to appear before their eyes of an old veteran with white hair sighing distressfully at his long-sealed sword. A general's old age and a beauty's gray hair are both regrets in life. "Your Majesty, may I ask who wrote this poem?" The president of the Hanlin Academy, Li Hanru, had his beard shaking with excitement. He must know who this person is. He has been writing poetry all his life, but compared to this poem, he is not worthy of writing. All the civil and military officials looked at Emperor Xian with hope. Emperor Xian frowned. "Why? This poem was not written by me." No one believed it. Emperor Xian had a high level of literary accomplishment, but this poem describes the general's feeling of powerlessness in his old age and was definitely not written by Emperor Xian. "Your Majesty lives deep in the palace and cannot write such a meaningful poem." An upright censor said it directly. This made Emperor Xian very angry, and he almost couldn't help but smash him to death with the incense burner on the dragon table. These censors are so annoying. General Chen had a very excited look on his face. This poem perfectly described his current mood. Unfortunately, he was not good at speaking and had no culture. The person who wrote this poem was simply his mouthpiece and soulmate. "Your Majesty, I would also like to know who wrote this poem." Emperor Xian said calmly, "I came across this poem by chance. The author is a teenager named Lan Xing." All the civil and military officials in the court were stunned once again. The author is a teenager. How is this possible? How could a young boy write such a poetic poem? But Emperor Xian had no need to lie to them. Blue Star. Everyone silently memorized this name. After the court is over, he must send someone to find this blue star. Even if it costs a lot of money, he will ask him to write a poem for him. Now that this poem has been published, General Chen will be famous all over the world in the near future. If I could get a poem praising me like this, it would surely be passed down through the ages. Emperor Xian spoke slowly. "When I received this poem, it had no title. I have already thought of the name. It is called, Presented to General Chen. Thank you, Your Majesty. General Chen was unable to kneel down and could only bow down and kowtow to thank God for his grace. Emperor Xian glanced at Eunuch Quan. Resign. Eunuch Quan's shrill voice rang out in the hall. After the court was adjourned, civil and military officials walked out in twos and threes, with hurried steps. While discussing who this blue star is. While thinking about sending someone to find this blue star when he returns, he asked for a poem. Ning Ziming was also a famous talent in Dashuan, and he was very fond of poetry. He had the same idea, so he walked very quickly. Master Ning, please stay. Ning Ziming stopped when he heard the voice, looked back, and saw Eunuch Quan chasing him in small steps. Eunuch Quan. Ning Ziming bowed and saluted. Eunuch Quan was a favorite of Emperor Xian. All the civil and military officials in the court, even the left prime minister, dared not neglect him. Lord Ning is walking so fast. His Majesty has summoned you, please follow me. Ning Ziming was startled and began to reflect on whether he had done anything wrong recently or whether his political enemies had any evidence against him and reported him. After thinking about it, I haven't made any mistakes recently. But he still felt a little guilty, so he quietly took out a silver ingot and handed it over. Eunuch Quan, I wonder why His Majesty summoned me. Eunuch Quan calmly put the silver into his sleeve and said with a smile, Master Ning, please don't embarrass me. How dare I guess what the Emperor is thinking? You will know when you go there. Ning Ziming's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, you are a rootless person who takes money but doesn't do anything. The two came to the Imperial study. Greetings, Your Majesty. Best regards, Your Majesty. Ning Ziming knelt down and saluted. Emperor Xian was reading a book by himself, as if he didn't hear anything. Ning Ziming didn't dare to stand up or even raise his head. His heart was pounding with fear. After a long while, Emperor Xian finally spoke, My dear Ning, get up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ning Ziming stood up tremblingly, hunching his waist. How many sons does Ning Iching have? Ning Ziming was confused. Why did Emperor Xian suddenly ask this? He bowed hastily, Your Majesty, I have 4 sons. He subconsciously wanted to say 3, and subconsciously he didn't regard Ning Chen as his own son. Emperor Xian put down the book and asked calmly, Is it 3 or 4? Ning Ziming quickly replied, I have 4 sons. My dear Ning, our dynasty governs the country with benevolence, justice, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. I will not judge your personal morality, but after all, we are blood relatives, and I don't like people who are heartless and disloyal. Ning Ziming had a question mark on his forehead. Ning Chen is a good kid, treat him better. Ning Ziming's body trembled slightly and his face turned pale. Could it be that someone reported it and Emperor Xian knew that he abandoned his wife and children? Emperor Xian just said that he doesn't like people who are heartless and disloyal. It's over, it's completely over. Ning Ziming's head was buzzing and his vision went dark. He fell to his knees, kowtowed, and begged for mercy. I know my crime, please have mercy on me, Your Majesty, please have mercy on me. Ning Ziming was terrified. He seemed to see the scene of all the members of the Ning family kneeling on the Yulong terrace. Yulongtai is a place where high-ranking officials are beheaded. Emperor Xian looked at him coldly. Ning Ziming was a capable minister. Just because he didn't touch Ning Ziming didn't mean he wouldn't punish him. My dear Ning, I called you here alone, and I didn't intend to punish you. Ning Ziming was stunned, thinking he had heard it wrong. Emperor Xian said calmly, I have seen Ning Chen, a very outstanding child. My dear Ning, I will give you one more chance, please don't let me down. You know the consequences of my disappointment. Also, Ning Chen doesn't know my identity. So remember, I don't want a 4th person to know about our conversation today. Okay, go down now. Ning Ziming was dumbfounded. Your Majesty has met Ning Chen. This is impossible. Ning Chen has hardly left the house since he came to the Ning family. How could he have met Your Majesty? Seeing Ning Ziming still in a daze, Eunuch Quan walked over and said, Master Ning, please come in. Ning Ziming suddenly woke up and hurriedly bowed, I thank God for his grace, and I will take my leave. Only after leaving the Imperial study did Ning Ziming dare to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. His back felt cold and his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. He glanced at the Imperial study with lingering fear, his face turned pale, then he lowered his head and hurried out of the palace. Ning Mansion. Ning Chen was doing horse stance in the yard at this time. This body has been malnourished for a long time, and it is a little weak after just recovering from a serious illness. It needs to exercise well. If I hadn't been in poor health, I wouldn't have let Ning Mao run away yesterday. Ning Chen was doing horse stance while thinking about what to do next. After all, the Ning Mansion was not a place for him to stay, so he had to find a way to leave as soon as possible. Under the current circumstances, if he does not leave Ning Mansion, he will be killed by Chang Riyue and her son sooner or later. He now has 100 taels of silver, which is enough to buy a small courtyard in a remote place. Ning Ziming will be leaving court soon. I'll confront him then. Ning Ziming doesn't care about him as a son, so he should agree. As for Chang Riyue and her son, they probably can't wait for him to leave. Just go to West City, where there are all kinds of people. He can sell poems and other things that are not in this world. Ning Chen was daydreaming when Ning Gan and Ning Mao rushed in with several servants holding sticks. When Ning Chen saw that something was wrong, he subconsciously retreated to the wall, where there was a pile of firewood, and he could use any piece of firewood he picked up as a weapon. Brother, am I right? This bastard actually has money to buy new clothes. He must have stolen your money. Ning Mao pointed at Ning Chen and yelled. Ning Gan narrowed his eyes, with a sinister look on his face. Ning Chen, I lost 5 taels of silver yesterday, but did you steal it? Ning Chen said coldly, Ning Gan, don't you have to find a suitable reason to wrongly accuse someone? You lost the silver yesterday, and we didn't even meet yesterday. Ning Gan smiled sinisterly and said, how can a thief let the owner know when he steals something? You said you didn't steal it, so let me ask you, where did you get the money to buy new clothes? Ning Chen said coldly, I earned this money myself. Ning Mao taunted, how can you make money when you are a useless person who can't even carry anything on your shoulders or lift anything with your hands? I don't think you earned this money. You stole it from your big brother, right? Yesterday, Ning Chen chased him with a stick and he ran away in panic. He became more and more unhappy the more he thought about it when he got home. Finally, he thought of Ning Chen's new clothes and told Chang Riyue about it. Chang Riyue gave Ning Mao advice, which led to this incident. Their purpose was very clear. They took advantage of the fact that Ning Ziming had not yet left the court to beat Ning Chen up and strip him of his new clothes. They wanted to see how he would survive the winter. Ning Chen was too lazy to explain any further. It was obvious that the two brothers were here to cause trouble, so there was no point in explaining. The person who wronged you knows how wronged you are better than you do. Therefore, explaining is just a waste of words and is completely useless. He picked up a piece of firewood and said expressionlessly, get out. Ning Gan sneered and said, sure enough, he is a bastard born by a mother but not taught by her. He is vulgar and rude, with corrupt morals. I'm your elder brother. You stole my money and you still dare to talk to me like that. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. You guys, teach him a lesson. Also, find out the silver he stole from me. Several servants, holding sticks, approached Ning Chen with ferocious looks. Ning Chen said angrily, you little slave, even though I am not favored, I am still the 4th son of the Ning Mansion. If you dare to touch me, think about the consequences. But his words could not scare these servants today. They are following the madam's orders today. But the Ning Chen now is not the Ning Chen of the past, who is at the mercy of others. He threw the firewood in his hand away. One of the servants failed to dodge and was hit in the chest, causing him to cry out in pain. Before the other servant could react, another piece of firewood flew over and hit him on the head, causing his head to bleed. The chopped firewood flew everywhere, forcing the servants to retreat continuously, and they were unable to do anything to Ning Chen for a while. Come on, you useless bastards, come on, come on. Ning Mao cursed loudly and was furious. Uncle Chai was busy in the house. When he heard the noise, he limped out. Seeing several servants holding sticks and approaching Ning Chen, he panicked and shouted. What do you want to do? He is the 4th young master, you can't treat him like this. Ning Mao rushed over, kicked Uncle Chai to the ground, and punched and kicked him. You old dog, you are very protective of your master. Have you forgotten who your real master is? I'll let you bark and howl. I'll have my mother kick you out of the house tomorrow. Ning Mao punched and kicked while cursing. Uncle Chai. Ning Chen was extremely anxious and distracted for a moment, which gave a servant the opportunity to rush to Ning Chen and hit him on the leg with a stick. Ning Chen ducked down and fell to the ground. The key is that this body is too weak, and while the brain reacts, the body can't keep up, otherwise he could easily dodge it. Ning Gan yelled, "Beat him to death." Several servants swung sticks and hit Ning Chen's thin body. Ning Chen protected his head with his hands, curled up into a ball, and let the sticks rain down on his body without saying a word. Get out of the way, let me do it. Ning Mao left Uncle Chai and walked towards Ning Chen. The servant stopped. Ning Mao walked up to Ning Chen with an arrogant look on his face, squatted down, and patted Ning Chen's head with his hand. Ning Chen, are you still so arrogant? Get up and chase me with a stick in your hand. Unexpectedly, Ning Chen suddenly grabbed his arm and bit it. Although there was clothing between them, Ning Mao still felt the piercing pain and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. What are you still standing there for? Save people. Ning Gan was the first to react and roared loudly. Several servants were frantically trying to separate the two. But Ning Chen was like a ferocious beast, biting Ning Mao's arm and refusing to let go. My lord, they are inseparable. A servant was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Beat him until he lets go. Several servants punched and kicked Ning Chen. After a long time, Ning Chen finally let go, because he was beaten unconscious. Ning Mao was shaking with pain. He pulled up his sleeve and saw that the flesh on his arm had been almost bitten off and blood was flowing. Fortunately, there was clothing between us, otherwise the piece of meat would have been bitten off. This bastard actually dared to bite me. Beat him to death. Ning Mao was like a mad dog, roaring loudly. Several servants were about to take action but were stopped by Ning Gan. Don't fight anymore. If you continue, someone might die. It will be hard to explain to my father when he comes back. Take off his clothes. I'm afraid he won't survive for more than a few days in his current condition. Several servants took action and stripped Ning Chen's new clothes off. My lord, look at this. A servant found the banknote. Ning Gan took it and looked at it, and couldn't help but be surprised. 100 taels. Ning Mao also leaned over to take a look and exclaimed, how can this bastard have so much money? Ning Gan's eyes flickered, and greed appeared on his face. I remember now, what I lost was not 5 taels of silver, but exactly 100 taels. Ning Mao also understood, yes, Big Brother lost 100 taels. This bastard actually dared to steal money from the mansion, he deserves to be put to death. Ning Gan glanced at Ning Chen, who was lying unconscious on the ground in only his underwear, and smiled coldly, let's go. Just as they turned around and were about to leave, they saw Ning Ziming walking in from outside the yard. Ning Ziming had just returned home when he heard a lot of noise in the west courtyard, so he came over to take a look. But when he saw Ning Chen, who was bruised and unconscious, his expression suddenly changed. A chill ran down Ning Ziming's tailbone to the back of his head, making him dizzy. Emperor Xian had just warned him to treat Ning Chen well, and now this kind of thing has happened. Isn't this going to cost him his life? If Emperor Xian gets to know about this, not only him, but everyone here will be in trouble. Father, you are finally back. This Ning Chen is getting more and more outrageous. He injured my second brother's head a few days ago, and today he stole my eldest brother's money. We came to confront him, but instead of admitting it, he attacked and hurt us. Look at my arm, it was bitten by him. Father, you have to make the decision for me. Ning Mao immediately burst into tears, saying that he had used this trick many times and it always worked. But this time his trick didn't work. Ning Ziming turned around and slapped him hard in the face. Ning Mao lost his balance and fell to the ground. Ning Gan was stunned. The group of servants were also stunned. Ning Mao felt a burning pain on his face. He covered his face and looked at Ning Ziming in disbelief. He couldn't believe that his father would actually hit him. Assholes, assholes. You are blood relatives, but you are so cruel. How could I give birth to such a cruel son like you? Ning Ziming's fingers trembled with anger as he pointed at Ning Mao and cursed. When he thought of the consequences if Emperor Xian knew about this, he couldn't help but kick Ning Mao again. Ning Gan was stunned and even wondered if his father had taken the wrong medicine. Father, calm down. This matter is not our fault. It was Ning Chen who stole first and then injured others. Look at these servants and my third brother's arm. They are all Ning Chen. Ning Gan's words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Before he could finish his words, Ning Ziming stepped forward and slapped him hard. The Ninggan people were stunned, covering their faces with dull eyes. His father doted on him the most and had never touched him since he was a child. But today he actually hit him for Ning Chen. Asshole, asshole. You are so ignorant of life and death, and you are still quibbling. Do you want to die? Ning Ziming roared. Emperor Xian had just warned him, and in the blink of an eye Ning Chen was beaten unconscious. This was a deliberate offense and a provocation to the majesty of heaven. If Emperor Xian gets angry, even the left prime minister won't be able to save him. You evil slaves, how dare you lay hands on your master? Fine, fine, are there any family rules left in this house? Come here, take these evil slaves away, give each of them 30 strokes of the cane, and drive them out of the house. Ning Ziming was furious. Master, spare my life. Master, please spare me, Master, please spare me. My lord, save me, my lord, save me. The servants who had just taken action were terrified and knelt down, kowtowed and begged for mercy. 30 strokes of the stick. It sounds easy, but few people can withstand it. Those punishment sticks are made of solid wood and have uneven surfaces, let alone 30, an ordinary person would be lucky if he could withstand 10 sticks. 30 strokes of the cane will result in serious injury if not death. A group of servants immediately rushed in from outside the yard. The servants who attacked Ning Chen were dragged away. Someone, quickly carry Ning Chen to the east wing. Also, get a doctor here right away. Go. The east wing is where the master should live, and the west courtyard is where the servants live. Ning Chen was carried away. Ning Gan and Ning Mao covered their faces and looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. Brother, is father crazy? Why would he side with Ning Chen, a bastard? It's fine if my father beats me, but he always dotes on my eldest brother, so why would he beat you? Ning Gan also had a lot of question marks on his mind at this time. He even wondered if this father was fake. Father wouldn't do this for no reason. There must be a reason. Let's go find mother. Brother, my arm hurts. Hold it, just in time for mother to see it. The two brothers covered their faces and went to find Chang Ryue. In the east wing, Ning Chen was still in a coma. Doctor, is my son okay? The doctor bowed and said, Master Ning, the condition of the young master is not very optimistic. The external injuries are easy to treat, but 2 ribs are broken, and he needs to rest for a while. Also, the young master has been malnourished for a long time, and his energy is weak and his body is frail. I'm afraid it will take him longer to recover than the average person. Ning Ziming frowned. Doctor, you must do your best to treat him and use the best medicine. The doctor nodded. Don't worry, Master Ning. I will do my best to treat you. I will write a prescription later. Please send someone to go with me to get the medicine. However, Master Ning is weak and frail. He needs to take good care of himself during this period. This will be of great benefit to his recovery from his injuries. Ning Ziming nodded and instructed the Ning mansion housekeeper beside him, Housekeeper Wu, you will go with the doctor to get the medicine in person later. Yes. Butler Wu is a fat man with fair skin. He has been in the Ning mansion for a long time and is deeply trusted by Ning Ziming. But at this time, Butler Wu also had a lot of questions in his mind. Why did the master suddenly become so nice to Ning Chen? Ning Ziming added, oh, tell the kitchen to pick a good old hen and stew it into soup. Yes, sir. Ning Ziming thought for a moment and said again, also, inform everyone that if anyone dares to spread what happened today, don't blame me for being rude. Doctor, please keep today's events confidential. The doctor bowed hurriedly and said, don't worry, Master Ning. I understand. Ning Ziming rubbed his brows. This matter must not be known to Emperor Xian, otherwise his position as the Shangshu would be over. At the same time, Chang Ryue was rushing towards the East Wing with the Ning Gan brothers. After Ning Gan and Ning Mao returned, they recounted the entire incident with exaggeration. Although Chang Ryue was full of doubts in her heart, she could no longer bear it when she saw the slap marks on Ning Gan and Ning Mao's faces, and a piece of flesh almost bitten off on Ning Mao's arm. She must find Ning Ziming to find out. Ning Ziming got even more headache when he saw Chang Ryue. If Chang Ryue was just her wife, it wouldn't be a big deal, but Chang Ryue was also the daughter of Zhuxiang. He was able to sit in his current position thanks to Zhuxiang. Master, I don't understand. Ning Qin stole first and then hurt people. The fault is entirely his. Even if you want to protect him, you can't be so indiscriminate, right? Look at Mao's arm. He almost bit off a piece of flesh. He is your biological son. Don't you feel sorry for him? As Chang Ryue complained, tears fell down her face. As a smart woman, she knew that she couldn't act too strong. The best strategy was to play the emotional card and pretend to be weak while questioning. Madam, it's not what you think. Do you know? He swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. He remembered what Emperor Xian had said, no third person was allowed to know about today's conversation. Although Emperor Xian was known as a benevolent monarch, he never showed mercy when it came time to take action. Last year, the Minister of Revenue got drunk and leaked the words of Emperor Xian, and as a result, his entire family was executed. Ning Ziming is having a hard time speaking out about his sufferings now. Madam, there are many things I still don't understand. Take Mao downstairs to get him bandaged first, and you will understand why I did this later. I can only tell you now that Ning Chen's life and death is related to the survival of my Ning family. Chang Ryue and her son were shocked when they heard this. Ning Chen woke up and found himself in an unfamiliar room. Soft beds and gorgeous furnishings. This room is much better than his shabby little house. Did I travel through time a second time? Woke up. Ning Chen turned his head when he heard the sound, and the movement affected the wound on his body, causing him to groan in pain. But he was more surprised, because the person standing beside the bed was Ning Ziming. Butler Wu, Chen'er is awake. Go and bring the boiled medicine and chicken soup. Ning Ziming shouted towards the door. Ning Chen was confused. Was he stunned? Or was he dreaming? Especially Ning Ziming's call of Chen'er gave him goosebumps. Chen'er, how are you? Are you feeling better? Ning Chen stretched out his hand and wanted to pinch his face to see if he was dreaming. But he hesitated for a moment and waved to Ning Ziming. Ning Ziming was stunned for a moment, thinking that Ning Chen had something to say, and subconsciously moved closer. As a result, Ning Chen grabbed his beard and pulled it hard, breaking several strands. Ning Ziming gasped in pain and subconsciously raised his hand to slap Ning Chen, but after raising his hand, he put it down again. But he still couldn't help but yelled angrily, "Rebellious son, what are you doing? It's not a dream." Ning Chen muttered, then looked at Ning Ziming and asked, "What are you doing?" Ning Ziming tried hard to suppress his anger and said, "Ning Chen, we are all family. Your two brothers didn't mean to hurt you. I've already taught them a lesson. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be made public. Let's leave it at that." Ning Chen had a question mark on his forehead. Was Ning Ziming's head broken by Chang Ryue's thighs, or was his brain damaged by iron? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Ning Chen stared at him warily. "Minister Ning, what on earth do you want to do?" "Rebellious son, I am your father, and you don't even call me father." Ning Chen sneered, "Father. Don't. I can't afford a father like Minister Ning. I'll die." "Minister Ning, just tell me, what do you want to do?" Ning Ziming was furious, but he had to suppress his anger. "Chen'er, it's common for brothers to fight at home. Your father thinks that family disgrace should not be made public, so let's just leave it at that." Ning Chen's eyes flickered. Why did Ning Ziming repeatedly emphasize that family disgrace should not be made public? He seemed to be very averse to others knowing about this. Although I can't figure out the reason at the moment, this can be used. Minister Ning, it would be better if you called me Ning Chen. Stop calling me Chinner, it sounds disgusting. I wonder if you thought we had a good relationship as father and son. Ning Ziming was good at cultivating his energy, but at this moment he was so angry that his face turned blue. Ning Chen continued, Minister Ning, I know you don't like me. Coincidentally, I don't like you very much either. Rebellious son, I am your father. How dare you speak to me like this? It is extremely treasonous. It is absolutely treasonous. Ning Chen sighed, his eyes dull, and said, Minister Ning, there is no one else here, no need to pretend. You took me back to the Ning family, and you and I both know the reason. If you really have a conscience, I hope you will consider the pitiful blood relationship between us and let me leave Ning Mansion. Ning Ziming's expression changed slightly, you want to leave Ning Mansion? Yes, I hope Minister Ning will show some mercy and let me go. Ning Chen, you can't carry anything on your shoulders, you can't lift anything with your hands, you're not good at literature and you're not good at martial arts, if you leave the Ning Mansion, you'll starve to death outside. Ning Chen looked at him deeply, Minister Ning, you don't have to worry about this. Even if I starve to death, I will not pollute this precious land of your Ning family. Ning Ziming's face turned pale. Ning Chen must not leave the Ning Mansion. If Emperor Xian knew about this, he would be furious, and he would die even if he had 10 lives. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Butler Wu came in carrying a tray with a bowl of medicine and a bowl of soup. Ning Ziming suppressed his anger and said, Ning Chen, you just woke up and your mind is not clear yet. We can talk later if there is anything, drink the medicine first, your injury will heal quickly. By the way, I asked someone to make some chicken soup to nourish you. Butler Wu came to the bedside. Fourth master, I will serve you medicine. Ning Chen turned his head and took a look, is this poisoned? Butler Wu said hurriedly, the fourth young master is really good at joking. In fact, the master cares about the fourth young master very much, but he is just not good at expressing it. During the time you were unconscious, the master has been guarding your bedside and has not left for a moment. Ning Chen sneered, not feeling touched at all. He knew Ning Ziming too well. He knew Ning Ziming was a heartless and disloyal person. As for why she stayed by his bedside without leaving, it was definitely not because she was worried about him, but because she had other purposes. How is Uncle Chai? Butler Wu hurriedly said, Uncle Chai is fine, fourth master, don't worry. Ning Chen sneered. Uncle Chai is old. How could he be okay after being beaten and kicked by Ning Mao? Fourth master, may I serve you medicine? Ning Chen remained silent. Seeing that Ning Chen was reluctant to take the medicine, Butler Wu could only drink it himself. Are you relieved now, Mr. Fourth? Ning Chen had no expression on his face. He hummed and said, change the spoon. Butler Wu has used this spoon before and he finds it disgusting. This Butler Wu is not a good guy either. Butler Wu's face darkened, but he soon put on a smile, okay, I'll go change it right away. Butler Wu changed a spoon, fed Ning Chen the medicine, and then fed him chicken soup. Ning Ziming said, let's go out and don't disturb Chenner's rest. Chenner, have a good rest. I will come to see you tomorrow morning, also, Butler Wu is guarding outside the door. You can call him if you need anything. Ning Chen said nothing and closed his eyes. He really didn't want to look at Ning Ziming's hypocritical and disgusting face. Ning Ziming snorted coldly and walked away. After Ning Ziming left, Ning Chen opened his eyes. He was wondering, why was Ning Ziming's attitude so abnormal today? Maybe it was because of the medicine he had taken. He fell asleep while thinking. I slept until the next morning. Ning Chen felt that his strength had recovered a lot, but his broken ribs were hurting badly. He struggled to sit up and reached for the chamber pot under the bed, but there was no way, his bladder was about to explode. Just then, the door was pushed open from the outside. Butler Wu walked in. The fourth young master is awake. Ning Chen said angrily, get out. You've been following Minister Ning for so long. You don't know any rules. Don't you know to knock on the door first? You've learned the rules like a dog. Butler Wu's face darkened. If it were before, he would have thought of a way to punish Ning Chen, but now he doesn't dare. The master suddenly cares about Ning Chen a lot, and he dare not act rashly. This is what kind of person you are, what kind of dog you raise. The dog follows its owner. The reason why Ning Chen had a bad face towards Butler Wu was because this old dog had helped Chang Ryue and her son to bully him. Don't be angry, fourth master. I will leave right away. I will leave right away. Butler Wu lowered his head and put on a smile, but his eyes were full of resentment and he retreated in disgrace. Butler Wu, come in. Ning Chen relaxed his bladder that was about to explode, and then called Butler Wu in. Butler Wu walked in with his head lowered, followed by a pretty little maid holding a medicine bowl. Fourth master, the medicine is ready. Do you have any other instructions? Ning Chen endured the pain, half leaned against the head of the bed, and said, Go, empty the chamber pot for me. Butler Wu looked up at him, his face twitching. Why, are you going to let me pour it myself? Butler Wu said hurriedly, I dare not, I will go and pour it right away. He came over, carrying the chamber pot, with a look of disgust on his face and a sinister look in his eyes. Ning Ziming's attitude towards Ning Chen suddenly changed, and he no longer dared to bully Ning Chen as he did before. This bastard must not be allowed to be favored, otherwise he will have a hard time in the future, Butler Wu thought viciously in his heart. The little maid tried her best to suppress the corners of her lips, for fear that she would laugh out loud. This housekeeper Wu often bullies servants like them, takes advantage of the maids, and withholds their wages, but no one dares to say anything. Today, someone finally punished him, it was so satisfying. The little maid had just finished feeding Ning Chen his medicine when Butler Wu came in with a tray. There was breakfast on the tray, a bowl of porridge, a few buns, a plate of pickles, and 2 boiled eggs. Butler Wu placed the tray on the stool beside the bed and said, Fourth master, may I serve you dinner? Ning Chen looked at him. Butler Wu had a flattering smile on his face. Ning Chen also laughed, stretched out his hand and grabbed 2 eggs, saying, I don't have much appetite, these 2 eggs are enough, Butler Wu, please help me eat the rest. Butler Wu's face froze. In order to get revenge on Ning Chen for asking him to empty the chamber pot, he secretly spat into the porridge. He also used the hand that emptied the chamber pot to pinch a few buns and stirred the porridge. He also added dirt from the soles of his shoes to the plate of pickled vegetables. The only thing he didn't know how to do was the eggs, but Ning Chen picked 2 eggs anyway. Did Ning Chen know what he had done? Butler Wu felt guilty. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Butler Wu, observing his reaction. Seeing his wandering eyes, I knew that I guessed right. There must be other ingredients added to this breakfast. The reason why he only took 2 eggs was that the eggs needed to be peeled and Butler Wu couldn't do anything bad. This is the 4th young master's breakfast. This old servant is not qualified to enjoy it. Even if the 4th young master has no appetite, he should eat more so that his injury can heal faster. Ning Chen checked the egg in his hand to see if there were any cracks. If there were any, he would not eat it. He said casually. Butler Wu, this is my reward to you. Eat everything on the plate. Don't leave any bite. Butler Wu shook his head repeatedly and said, Thank you, 4th master. Actually, I have already had breakfast and I really can't eat any more. Ning Chen peeled the eggs and asked with a smile, Butler Wu, who do you think is the master between us? And who is the servant? Of course the 4th young master is the master, and I am the servant. Well said. Should a slave obey his master? Butler Wu said hurriedly, Of course I have to listen to my master. Okay, then I order you now to eat everything on the plate. If you don't eat, you will be disobeying the master's order. According to the family rules, you will be punished with 20 strokes of the cane. Butler Wu's face turned green. Ning Chen's face darkened and he said sternly, Why don't you eat quickly? Butler Wu was startled and said hurriedly, I'll eat it. I'll eat it right away. He picked up a bun, looking embarrassed. I shouldn't have added any ingredients to it. I'm really shooting myself in the foot. Just when Butler Wu was in a dilemma, Ning Ziming walked in. He should have just come out of court and was still wearing his official uniform. Chenner, do you feel better today? Ning Ziming's face was full of smiles, like a kind father. Ning Chen suddenly felt a little nauseous, and the egg in his hand suddenly lost its fragrance. Master is back. The fourth young master just drank the medicine and looks much better. You guys chat, I will leave first. Butler Wu, we haven't eaten yet. Ning Chen pointed at the tray. You old man, you still want to run away? No way. Wu Guanjia cried, Master, I have already had breakfast, but the fourth master said he had no appetite and insisted that I eat it all. I really can't eat any more. Ning Ziming looked at Ning Chen, his face full of concern. Chenner, you are injured, eat more and you will get better quickly. I don't have a big appetite, so 2 eggs are enough. Let Butler Wu eat the rest, don't waste it. Ning Ziming actually nodded and said, Chenner doesn't eat much, so let Butler Wu eat the rest. Wu Guan's family was stunned. He cried, yes. He dared not disobey Ning Ziming's words. Then the old slave will take it down and eat it. Ning Chen said at the right time, no, just eat here. Watching others eat is a kind of enjoyment. Butler Wu knew he couldn't escape. He could only suppress his nausea and started eating. His expression was even more painful than Ning Chen's when he took the medicine. Ning Chen raised his lips slightly and looked at Ning Ziming. Minister Ning just came out of court, you haven't eaten yet, right? Do you want to eat something? Ning Ziming was slightly startled, glanced at Butler Wu, his eyes flashed, and then he shook his head. Butler Wu suppressed his nausea and finished everything on the plate. Master, fourth young master, that old slave is going down. Ning Ziming waved his hand. Wait. Ning Chen suddenly stopped him. Butler Wu, say thank you. Butler Wu was so angry that he almost bit his back teeth to pieces, but he still had to put on a smile. Thank you for the reward, fourth young master. You're welcome. Butler Wu, you've worked hard to take care of me. If there's anything delicious, I'll save it for you. Butler Wu's face twitched. Thank you, fourth master. I'll take my leave now. Butler Wu came out, rushed directly to the flower bed, and started vomiting. Ning Chen looked at Ning Ziming. Minister Ning just came here after the court session. Do you have any good news to tell me? For example, allowing me to leave the Ning mansion. Ning Ziming's face darkened. Chenner, even though I have neglected to take care of you over the years, I am still your father after all. Blood is thicker than water. How can a father bear to see you wandering the streets? So, don't mention this matter anymore. Then what is Minister Ning doing here? Is he here to see if I'm dead or not? Ning Ziming was furious. Rebellious son, can you please speak properly? Why do you have to be so sarcastic? I am your father, do you know the word filial piety? Ning Chen chuckled. Minister Ning is really funny. I used to be so cautious and tried to please you in every way. But the dog in the yard bit me and I had to apologize to the dog. Excuse me, has anyone looked me in the eye? Is it too late for Minister Ning to want a filial son now? That submissive Ning Chen is already dead. Ning Ziming's face turned pale. Chenner, as a second-rank official of the Imperial Court, your father is very busy with official duties and has indeed neglected to take care of you. Your father will definitely make it up to you in the future. I know you have resentment in your heart, but you also have to understand how difficult it is to be a father. Ning Chen sneered in his heart. What should he understand? Should he understand that you abandoned your wife and children and were unkind? Or should he understand that you are not worthy of being a father and don't care about your own son? Ning Ziming saw that Ning Chen remained silent and thought that his words had touched Ning Chen. After all, he is just a child, just coax him. Chenner, have you seen anyone recently? Ning Chen was slightly stunned, not understanding what was going on. Minister Ning, I haven't been out of the house much since I came to the Ning family. I've been sick or seriously injured recently, so I've only seen these few people. I wonder who Minister Ning is asking about. Ning Ziming became even more confused. Was this also what puzzled him? Ning Chen has barely even left the house a few times, how could he know His Majesty? Ning Ziming didn't dare to ask directly, so he could only say vaguely, I'm not talking about family members, but strangers. Ning Chen sneered, I don't even know all my family members, how can I get to know other people? Ning Ziming felt even more puzzled. But he didn't dare to ask directly. Ning Chen looked at him and said, Minister Ning, since you don't allow me to leave the Ning mansion, but there is another matter that I must investigate to the end. What's up? Ning Gan robbed me of 100 taels of silver. Ning Ziming frowned. Where did you get the 100 taels of silver? Don't worry about it. Ning Gan did steal my silver. I hope Minister Ning can let him return it to me. Ning Ziming's face turned livid. Chenner, your father promised to compensate you, but you have to change these bad habits. I will not let you off easily for slandering your brother and behaving badly. Ning Chen looked at Ning Ziming with cold eyes. Immediately, he laughed at himself and said, I knew it would be like this. Minister Ning, just pretend I didn't say anything. I'm tired, Minister Ning, please go back. Ning Chen knew very well that the 100 taels of silver would never be returned. But he still held out a little hope. I overestimated my position in Ning Ziming's heart. He is still the heartless Ning Ziming. If he had any regard for family affection in his heart, he would have investigated instead of directly accusing me without any basis in reason. Ning Ziming snorted coldly. He still feels that Ning Chen's drastic change in personality is just a strategy to attract his attention in this way. Little did he know that his rebellious behavior would only make himself more disgusting. If it wasn't for Emperor Xian, he wouldn't even bother to look at Ning Chen. Ning Ziming's face turned pale and he walked away in anger. Arriving at the door, Butler Wu came forward with a nod and a bow. Master, breakfast is ready for you. Because they couldn't eat breakfast before going to court, they ate after court. Ning Ziming said with a cold face, Butler Wu, how long have you been following me? Butler Wu thought for a moment, then nodded and said hurriedly, I have been following the master for more than 10 years. You've been following me for so long. You should understand my mind. Butler Wu, Ning Chen's surname is Ning after all, and I don't want anyone to play tricks on me again. You must always remember that the master is still the master even if he is not favored, and the servant is still the servant. The Ning mansion will not tolerate such people who are insubordinate. Butler Wu, the meals you give Ning Chen from now on must be nutritious and clean. Ning Ziming finished speaking and left with his hands behind his back. Butler Wu stood there in a daze, his old face turned pale and cold sweat broke out. He knew very well that Ning Ziming was warning him. How did the master know that I added condiments to Ning Chen's breakfast? Little did people know that Ning Ziming had been in officialdom for a long time, and that he could get to where he is today, not only because of the help of the left prime minister, but also because of his own strong abilities. Ning Chen forced Butler Wu to eat. How could he not see the clues? Of course, he beat Butler Wu not for Ning Chen, but to maintain his own dignity. If a servant bullies someone with the surname Ning, it would be a slap in his face. At this time, Ning Chen also discovered some clues about Ning Ziming's abnormality. Because Ning Ziming asked him if he had met any outsiders recently. In the past few days, apart from the people in the mansion, the only person he had seen was Tianxian. The eunuch following Tianxian must be a royal relative. Tianxian has an extraordinary bearing, and Ning Chen suspects that he is Prince Fu. Prince Fu is the only brother of His Majesty who lives in the capital. Ning Ziming's attitude towards me changed drastically. Could it be related to Prince Fu? But this doesn't make sense. He used a fake name at the time, and Tianxian didn't know his real identity. Maybe he could send someone to follow and investigate him. But despite this, there was no need for him to criticize Ning Ziming for his own sake. Besides, Prince Fu is just an idle prince without real power. Although he is a royal relative, Ning Ziming has the powerful left prime minister behind him, so he doesn't have to be afraid of Prince Fu at all. Ning Chen rubbed his brows. Perhaps there were other reasons for Ning Ziming's drastic change in attitude towards him. Forget it, let's not worry about it for now. I'll just take good care of my injuries and then find a way to leave Ning Mansion. Ning Ziming just ignored him. The real threat to him were Chang Riyue and her son. Behind Chang Riyue and her son is the Zhuoxiang, a man who is second only to the emperor and above everyone else. If he doesn't leave Ning Mansion, he will be alone and weak and will be killed sooner or later. A month passed in a flash, and Ning Chen's injuries were almost healed. The food has been good recently, and he has gained some weight and looks rosy. In fact, he was able to get out of bed on the 7th or 8th day, and went to see Uncle Chai. Fortunately, Uncle Chai was fine, otherwise he would have never forgiven Ning Mao. Ning Chen decided to continue selling poems to make money. The 100 taels were snatched away by Ning Gan and I can't get them back. But he had not changed his mind about leaving the Ning family. For the sake of his own life, he had to leave. But judging from Ning Ziming's attitude, he would not let him go easily. He didn't know where the old man had hidden the certificate. He secretly went to Ning Ziming's study yesterday to look for it, but didn't find it. But even if I have a certificate, I have to wait until I am 16 years old to leave. I will work hard to make money in the next few months so that I won't have to suffer when I leave Ning Mansion. Ning Chen climbed over the wall again, left the Ning Mansion, and headed straight for the Zhuangyuan building. I hope I'll be lucky enough to meet Tianxian today. Because Tianxian is generous. The weather is getting colder and colder, and Ning Chen tightened his thin clothes. I don't know whether Ning Ziming forgot or Chang Ryue was playing tricks behind his back. He has been eating and drinking well recently, but no one has bought him a set of thick clothes. The new clothes he had bought before were snatched away by Ning Gan and his men, so he could only wear his old thin shirts. I trotted all the way to the Zhuangyuan building. Zhuangyuan building is still very lively with people coming and going. Ning Chen looked around, looking for Tianxian. If I can't find Tianxian, I can only sell the poem to someone else, but it definitely won't get a good price. Just as Ning Chen was looking for Tianxian, a white-faced, beardless man came up behind him in small steps. Mr. Lan, I am glad to see you at last. Ning Chen looked back, his face full of joy. It was a sissy. Now he doesn't find sissies annoying at all, but rather a little cute. Since the sissy is here, it proves that Tianxian is also here. I can make some money again today. Seeing Ning Chen shivering in thin clothes, Eunuch Quan couldn't help but say, "You are such a stingy person. You are so stingy. You earn so much money, but you are not willing to buy yourself a set of thick clothes." Ning Chen was in no mood to pay attention to his ridicule now, and said helplessly, "Don't mention it. I did buy a set of thick clothes, but the clothes and money were stolen." Eunuch Quan's face changed drastically. That silver was a gift from the emperor. Anyone who dared to rob the gift from the emperor would be guilty of a capital crime. Who is tired of living? Robbed. Who did it? There's a vicious dog in the house, forget it. What's the point of telling you? Is the uncle here? Do you want to buy a poem? Eunuch Quan nodded and said, "Follow me." Ning Chen followed Eunuch Quan to the box they had been to last time. As soon as I entered the door, I found that in addition to Tianxian, there was also an old man missing a leg. Although Ning Chen met him for the first time, he immediately guessed his identity, General Chen. "Uncle, we meet again." Ning Chen stepped forward and bowed. Then he bowed solemnly to General Chen. "I am Lan Xing, honored to meet General Chen." Although it was the first time they met, Ning Chen had been a soldier, so he had special respect for this old general who had spent his entire life in the military. "Are you Blue Star?" General Chen was a little excited. He looked Ning Chen up and down, then frowned. "It's cold, why are you wearing so little?" Ning Chen smiled bitterly and said, "It's hard to put it into words." Seeing that Ning Chen didn't want to say more, General Chen didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he asked curiously, "How do you know my identity? Have you seen me before?" "This is the first time I have met General Chen, but I have heard about his heroic deeds since I was a child. The admiration in my heart is like a surging river." Ning Chen flattered him fiercely without blushing or beating his heart. This is General Chen. Even the current emperor treats him with great courtesy. If you can get close to him, there will be many benefits. General Chen was very pleased with Ning Chen's flattery and laughed heartily with full of energy. "I also want to thank you for your poem. Heroes emerge from youth. It is amazing that you can write such a masterpiece at such a young age." General Chen had a very good impression of Ning Chen and was generous in praising him. Ning Chen said modestly, "General Chen, you are too kind to praise me. I am unworthy of your praise. Compared to you, I am like a firefly against the bright moon." "Ha ha ha, this kid is so sweet. And he is neither humble nor overbearing in front of me. If I had met you when I was young, I would definitely take you to the battlefield." Ning Chen said hurriedly, "In fact, my dream since childhood is to wear military uniform, fight the enemy, and win glory for my country. For this reason, I have studied military books and studied the art of war. Ning Chen did not lie. He missed the days when he fought side by side with his comrades. Have you studied the art of war? Emperor Xian was a little surprised. Ning Chen said modestly, to be honest, I only started my enlightenment when I was 12 years old. I was thirsty for knowledge and studied hard day and night. I only studied the art of war occasionally, so I can only say that I have a rough understanding of it. To be honest, my little tricks are not worth mentioning in front of General Chen. General Chen asked subconsciously, how old are you this year? Ning Chen bowed slightly and said, in a few months, I will be 16. Emperor Xian and others were shocked. Emperor Xian couldn't help but ask, you're not even 16 yet, which means you've only been studying for 3 years at most. You've been able to write such a masterpiece in 3 years. How did you do it? Ning Chen said somewhat embarrassedly, maybe I am the so-called extraordinary talent. The corners of Emperor Xian's and General Chen's mouth twitched slightly. You are so immodest, kid. Ning Chen smiled and said, being too modest is hypocrisy. I am only good at poetry. Uncle, General Chen, can you buy 2 poems? I'll give you a discount. Ning Chen felt like the little match girl, just to avoid being cold and hungry. It seems that every world is the same, money is hard to earn and shit is hard to eat. Emperor Xian waved his hand and said, don't worry. You just said that you have some knowledge of military tactics. Then I have to test you to see if you are bragging. If you are right, I will not treat you unfairly. He wanted to see if Ning Chen could surprise him in other ways besides poetry. Ning Chen's eyes lit up slightly, and he said with a smile, Uncle, are you trying to embarrass me? Why, are you scared? I'm not afraid. If what I said is wrong, just take it as a joke and don't let it affect our business. The corner of Emperor Xian's mouth twitched slightly. It turned out that he was worried that I wouldn't buy his poems. But what's wrong with this kid? It's freezing cold, why is he wearing so little? When General Chen asked just now, this kid looked angry and bitter. It seemed that something must have happened to him. It seems that I need to ask someone to check it out later. Lan Xing, recently the cavalry of the Tuo Luo kingdom has repeatedly harassed our great Xian border and robbed the people. Although we have sent troops to garrison, the Tuo Luo kingdom lives on nomadic life, and their war horses are very fast, coming and going without a trace. So, when my soldiers from Dashuan got the news and rushed over, the troops from Tuoluo had already withdrawn. Do you have any solution? Ning Chen shook his head. Tianxian was a little disappointed, is there no way? It's not that there is no way, it's that I can't say it. Uncle, this is state affairs. If you talk about state affairs, you will be beheaded. Tianxian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, don't worry, speak boldly. General Chen is here, what are you afraid of? General Chen also smiled and said, if you have any ideas, just tell me. I promise you will be fine. Ning Chen hesitated for a moment. The fact that Tianxian could be with General Chen showed that he had a very high status. It seemed that he was indeed the Prince of Fu. Prince Fu and General Chen have guaranteed me, so it should be okay for me to discuss state affairs. So what did I say? Tianxian nodded, don't worry, speak boldly. Ning Chen held up 3 fingers and said, I don't know much about the situation at the border, so I can only think of 3 countermeasures. If I don't say it well, just listen to it for fun. Tianxian and General Chen looked at each other in shock. They didn't understand, but he could think of 3 countermeasures. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me now. Emperor Xian urged. Ning Chen nodded and asked, do you have a pen, ink, paper, and inkstone? Emperor Xian was slightly startled, and immediately asked the sissy to bring pen, ink, paper, and inkstone and give them to Ning Chen. Grind the ink and fill the pen with it. Ning Chen lay beside the table, writing rapidly. After a while, he put down his pen and handed the written countermeasures to Emperor Xian. Emperor Xian took it and took a look at it. His eyes suddenly lit up and he handed the paper in his hand to General Chen. Good, good, good plan. After reading it, General Chen said, good, 3 times in a row and slapped his thigh excitedly. Ning Chen was really worried that he would ruin his only good leg. These three methods are only temporary solutions, not a fundamental solution. The real solution still depends on the sharp edge of our great Xian soldiers. Even if we cannot destroy the Tuola kingdom, we must at least hurt and scare the Tuola kingdom, so as to completely put an end to this situation. Emperor Xian nodded slightly and looked at Ning Chen with admiration. He suddenly felt very glad that he brought General Chen here today. If he hadn't brought General Chen with him, he wouldn't have been able to discover Ning Chen's military talent. What Ning Chen didn't know was that this month, his poem became popular. It was popular all over the city. Everyone is looking for this young man named Lan Xing, including General Chen. But a month passed and no one had seen the blue star. Since General Chen couldn't find blue star, he went to bother Emperor Xian every day. The old man used a cane every day, going into the palace at sunrise and leaving the palace at sunset. Emperor Xian was annoyed, so he brought General Chen here. In fact, they had come here several times, but couldn't see Ning Chen every time. Fortunately, they met him this time. Ning Chen used the alias Lan Xing, so he must not want people to know who he was. Although he knew Ning Chen's identity, it was not easy to send people to Ning Mansion directly to find him. Seeing that Emperor Xian and General Chen were very happy, Ning Chen struck while the iron was hot and said, "Uncle, do you want to buy some poetry today? I can give you a discount." Emperor Xian laughed and said, "Tell me first, why haven't you appeared for a month?" Ning Chen smiled bitterly. "I was beaten up, 2 ribs were broken, and I was lying in bed for a month. The money I earned from selling poems last time was also stolen, and my new clothes were also stolen." Emperor Xian's expression gradually darkened. General Chen was even more furious. Who did it? In broad daylight, under the feet of the emperor, how dare someone be so bold and presumptuous? Lan Xing, tell me who did it. I will take care of it for you. Ning Chen was touched that a stranger was nicer to him than the Ning family. Forget it, it's all my fault. I don't have enough to eat or wear warm clothes, and I just recovered from a serious illness, so I'm so weak. Ning Chen also took the opportunity to act pitiful, hoping that when Tianxian bought the poem later, he would feel sorry for him and give him a high price. Although General Chen is prestigious, he has now retired. Prince Fu was just an idle prince, and Emperor Xian did not give him any power at all. And behind Ning Ziming is the left prime minister, who is in a high position of power and influence. No one can defeat him. Moreover, he didn't want to implicate others. It is difficult for a judge to judge family affairs. General Chen was still furious. How can we let this go? Tell me, who did it? I will make the decision for you. Ning Chen shook his head. General Chen, if you really love me, buy me 2 more poems. Just like uncle, I'll give you a discount. General Chen wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Emperor Xian's eyes. Ning Chen didn't want to say it, he must be afraid of something, and he couldn't be forced. Lan Xing, you just offered 3 strategies. How about 1 strategy for 100 taels of silver? Ning Chen's eyes widened. Are you serious? Really? Ning Chen smiled happily, he didn't expect that this could make money. Uncle, thank you. Ning Chen expressed his sincere gratitude. Emperor Xian smiled and said, Lan Xing, do you believe in uncle? Ning Chen nodded. Then I won't give you the money yet. Keep it with me. Come find me when you need it. I'm not going to rely on your money. You are powerless to protect yourself now. Do you understand what I mean? Ning Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, if he were to go back with 300 taels of silver, he might be robbed again given his current physical condition. Even if the money is kept in a bank and there are ticket stubs, they will still be robbed if discovered. Then keep it here, uncle. Prince Fu doesn't look like a treacherous person, so it's okay to keep him here. However, he bet that Prince Fu would not cheat him. For Prince Fu, 300 taels of silver was just a drop in the bucket. Boy, you are as skinny as a chicken. No wonder you were robbed of your money. If you want, you can come to my house. I will teach you some boxing and you can protect yourself. General Chen said. Ning Chen's eyes lit up and he saluted hastily. I am willing, thank you General Chen. Then it's settled. When you're healed, come find me. Ning Chen nodded heavily and said, Being able to cling to General Chen's thigh, the benefits are naturally self-evident. Only a fool would refuse to agree. Besides, he really needs to exercise properly, his body is too weak. Ning Chen looked at Prince Fu. Uncle, do you want to buy more poems? Emperor Xian looked out the window and said, It's getting late today, and I have things to do at home. I'll leave the poem for next time. Ning Chen was a little disappointed and said, Oh. But when he thought about the 300 taels of silver he had just earned, he immediately became happy again. Emperor Xian stood up and looked at Eunuch Quan. Give Lan Xing 5 taels of silver for daily use. Lan Xing, I'll have someone prepare a meal for you. You look so thin, so you should eat some more. Don't worry about the money, I'll settle the bill when I leave. Ning Chen smiled happily. Thank you, uncle. Emperor Xian smiled and nodded. Let's go. He walked to the door, turned back, took off his cloak and handed it to Ning Chen. A cloak is shaped like a thick cape. Ning Chen waved his hands repeatedly. Uncle, I can't take this, it's too expensive, and it's very cold outside, don't catch a cold. The fabric of this cloak is obviously of great value. Emperor Xian smiled and said, Just take it if I give it to you. I have a carriage, so I won't get cold. Ning Chen couldn't resist and took the cloak, his eyes full of emotion. Thank you, uncle. Emperor Xian nodded and led his men away. Ning Chen put on the cloak, which not only made him feel warm physically but also in his heart. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The waiters came in one after another, and soon a table full of delicious dishes was served. A warm feeling flowed through my heart. The uncle is such a nice person. Ning Chen thought to himself. At this time, Emperor Xian and General Chen were sitting in a spacious carriage. Eunuch Quan was serving him by his side. General Chen, what do you think of this blue star? General Chen said, Young men in the capital city avoid me as if I were a wolf. This boy was neither humble nor arrogant when he met me. He has the demeanor of a great general. This is truly precious. The key is that this boy is intelligent and strategic. If he is nurtured, he will become a great man in the future. Emperor Xian laughed. It's rare to see you, General Chen, speak so highly of the younger generation. You don't even speak so highly of the crown prince. Your Majesty, the capital has been lazily popular in recent years. Those young men are weak and powerless. They should all be sent to the battlefield to hone their skills. On the other hand, although Lan Xing is a little frail, he has a strong brow, is neither humble nor overbearing, is well-read, and knows how to march. He is truly precious. Emperor Xian nodded. This boy is indeed excellent. Your Majesty, you must not let such a talented person go unnoticed. Emperor Xian smiled and said, I understand. Your Majesty is wise. After sending General Chen back home, on the way back to the palace, Emperor Xian's face turned gloomy. He opened the curtain and asked, Nie Liang. Nie Liang, who was following the carriage, leaned forward and asked respectfully, What do you want, Your Majesty? Go and investigate what Ning Chen has encountered during this period of time. Minister, I obey your order. Eunuch Quan seemed to be hesitant to speak. Emperor Xian glanced at him and asked, Do you have anything to say? Eunuch Quan lowered his head hastily and said, Your Majesty, Ning Chen said before that the injuries on his body were caused by a vicious dog in the mansion. This vicious dog is most likely someone, and it must be someone from the Ning mansion. Nonsense. Emperor Xian cursed with a smile, and then said unhappily, Is there any need to say this? If it was caused by an outsider, he would have reported it to the authorities long ago. Only the people of Ning Mansion can make him keep silent about this matter and not want to say more. This Ning Ziming seems to have turned a deaf ear to my words. Eunuch Quan trembled slightly. He knew that His Majesty was really angry this time. Your Majesty, please calm down. The dragon's health is more important. Don't get too angry and hurt yourself. Emperor Xian snorted coldly and said, Go back to the palace later. Send someone to Ning Mansion and ask Ning Ziming to come see me. Yes. Ning Ziming, have you been in office for nothing for the past 10 years? His Majesty has already warned you, but you still dare to knowingly violate the law and ignore the authority of the Emperor. Isn't this courting death? Eunuch Quan muttered in his heart. Ning Ziming was very angry when he found out that Ning Chen had secretly run away. He was worried that Ning Chen would tell others what had happened recently. If it got to the ears of Emperor Xian, it would be terrible. Ning Ziming waited and waited, but Ning Chen did not show up. Instead, he was summoned by the eunuch from the palace. When Ning Ziming heard that Emperor Xian had summoned him to the palace, he became extremely nervous and uneasy. He secretly gave silver to the eunuch who summoned him, wanting to find out why Emperor Xian summoned him. Although he accepted the money when summoning the eunuch, he knew nothing when asked. In fact, he really didn't know. Ning Ziming followed the summoned eunuch to the Imperial study in the palace. Eunuch Quan was standing at the door, looking at him with a forced smile. Ning Ziming felt something was wrong and quickly knelt down and shouted, "Your Majesty, I beg to see you." "Shoo. Lord Ning, His Majesty is handling government affairs, please don't make any noise, just wait." Ning Ziming could only kneel outside the door and wait. He really wanted to get some information from Eunuch Quan, but Eunuch Quan turned around and went in. Ning Ziming knelt for more than 2 hours. He was a civil servant, frail and delicate. His knees ached from kneeling, he saw stars, and he felt like his waist was about to break. But as long as Emperor Xian didn't summon him, he had to keep kneeling. Just when he could no longer hold on, Eunuch Quan came out. "Master Ning, please follow me in to see the Emperor." Ning Ziming struggled to get up, his legs shaking. He had been kneeling for a long time, and when he stood up suddenly, his blood circulation was blocked and his vision went dark, and he almost fell down. He struggled to keep himself steady. It is extremely disrespectful to be impolite in front of the palace. He trembled as he entered the Imperial study, knelt down again, and shouted, "Your Majesty, I am here to see you." Emperor Xian shifted his gaze from the memorial in his hand and looked at him coldly. Ning Ziming's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Emperor Xian didn't let him get up, which was a dangerous signal. "My dear Ning, do you think I am too kind?" Ning Ziming was shocked and confused, and said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty is a benevolent and righteous king, and no one can match your civil and military achievements." The people. Before he could finish his words, Emperor Xian snorted coldly. "A benevolent and righteous king? Are you saying that I am too kind, so you dare to disobey my command?" Ning Ziming's head was buzzing and he didn't know how to answer. With a snap, Emperor Xian slammed the memorial in his hand heavily onto the dragon table. "My dear Ning, I asked you to treat Ning Chen well, how did you do it? Why was he so seriously injured that he had to stay in bed for a month?" Ning Ziming was almost scared to death. He has blocked the news about this matter. How did Emperor Xian know about it? Could it be that there are spies planted in the house by political enemies? Emperor Xian said angrily, "In your Ning mansion, Ning Chen was seriously injured, his silver was lost, and his new clothes were stolen. Ning Aiqing, is this Ning mansion your residence, or a bandit's den? That 100 taels of silver note is what I gave to Ning Chen." Ning Ziming's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. It turns out that the 100 taels of silver note that Ning Chen had received was actually given by Emperor Xian. That is a gift from the Emperor. Daring to snatch the imperial gift and offending the majesty of heaven is a capital crime. Ning Ziming's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, his back was soaked with cold sweat, and he trembled all over and kowtowed repeatedly, "Your Majesty, please forgive me, Your Majesty, please forgive me." Emperor Xian looked at him coldly. Ning Ziming was so frightened that he could only kowtow and beg for mercy. "That's enough. Do you intend to die here and make me look mean?" "I dare not, I dare not. Your Majesty, please forgive me, Your Majesty, please forgive me." At this time, Ning Chen had eaten and drunk his fill and returned to the courtyard wall outside the Ning mansion. He stepped on the stones in the corner and climbed in. This time, Ning Mao and those evil slaves were not waiting for him. "Uncle Chai, Uncle Chai." Ning Chen shouted as he walked towards Uncle Chai's house. With a creak, the door opened. "Fourth young master, you are finally back. I was so worried about you." Ning Chen walked into the house with a smile, and took out an oil paper bag from under his cloak. "Uncle Chai, look what delicious food I brought you." Uncle Chai looked at Ning Chen with a worried look on his face. Fourth master, although I am only a servant, I still have the guts to advise you. We must not do anything illegal or disorderly. Every time Ning Chen went out, he would wear new clothes and bring food when he came back. The cloak Ning Chen is wearing looks very expensive. Ning Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Chai, I won't do anything bad. Every penny I earn is clean." As Ning Chen was speaking, he happened to see the bundle on the bed. "Uncle Chai, what are you packing for?" Uncle Chai looked embarrassed and sighed, "Fourth young master, I am leaving now. I will not be able to take care of you anymore." After this old servant leaves, the fourth young master must control his temper and not make the master angry. Try to stay away from the lady. Ning Chen frowned, "What's going on? Is someone trying to chase you away?" Uncle Chai smiled and shook his head. "Northwest one wants to drive me away. I am old and can no longer work. It is time for me to go home and retire." With this old servant away, the fourth young master must take good care of himself. Ning Chen didn't believe it. Uncle Chai wouldn't leave unless someone drove him away. Although Uncle Chai has a lame leg, he is in good health and works efficiently, so he should have no problem working for a few more years. Moreover, how could he not see the reluctance in Uncle Chai's eyes? He was worried about himself. Damn, it must have been done by Chang Ryue and her son. For some unknown reason, Ning Ziming's attitude towards him changed drastically. Chang Ryue and her son didn't dare to touch him for the time being, so they attacked Uncle Chai. Ning Mao had said before that he wanted the Chang family to drive Uncle Chai away. So fucking insidious. "Uncle Chai, was it Chang Ryue who asked you to leave?" Uncle Chai shook his head, "Fourth master, it is really me who wants to go. I am old, and I want to go home and enjoy my life. There is nothing in this house that is worth this old slave's nostalgia. The only thing that worries me is you, the fourth young master. You must protect yourself." Ning Chen's brows were twisted into a knot. The only person in the mansion who was kind to him was leaving, and he felt really sad. "You little dog slave, are you done packing? If you are, get out of here now." At this time, Ning Xing's voice was heard outside. It has been a month and Ning Xing's head wound has long since healed. In an instant, Ning Chen's face turned pale. It turned out that Chang's mother and son wanted to drive Uncle Chai away. And it was all because of him that Uncle Chai was driven out of the Ning mansion. "You bastard, you are going too far." Ning Chen was furious, turned around and walked towards the door, picked up the door bar behind the door and walked out. Fourth young master. Uncle Chai was anxious to stop Ning Chen, but he had a limp in one leg and couldn't catch up with him at all. Ning Xing and Ning Mao stood in the yard with a few servants. Ning Gan did not show up. He had outstanding results in this Imperial examination. He will take the palace examination tomorrow, so he needs to prepare well. The palace examination was a personal examination by the emperor to examine their abilities. If they performed well, they would be given an official position on the spot. Ning Xing and Ning Mao were startled when they saw Ning Chen appear with a stick. They didn't expect Ning Chen to come back. Immediately, the two of them retreated in fear. They have all suffered at the hands of Ning Chen, and there are scars in their hearts. Ning Chen stared at the two of them coldly. Ning Xing and Ning Mao, however, stared at the cloak on Ning Chen. They are different from Ning Chen. They have lived a life of luxury since childhood, so they can tell at a glance that the cloak is of great value. "Ning Chen, where did you get that cloak?" Ning Mao asked loudly. Last time, his elder brother robbed Ning Chen of 100 taels of silver, and Ning Chen didn't dare to say a word. He set his eyes on Ning Chen's cloak. Ning Chen said indifferently, "What does it have to do with you? You are indeed a bastard born of a mother but not taught by her. You are so vulgar. I am your third brother. When I ask you a question, you have this attitude." "Ning Chen, my mother bought me a cloak a few days ago, but it was stolen before I had the chance to wear it. It turned out to be you who stole it again." Ning Mao decided to use the same trick again. "It's really hard to guard against thieves in your own home, Ning Chen. You are a bastard with bad character, a thief. Why don't you return the cloak to your third brother? If father knew about this, you would be skinned alive if not dead." Ning Xing began to join in. Ning Chen was too lazy to explain. How could one find a pretext to accuse someone of something? No matter how much he explained, it was useless. He said expressionlessly, "If you want it, come and get it yourself." Ning Mao looked at the door-knocking stick in Ning Chen's hand and didn't dare to go over. "You little thief, take it off and throw it to me, or I will ask the servants to take action by force." Ning Chen said sternly, "Would you like to try?" Damn it, even if the toilet is outside, if it were here, he would let these people know what it means to have a mop covered in shit, just like Lu Bu was still alive. Seeing that Ning Chen was difficult to deal with, Ning Mao rolled his eyes and came up with another idea. He looked at Uncle Chai and said, "You little dog slave, what are you still doing here? Get out of here right now. You guys, check this old dog's bag for me. He and Ning Chen are in cahoots with each other. Don't sneak anything out of the house." Uncle Chai looked very aggrieved, but he still put the bag on the ground for them to check. "Who among you dares?" Ning Chen said coldly. Ning Xing smiled sinisterly. "Ning Chen, you haven't explained clearly why you stole your third brother's cloak, and you haven't even cleaned up the shit off your own ass, and you still have the mind to care about others." Ning Chen's eyes were fierce, and he held the stick in his hand horizontally. "Northwest one can drive Uncle Chai out of the house. If anyone dares to touch his things, don't blame me for not recognizing people with my stick." Ning Xing said disdainfully, "Ning Chen, can you beat so many people by yourself? Fourth master, forget it. Let them check it out. Those who are innocent will be innocent." Uncle Chai stopped Ning Chen. He still vividly remembered the last time Ning Chen was knocked to the ground by a group of people and beaten unconscious. There are so many people, and Ning Chen is weak and exhausted, how could he possibly win? Ning Mao said, "Ning Chen, I advise you not to stop him. This is my mother's order. This old dog is old, and my Ning mansion does not want to keep idle people. If you dare to stop us, we will beat you up too." Even if father knew, he wouldn't say anything. Ning Chen was furious. He clenched the wooden stick in his hand so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Ning Mao was not exaggerating. Chang Ryue was the daughter of the left prime minister. Even if Ning Ziming knew it, he would not do anything to her, right? It seems that he can't protect Uncle Chai this time. If I force it, I will only get Uncle Chai beaten up along with him. Forget it, letting Uncle Chai go may not be a bad thing. If Uncle Chai stays in Ning Mansion, he will be implicated by himself sooner or later. Wait until he leaves Ning Mansion and has his own place to live, and then he will find Uncle Chai back. You don't need to check. I'll show you one by one. Ning Chen spoke word by word. He was worried that these people would use dirty tricks to secretly put something into Uncle Chai's bag and frame him. A servant looked at the brothers Ning Gan and Ning Mao. Ning Chen guessed correctly, they were indeed planning to frame him. Ning Chen opened Uncle Chai's bag, which contained only a few rags of clothes. "Open your eyes and see clearly, is there any smuggled goods?" Ning Xing saw that his trick of framing him had failed, so he came up with another plan. "We have to search his body too, what if he has something hidden on him?" "You are going too far. You are neither an official nor a thief, so why do you search someone's body? This is a violation of his dignity and personality." Ning Chen was completely enraged. Ning Mao said disdainfully, "Dignity? In my eyes, he is just a useless old dog. Where does his dignity come from?" Ning Chen said angrily, "All people are born equal. You were just born into a good family, not because you have any special ability. He entered the palace as a slave because he was forced to do so. There is nothing shameful about earning a living with one's own hands. He is much more noble than you powerless dung-making machines. Uncle Chai has worked hard in the Ning Mansion for decades. Does he have to be insulted by you when he leaves? Can't he leave with dignity?" Ning Mao spread his hands, looking like a scoundrel, and said, "This is my mother's order, you can't argue with me. If you are not convinced, go find my mother." Uncle Chai looked aggrieved, but he didn't want Ning Chen to conflict with these people for his sake. "Fourth master, let them search. I am innocent and I am not afraid of them searching." Ning Chen shook his head. "Uncle Chai, they are humiliating you. Don't worry, I'm here. I want to see who dares to search you." As a person who came from modern civilization, Ning Chen hated this kind of thing. Ning Mao showed a grim smile and taunted, you don't know whether to live or die. Go ahead and search this old dog. Anyone who dares to stop you is going against my mother. Don't be polite to him." Several servants, armed with sticks, approached step by step. Ning Chen stared at them coldly, without any fear, and refused to give an inch. Uncle Chai was the only person in the mansion who was truly kind to him, and he couldn't just watch others humiliate him. "Fourth Master, don't force it on them, just let them search, I'm fine." Uncle Chai nervously protected Ning Chen, fearing that he would get hurt again. "Wait." Ning Xing suddenly called the servants, then looked at Ning Chen and said, "There's no need for us brothers to fight over a dog slave. Let me give you a favor. As long as you return the cloak to your third brother, I can promise not to search this old dog." Ning Chen was so angry that he shivered. But judging from the situation, once a fight broke out, he would be no match for these servants given his current physical condition, and Uncle Chai would probably be beaten up along with him. Starting tomorrow, he will go to General Chen's mansion to strengthen his exercises and make his body stronger as soon as possible so that he can protect himself. Ning Chen took off his cloak without any hesitation and said sternly, "Ning Xing, remember your words. If you regret it, today it's either you or me who will die." Looking at Ning Chen's cold eyes, Ning Xing felt a chill in his heart. But he pretended to be calm and said, "You are my brother. How can I, as your brother, lie to you?" Ning Chen threw the cloak over and said expressionlessly, "Please keep this cloak safe. Sooner or later, I will take it back with my own hands." Ning Mao took the cloak, put it on himself, and sneered, "Don't worry, this is what my mother bought for me, of course I will take good care of it." Ning Chen didn't say anything else. He packed the bag again, held the stick in one hand, supported Uncle Chai with the other, and walked outside. "Second brother, are you just going to let this bastard go like this?" Ning Mao stared at Ning Chen's back and said viciously. Ning Xing said, "What's wrong with father recently?" His attitude towards Ning Chen suddenly changed. "If we hurt Ning Chen, we might be scolded by father. The most important thing is that my eldest brother will take the Imperial examination tomorrow. Don't let it affect him." Ning Mao nodded, touched the cloak on his body, and asked in confusion, "Where did this bastard get this cloak? The collar should be fox-like." Fox throat is a small area under the fox's neck. It is the warmest, very precious, and very expensive. Ning Xing snorted coldly, he must have stolen from someone else. A bastard is a bastard. He lacks discipline. He lived by begging before he was found. It is normal for him to steal. On the other side, Ning Chen sent Uncle Chai to the gate of the mansion. He secretly gave Uncle Chai 4 taels of silver and kept 1 tael for himself in case of emergency. "Fourth young master, this. I can't take this." "Take it. If you don't want it, I'll be angry." Uncle Chai declined several times, but in the end he couldn't persuade Ning Chen and had to accept it. "Fourth master, since I am not here, you must protect yourself and don't get into conflict with them. You won't get any advantage." Ning Chen nodded, "I know, Uncle Chai, don't worry. When I leave the Ning mansion and have my own place to live, I will invite Uncle Chai back." "Okay, I will wait for you, fourth young master, and I will serve you in the future." Uncle Chai looked back every few steps and left reluctantly. Ning Chen felt empty inside and returned to Ning mansion. At the same time, Ning Ziming also came out of the palace. His face was pale and his body was cold. Fortunately, Emperor Xian only scolded him and did not punish him too much. The carriage was not far from the palace gate. When Butler Wu saw Ning Ziming coming out, he came to greet him attentively. Seeing that Ning Ziming looked unhappy, he asked worriedly, "Master, are you okay?" Ning Ziming said nothing, got on the carriage, and asked Butler Wu to return home quickly. He is still trembling with fear, his legs are weak and his whole body is cold. In Ning Mansion, Ning Mao is showing his cloak to Chang Riyue. Chang Riyue was so happy that she couldn't help but praise him, "Looks great. My son is getting better and better. Your father has told you not to embarrass Ning Chen, but this bastard must not be kept. The Ning family belongs to you 3 brothers. So, when dealing with Ning Chen in the future, you need to use your brain and not act recklessly. You did a great job this time." Ning Mao became more and more proud. Just then, a servant came to report that Ning Ziming had returned. Chang Ryue hurriedly stood up and went to the door to greet him. Ning Ziming has already arrived at the yard. After entering the room, Chang Ryue noticed that Ning Ziming's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. "Master, are you okay?" As he spoke, he quickly poured Ning Ziming a cup of tea. Only after returning home did Ning Ziming feel a little relieved. "Is Ning Chen back?" Seeing Ning Ziming asking Ning Chen as soon as he came back, a sinister look flashed in Chang Ryue's eyes. The master has been paying more and more attention to Ning Chen recently, but he refuses to tell her the reason. If this continues, how can they and their son stay in the Ning mansion? Therefore, we must find a way to get rid of Ning Chen. Chang Ryue thought viciously. But his face remained expressionless and his tone was gentle. "Don't worry, sir, he's back. I just had someone stew some chicken soup for him." Ning Ziming nodded with satisfaction, feeling that Chang Ryue was truly his good wife. "By the way, starting tomorrow, transfer Uncle Chai over to serve Ning Chen." The faces of Chang's mother and son changed. Chang Ryue's eyes flickered slightly, and she said, "Master, Uncle Chai has already left Ning Mansion." "What? When did it happen? How come I didn't know about it?" "Master, please don't worry. Uncle Chai wants to leave on his own. He is old and has difficulty walking. I can't stop him. I can only let him go. He left this afternoon." Ning Ziming frowned. "Didn't you drive him away?" Ning Mao hurriedly said, "Father, it was Uncle Chai who really wanted to leave. Mother tried to persuade him to stay, but he was determined to leave. Before he left, his mother gave him some extra money." Ning Ziming glanced at Ning Mao, sighed, lowered his head and took a sip of tea. Suddenly, he froze and looked up at Ning Mao. Why does the cloak on Ning Mao look so familiar to him? Ning Ziming tried hard to recall where he had seen this cloak. Suddenly, his face turned as pale as paper, his whole body began to tremble, his hands shook violently, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. He stood up suddenly and stared at Ning Mao. "Where did you get this cloak?" Ning Mao felt guilty and looked at Chang Ryue hurriedly. Chang Ryue smiled and said, "Master, what's wrong with you? You scared Maor. It's getting cold, and I asked someone to buy this cloak for Maor." Ning Ziming tried hard to calm himself down. He stared at Ning Mao. "Come here." Ning Mao came to Ning Ziming with some fear. Ning Ziming stared at the cloak on his body. The more he looked, the paler his face became, until there was no trace of blood left. He recognized this cloak. It was presented to His Majesty by the Minister of War. It was said that it took more than 100 embroiderers a month to make it, working day and night. At that time, the Minister of War even showed off to him. Moreover, he had just seen Emperor Xian passing through it a few days ago. And now, this cloak actually appeared on his son. If it is not granted by the Emperor, wearing Your Majesty's clothes without permission is tantamount to rebellion. Ning Ziming was so frightened that his soul almost flew away. "Take it off now." Ning Ziming's forehead was covered with sweat and he roared in a low voice. At the same time, he walked over quickly, evacuated all the servants in the yard, and closed the door. Ning Mao was frightened by Ning Ziming's behavior and quickly took off his cloak. Ning Ziming returned, veins throbbing on his forehead. "Kneel down." Ning Mao was so scared that he fell to his knees. Ning Ziming looked at Ning Xing. "Kneel down too." Ning Xing looked at Chang Ryue with a face full of grievance. Although Chang Ryue didn't understand why, seeing that Ning Ziming was angry, she signaled Ning Xing to kneel down as well. After Ning Xing knelt down, Ning Ziming held the cloak in both hands and asked seriously, "Tell me, where did you get this cloak?" Ning Mao and Ning Xing looked at Chang Ryue, asking for help with their eyes. "Master, what's wrong with you? This cloak belongs to me." "Shut up, you're still lying, ignorant woman. Do you know how serious this matter is?" Chang Ryue was stunned by the yelling and her eyes suddenly turned red. This was a tactic she often used. "Master, I don't know what my mother and I have done wrong. When you came back, your nose wasn't a nose, your eyes weren't eyes. Is it true that this mansion can't accommodate my mother and me?" Ning Ziming's chest was heaving with anger, and he could only lower his voice and roar, "Ignorant woman, what do you know? This matter concerns the safety of my Ning mansion. Tell me quickly, if you don't tell the truth, don't blame me for killing my relatives for the sake of justice, and hand you two over to the Kyoto government for interrogation. Ning Xing and Ning Mao were frightened out of their wits. Chang Ryue was also frightened and her face turned pale, but at the same time she realized the seriousness of the problem. She is Ning Ziming's bedmate, and no one knows this man better than her. Ning Ziming is very good at cultivating his qi and rarely gets angry, but he lost his composure at this moment, which shows that this cloak has a great origin. Xinger, Maoer, tell the truth. This cloak was stolen from Ning Chen. If anything goes wrong, I can put all the blame on him. Ning Mao said tremblingly, Father, calm down. This cloak was given to me by Ning Chen. Ning Ziming's head buzzed. Ning Chen went out today and brought back this cloak. He was called by Emperor Xian and scolded again. This means that Ning Chen went out to meet Emperor Xian today, and Emperor Xian gave this cloak to Ning Chen. He just couldn't understand why Emperor Xian was so good to Ning Chen. But the most important thing at the moment is that these two idiots stole the Imperial gift and put it on. What Ning Chen gave him? He obviously stole it. How could he not know what kind of character his son was? He just turned a blind eye to it. Ning Ziming became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He couldn't hold it in any longer and kicked Ning Mao to the ground. Then he kicked Ning Xing to the ground. I, Ning Ziming, have been wise all my life, how could I have given birth to two idiots like you? Ning Xing and Ning Mao were shaking with fear. They had never seen their father so angry. Chang Ryue's face was full of heartache, and she stood between the father and his two sons. Master, they are your own sons, wouldn't you feel bad if they were beaten up? Feeling bad? Do you know that these two idiots almost killed our whole family? Ning Ziming roared. Chang Ryue was stunned and couldn't help asking, Master, what's going on? Don't ask what happened. Anyway, don't provoke Ning Chen in the future. Ning Ziming also had his own grievances, but he didn't dare to speak them out. But he didn't know that the more he said this, the more Chang mother and son hated Ning Chen. Ning Ziming rubbed his eyebrows anxiously, his brain spinning rapidly. We must quickly return the cloak to Ning Chen while Emperor Xian doesn't know about this. Moreover, he had to find a way to prevent Ning Chen from telling anyone about this. At this moment, the voice of Wu Guanjia was heard outside. Master, someone has come from the palace, and asked you to go and receive the decree. Ning Ziming's eyes went dark, his body swayed, and he almost fell down. His first reaction was that Emperor Xian already knew. Chang Ryue hurriedly supported Ning Ziming, her face full of worry. Master, are you okay? Ning Ziming's face was pale. He said nothing and walked out tremblingly. Chang Ryue, Ning Xing, and Ning Mao hurried to follow. When the Imperial edict arrives, everyone who owns Ning Mansion must go to receive it. The family came to the main hall. In the main hall, a white-faced, beardless eunuch was summoning people, with 4 Imperial guards standing behind him. Master Ning, please accept the order. The eunuch had a shrill voice. Ning Ziming and his family quickly knelt down. The eunuch opened the Imperial edict and said, Minister of Rights Ning Ziming has failed the Emperor's grace. He will be temporarily retained in his position to see how he performs. He will also be fined 1 year's salary. I decree this. Ning Ziming's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. Although the 1-year salary deduction was painful, it was not important. But keeping the position temporarily means that Emperor Xian is very angry, so he lets you stay in the position of Minister of Rights first. If you make any mistakes again, you will be fired. Master Ning, why don't you accept my order and express your gratitude? Ning Ziming took the Imperial edict with trembling hands. I accept your order and thank you for your grace. This is the power of the Emperor. Not to mention just scolding you, even if he kills you, you have to say thank you. The eunuch who delivered the Imperial edict left. But Ning Ziming knelt on the ground with his eyes dull, and he couldn't recover for a long time. He thought that everything was over after Emperor Xian scolded him, and was still feeling lucky that he had escaped a disaster, but he didn't expect that the Imperial edict would come right after. Master. Chang Ryue called out cautiously. Ning Ziming's face looked so ugly and frightening that even she began to be afraid. Unexpectedly, Ning Ziming suddenly stood up, rushed to Ning Xing and Ning Mao like crazy, and started kicking them. "Idiots, you two idiots, I will be killed by you sooner or later." Chang Ryue hurried forward to stop him. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. Emperor Xian put down the brush in his hand, and written on the paper were Ning Chen's 3 strategies. The more Emperor Xian looked at it, the more satisfied he became. With these 3 ingenious plans, our people on the border will have no worries this winter. Eunuch Quan said hurriedly, "Your Majesty is wise and powerful. It is a blessing for the people to have your protection. Stop flattering me, this is all Ning Chen's credit. If I had a son, I'd want him to be like me. By the way, has the messenger returned?" Eunuch Quan hurriedly said, "Just got back." Emperor Xian hummed, then frowned and said, "This Ning Ziming is really confused. Ning Chen has the talent of the top scholar, but he turns a blind eye to it. If I don't teach him a lesson, he really thinks I have no temper." After Ning Ziming left, he became angrier and angrier, and finally he issued an imperial decree. He was worried that if he just scolded him, Ning Ziming would not learn his lesson. Emperor Xian thought for a moment and asked, "Nie Liang?" Nie Liang walked in quickly from outside the door and knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Nie Liang, send a few people to investigate Ning Chen for me and find out why Ning Ziming doesn't like him." "I obey your order." At this time, a young eunuch walked to the door and reported in a low voice, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and the 9th Princess want to see you." Emperor Xian waved his hand, signaling Nie Liang that he could leave. Then he said to the young eunuch, "Let them in." After a while, the prince and the 9th Princess came in. The prince was thin, about 24 or 25 years old, but mature and steady, and his brows were very similar to Emperor Xian. The 9th Princess was only 14 years old and still childish. She had a white and pointed chin, beautiful eyes that sparkled under her eyebrows, black hair that was piled up like clouds, and a figure that had already begun to take shape. She was a beauty in the making, with big eyes that blinked, and she was pretty and adorable. In fact, in this era, you can get married at the age of 14. Your son pays respect to His Majesty. "Greetings, Father." They both saluted together. Emperor Xian smiled and said, "Get up. Your Highness, you have arrived at the perfect time. I was just about to send someone to look for you. Take a look at this." Emperor Xian handed the 3 strategies he had written to the prince. The prince took it with both hands, looked at it carefully, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Good plan, good plan. Having such a wonderful plan is a blessing for the people of my great Xian border." The 9th Princess Huayan also leaned over to take a look, but lost interest after a few glances. Emperor Xian smiled and asked, "Which of these 3 strategies do you think should be used?" The prince immediately became confused, and after a while he said, "It's all up to my father." Emperor Xian frowned and the smile on his face faded. His son is good in every way except that he is too indecisive. The prince did not notice the change in Emperor Xian's expression, and could not help asking, "Father, I wonder who came up with this brilliant idea." Emperor Xian said, "It is Blue Star." "Blue Star?" The prince thought for a moment and said, "But the Blue Star who wrote that masterpiece?" Emperor Xian nodded. "Father, this man has the talent to govern the world. I want to meet him. Please grant me permission." Emperor Xian smiled. Although his son was indecisive, he knew how to use people, which was up to him. "Okay, you will come out of the palace with me in a few days." "Yes." Emperor Xian looked at the 9th Princess and said, "Huayan, do you have something to ask father?" Princess Huayan giggled, with bright eyes and white teeth, and her smile was very sweet. "Father, I'm fine, I just miss you." Emperor Xian was very pleased. He had many sons and daughters, but when they saw him, they were like mice seeing a cat. Only Huayan has a cheerful and quirky personality. Every time he sees this girl, he feels a lot younger. Therefore, Emperor Xian doted on the 9th Princess very much. "Father, I also want to leave the palace. I also want to meet that great talent." Emperor Xian agreed with a smile. At this time, Ning Chen, the great talent mentioned by the 9th Princess, looked like a fool, looking at Ning Ziming and others with a confused face. If a group of people who often bully you suddenly come to apologize to you, anyone would be stunned. "Chener, your father misunderstood you. This 100 taels of silver is indeed yours. And this cloak, your third brother is just joking with you. Why would he really want something from you? Ning Ziming held the cloak in both hands, on which was a silver note, the same silver note that Ning Gan had snatched away. Ning Chen didn't answer, but had a question mark on his forehead, and looked at them with strange eyes. Are these people's brains squeezed by the door? The things that were stolen were actually returned to him. You three bastards, why don't you apologize to your fourth brother? Ning Ziming turned around and scolded. Ning and Gan looked unhappy. Especially Ning Xing and Ning Mao, they wanted to strangle Ning Chen to death. Because of this bastard, the two brothers were beaten twice today. But they dared not disobey Ning Ziming's words. Ning Gan said with a gloomy face, "Fourth brother, I was just joking with you that day. If I hurt you, I apologize. I hope you don't take it to heart." Ning Chen looked at him and sneered in his heart, "Are you kidding me? I've been lying in bed for a fucking month, and you're telling me it's a joke." But he still didn't understand what this family was up to, so he ignored Ning Gan. Ning Xing said sorry in a dry voice. Ning Mao said reluctantly, "Fourth brother, I really didn't expect to ask for your cloak. I was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously." Ning Chen remained silent, expressionless. Ning Ziming saw this and hurriedly said, "Chener, we are all brothers. Sometimes we go too far when playing around. Look, they have apologized to you, so just forgive them. Don't worry, I promise you that this kind of thing will never happen again." Ning Chen couldn't help it. "Minister Ning, what exactly do you want to do? Just tell me directly. Chener, don't get me wrong. I was neglectful of you in the past. It was my fault. I promise I will treat you well in the future. Your three brothers are also sincerely apologizing to you. We are all family, so please forgive them. Chener, can you promise your father one thing?" Ning Chen frowned. "What's the matter?" Ning Ziming said, "Chener, family disgrace should not be made public. Could you please not tell anyone about what happened today? If you tell anyone, it will be a disgrace to our Ning family." A big question mark flashed through Ning Chen's mind. Why did Ning Ziming repeatedly emphasize that family disgrace should not be made public? Is he afraid of who knows? This is really strange. What is Ning Ziming afraid of? Is he afraid that these things will get out and ruin his reputation? Ning Chen couldn't figure out how to ride his sister. But since Ning Ziming has a weakness, he can take advantage of it. "Minister Ning, I can keep these things secret from anyone, but I have a request." Ning Ziming said, "You say." "I want to leave Ning Mansion." Ning Ziming's face suddenly darkened. Isn't this going to cost him his life? If His Majesty knew about this, even if he had ended up as a minister, he might even lose his life. "Chener, didn't we agree not to mention this matter again?" Ning Chen said indifferently, "I'm sorry, I'm not a very tight-lipped person, and I might accidentally exaggerate what happened recently." "Rebellious son, you dare to threaten me." Ning Ziming was furious. Ning Chen looked at him expressionlessly, without a trace of fear. Ning Ziming exhaled deeply, suppressed his anger, and said, "Chener, your father can agree to your request. But according to the Great Xian law, you have to wait until you come of age to leave the Ning Mansion." Ning Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Ning Ziming agreed, it would be fine. He was only a few months away from becoming an adult anyway. He might as well make more money during this time so that he could live a good life when he left the Ning Mansion. "Minister Ning, I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, don't blame me for not keeping my mouth shut." Ning Ziming nodded. In fact, this was his delaying tactic to stabilize Ning Chen first. "Minister Ning, if everything is all right, please go back." Ning Ziming suppressed his anger and left with Ning Gan and the other two. "Fuck, you're sick." Ning Chen cursed. Immediately, he put away the banknotes and cloak, and sat down at the desk. He plans to visit General Chen tomorrow. He can't go empty-handed, right? But he had nothing to offer, so he planned to write a poem for General Chen. But after writing several songs in a row, I felt that they were not suitable, so I had to give up. Forget it, it would be better to buy some gifts when I go there tomorrow. The next day. Ning Chen went out after breakfast. He arrived at the general's mansion, straightened his clothes, and knocked on the door. With a creak, the vermilion door opened, and a tall, middle-aged man with a sturdy aura walked out. This man must have been on the battlefield. Ning Chen clasped his fists and saluted, saying, "I am Lan Xing, and I would like to see General Chen. Please inform him." "Are you Blue Star?" The middle-aged man looked a little excited. Ning Chen was slightly startled, then nodded and said, "That's right. The Lan Xing who wrote the poem, presented to General Chen." Ning Chen was a little confused. What gift to General Chen? The middle-aged man looked anxious. "I look at the sword by lamplight while drunk, and dream of blowing the horn in the camp." "Didn't you write that?" Ning Chen smiled. "So that's it." "It is exactly what I wrote, but this is the first time I have heard of this title." "Grass. I almost told the truth." The middle-aged man said excitedly, "Is it really you? This poem was written by the current emperor himself and given to General Chen." Ning Chen's face was filled with shock. "Your Majesty." Even the current emperor was alarmed by his poem. The middle-aged man suddenly grabbed Ning Chen's wrist. Ning Chen acted completely as a reflex. He turned his wrist, grabbed the other person's wrist with his backhand, pulled forward, and slammed his shoulder into the other person's chest. The middle-aged man was actually knocked back several steps. The middle-aged man looked at Ning Chen in astonishment. Ning Chen rubbed his shoulders. His body was in very poor condition and his shoulders hurt from the collision. But he couldn't care about that now. He glared at the other person. "What are you doing?" The middle-aged man ignored Ning Chen and turned back to shout towards the mansion. "Someone come quickly, I have captured Blue Star, don't let him get away. Go and inform the old general." Ning Chen looked confused and asked weakly, "Brother, have I done anything wrong?" The middle-aged man shook his head, "No." "So what are you doing?" The middle-aged man grinned and said in a cheerful voice, "Do you know how many people are looking for you outside now? They want to pay a lot of money for poetry. I finally met you, I can't let you run away. Your poem made the old general much happier. We wanted to thank you, but we couldn't find you. Paying a large sum of money for poetry. Fortunately, he didn't pay a large sum of money to have a child, otherwise he would have really run away." Ning Chen was a little amused and said, "I came here to ask to see General Chen, why would I run away?" The middle-aged man slapped his forehead and said belatedly, "Yes, you are here to ask to see the old general. Sorry, I was too excited to see you." Ning Chen was completely speechless. Just at this moment, a group of burly men rushed out of the mansion, each with eagle-like eyes and wolf-like looks. "Are you Blue Star?" one of them asked. Ning Chen nodded and said, Quick, surround him, don't let him run away." A group of people suddenly surrounded Ning Chen. These people stared at Ning Chen with fiery eyes, like men who had been horny for 3 years looking at a naked woman. But Ning Chen was like a little lamb falling into a pack of tigers, weak, pitiful and helpless, and he silently protected his butt. The looks in these people's eyes were too scary. "I never thought we would see Mr. Lan alive again. I didn't expect that Master Lan, who is so young, could actually write such a masterpiece. It's amazing. Come on, let's all thank Master Lan together." Dozens of big men surrounded Ning Chen, clasped their fists and leaned forward, saying in unison, "Thank you, Master Lan." Ning Chen dug his toes into the ground awkwardly. This is such a special way to thank someone. You really don't have to be so polite. I wrote that poem out of respect for General Chen. Just as Ning Chen finished speaking, a deep voice rang out, "What are you doing? Is this how you treat your guests?" Ning Chen turned his head and saw that it was General Chen. The middle-aged man said, "Old General, Master Lan used a poem to help you resolve your problem, and we are thanking him. Go back to training. Stop scaring him with your tricks." The crowd parted, and Ning Chen hurried forward to salute. Lan Xing greets General Chen. "You're welcome." General Chen said with a smile, "Are your injuries healed?" "Thank you, General Chen, for your concern. Everything is fine now." General Chen nodded, turned his head and said to the middle-aged man beside him, "Yuan Zhong, Lanqing came here to learn some self-defense skills to protect himself. He is weak and exhausted, so you should take him to exercise first. Remember, don't tire him out. Ning Chen wanted to laugh. The name of this middle-aged man sounded like an innocent one. Yuan Zhong looked puzzled. I feel that Master Lan's skills are not inferior to mine. General Chen looked stunned. Yuan Zhong explained, just now I grabbed Master Lan's wrist, and he reacted very quickly. Not only did he escape, he also fought me off. General Chen's expression changed from astonishment to surprise. He turned his head and looked at Ning Chen. Have you ever practiced martial arts? Ning Chen used to be the commander of a special forces unit. He was proficient in grappling, climbing, reconnaissance, wrestling, etc. He also dabbled in some ancient martial arts, such as Bajiquan. But his body is too weak now, and he can't use many of his skills. He came to the general's mansion just to exercise and make his body stronger. In response to General Chen's question, Ning Chen shook his head and said, I have never practiced martial arts. I just read some books about boxing and kicking and figured it out for a while. As expected of Master Lan, you are truly a genius. You can defeat me just by thinking on your own, that's amazing. Yuan Zhong's face was full of admiration. He paused and continued, Mr. Lan's counterattack just now was fierce and swift, but his body was a little weak and his strength was not enough. Old General, young Master Lan is definitely a martial arts genius. If you give him some time, I think he will definitely become a top-notch master. General Chen's face was full of surprise. Heroes emerge young. You are extremely talented, and you understand military tactics. You are also a martial arts prodigy, practice well. If you want to go to the battlefield, I can recommend you. Ning Chen said modestly, General Chen, you are too kind. Good boy, I wonder who your parents are. Your parents must be very blessed to have given birth to such an outstanding child like you. The corner of Ning Chen's mouth twitched. His mother was cheated by a scumbag and became depressed. No medicine could cure her and she passed away at a young age. On the other hand, that bastard Ning Ziming is living a very comfortable life. It is true that good people don't live long, but evil deeds last for thousands of years. Ning Chen was suddenly stunned for a moment, as if he really regarded himself as the Ning Chen of this world. Blue Star, when do you want to start working out? Ning Chen asked, is it okay now? General Chen smiled and said, you are still impatient. Well. Yuan Zhong, take Lan Xing to the martial arts arena. Lan Xing, don't go back at noon. I'm hosting a banquet, so please have a couple of drinks with me. Ning Chen clasped his fists, Blue Star obeys your command. The general's mansion covers a large area and has a special training ground. Apart from Emperor Xian, the only one who dared to privately raise troops in the capital was General Chen. However, these soldiers were only recorded in the books. They were all old subordinates of General Chen, and there were not many of them. Ning Chen followed Yuan Zhong to the martial arts arena. I asked on the way just now, Yuan Zhong's surname is Qi, and his full name is Qi Yuan Zhong. On the martial arts field, a group of strong men, with bare upper bodies and muscular body, were carrying logs and running around the field, sweating profusely. Ning Chen was in a daze, as if he had suddenly returned to his former military life. Mr. Lan, just follow them and stretch your body first. Good. Ning Chen didn't waste any words. He took off his cloak, folded it and put it aside, then took off the thin clothes underneath, revealing his dry upper body. Ning Chen looked at his body, which looked like a spirit, and felt a little embarrassed. Qi Yuan Zhong smiled and said, Mr. Lan, the weather is too cold and you are weak. Don't catch a cold. It's okay, Brother Qi, you don't have to take special care of me. Ning Chen walked over and carried a log with great effort, his legs trembling. Qi Yuan Zhong hurriedly said, Mr. Lan, why don't you change to a smaller one? You can't eat a big fat man in one bite. Let's take it step by step. Ning Chen nodded awkwardly and agreed. Because now he has difficulty even walking, let alone running. Finally, he changed to a thinner log and ran after the soldiers. But this body was in very poor condition. After running a lap, I was exhausted and out of breath. Mr. Lan, can you take a break? These soldiers were the ones who were surrounding Ning Chen outside the gate just now. Seeing Ning Chen so tired that his face was red and covered with sweat, he was worried that he couldn't take it. "I'm fine. This is just the beginning. Sweat more in peacetime, bleed less in battle. Come on, run." I thought a frail young man like Lan Xing could only run 2 laps at best. Who would have thought that Ning Chen ran more than 10 laps in one breath? Although he was sweating and panting, he had no intention of stopping. Such perseverance makes the veterans who have just returned from the battlefield admire them. The young men in the capital city either ride horses or sit in chairs when they go out, and they are weak and powerless. It is refreshing to see a man of extraordinary talent like Ning Chen willing to deal with these rough people and be so determined. "Mr. Lan, it's been 15 laps. How about taking a break?" Qi Yuanzhong shouted, fearing that Ning Chen would get hurt from exhaustion. "No, I can still run a few more laps." Ning Chen ran 20 laps before stopping. A group of strong men gathered around him, some handed him water, some gave him massages, to help him activate his blood circulation and relieve his fatigue. "Mr. Lan, your poems are worth a fortune now. If you just sell a poem, you will have no worries about food and drink. Why do you come here to suffer this?" Someone asked curiously. Ning Chen chuckled and said, "The body is the greatest asset, everything else is empty. Think about it, even if I have a lot of money and beautiful women around me, but my body is not good and my heart is willing but my strength is insufficient, isn't that too sad? For example, if you go to a brothel and spend a lot of money, but then your health doesn't live up to expectations, it's such a waste of money, and you'll even be laughed at by others." A bunch of rough guys couldn't stop talking about women, and all kinds of dirty words came out immediately. I didn't expect that Master Lan is also a man of temperament. "Master Lan, when I have saved enough money, I will invite you to the Jia Fangxi." "Mr. Lan, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to the brothel to listen to some music." As a modern person, Ning Chen is still very curious about brothels, music halls, and other places of entertainment. But Ning Chen declined their invitation due to his young age. First, it's too expensive. Even though it's someone else's treat, I will definitely have to pay it back later. Second, too young, he was talking about age. After chatting with them for a while, Ning Chen picked up the log and ran again. At noon, General Chen prepared a banquet. Ning Chen drank a few glasses with General Chen. The winemaking technology of this era was not very advanced, so the alcohol content of the wine was not high. In the afternoon, Ning Chen continued to exercise. He had to get himself stronger as soon as possible. Ning Chen's perseverance made the soldiers admire him very much. Before leaving, General Chen gave Ning Chen a few packets of medicine, saying that he should put them in the bathtub when he returned to take a bath, which would promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis and relieve muscle aches. After expressing his gratitude, Ning Chen took a few packets of medicine back to Ning Mansion. He was indeed sore all over now, as if he had been beaten up. This was caused by not exercising for a long time. Go back and take a hot bath, and take the medicine given by General Chen, and you should feel better. Just as I was thinking about it, a scream suddenly sounded behind me. Ning Chen subconsciously turned around and saw a carriage rushing towards him at a very fast speed. At this time, the carriage was only 3 meters away from him. A chill instantly spread throughout my body. But Ning Chen's instinct for survival made him react immediately and he rushed to the side. Ning Chen fell to the ground and rolled a few times. The carriage whizzed past, creating a gust of wind, and disappeared in a cloud of dust. "Young man, are you all right? The horse seems frightened." It was too dangerous. It almost hit the young man. Passers-by gathered around and a kind-hearted person helped Ning Chen up. "Thank you, I'm fine." Ning Chen had been exercising all day and his whole body was sore, but the fall just now didn't make him feel any more painful. The only thing that made him sad was that his cloak was dirty. After thanking the passers-by for their help, Ning Chen walked towards the Ning Mansion. His eyes were slightly narrowed and his gaze was flickering. The horse was not frightened, the carriage was coming for him. First, the carriage must have accelerated suddenly. If it was running at full speed, the noise would have been too loud and he would have discovered it long ago. Second, the driver did not pull the reins. Someone wants to kill himself. Ning Chen felt a chill in his heart. If I had been hit just now, I would have been disabled if not dead. Could it be the Chong mother and son? Because Ning Chen couldn't think of anyone else who would want to kill him. It seems that I have to be more careful in the future. You must make yourself strong as soon as possible, strength is the bottom line. Ning Chen returned to the Ning mansion and found it deserted, with fewer servants. Ning Chen was a little curious. At this time, a maid walked in from the archway and was a little surprised to see Ning Chen. "Fourth young master, didn't you go to the Zhuangyuan building?" Ning Chen looked at him strangely. The eldest son took the palace examination today and composed a poem on the spot. His Majesty was very happy. In a few days, the eldest son will join the Imperial Academy. So, the master is holding a banquet in Zhuangyuan building today to celebrate the eldest son's employment. Zhuangyuan building is short of staff, so everyone in the mansion went to the banquet to help. Why didn't the fourth son go? After the maid asked, she felt something was wrong. It was no secret that the fourth young master was not favored. "Fourth master, I'll be busy now." The maid bowed and hurried away. Ning Chen gave a bitter smile. Even the servants in the mansion had gone there, but no one notified him. "I am really just an outsider. But Ning Gan has a good life. There is a saying in the court, first enter the Hanlin Academy, then enter the cabinet." With Zhuxiang and Ning Ziming paving the way, Ning Gan will surely rise to a high position in the future. Ning Chen shook his head and put the matter behind him. He had eaten at Zhuangyuanla twice. After returning to the room and resting for a while, Ning Chen asked someone to prepare hot water. He put the medicinal herbs given to him by General Chen into the water and took a nice bath. Ning Chen fell asleep late at night, but was awakened by the noise outside. Ning Ziming and others have returned. You can tell they've drunk too much by listening to their lisp when they speak. Ning Chen turned over and continued to sleep. He had to go to the general's mansion tomorrow. But after falling asleep for a while, the door of the room was slammed with a loud bang. Ning Chen was awakened. "Ning Chen, open the door quickly." Listening to the sound is Ning Gan. Then came Ning Mao's voice, "Ning Chen, I know you are in there, open the door quickly, or I will kick it." Ning Chen didn't want to pay attention to it, but he was really annoyed, so he got out of bed and walked over to open the door. "Are you sick? Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night?" Ning Mao's face flushed from drinking, and he scolded with a big tongue, "Ning Chen, you are so presumptuous, how can you talk to your elder brother? My brother is now an editor in the Imperial Academy, a 7th rank official. When you see my brother, you must kneel down and kowtow. Now, I order you to kneel down before my brother." Ning Chen sneered. A 7th rank official could knock down a large number of 2nd and 3rd rank officials with just one brick in the capital. The 7th rank official was nothing. "Get lost, idiot. If you dare to disturb my sleep again, I'll chop off your hands." Ning Mao yelled, "Ning Chen, you dare to insult an official appointed by the imperial court, brother, give him 30 lashes, and see if he still dares to be so arrogant." Ning Chen was so angry that he laughed. Ning Gan waved his hand, "Forget it. I'm happy today, so I won't bother with him. Ning Chen, big brother is still thinking about you. He was afraid that you would have no food to eat at night, so he packed some for you." Ning Chen then discovered that Ning Gan was holding an oil paper bag in his hand. Without waiting for his reaction, Ning Gan threw the oil paper bag in his hand over to him. Ning Chen didn't catch it and it fell to the ground. The oil paper package broke, revealing the bones inside. Ning Gan said with a sinister smile on his face, "Why are you so careless? Now I can only let my 4th brother lie on the ground and eat. Brother, feed him. What will the dogs in the mansion eat?" Ning Gan said, "First, take care of the 4th brother. We can't let him down. After all, he doesn't eat as well as a dog normally does. It doesn't matter if the dog eats less." Ning Mao laughed exaggeratedly. "Ning Chen, eat quickly, look how much big brother loves you." Ning Chen's face looked extremely ugly. But suddenly, he laughed, "Thank you, big brother. Big brother brought me food, as a younger brother, I can't be ignorant, I have a gift for you too." After Ning Chen finished speaking, he turned around and went back into the room. But soon, Ning Chen came out with a chamber pot in his hand. "It's just a small gift, I hope you don't mind." Without waiting for the two to react, Ning Chen splashed it over. Ning Gan was hit directly from the front. Ning Mao was similar, almost getting close to the opponent's face and using his ultimate skill. The two of them also saw clearly what Ning Chen was holding, and subconsciously stepped back, but they lost their balance and fell flat on their faces. Ning Chen chased after him and poured the last drop of liquid in the chamber pot onto Ning Mao's head before stopping. Now he only hated himself for only urinating once. If he had known, he should have drunk more water and urinated more often. "Ning Chen, you bastard, how dare you splash us with urine, I vomit." Ning Mao started retching before he could finish his words. "Ning Chen, I am an official appointed by the Imperial Court. How dare you?" Ning Gan was the same. He couldn't stand the foul taste in his mouth and started retching halfway through his words. Ning Chen sneered and said, "I'm just helping you sober up, you're welcome. By the way, boys, urine can cure diseases, you guys are taking advantage of it, but I've been feeling a bit irritated lately, so the taste may not be very good." After Ning Chen finished speaking, he turned and walked into the room, kicking the bones on the ground away. "I'll leave these for you to enjoy." Immediately, the door closed with a bang. "Ning Chen, get out here. How dare you throw such filthy things at us? I vomit. I will tell my father and make sure you don't get into trouble." Ugh. The two men were swearing at each other in the yard. Just as he was cursing, the door creaked open and Ning Chen came out carrying a chamber pot. "You've been cursing for so long, your mouth must be dry, right? I've prepared another cup for you, so you can moisten your throat and continue cursing." Ning Chen pretended to throw it. Ning Gan and Ning Mao were so scared that they ran away, crawling. "Ning Chen, just wait for me. I'm not done with you. I will tell my father tomorrow, and you will suffer the consequences." Ning Chen sneered, turned back to the room and closed the door. He put the chamber pot under the bed, went over and washed his hands in the copper basin, then went to bed. The next day, early morning. While Ning Chen was having breakfast, he was waiting for Ning Ziming to come to him and stand up for his two precious sons. But after breakfast, Ning Ziming didn't show up. Perhaps Ning Gan and Ning Mao were still asleep and had not told Ning Ziming about this. Ning Chen naturally wouldn't just wait there foolishly. He came to the general's mansion and started another day of training. When he came back in the evening, Ning Ziming didn't come to see him. Ning Gan and Ning Mao didn't move either, as if they had forgotten what happened last night. But Ning Chen felt that this was just the calm before the storm. Ning Gan and Ning Mao will definitely not give up, so he has to be careful. When he went to bed at night, he locked the doors and windows, fearing that Ning Gan and Ning Mao would sneak in the middle of the night and kill him. Today's condition is much better than yesterday. Even though I took a medicinal bath, my body is still a little sore after a day of training. This situation will continue for several days. Ning Chen decided to rest early today. When he left today, General Chen told him that Tianxian would be waiting for him at Zhuangyuan building tomorrow. Also, I didn't sleep well last night because of the disturbance caused by the Ningan brothers. He came to the bed, lifted the quilt and prepared to get into bed. But at the moment the quilt was lifted, a black shadow shot straight towards his face. It was completely a conditioned reflex. He turned his head and made a lightning-fast move, grabbing it. The effect of the training over the past 2 days has been reflected. If it were before, he would not have been able to react at all. The thing in his hand was icy cold. When Ning Chen looked at it carefully, goosebumps appeared all of a sudden on his body and his hair stood on end. It turned out to be a black snake. He grabbed the snake's body, and the black snake turned around and bit Ning Chen's arm. Ning Chen swung the black snake violently, and it was thrown out and hit the wall, then bounced to the ground, its body twisted, and it lost its attack power for a while. Ning Chen rushed over, picked up the door-blocking stick, ran back, and smashed the black snake's head with one stick. Fortunately, he had caught snakes in the military camp before, so he just felt disgusted, not afraid. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been scared silly. Ning Chen doesn't know what kind of snake this is. But this snake is completely black, has a triangular head, and is very ferocious. It must be an extremely poisonous snake. If I were really bitten by this thing, I would probably lose my life. Ning Chen's face turned pale and his eyes were cold. It must have been done by Ning Gan and Ning Mao. Bastard, so insidious. Ning Chen was not in a hurry to find Ning Gan and Ning Mao. Without evidence, it's useless to look for it. They will definitely not admit it. But Ning Chen took note of this account and would settle it with them when he had the chance. Ning Chen took the door-knocking stick, carefully lifted the quilt, turned the mattress over, and checked it carefully. Although no other poison was found, Ning Chen didn't dare to sleep in bed anymore. He sat on a chair, covered with a cloak, and managed to sleep all night. When I woke up in the morning, my back and waist ached, which was even more uncomfortable than after a day of training. He didn't even have breakfast and went straight to the general's mansion. It's too early to go to Zhuangyuan building now, so I'll go to the general's mansion for training first and ask General Chen some questions. Arrived at the general's mansion. General Chen is having breakfast. Seeing Ning Chen, General Chen's face was full of relief. Ning Chen's perseverance was recognized by him. Among all the young masters in the capital, which one can get up so early? Which one can be as perseverant as Ning Chen? Who is willing to endure hardships? Blue Star, have you had breakfast? Ning Chen shook his head honestly, not yet. Come on, sit down and eat together. How can you train on an empty stomach? General Chen is a military general with a straightforward personality and doesn't follow many rules. Thank you, General. I won't be shy about that. Ning Chen sat down. After eating and drinking, Ning Chen said, General Chen, I have something I want to ask you. What's up? Ning Chen hesitated for a moment, took out a cloth bag from his cloak, and opened it. The maid next to her was so frightened that her face changed color and she backed away screaming. What Ning Chen took out was a black snake, its head was smashed, it looked really scary. I'm sorry. Don't be afraid, it's dead and it won't hurt anyone. Ning Chen apologized to them embarrassedly. The maids went from being frightened to being stunned. Although they didn't know Ning Chen's identity, he must be of noble status since he could sit at the same table with the old general to eat. Such a person actually apologized to servants like them. It's unbelievable. Even General Chen and Qi Yuanzhong, who was guarding the door, looked at Ning Chen in surprise. Ning Chen didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Isn't it normal to apologize for scaring others? Ning Chen asked, General Chen, do you know what kind of snake this is? General Chen frowned, this is the Black King of Hell, where did he come from? Black King of Hell. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Just hearing the name, I know it's poisonous. General Chen said, it's more than just poison. This kind of snake is extremely venomous. The people of Tualuo country specialize in raising this kind of snake. If our war horses are bitten, they won't survive for more than an incense stick of time. The people of the Tualuo kingdom will smear the poison of the Black King of Hell on the arrows. If our soldiers are unfortunately hit by arrows, there is no medicine to cure them and they can only wait for death. Fortunately, this Black King of Hell is extremely difficult to raise, and its survival rate is not high. Otherwise, I don't know how many of our soldiers would have died at the hands of this Black King of Hell. Ning Chen felt cold all over. If he hadn't reacted quickly last night, he would have been a corpse now. Blue Star, where did you find this Black Hades? Ning Chen's face was gloomy, and he spoke word by word, I found it on my bed. What? General Chen's face suddenly changed. Everyone present was shocked. It's horrifying to think about finding such a poisonous snake in your bed. After the shock, General Chen looked stern and serious. Lan Xing, I have only seen a few Black Hades in the capital. This snake actually ran onto your bed. I'm afraid someone did it on purpose. Well, tell me the details. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, when I was about to go to bed, I lifted the quilt and the Black King rushed towards me. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. It died, but I survived. Although Ning Chen said it very easily, everyone was terrified. Mr. Lan, I'm afraid someone is deliberately trying to harm you. Where is Master Lan's home? How many people are there in his family? Do he have any enemies? Think about it carefully. Qi Yuanzhong reminded. Ning Chen knows this better than anyone else, and he also knows who the murderer is. He didn't say it because he didn't want to implicate General Chen. In fact, it would be useless even if he said it, because he had no evidence to prove that Ning Gan and Ning Mao did it. Ning Chen smiled and said, Black Yama is rare in the capital, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. He might have accidentally climbed onto my bed. Master Lan, please don't take it lightly. You are lucky to be safe this time, because the weather is cold now, and the Black King is about to hibernate, so he can't move quickly. If the weather is warm, the consequences will be disastrous. Ning Chen smiled and said, but I really can't think of any enemies. Master Lan, this is no joke. Think carefully about it. It concerns your safety. General Chen waved his hand, signaling Qi Yuanzhong to stop talking. Yuanzhong, go get some more snake powder and let Lanqing take it back. Yes. Qi Yuanzhong left quickly. After a while he came back and placed a white porcelain bottle on the table. General Chen warned, Lanqing, this is the snake powder that the soldiers in the army always have. Go back and sprinkle it under the bed. Snakes, insects, rats and ants won't dare to get close. Thank you, General Chen. General Chen smiled and nodded, okay, go train. Remember, don't train for too long, you still have work to do. Ning Chen nodded, said goodbye and left with the snake powder. After Ning Chen left, Qi Yuanzhong couldn't help but say, Old General, this Black Hades is very expensive in the capital. Only those hawkish and dog-catching young masters can get it through shady channels. Now this Black King of Hell has appeared on young Master Lan's bed. It's obvious that someone wants to harm him. General Chen glared at him, you are so smart. I also know that someone wants to harm this kid. And Lanqing obviously knows it himself. But why didn't he say it? If you don't tell me, it must be because you are afraid. Okay, don't worry about this matter. I will make the decision myself. Near noon, Ning Chen left the general's mansion and came to the Zhuangyuan building. Tianxian was already waiting for him, in the same box as before. Ning Chen knocked on the door. Come in. Tianxian's deep and magnetic voice was heard from inside. Ning Chen pushed the door open and walked in. In the box, besides Tianxian, the sissy, the bearded man, there were also two young people, one man and one woman. The man had an extraordinary bearing and his brows were very similar to Tianxian. The girl was still childish and although she was very pretty, Ning Chen just glanced at her and then looked away. In his opinion, the girl was just a child. Ning Chen bowed and greeted him with a smile, Uncle, are you here to buy poetry from me? The prince looked at Ning Chen with some surprise. Although he knew that the person who wrote that masterpiece was a young man, he did not expect that he was even younger than he imagined. Princess Huayan was also looking at Ning Chen with a slightly disappointed expression. I thought that the person who could write such a masterpiece must be a gentle, graceful, and elegant gentleman. But the person in front of her was thin and small, not much taller than her, and looked malnourished. Xian Tian smiled and said, Boy, are you so short of money? Ning Chen said seriously, as a person with no power, no influence, and no background, of course I have to make more money. Emperor Xian glanced at the ninth princess, and then said to Ning Chen, Nonsense, you are very talented. If you pass the Imperial examination, maybe His Majesty will betroth the princess to you. Ning Chen waved his hands repeatedly, Uncle, don't say this carelessly. If His Majesty hears this, you will lose your head. Goodman, even though you are the Prince of Fu, don't talk nonsense. It is a serious crime to discuss royal affairs privately. You are a royal relative, and I am just an ordinary citizen. Please don't harm me. Ning Chen complained madly in his heart. Tianxian smiled and said, We are all family here, so it won't be a problem if we chat about family matters. I remember you said you were 15 this year. The Imperial examination is held every 3 years, and you will be 18 by then. With your talent, if you get the top scorer, His Majesty might really take you as his son-in-law. Ning Chen waved his hands repeatedly, Don't do that, I'm just an ordinary person, I can't afford to marry a princess. Who would marry a princess? Princess Hwaiyan thought that this boy had some self-awareness at first, but the last sentence made her face darken. Tianxian was also a little surprised and asked, "What do you mean by that? Is it unfair for you to marry the princess? Don't you feel wronged?" Ning Chen asked back, and then said, "I think that when two people get married, they should be equal, respect each other, grow old together, and live a good life regardless of their status. But if you marry the princess, you have to pay your respects to her 3 times a day. She's obviously your wife, but if you want to sleep with her, you still have to ask for permission and get the princess's consent. The key is that you have to ask for permission a few days in advance. How can you live like a human being? The key is that you have to endure it and not show any emotion. Otherwise, if His Majesty gets angry, you'll be dead in a snap. In this world, imperial power is supreme. Not only that, even if you marry a princess, you cannot take a concubine." As a modern person who traveled through time, Ning Chen would not be foolish enough to marry a princess. "Princess, haha, I don't even want a dog." Ning Chen felt relieved after complaining. Emperor Xian, the crown prince, and the 9th princess felt extremely uncomfortable. Especially the 9th princess. If Emperor Xian had not warned her in advance, she would have had Ning Chen dragged down and given him a beating. He actually dared to complain about the royal family. He was so bold. Eunuch Quan and Nie Liang lowered their heads, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Good fellow, he is so bold as to defy the royal family and complain about the princess. They are really worried that Emperor Xian will be furious and drag Ning Chen down and kill him. Ha ha ha. Emperor Xian suddenly laughed. "It sounds a bit miserable." Ning Chen nodded. "That's right. So, you can't marry a princess even if you live alone for the rest of your life." Princess Hwaiyan was so angry that her nose was crooked. If the prince hadn't quietly pulled her back, she would have rushed up and kicked Ning Chen. This is too much. The dignified Princess Xian is actually being despised like this. Ning Chen waved his hand and said, "Uncle, I can't say any more. Just stop here. If I say any more, it will be considered as treason." Nie Liang and Eunuch Quan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, this is treason. Just what you said just now is enough to chop off your head 10 times. "Uncle, let's talk about poetry, shall we? What kind of poetry do you want to buy this time?" Emperor Xian waved his hand and said, "Let's talk about poetry later. I asked you to come here today because I have something to ask you. Let me introduce them to you first. These two are my son and daughter. They have long admired your talent, so they asked to come with you. Do you mind?" "No, no. My goodness, these are the little Prince Fu and the little princess." As Ning Chen spoke, he looked at the crown prince and the 9th princess and said with a smile, "Nice to meet you. My name is Lan Xing." The prince smiled and said, "Xianhong, I have long heard of your great name. The uncle's name is Tianxian and his son's name is Xianhong, which is a bit strange." But Ning Chen didn't think much about it. The 9th princess snorted and turned her head away. Ning Chen had a puzzled look on his face. What was going on? Did the uncle's daughter seem to dislike him? Tianxuan's face darkened slightly. "Don't be rude." Ning Chen smiled and said, "It's okay, it's okay. It's normal for children to have some personality traits." The 9th princess became even angrier, thinking to herself, "You are only 1 year older than me, why are you acting so senior?" Emperor Xian shook his head and laughed, saying, "Lan Xing, do you still remember the 3 countermeasures you gave me before?" Ning Chen nodded. 3 countermeasures and 300 taels of silver. How could he not remember them? Xian Tian said, "Then which strategy do you think is better to implement?" Ning Chen was confused. "Uncle, this is up to the current emperor to decide. It's useless to ask me. Isn't this just a casual chat? Tell me about it." Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, "If it were me, I would use both of the last 2 strategies at the same time. Give them a beating first, beat those bandits in the Tuo Luo country first, make them feel bad, and then open up the trade, and let them use their war horses to exchange for winter supplies. If we open the trade directly, the people of Tuoluo will think we are afraid of them. So, we should give them a sweet reward after giving them a blow, combining kindness and force, which is the right way to go." Emperor Xian let out a hearty laugh. Okay, Okay, I was not wrong, Lan Xing, you have the talent to rule the world. After Emperor Xian finished speaking, he glanced at the prince. The prince's face was filled with shame. His father had asked him this question before, but he couldn't answer it. He finally understood why his father brought him here today, to learn. Ning Chen said modestly, "Uncle, you are too kind. I was just talking nonsense." Emperor Xian waved his hand and said, "Lan Xing, it's a good thing to have talent. There's no need to be too modest. I'm here to ask you something else today. I recently came up with a great piece of work, can you give me some feedback?" Ning Chen nodded, "Uncle, please speak." Emperor Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Great virtue welcomes the trees, and the gentle wind gradually spreads. The people are busy farming, and the earth gives blessings." Ning Chen was stunned for a moment. He had never heard of the last two lines, but the first two lines were from Sima Guang's poem, the one about the guy who broke the jar to save people. Is there also a Sima Guang in this world? No, if Sima Guang existed in this world, the last two lines of this poem would not even have the wrong rhythm. Could it be that there is someone like me who has also traveled through time, but only remembers the first two lines of this poem, and he made up the last two lines on the spur of the moment? Emperor Xian didn't notice that Ning Chen's expression was not right, and he said to himself, "The first two lines of this poem are excellent, but I think the last two lines are far from good." Ning Chen collected his thoughts and asked, "Uncle, who wrote this poem?" Emperor Xian's eyes became a little strange. He said slowly, "This poem was written by Ning Gan, the third-place winner of this year's Imperial examination." Ning Chen was stunned. Damn, how is this possible? He thought of all the possibilities, but he didn't expect that the poem was written by Ning Gan. Emperor Xian looked at Ning Chen's reaction with interest. "Lan Xing, do you know who this Ning Gan is?" "Of course I know, he is a sinister and evil person," Ning Chen thought to himself. But he remained calm on the surface, saying, "Didn't Uncle just say that? He is the third place in this year's exam." The corner of Emperor Xian's mouth twitched slightly. This kid is quite good at pretending. Suddenly, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He remembered one thing. The night before he went to the general's mansion, he planned to write a poem for General Chen, but after writing several, he felt that none of them were appropriate. This poem seemed to be among them. Yes, there was. He only wrote 2 sentences at the time. He understood that when he finished writing, he did not throw away the draft. He went to the general's mansion early the next morning, and Ning Gan should have entered his room at that time. This grandson stole his poem, modified it himself, and used it to fool the emperor during the palace examination. "Ning Gan, oh Ning Gan, you put the Black King of Hell on my bed and wanted to kill me, then don't blame me for reciprocating." "Uncle, what is the name of this poem?" Emperor Xian said, "Emperor Yong." Ning Chen's mouth twitched. This poem described the scene of spring, when everything comes back to life, farmers are farming, and the country is peaceful and the people are prosperous. But if you really have to have a relationship with the emperor, it's not impossible. After all, the country is peaceful and the people are safe, which is also due to the emperor's leadership. Emperor Xian asked, "Lan Xing, what do you think of this poem?" Ning Chen laughed and said, "The first 2 lines of this poem are considered excellent, but the last 2 lines are not in the right rhythm and make no sense." Emperor Xian nodded, he felt the same way. "Uncle, I dare to help polish this poem. The person in front of you is Prince Fu. If you polish this poem and it reaches His Majesty's ears, you will have to bear the reputation of being untalented and unlearned. If a scholar has a bad reputation because of his homonymous name, he will not only be despised by others, but it will also be difficult for him to get promoted in the future. Ning Gan, if you do the first day, don't blame me for doing the 15th. Ning Chen sneered in his heart. Emperor Xian's eyes lit up. The prince was the same, looking at Ning Chen with anticipation. After all, Ning Chen is now well known for his talent. With his polishing, this poem will definitely reach a higher level. Emperor Xian nodded and said, "Lan Xing, please feel free to polish it and let these 2 useless children of mine see your talent." The prince didn't react much, as he was used to being disliked by Emperor Xian. The 9th princess rolled her eyes and thought to herself that if she had known, she would not have come. Ning Chen thought for a while, clapped his hands, and said, "Got it." Emperor Xian said urgently, hurry up and tell me. Ning Chen spoke slowly, Shengde is welcoming the trees, and the gentle wind is gradually spreading. Shenggong will follow the carriage, and the song can be heard when the hammer is broken. Emperor Xian's eyes sparkled, and he whispered, the general who saved the farming will serve as a guide, and the song has been heard. Good, good poem. The prince also repeated it several times, his face full of excitement, and he couldn't help but say, wonderful, wonderful. After being polished by Master Lan, this poem is another rare masterpiece. Ning Gan has the talent of a third place in the Imperial examination, and Master Lan has the talent of a first place in the Imperial examination. No, they have the talent of a university scholar. The 9th princess looked at Ning Chen with her beautiful eyes in surprise. Although this man spoke in an unpleasant way, he was extremely talented. After he polished the poem, it became a completely new masterpiece. I don't know if my father-in-law understood it or not, but he smiled like a eunuch. No, he is a eunuch. Emperor Xian was delighted. He looked at the prince and said, Honger, you have to learn a lot from Lan Xing in the future. Do you understand? The prince nodded, and he probably understood what his father meant. This blue star is indeed a talent that can be used. The prince thought for a while, took off a dagger from his waist, handed it to Ning Chen, and said, Master Lan, I left in a hurry and had nothing else with me. I give you this dagger as a gift. Please don't despise it. Ning Chen was slightly startled and looked at the dagger in the other person's hand. This dagger is beautifully shaped, decorated with rubies, and has an exquisite shape. It is obviously worth a lot of money at first glance. How can I do this? I can't just ask for it directly, I have to be polite. He quickly shook his head, no, this is too valuable. I can't take it. The prince smiled and said, Master Lan, I really want to make friends with you. Please don't refuse. Ning Chen felt a little embarrassed. Since the other party had said so, it seemed inappropriate not to accept it. Emperor Xian then said, Blue Star, it's just a small thing. Take it. You young people should visit each other more often in the future. In that case, I will respectfully obey your orders. Thank you, uncle, and thank you, Master Xian. Ning Chen took the dagger and thanked him again. Emperor Xian stood up and said, You have been out for quite some time, it is time to go back. Lan Xing, the poem you just polished is very good, I will give you 200 taels of silver. Ning Chen's eyes lit up. Uncle, it's just a touch-up, aren't you giving too much? Emperor Xian smiled and said, It's not much. I will keep the silver for you. Come to me for it when you need it. Thank you, uncle. Okay, it's getting late today, we should go back. Lan Xing, you should finish your meal before going back. Ning Chen thanked him repeatedly, feeling embarrassed as he ate and took the food. On the carriage back to the palace, Emperor Xian looked at the prince, What do you think of this blue star? The prince replied respectfully, Lan Xing is indeed extremely talented, intelligent and strategic. He is a rare talent. However, talent does not represent character. I need to observe this carefully before I can make a final decision. Emperor Xian nodded with satisfaction. Then you should have more contact in the future. Your son obeys your command. The 9th princess rolled her beautiful eyes and snorted. Emperor Xian chuckled, Huayan has any problem with Ning Chen? Father, didn't you hear what he said? He said that only a fool would marry the princess. This is a disrespect for the emperor's authority. I think his character is not very good, but he is very courageous. Emperor Xian laughed, he doesn't know our identities, so his words are unpleasant to the ear, which is understandable. Humph, I don't like him anyway. The 9th princess wrinkled her nose and looked unhappy. Ning Chen didn't know that his complaints had completely offended the 9th princess. In fact, his real name is not Lan Xing. His name is Ning Chen, and he is the 4th son of Minister of Rights Ning Ziming. Emperor Xian suddenly revealed Ning Chen's identity. The 9th princess said excitedly, Father, he is committing the crime of deceiving the emperor. Hurry up and have him arrested and beaten. Emperor Xian smiled and said, He concealed his identity, and so did we. Ning Chen is not having a good time in Ning Mansion, and I haven't figured out the specific reasons. The reason I told you his identity is that I hope you know who he is. If you need to find him one day, you will know where to find him. But remember, don't reveal your identity easily." The prince hurriedly said, "I obey your order." The ninth princess' beautiful eyes flickered and her look was cunning. I wonder what she was thinking. Emperor Xian took a look and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. At this time, Ning Chen was eating with relish. After eating and drinking, Ning Chen returned to General Chen's mansion to continue training. He originally wanted to go and greet General Chen first, but Qi Yuanzhong told him that General Chen had gone to the palace. Ning Chen went directly to the martial arts arena. After Emperor Xian returned to the palace, the crown prince and the ninth princess left. He took eunuch Quan and Nie Liang and walked to the palace of tranquil longevity. "Quansheng, what do you think of the poem that Ning Chen polished?" Eunuch Quan leaned forward and answered, "I feel that after Master Ning's polishing, the poem has been elevated to a higher level. It is a completely new masterpiece." Emperor Xian said calmly, "Ning Gan is Ning Chen's elder brother." Eunuch Quan was shocked and asked, "Your Majesty, do you mean that Master Ning wrote this poem for his elder brother?" Emperor Xian snorted coldly, "If Ning Chen wanted to help Ning Gan, this poem wouldn't have the first 2 lines being masterpieces and the last 2 lines being bullshit." Eunuch Quan's face changed. Could it be that Ning Gan stole Master Ning Chen's poem? Emperor Xian sneered and said nothing more. Eunuch Quan stole a glance at Emperor Xian's expression and silently mourned for Ning Gan for a few seconds. "Your Majesty hates people with bad conduct and who seek fame and reputation the most." Emperor Xian suddenly asked, "Nie Liang, how is the investigation of Ning Chen going?" Nie Liang hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I have sent people to young Master Ning Chen's hometown. I believe there will be news in the next few days." Emperor Xian nodded and came to the entrance of the Hall of Mental Cultivation. A young eunuch came forward in small steps, knelt on the ground, and said, "Your Majesty, General Chen requests to see you." "Where is the old general?" "Waiting in the Yangxin Palace." Emperor Xian nodded and walked into the Yangxin Palace. General Chen sat on a small round stool, sitting upright. Hearing footsteps, he hurriedly stood up with his crutches. This old minister pays respect to His Majesty. "General Chen, there is no need to be so polite. Sit down and talk." General Chen said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, someone wants to kill Lan Xing." "What?" Emperor Xian was shocked. "I just met him." "What happened?" "Someone put the Black King of Hell into Blue Star's quilt." General Chen told the story again. When Emperor Xian heard this, his face turned grim. "Asshole, you actually used such vicious means on a weak boy, how despicable." General Chen leaned forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Black King of Hell is unique to the Tuola Kingdom." Emperor Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. "Old General, do you suspect that someone is colluding with the Tuola Kingdom?" "I am not sure, I just suspect it." Emperor Xian nodded slightly. "It is better to believe it than not to believe it. Quansheng, go and find Gung Jing for me." Eunuch Quan was startled, thinking that this matter was going to become a big deal. Gung Jing is in charge of the entire supervisory department. The supervisory department is under the sole leadership of Emperor Xian and is responsible for supervising all officials. For officials below the 5th rank, the supervisory department has the right to execute them first and report later as long as there is conclusive evidence. From the Imperial Court to the prefectures and counties, all officials were terrified when they heard the name of the supervisory office. At this time, Ning Chen was still sweating profusely in the martial arts arena. "Master Lan, take a rest," Qi Yuanzhong shouted. Ning Chen ran a few more laps before stopping. After these few days of training, the effect is still very significant. Although Ning Chen is still very thin, he is full of energy and has become much stronger. "Mr. Lan, I have paid you a monthly salary. I invite you to go to the Jiaofang division tonight. I heard that a new group of girls have arrived in the Jiaofang division, and the young ones can squeeze out tears." A strongman smiled lustfully. Ning Chen rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "It's a waste of money and a waste of energy, so I won't go." "Master Lan is still a young boy, right?" Ning Chen raised his head and said, "Who are you looking down on? Back then, I was the master of several women who could not be knocked down with a gun, and I was known as a man 9 times a night. Everyone burst out laughing. Ning said, "What are you laughing at? You don't believe it, right? Do you know what the 6 great things in life are?" "What?" "The 6 great things in life are flower viewing, mountain climbing, exploring secluded areas, flower arranging, tide watching, and incense burning. Do you believe it now? These are all my experiences." A sturdy man said with a smile, "But young Master Lon is only 15 years old this year." Thinking back to the past. Could it be that young Master Lon was only 7 or 8 years old? "Ah, this, that, what does it have to do with you?" Ning forgot that he was only 15 years old and he was exaggerating. After chatting with them for a while, it was getting dark, so Ning said goodbye and left. When he returned to Ning Mansion and just entered the door, a maid ran over and told Ning "Fourth young master, the master asked you to go to the main hall as soon as you come back." Ning frowned. What did this old scumbag want to do now? Ning went to the main hall and found that in addition to Ning Ziming's family, there was also a young eunuch and several guards with swords. He was a little puzzled. These people looked like people from the palace. What did Ning Ziming ask him to do? The young eunuch looked at Ning and asked, "Are you Ning Chen?" Ning was stunned and muttered to himself that this seemed to be directed at him. It's strange. He is a nobody, so what does this little eunuch want to do with him? "I am Ning Chen." The young eunuch said, "Pass the princess's order, Ning will obey." The emperor's words were imperial edicts, the empress and imperial concubine's words were decrees, and the princess's words were orders. Ning had a question mark on his forehead. What is going on? The young eunuch angrily asked, "Why don't you kneel down?" Ning frowned. What he hated most was that this world always made him kneel down. But there was no choice but to kneel down. The young eunuch said, "The princess has ordered that Ning has defied the emperor's authority. He must kneel for 2 full hours before he can stand up." Ning was stunned for a moment. Making him kneel for 2 hours? Is this princess sick? He had never offended the princess, and he didn't even know her. Damn, this is so confusing. Ning Ziming and others looked at each other in bewilderment. How did Ning offend the princess? How did he know the princess? Ning frowned and said, "This eunuch, are you mistaken? I don't even know the princess." "How dare you, princess, could you make a mistake?" Ning was almost speechless. "Then may I ask, sir, what crime have I committed? And which princess made me kneel as punishment?" The young eunuch said in a sharp voice, "Don't you know what crime you have committed? It is the 5th princess who is punishing you." "The 5th princess?" "My lord, I am sure this is a misunderstanding, because I don't know the 5th princess at all." The young eunuch snorted coldly and said, "You have no right to talk to me about this. Kneel here obediently. If you don't kneel for 2 hours, you will bear the consequences." After that, the young eunuch said to Ning Ziming, "Master Ning, goodbye. I'll see my father-in-law off." Ning felt so depressed. Did the 5th princess's head get crushed by the man's thighs? Why did she punish him for no apparent reason? Ning looked at Chang Ryue and her son, narrowed his eyes, and said, "You guys are responsible for this, right? You are really capable, you were able to ask the 5th princess to help you. Why didn't you let her kill me?" Chang Ryue and her son were both bewildered. "Ning stop spitting bloody words at me here," Ning Gan said angrily. Ning sneered, because he couldn't think of anyone else who would make things difficult for him except the people in front of him. Just then, Ning Ziming came back. "Chenner, how did you offend the 5th princess?" Ning sneered, "Minister Ning, stop pretending. I am a nobody, how could I possibly meet the 5th princess? You should ask your wife, the daughter of the prime minister, whether she asked the 5th princess to punish me." Ning Ziming frowned, "That's impossible. Although your mother is the daughter of the prime minister, she lives in the mansion all the time and rarely goes out. She can't see the 5th princess at all. Chenner, think about it carefully. Have you offended the 5th princess in some way without knowing it? This is no small matter." Ning was furious. "I don't even know whether the 5th princess is round or flat, How can I offend her? Be bold, watch your words. Ning Ziming scolded angrily. Ning Chen sneered. He was punished to kneel for no reason, and he was not allowed to complain. However, this matter is indeed very strange. If it was really Chang Ryue's work, it would be impossible for him to just kneel for 2 hours. He should be let the fifth princess execute him. Suddenly, Ning Chen thought of something. Minister Ning, how old is this fifth princess? Why are you asking that? Let me see if there are any women I know who can match the fifth princess. Ning Ziming said, the fifth princess should be 22 years old this year. Ning Chen muttered, then it's not her. Not who? Ning Chen shook his head. He just thought of Prince Fu's daughter, but that girl was only in her teens and could not be the fifth princess. He thought about it and was sure that he did not know this fifth princess. Minister Ning, I am sure this is a misunderstanding, I don't know the fifth princess at all. Ning Ziming frowned, you really don't know him. I said I don't know him, that means I don't know him. Then why did the fifth princess punish you? Ning Chen said unhappily, how should I know? Maybe this fifth princess has a brain disease, or cerebellar atrophy. Ning Chen complained in his heart. But he thought of 2 possibilities. First, someone offended the fifth princess and used her name, and she became a scapegoat for no apparent reason. Second, as the daughter of Prince Fu, she would definitely be able to meet the fifth princess and tell her what she had complained about the princess today. If it's the second one, I have to have a good talk with Prince Fu next time I see him. We agreed to just chat about family matters, how can I stab him in the back? This little girl's mouth is looser than the waist of her cotton pants. Ning Ziming said, okay, no matter if it's a misunderstanding or not, since the princess has ordered you to kneel down. Chang Ryue still had a loving mother's expression, but she was very happy in her heart. The 3 Ningan brothers did not hide their gloating. Ning Chen, it was the fifth princess who asked you to kneel. This is such a great blessing. Others can't even envy you. Yes, yes, yes. We don't even have the chance to kneel even if we want to. It has to be the fourth brother. This is good luck. The 3 Ningan brothers were making sarcastic remarks nearby. Ning Chen's face darkened, and he cursed the fifth princess's ancestors several times in his mind. Minister Ning, what do you think will happen if I don't kneel? Ning Ziming's face changed drastically. Don't do this recklessly. The princess's order represents the royal family. If you dare to disobey, the entire Ning mansion will be implicated. Really? You mean when I die, I can drag you down with me, right? That's great. I won't kneel anymore, let's die together. Ning Chen stood up, turned around, and left. This frightened Ning Ziming and the others so much that their faces turned pale. Ning Chen, come back quickly, kneel down quickly. Even Chang Ryue was panicked. Ning Ziming lowered his voice and roared, Ning Chen, get back here. If this gets out and the fifth princess finds out, they will all be implicated. To defy the Imperial authority is a grave crime. It's getting late, good night everyone. Ning Chen waved his hand casually, then walked away without even turning his head. Asshole, this rebellious son, is he going to kill us? Ning Ziming was furious. Chang Ryue tried to comfort him, Master, please keep your voice down. Don't let the servants hear you. If this gets out, we'll all be finished. Ning Ziming was still furious and directed his anger at Ning Gan and the other 2. You 3 bastards, you are more likely to cause trouble than to help. Why did you mess with him? The 3 of them were scolded severely. Listen carefully to me. No matter who asks, you must say that Ning Chen knelt for 2 hours. Do you hear me? Ning Gan and the other 2 nodded in assurance. They were so angry in their hearts that they knew Ning Chen, the bastard, would be killed sooner or later. Ning Chen returned to the room, checked the bed, and made sure there was nothing poisonous on it. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He was afraid that a poisonous snake or spider would appear on the bed. He sprinkled the snake powder given to him by General Chen under the bed, prepared to take a medicinal bath, and then go to sleep. As for the fact that the fifth princess asked him to kneel for 2 hours, he had long forgotten about it. Damn, is there a dead person in the house? He likes to make people kneel down so much. I won't kneel. Whoever wants to kneel can kneel. He bet that Ning Ziming would not let this matter get out. The next day, early morning, Ning Chen got up, washed up, and prepared to go to General Chen's mansion. He doesn't even eat breakfast at home now, as he is worried that Chang Riyue and her son will poison him. Normally he would buy breakfast on the road and eat a full meal for just a few cents. Sometimes I would go to the general's mansion on time to have a free meal. As a result, as soon as I went out, I happened to run into Ning Gan. Ning Gan was dressed in a brand new official uniform and looked very energetic. Today is Ning Gan's starting day. Last night, because of Ning Chen, the three brothers were scolded by their father. Therefore, Ning Gan didn't look happy when he saw Ning Chen. Ning Chen, why are you leaving early and coming back late this day? What are you doing sneakily? I'm warning you, our Ning family is not a small family. Don't do anything that will bring trouble to our Ning family. Ning Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, smiling brightly. Don't worry, how could I do anything to harm the Ning family? I go out early and come back late, I'm just secretly digging up your family's ancestral graves. Ning Gan's expression froze and his face looked unsightly. It just so happened that Ning Ziming came out and heard what Ning Chen said. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. Asshole, you rebellious son. Isn't the Ning family your home? Ning Chen sneered, is it my house? Then give me the title deed. You, rebellious son, I think you are still suffering from epilepsy. You are talking nonsense so early in the morning. Today is the day your eldest brother starts work, can't you say a few auspicious words? Ning Chen snorted coldly and turned away. What bad luck. Do you think I want to see you guys so early in the morning? Ning Chen complained in his heart. I would like to say a few auspicious words. I wish you will encounter many pitfalls at every step in your official career and that your career will be full of obstacles. Damn it, damn it. Ning Ziming was so angry that he jumped up and down. Ning Gan stared at Ning Chen's back with cold eyes. He didn't understand why his father could still tolerate Ning Chen's bad attitude. Ning Chen doesn't bother to care what they think. On the way, we had breakfast and then came to the general's mansion to start a day of training. Training continued until noon. Ning Chen was just about to go to General Chen for a meal, but Qi Yuanzhong told him that there was someone at the door who wanted to see him. Ning Chen came to the door with a puzzled look on his face. A luxurious carriage was parked in front of the general's mansion. The driver was a strong middle-aged man. When Ning Chen was wondering, the curtains on the carriage were opened, revealing a noble face. Blue Star, come up. Ning Chen was stunned. He didn't expect it to be Xian Hong, the young prince. Master Xian, is there anything you need from me? The prince smiled and said, do you have time now? I'll treat you to a meal. Ning Chen hesitated for a moment. I still have to train in the afternoon, so let's forget about eating. It's okay, it's just a quick meal, it won't interfere with your business. All right then. Ning Chen jumped onto the carriage and entered the compartment. Let's go to Tianfulu. Ning Chen's eyes lit up. The roast duck at Tianfulu was one of the best in Beijing, but it was a pity that he had never eaten it before. Ning Chen smiled and asked, Master Xian, what do you want to talk to me about? The prince smiled and asked, why do you ask? As a friend, can't I simply treat you to a meal? Ning Chen was suspicious, are you really okay? Just eating. Ning Chen shrugged, okay, I thought you wanted to ask me for a poem. What if I really ask you for a poem? See, I knew you had something to ask me. Tell me, what kind of poem do you want? Since you're treating me to a meal, I'll give you a discount. The prince smiled and said, you want more money? Ning Chen looked at him like an idiot. Brother, even brothers have to settle accounts clearly. Friends are friends, and business is business. I hate people who get things for free the most. Of course, except for myself. Ning Chen added in his heart. The prince asked curiously, are you short of money? Nonsense, who doesn't need money? Ning Chen took out a few coins and said, look, this is all my belongings. You deposited 500 taels of silver with my father. Don't think I don't know. Ning Chen rolled his eyes and said, brother, is 500 taels a lot. All my family members are dead, and now I am the only one left. I have to buy a house, right? Houses in the capital are too expensive, and 500 taels can only buy one in the surrounding areas. Also, I have to get married and have children in the future, right? I have to prepare the betrothal gifts in advance. With someone like me, who has no money, which girl would be willing to marry me? Everything costs money, and my 500 taels are not enough. The corners of the prince's mouth twitched slightly. All the family members died. It seems that Ning Chen is not having a good time in the Ning family, otherwise he wouldn't say such things. The prince smiled and said, with your talent, as long as you stand up and admit that you're Lan Xing. I don't know how many ladies from wealthy families will be vying to marry you. Don't. People are afraid of being famous, pigs are afraid of being fat, and the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I just want to make money, not be famous. My goodness, if that bastard Ning Ziming knew that one of my poems could be sold for a lot of money, he would never let me leave the Ning mansion without squeezing me dry. Even if you want to become famous, you have to wait until you move out. Ning Chen suddenly stared at the folding fan in the prince's hand and burst out laughing. The prince was confused. What are you laughing at? I laugh at you noble children. You are so funny. You are holding a fan in such a cold weather. There is a season for being pretentious, right? The prince was stunned for a moment, looked down at the fan in his hand, shook his head and laughed. What you said makes sense. Then this fan is for you. Ah. Ning Chen caught the fan thrown by the other party and was a little confused. But he quickly reacted, and while putting the fan into his arms, he said, how can this be so embarrassing? The jade pendant on this fan is warm and translucent. It is obviously a good piece of jade. It is very valuable and must be worth a lot of money. Ning Chen thanked him repeatedly, but quietly looked away. Maybe he was dazzled. He found a few words appeared on Xianhong's forehead, the stupid son of a landlord. As they were talking, they arrived at Tianfilu. Ning Chen thought they would eat in the hall, but he didn't expect Xianhong had already booked a private room. The two came to the box, sat down, and waited for the food to be served. Soon, the waiters came in one after another and the table was filled with delicious food. Among them was the roast duck that Ning Chen had been longing for. Ning Chen swallowed his saliva and looked at Xianhong. Master Xian, can we start eating now? He had been training for the whole morning and was already starving. The prince smiled and said, today it's just you and me, no need to be so reserved, please. Then I won't be polite. Ning Chen reached out and tore off a duck leg and began to devour it. It would be even more perfect if we had a pancake with some condiments, cucumber shreds, green onion shreds, etc. The prince smiled and said, I didn't expect you also know something about food. No. I'm just greedy. Just as Ning Chen finished speaking, the door was pushed open with a clang, and a young woman about 17 or 18 years old, with disheveled clothes and tearful face, ran in. Because Ning Chen was sitting close to the door, the woman cried and asked Ning Chen for help. Sir, save me, save me. Before Ning Chen had time to say anything, 3 people walked in from outside. The leader was a young man dressed in gorgeous clothes. His face was red from drinking, he reeked of alcohol, and his steps were unsteady. Following behind him were 2 men in short clothes, who seemed to be servants. Where are you going? Come back with me, little lady. I will make sure you have everything you need. The young man in gorgeous clothes walked towards Ning Chen with a lewd smile on his face. Master, please save me, help me, please. The woman was trembling and crying, and she regarded Ning Chen as her last straw. Ning Chen looked at Xianhong, who frowned slightly and looked unhappy. Young lady, come here quickly and go back with me. If you can serve me well, you will definitely get some benefits. The young man in gorgeous clothes reeked of alcohol and had a lewd look on his face. The woman begged desperately, Sir, please let me go, I am already married. Please forgive me. So what if we're already engaged? Just call it off. Who dares to reject the woman I like? Be good and follow me back, otherwise, with just one word from me, your parents, brothers and sisters will all go to jail tomorrow. The young man in gorgeous clothes said this and grabbed the woman, trying to pull her over. Ning Chen stood up and stood between the two of them. The young man in splendid clothes squinted his eyes and stared at Ning Chen. Where did you come from, you bastard? How dare you block my way? Do you want to die? Ning Chen smiled and said, Sir, why do you have to embarrass a girl? Why don't you sit down and have a drink? You want a woman, I'll take you to a brothel later, and you can choose any girl there. How about that? Who do you think you are? You want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Do you know who I am? A servant took over the conversation and said arrogantly, Boy, my master is of noble status, and you can't afford to offend him. I advise you to get out of here if you don't want to die. Ning Chen's face darkened. At this moment, Xian Hong came over and whispered in Ning Chen's ear, Lan Xing, let's not worry about this matter. We can't afford to offend this person. Ning Chen was shocked. Xian Hong was a young prince, but he couldn't even afford to offend him. Who is he? Xian Hong lowered his voice and said, He is the fifth prince. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed drastically. This identity was scary enough. If he behaves like this, will His Majesty not care? Xian Hong explained in a low voice, Who dares? Even if I report it to His Majesty will at most reprimand me, but no one can withstand the revenge of the fifth prince afterwards. Lan Xing, listen to me. Don't worry about this matter. We can't afford to offend him. It's not worth offending the fifth prince for a completely unrelated woman. Ning Chen had a gloomy face and said nothing. He really couldn't afford to offend the fifth prince. Master Xian, I know you are of noble status. Can you help this girl? Xian Hong shook his head. I'm sorry. I've only met the fifth prince a few times, we can't even say we know each other. I can't help this girl. Ning Chen frowned and thought to himself, it's not that you can't help, it's just that you don't want to offend the fifth prince. Someone, take him away. The fifth prince said with a lewd smile on his face. His two men stepped forward, grabbed the woman's arms, and pulled her out the door. How could a delicate and frail woman possibly be a match for two strong men? She was dragged to the door. Sir, save me, please help me, please. The woman looked at Ning Chen and begged bitterly. Xian Hong said again, Lan Xing, don't be impulsive. We can't control this matter. It's too easy for the fifth prince to kill us. The woman was eventually pulled out. Xian Hong said, Lan Xing, continue eating, just pretend nothing happened. That woman has no relationship with us, there's no need to get involved. Ning Chen's face turned pale and he said nothing. The desperate look in the woman's eyes when she was dragged out was still flashing in his mind. Suddenly, Ning Chen exhaled deeply, as if he had made some kind of decision. Master Xian, enjoy your meal slowly. I'm full. Goodbye. Ning Chen finished speaking and strode towards the door. When going downstairs, he took the rag off the waiter's shoulder and quickly covered his face with it. Vomit. This rag was so fucking smelly that Ning Chen almost vomited. But he couldn't care less now. He went downstairs and rushed towards the door. A gorgeous carriage was parked at the entrance of Tianfulu. The fifth prince's two men forced the woman towards the carriage. Hey, wait a minute. The fifth prince turned around subconsciously. Ning Chen moved at great speed, sprinted madly, and then hit the fifth prince in the chest with an elbow. Bajiquan, top elbow. Bang. With a dull crash, the fifth prince flew backwards and hit the wheels of the carriage, then bounced back and fell heavily to the ground. Passers-by were so scared that they screamed. Before the fifth prince's two men could react, Ning Chen had already grabbed the fifth prince's hair with his left hand and pulled him back fiercely, put his knee on his back, and held the dagger in his hand against his neck. This dagger was given to him by Xian Hong. He didn't expect it to come in handy today. Stop. You are so brave, do you know who he is? The five princes' two subordinates finally reacted and yelled in a weak voice. Ning Chen sneered, don't move, or he will be dead if I pull him lightly. No matter how noble his status is, he only has one life. Let him go, or I will kill him now. The two looked at the fifth prince. The fifth prince was so frightened that he was shaking all over, his teeth chattering, and he said angrily, what are you still standing there for? Let him go. The two men let go of the woman. Ning Chen shouted, "Girl, run!" The woman looked at Ning Chen with worry on her face. "Stop wasting time and run. Take care, young master." The woman's face was full of gratitude. She bowed deeply to Ning Chen, then turned around and staggered away. The fifth prince's voice trembled, "Boy, do you know who I am?" Ning Chen simply hit him hard on the head with the dagger several times. "Of course I know who you are. You are a beast, a donkey, not a human being." Suddenly, Ning Chen asked, "Do you know who I am? Who are you?" Ning Chen banged the fifth prince's head with a dagger. "Who the hell do you care who I am? You beast have no right to meddle in other people's affairs. Boy, do you know the consequences of doing this?" Ning Chen sneered, "If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I will send you to hell right now." Ning Chen gave it his all. He had already caused such a huge disaster that it was too late to regret. He might as well just let go and do it. He traveled through time and space and had died once. The worst that could happen is he would die again. Boy, is it worth it to offend me for someone you don't even know? I think it's worth it. Ning Chen said word by word, "If there is no justice in the world, I am willing to hold a knife and become the king of hell." The fifth prince gnashed his teeth and said, "Boy, I have already released the person, isn't it time for you to let go?" They thought that the woman had run far away and they would not be able to catch up with her. Ning Chen suddenly stood up, kicked the fifth prince's head several times, and then ran away. The fifth prince was kicked so hard that he almost passed out. His mouth hit the bluestone slab, and his two front teeth were broken out. His lips turned outward and his mouth was full of blood. "Chase him, don't let him get away. Boy, don't run, you can't escape." The fifth prince's two men chased after him. "Stop chasing me, come back," the fifth prince said angrily, his words leaking out. Ning Chen knew that he had caused a huge disaster this time. That's the fifth prince, the son of the current emperor. The whole world belongs to his family. He held the fifth prince hostage and beat him up. If he is caught, he will be sentenced to death. But Ning Chen did not regret it. If he were given another chance, he would still do the same. He used to be a soldier. Although he traveled to this strange world, his military spirit is immortal. No evil, hardship, or danger can make him retreat. Although his face was covered, he had no time to change his clothes, and perhaps the fifth prince would recognize him. Xianhong should not betray himself. Although that man is selfish, he has held the fifth prince hostage and he is with himself. If he betrays himself, he will also be implicated. But that is the fifth prince. If he investigates thoroughly, he will definitely find out about himself. Ning Chen thought for a while and made a decision: run away. I can't stay in the capital anymore, I have to go out and hide away. Damn it, if I had known earlier I would have told the fifth prince that my name was Ning Gan and dragged everyone in the Ning mansion into this. You need money to run away. He only has a few coins on him and can't run far. He thought for a while and went straight to the general's mansion. On the other side, the fifth prince was with Xianhong. This fifth prince is actually an imposter. His real identity is one of the prince's personal guards, named Lu Yan. Are you okay with your injury? Lu Yan covered his chest with a painful expression and said, Your Highness, my sternum is broken. The prince frowned. Is his skill so terrifying? Lu Yan said, His body movements are very strange. All his strength is concentrated in his elbows. His movements are as fast as a cheetah. But his strength is a little weak, otherwise my subordinates would not have suffered a simple broken sternum. Your Highness, please forgive me. I was drunk and my reaction was slow. The prince waved his hands. It's not your fault. I was afraid that your acting wasn't realistic enough, so I made you drink the wine. I was inconsiderate. I didn't expect his skills to be so good. You should return to the palace immediately and consult the Imperial physician. Take good care of your injuries. I need to think carefully about how to apologize to him. He will definitely think that I am a cowardly and heartless person. I just wanted to test his character, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. On the other side, Ning Chen had already arrived at the general's mansion. Why do you want to borrow 100 taels of silver? Did something happen to you? Ning Chen suddenly asked him to borrow 100 taels of silver, and General Chen was a little curious. Ning Chen said anxiously and sincerely, I dare not deceive the old general. My family members are all dead, and I only have a lame old servant to accompany me. Now he has a sudden illness and urgently needs money to see a doctor. You know I deposited 500 taels of silver with Uncle Tianxian, old general. I can't see him. When you see him later, ask him to return it to you and tell him that I said so. General Chen, human lives are at stake. Please, help me. General Chen was quite generous. He called the butler and asked him to go to the accounting office to withdraw 100 taels of silver and give it to Ning Chen. Thank you, General Chen. I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. If I have the chance, I will definitely repay you. I swear. After bidding farewell to General Chen, Ning Chen went straight to the martial arts arena, where he found Qi Yuanzhong. Brother Qi, General Chen asked me to go out and do something, and asked you to prepare a fast horse for me. Qi Yuanzhong had no doubts and immediately prepared a tall horse for Ning Chen. Ning Chen rode his horse straight to the city gate. He ran all the way to the city gate, but was stopped by the city defense soldiers when he tried to leave the city. I am under the command of General Chen. I have been ordered to go out of the city on business. Please get out of the way. When the city defense troops saw that Ning Chen was riding a war horse, they immediately let him go. After leaving the city gate, Ning Chen did not dare to delay, and rode at full speed, leaving in a cloud of dust. Imperial Palace, Hall of Mental Cultivation. Nie Liang was guarding the entrance to the hall. He and eunuch Quan are like a couple, one takes care of the household and the other takes care of the outside world. A guard with a sword came hurriedly and leaned over to whisper something in Nie Liang's ear. Nie Liang's face changed slightly, and he waved his hand to signal the guards to retreat. Then he quickly walked to the front of the hall, leaned over and said respectfully, Your Majesty, I have something to ask for Your Majesty. After a while, eunuch Quan came out with small steps. Commander Nie, His Majesty is calling you in. Nie Liang followed eunuch Quan into the hall, where Emperor Xian was reading a memorial. Emperor Xian was a very hard-working emperor. Nie Liang knelt on one knee and said, Your Majesty, Lan Xing has escaped. Emperor Xian was stunned for a moment, and looked away from the memorial to Nie Liang. Run away. Where did he run to? Your Majesty ordered me to send someone to secretly follow Master Lan Xing to ensure his safety. Just now, someone reported that Master Lan Xing rode out of the city on horseback. Emperor Xian asked curiously, what did he do outside the city? Nie Liang then recounted what happened in Tianfulu today. Because the person sent by Nie Liang knew the prince's guard Lu Yan, he did not dare to interfere in the matter. Emperor Xian's expression gradually grew gloomier. There is no rule or method in this way. Testing people's hearts will only end up with disunity in the end. Eunuch Quan and Nie Liang didn't dare to breathe. Emperor Xian was talking about the prince, and that was not something they could interrupt. Nie Liang, are your people still following him? Nie Liang's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Young Master Lan Xing was riding the warhorse of the general's mansion. My people didn't prepare horses, so they lost him. There is no way to protect someone secretly on horseback, and the incident happened suddenly. They did not expect Ning Chen to run away, and to run away on a warhorse. Emperor Xian's expression became increasingly ugly. How long has Ning Chen been running? It's been 2 hours. Emperor Xian said angrily, It's been 2 hours, and you're telling me now. Why don't you wait until he runs to the ends of the earth before telling me? Nie Liang was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. I know my crime, please show mercy, Your Majesty. In fact, this is already very fast. Although the general's mansion is in the inner city, the imperial city is too big, not to mention the imperial palace. You can't ride a horse in the palace. From the palace gate to the hall of mental cultivation, it is considered fast if you can walk for an hour. Emperor Xian said with a sullen face, Quan Sheng, pass on my order and have Gung Jing send people to track down Lan Xing along the way. Once they find him, bring him back immediately. Remember, do not hurt him in the slightest. I obey your order. Eunuch Quan took small steps and quickly left the Palace of Tranquil Longevity. Emperor Xian looked at Nie Liang. Which city gate did he leave from? South Gate. Pass on my order, and have the governor of Liangzhou pay more attention. If Ning Chen is found, have him personally send him back to me. Also, tell the post stations along the way to pay more attention. Blue Star is riding a war horse, so it's not difficult to identify it. Nie Liang said hurriedly, I accept your order and will do it right away. After Nie Liang left, Emperor Xian's eyes flickered as he whispered, he is extremely talented, wise, strategic, and a man of great potential. Although the fifth prince is a fake, he knew it was the fifth prince and still dared to act, ignoring the majesty of the royal family. He still needs to be punished. Night falls. Ning Chen stopped by a stream. He jumped off his horse, his hips trembling and his legs shaking. He was not very good at riding a horse, and the rapid galloping along the way caused his inner thighs to burn with pain. Ning Chen estimated that he was about 100 miles away from the Imperial city. In fact, he could ride his warhorse and take the official road, which would be faster, but he was afraid of being caught up. So, he just kept walking along the trail. By this time, everyone was exhausted. They stopped to let the horses eat some grass and water, but Ning Chen himself was in a miserable state because he walked in too much of a hurry and forgot to bring any food or water. He observed the river for a while, but the water was too shallow and he didn't see any fish. Helplessly, I could only set up a simple trap in the nearby woods, hoping to catch some rabbits or wild birds. Fortunately, I had a fire starter with me. He made a bonfire, wrapped himself tightly in his cloak, and fell asleep leaning against a tree. Who knew? Not long after they slept, the horses began to neigh anxiously. Ning Chen was awakened, and turned his head to look, only to see that the warhorse was restless, snorting, and constantly paddling the ground with its hooves. Before Ning Chen could understand what was happening, a wolf howl made his whole body tense up. Grass, from the sound, the wolf is not far away from him. Ning Chen rushed over, untied the reins, and patted the horse's butt. Run! An old horse knows the way, and he believes that this horse can go back by itself. This is a war horse, and Ning Chen doesn't want it to be eaten by a wolf, and this horse is too conspicuous and can be easily recognized, so he originally planned to let it go back. The war horse galloped away. Ning Chen added some firewood to the fire, as wolves are afraid of fire. Then he swiftly climbed up the big tree behind him. After a while, there was a noise in the grass in the distance, and the weeds shook. The wolf is coming. Although there was a fire under the tree and he was hiding in the tree, Ning Chen was still a little nervous. Wolves are cunning and treacherous, extremely smart, and have strong team combat capabilities. The weeds swayed, and several wolves poked their heads out from the grass. They are afraid of fire and dare not approach it. They look around vigilantly, looking for prey. Ning Chen hid in the tree and could clearly see those pairs of ferocious eyes emitting a creepy green light and mucus dripping between the sharp teeth. Wolves are extremely patient. Sometimes they may track their prey for days on end. Ning Chen held his breath, not wanting to provoke the wolves. He now only has a dagger, and if he is targeted by a pack of wolves, it will be difficult to escape. It would be nice to have a gun. If I can survive this time, I must find a way to build a gun. As long as it is a carbon-based creature, there is nothing that cannot be killed. Suddenly, Ning Chen slipped and almost fell from the tree, which scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. But this movement also allowed the wolves to discover him. A series of low roars were heard. Ning Chen smiled bitterly. It was really like when it rains it pours. But the tree is safe and the wolves can't get up. There were more than a dozen wolves in the group. They circled around the fire, roared dully, and stared at Ning Chen who was on the tree. In this way, Ning Chen stayed up until dawn. Ning Chen was tired, hungry, and exhausted. Just be patient, it will be fine by dawn. But at this moment, the sound of horse hooves came towards this side. Ning Chen's whole body tensed up and he stood on the tree trunk and looked out. I saw a few people riding horses coming towards this side. When he got closer, Ning Chen finally saw it clearly. He quickly squatted down and hid quietly behind the tree trunk. There were 5 people in total, wearing fish-scale clothes and carrying long swords on their waists. These are the people from the supervisory office. Ning Chen knew that the supervisory office only listened to Emperor Xian. He injured the 5th prince, and the inspectorate must have been sent by Emperor Xian to arrest him. Ning Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. He had wasted too long here. The people from the supervisory office should have found this place by following the horseshoe prints. "Boss, there are ashes here," one of them said, jumping off his horse and walking to the ashes, stretching out his hand to test. "There is still residual warmth, the person should not have gone far." Ning Chen prayed silently in his heart, "Don't look up, don't look up, the other person will find him as soon as he looks up." If the other party raised his head, he could only pounce on him and kill him, but what about the remaining 4 people? The inspectorate is full of top-notch experts. He has been exercising these past few days and his physical fitness has improved a lot, but there is no chance of winning if he faces 4 experts from the inspectorate at the same time. Suddenly, Ning Chen discovered something: the wolves had disappeared. He looked towards the grass in the distance. From his high vantage point, he could just see a group of wolves hiding in the grass. These beasts are so cunning. It seems that they have set their sights on these 5 people from the inspectorate. The man examining the ashes crouched on the ground with his back to the wolves. Sure enough, a wild wolf seized the opportunity, jumped out from the bushes, opened its bloody mouth, and bit the neck of the person who was checking the ashes. The man who checked the ashes was very skilled. He identified the location by the sound and subconsciously rolled on the ground to avoid the attack of the wolf. He stood up with his sharp sword already unsheathed. The wolf failed to attack and did not attack again. It arched its back and let out a dull roar from its throat. "Everyone be careful, there are wolves." The leading man roared, pulled the restless horse, drew out his long sword with one hand, and took the crossbow from the horse's back with the other hand. Followed by a wolf howl. A dozen wild wolves rushed out from the bushes. The horse was restless and neighed, almost throwing the person off its back. "Everyone dismount." The leading man gave the order. The people from the inspectorate dismounted and immediately gathered together, back to back, staring vigilantly at the wolves that were surrounding them. A wild wolf jumped high and pounced towards the people. The leading man raised his hand and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air with a sound and hit the wolf's head directly, killing it instantly. Smelling the blood, the wolves became even more ferocious. One after another, wild wolves pounced on the people. The sound of an arrow breaking through the air was heard. These people were very skilled archers and 3 wild wolves were shot dead immediately. But the biggest flaw of the crossbow is that it can only fire 1 arrow at a time, and it takes time to reload arrows. But the wolves won't give them time. The people from the inspectorate had no choice but to abandon arrows and fight back with swords. These wild wolves are very ferocious, and it often takes several slashes to kill one. However, the people from the inspectorate were all very skilled and knew how to cooperate in combat, so no one was injured. Ning Chen has been looking for an opportunity to escape. But at this moment, a scream rang out. Ning Chen looked down and saw that the man who was checking the ashes had been bitten on the arm by a wild wolf, and another wild wolf had bitten on his leg and was tearing it apart. The man was fighting alone and was surrounded by 4 wild wolves. He was very skilled and killed one with 1 arrow and another with 2 slashes of his sword, but the remaining 2 attacked him from both sides and made him exhausted, and he was knocked down accidentally. The wolf bit his arm so hard that he couldn't even hold the knife. Other people from the inspectorate wanted to come to the rescue, but were surrounded by other wild wolves. Ning Chen's eyes flickered. The people from the supervisory office were all very skilled. The wolves could do nothing to them. It was only a matter of time before they were eliminated. If you don't escape now, when will you? Ning Chen slid down the tree trunk, ready to slip away quietly. Ning Chen slid down from the tree, ready to take the opportunity to escape. As soon as I turned around, I suddenly felt a chill on my back. The wild wolf that was biting the leg of the man who was checking the ashes suddenly opened its mouth and pounced towards Ning Chen. Ning Chen suddenly turned around, his face changed slightly, and then he rolled out on the ground. The wolf pounced on nothing. Ning Chen stood up, but the wolf pounced on him again. He stared at the wolf that was rushing towards him with a fierce look in his eyes and pulled out his dagger like lightning. Puff! A cold light flashed. With steady, accurate and ruthless movement, the dagger in his hand pierced the wolf's head. Blue star! The leading man shouted. Ning Chen pulled out the dagger and grinned at him. Have fun, bye. After saying this, he turned and ran. As a result, it was too early to be happy. Before he ran far, a wolf that was much larger than the other wolves suddenly jumped out from the bushes nearby. Ning Chen had no time to dodge and was thrown to the ground. Grass. It's the Wolf King. The Wolf King opened his big mouth full of fangs and bit Ning Chen's back. With a sudden pull, the bag on Ning Chen's back was torn to pieces, and the white silver scattered all over the ground. Ning Chen was also thrown to the ground and rolled several times. As expected of the Wolf King, this beast has great strength. The Wolf King pounced suddenly, stepped on Ning Chen's chest with its two front paws, and then bit his neck. In desperation, Ning Chen desperately grasped the Wolf King's neck and held on, holding on with his right hand tightly holding the dagger, and stabbed wildly. Warm and smelly blood sprayed all over his face, blurring his eyes. Ning Chen didn't care about anything else and just stabbed desperately. It's dead. It was not until he heard the sound that Ning Chen realized that the Wolf King was no longer moving. He wiped the blood from his eyes with his sleeve, panting with exhaustion, but a bitter smile appeared on his face. It turned out that the people from the inspectorate had already dealt with the other wild wolves and were surrounding them. A man from the supervisory department removed the Wolf King's body that was pressing on Ning Chen. Ning Chen looked at them with a wry smile. He knew he couldn't escape. He rested for a while, sat up, looked at the silver coins scattered on the ground, and said, "All this silver is yours, can you let me go?" The leading man shook his head. "The Emperor's order is above all else. I just killed a wild wolf, otherwise that brother would have been bitten to death. I can be considered to have saved your people, right? Take this silver and say you have never seen me. I promise that no one will ever know about this." The leading man snorted but still shook his head and said, "Even if you saved our brothers' lives, but we dare not disobey the holy order. We have families too." Ning Chen asked, "Nothing to discuss?" The latter shook his head and said, "You can try to resist." Ning Chen's eyes turned fierce, and his body suddenly stiffened because a knife was placed on his neck. "I hate fighting and killing the most." Ning Chen sighed helplessly and said, "Okay, I'll go back with you." The leading man had a teasing look in his eyes. Immediately, he winked at another person. The latter took out handcuffs and anklets from behind. Ning Chen reached out his hand cooperatively. The latter put handcuffs and shackles on Ning Chen. The leading man ordered two of them to look for the lost horse. These horses are well trained and will not run too far. While waiting, they picked up the small change on the ground and confiscated Ning Chen's dagger. The man who checked the ashes also had medicine applied to his wound. His injury was not serious and he walked over with a limp. Ning Chen glanced at him and said, "I just saved you." Although he knew that Ning Chen had no intention of saving him and was just discovered by the wild wolf when he was escaping, but he did help him share the firepower, otherwise it would be hard to say what would have happened to him. "Thanks." Ning Chen raised his hand and showed him the handcuffs on his hand. He couldn't help but sneered, "Your way of thanking me is really special." The latter said, "We are also following orders. Lan Xing, the Emperor's order cannot be disobeyed. You have saved me, and I am forever grateful. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, you can tell me and I will help you fulfill them." Ning Chen was silent for a while. "Is it not too much trouble for you to let me have a full meal?" "Won't." After the latter finished speaking, he opened his bag, took out some dry food and handed it to Ning Chen, and then took out a water bag. The leading man came over and said, "Lan Xing, what crime have you committed? Although you didn't mean it, you saved my brother. I might be able to help you smooth things over and get a lighter sentence." The order they received was to arrest Lan Xing, but they didn't know what crime he had committed. Ning Chen smiled indifferently. Even 3-year-old children in the capital know that once you enter your supervisory department, no one can come out alive. Everything depends on human efforts. Perhaps we can help you, or make you live more comfortably before you die. Ning Chen shook his head and said, "You can't help me. I held the 5th prince hostage and beat him up madly. Can you help me?" Several people were all stunned. Taking the 5th prince hostage and beating him up is a serious crime punishable by the execution of the entire family. They all fell silent. It involves the royal family, and the fifth prince in particular. Even their leader Gung Jing cannot save Lan Xing. Ning Chen ate his dry food silently. He knew that he was completely finished this time. I didn't expect that after coming to this world, I wouldn't even live for 3 months. I wonder if I will be able to travel through time again if I die this time. At this time, all the lost horses were found. Several people took Ning Chen back to the capital. That afternoon, Ning Chen was taken to the supervisory office and thrown into prison. Ning Chen knew that his life had entered the countdown. But the strange thing was that he was not afraid at all, perhaps because he had died once. He even thought about how to drag Ning Ziming's family into the water. Ning Ziming is a scumbag who abandoned his wife and children. To call him a scumbag is an exaggeration. He is worse than pigs and dogs. If I can take a few bad guys with me when I die, it will be worth my trip to this world. Imperial Palace, Hall of Mental Cultivation. Not only Emperor Xian but also the Crown Prince and General Chen. Emperor Xian had an unsightly expression, with worry between his brows. The same is true for General Chen. He only found out about it last night. Qi Yuanzhong told him that Ning Chen had ridden away a warhorse. That's when he realized something was wrong. The prince hung his head and said nothing. He had just been scolded by Emperor Xian again. From last night till now, he has been scolded 3 times. However, Emperor Xian often scolded him, and he had become accustomed to it. Just then, a young eunuch walked in lightly with small steps, knelt on the ground, and said, "Your Majesty, Lord Gung wants to see you." Lord Gung is naturally Gung Jing. Emperor Xian immediately said, "Let him in." The young eunuch left, and soon after, Gung Jing, a tall man in fish-scale clothing, walked in. Just as he was about to salute, he heard Emperor Xian say, "No need to be polite. Have you found the person?" Gung Jing had been ordered to investigate the matter of Black King of Hell these days, so he was naturally aware of Ning Chen's identity. He was extremely curious. Ning Chen was just the son of the Minister of Rights Ning Ziming. Why did His Majesty value him so much? "Your Majesty, the person has been found. According to Your Majesty's orders, Ning Chen has been imprisoned in the prison of the Supervisory Department." Emperor Xian heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It's good to find it, it's good to find it. Is this kid okay?" "Your Majesty, Ning Chen is doing well. Not only that, he also saved my men." What's going on? Tell me about it." Gung Jing recounted the story of his encounter with the wolf pack. When Emperor Xian heard this, he was very pleased. "You're still saving people while running for your life. How stupid. Didn't you think about yourself? This kid always does things beyond my expectations, ha ha ha." Everyone was shocked. Emperor Xian never showed his emotions on his face, and it was rare to see him laughing so happily. Moreover, his tone was full of admiration and concern for Ning Chen. The prince felt jealous. "Who is your biological son?" "Gung Jing, just let him stay in prison and ignore him. By the way, he cannot eat less, drink less, or lose a single hair. I will only hold you responsible." Gung Jing was confused, but he didn't dare to ask, so he said hurriedly, "I obey your order." General Chen had a puzzled look on his face. Who is this Ning Chen? Wasn't he talking about Blue Star? Did His Majesty forget about Blue Star? He was worried about Lan Xing's safety, but he didn't dare to interrupt Emperor Xian, and he was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. Emperor Xian waved his hand and asked Gung Jing to leave. After Gung Jing left, Emperor Xian looked at the Crown Prince and said, "Don't go to the prison to see this kid these days." Although the fifth prince is a fake, he dared to kidnap and beat people without knowing it, and he disregarded the law and the imperial power. He still needs to be punished. The prince hurriedly said, "I obey your command." General Chen couldn't hold back any longer and said, "Your Majesty, there is still no news about Lan Xing. I want to send someone to look for him. Please allow me, Your Majesty." Emperor Xian was stunned. "No news yet? Then who are we talking about now?" But he suddenly thought that General Chen seemed to be unaware of Ning Chen's true identity. "Old General, actually the Ning Chen we are talking about is Lan Xing, and Lan Xing is Ning Chen. They are the same person." General Chen opened his mouth, unable to recover for a moment. Emperor Xian said, Ning Chen is actually the fourth son of Minister of Rights Ning Ziming, but this kid doesn't seem to be favored by Ning Ziming. It took General Chen a long time to come back to his senses. But he still didn't understand, Lan. Ning Chen is very talented and has good character. He is a man of both civil and military talents. Why is he not welcomed? Emperor Xian said in a deep voice, I have a rough guess about the reason, but I am not sure yet. I am sending people to investigate. I will inform the old general after I find out the truth. General Chen nodded and muttered to himself that Ning Ziming must be mentally ill because he didn't like such a good child. Your Majesty, I don't understand, since Ning Chen has been found, why do you want to put him in jail? Emperor Xian snorted, he dared to hold the fifth prince hostage and beat him, ignoring the imperial authority. If I don't give him a lesson, I'm afraid he will not even be respected by me in the future. But that fifth prince is fake. Emperor Xian said, at that time, Ning Chen didn't know that the fifth prince was fake, but he still took action. So, true or false is not important, what is important is that this kid has no respect for the royal family. General Chen said, that kid is very smart. Maybe he had already discovered that the fifth prince was a fake, so he took action. Then why did he run away? Emperor Xian waved his hand and said, Old General, please don't try to make amends for him. This kid has no respect for the royal family and must be punished. He kidnapped and beat the fifth prince, falsely passed on your orders to trick the warhorse, and fled out of fear of punishment. If he is not taught a lesson this time, I'm afraid he won't even be able to distinguish between the monarch and his subjects in the future. General Chen sighed. Ning Chen had indeed gone too far this time. It wouldn't be a bad thing for him to learn a lesson from it. Geng Jing came to the prison of the supervisory department. He needs to talk to Ning Chen and find out why this kid is appreciated by His Majesty. The air in the dark and cramped cell smells bad. Ning Chen was locked in the innermost cell. He pulled some hay, sat in a corner, and fell asleep. When Geng Jing saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched, isn't this kid afraid of death? He knocked on the cell door. Ning Chen was awakened. When he saw a tall, square-faced, middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes standing outside the prison door, his first reaction was that he was going to be interrogated. This man holds a high position because he is wearing a purple fish scale suit. The rank of people in the inspectorate can be distinguished by the color of their clothes. Ordinary soldiers wear red fish scale uniforms, followed by silver, gold, and finally purple. Those wearing purple fish scale clothes have the highest status. Are you here to interrogate me? I plead guilty, so let's not waste time. Geng Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. Lan Xing, do you know what crime you have committed? I know. Hijacking and beating the fifth prince is a serious crime punishable by execution of the entire family. In fact, I kidnapped and beat the fifth prince, and there was someone behind it. Geng Jing's heart skipped a beat. Could there be another accomplice? Who is the one who ordered this? Ning Chen said, Minister of Rights Ning Ziming. Geng Jing's face twitched. He had recently been ordered to investigate Ning Chen, so he naturally knew that Ning Chen was not welcome in the Ning family. This guy wants to drag Ning Ziming into the water. What is your relationship with Ning Ziming? Why did he instruct you to kidnap and beat the fifth prince? Geng Jing asked the question even though he knew the answer. Ning Chen held his head high and said, we have nothing to do with each other. I am a killer who gets paid to do things. Ning Ziming paid me to kill the fifth prince. When your people caught me, they found 100 taels of silver on me. That was given to me by Ning Ziming. Geng Jing had a weird expression on his face. This guy didn't tell the truth at all. Are you a killer? Ning Chen nodded seriously, kill one person every 10 steps, and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. When the work is done, leave, hiding my identity and name. This is my life creed. Geng Jing's breathing stagnated, and he could not help but exclaim, it's a good poem, but it's a bit murderous. Ning Chen said, I am a killer. If I don't have murderous intent, can I still be called a killer? What a pity, I failed this time and failed to kill that beast, the fifth prince. I failed to live up to Lord Ning's trust. Geng Jing's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, how dare you humiliate the fifth prince? Ning Chen sneered, humiliation is nothing. I wanted to kill him, a beast like this deserves to be killed by everyone. Even if Lord Ning doesn't invite me, I will find a chance to kill him. As a prince, he raped women and harmed the people in broad daylight. He is worse than pigs and dogs. With such a prince, Dashuan is finished. Gung Jing was furious. How dare you? Aren't you afraid of death? Ning Chen raised his head and said loudly, since ancient times, everyone has to die. Leave behind a loyal heart to shine in history. The people are like water, and the royal family is like a boat. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. If you kill me and Lord Ning, there will be thousands and thousands of me and Lord Ning standing up. Can you kill them all? Gung Jing was shocked and angry. Did this kid have the guts to say such outrageous words? However, this boy's literary talent is so amazing, and he can speak famous quotes every time he opens his mouth. Blue Star, you dare to talk nonsense when you are about to die. I hope you can still be so tough when I behead you. Ning Chen snorted coldly and said, then you wait and see. If Lord Ning and I blink at that time, we will not be considered men. You can't stand a few words from me. When Lord Ning's family cursed the emperor behind closed doors, they cursed him as harshly as they could. Gung Jing finally understood why His Majesty wanted to warn Ning Chen. This kid is so bold that he has no regard for the imperial power at all. He pointed at Ning Chen, asking him to wait, then turned and left. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, Ning Chen would say something even more shocking. Ning Chen yelled, Master Ning, I am so sorry for you. It's all my fault that I didn't learn the skills well enough to kill the fifth prince, and I got you into trouble. I will be your slave in the next life, and I will pick grass for you to eat. Gung Jing listened to the voice behind him with an extremely strange expression. This kid really did everything he could to pull Ning Ziming into the water. But the son hates his father so much, how much injustice must he have suffered? Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. Gung Jing stood under the dragon table and reported his conversation with Ning Chen to Emperor Xian word by word. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xian picked up the red brush at hand and wrote quickly on the rice paper. After I finished writing, I picked it up and looked at it carefully. Kill one person every 10 steps, and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. When the work is done, leave, hiding your identity and name. Since ancient times, everyone has to die. I will leave my loyalty to history. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Emperor Xian read it once. He liked poetry and liked it more and more the more he read it. This kid is really talented, but he is too wild and has no respect for the royal family. Emperor Xian glanced at Gung Jing and asked, You have talked to him, what do you think of this person? Gung Jing thought for a moment and said, He has amazing talent and is not afraid of power. Emperor Xian frowned slightly, You mean, I am the powerful one? Gung Jing was so frightened that he fell to his knees, sweat on his forehead, and said in panic, Your Majesty, please forgive me, that is not what I meant. After a while, Emperor Xian slowly spoke, Okay, get up. Gung Jing, how is the matter I asked you to investigate going? Gung Jing just stood up, knelt down again, and said in fear and trepidation, I am incompetent. Many of the children of the rich and powerful in the capital have secretly raised the Black King of Hell. I have sent people to vigorously track him down. Emperor Xian snorted coldly. I have issued a clear ban on raising Black Hades. Have these people turned a deaf ear to my words? Investigate it for me. Investigate it thoroughly. Gung Jing's heart skipped a beat. He wondered how many heads would fall to the ground this time. I obey your order. Emperor Xian hummed and said, You go down first. Remember, don't embarrass Ning Chen. The child is too weak and cannot be without meat for every meal. Do you understand? I understand. Seeing that Emperor Xian had no other instructions, Gung Jing saluted and retreated. Emperor Xian glanced at the eunuch Quan who was standing next to him with his brows lowered and asked, Quan Sheng, what do you think of Ning Chen? Quan Sheng thought for a moment and said, I feel that Ning Chen appears to be polite to others, but he is actually very proud in his heart. Emperor Xian nodded, yes. He is polite to others, but isn't this also a form of defense? Quan Sheng, do you think Ning Chen is capable of great use? Quan Sheng hurriedly said, I don't know about this. Emperor Xian sighed deeply and said, the crown prince is indecisive. After 100 years, I am afraid that the crown prince will not be able to control the old ministers in the court. Therefore, I have to find a capable minister to assist the crown prince. Eunuch Quan said hurriedly, Your Majesty is long live, now in the prime of life, this servant feels. Stop flattering me. Birth, aging, sickness and death are common. Even though I am the emperor, I cannot avoid this. Those elixirs can only prolong my life at best. Although Emperor Xian said this, he still felt a little melancholy. Which king doesn't want immortality? In fact, Emperor Xian was also secretly taking elixirs in an attempt to achieve immortality. But he was still rational and knew that those pills could only make him energetic and prolong his life, but they could not really make him immortal. Several days passed in a flash. Ning Chen has been imprisoned in prison. He had good food and drink every day, but he seemed to be forgotten and no one paid any attention to him. That day, the jailer came to deliver food again. The food was quite rich, with a roast chicken and a few side dishes. The jailer put down the food and left. Sir, please wait a moment. Ning Chen called him. The jailer stopped and turned to look at him. Ning Chen asked in confusion, I am a death row inmate, and you guys eat and drink well every day. What do you want to do? Eat what you have and don't ask so many questions. The jailer said this and left. Hey! Hey, hey, hey! What do you mean? If you want to kill me, do it quickly. It's scary what you're doing. Ning Chen yelled. But the jailer had already gone far away. Ning Chen had a question mark on his forehead. Every time he had a good meal, he thought it was his last meal before execution. This has been going on for several days, and I live in fear every day. It was like holding a knife to his neck, chopping it down, pausing, chopping it down again, pausing again, and the executioner asked him, Do you think my next chop will kill you? Do they want to fatten themselves up before killing them? Grass, wouldn't that make me a pig? You can't die. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the next cell. Ning Chen was stunned, because there was a wall in the middle and there was no movement next door, so he thought it was an empty cell. Immediately, he asked curiously, Why do you say that? No one who enters the supervisory department will come out alive, and no one will not experience torture. You are the first person I have seen who was sent to the supervisory department, and not only was he not interrogated, but was also served with good food and drink. Ning Chen asked hurriedly, Do you know why? Have no idea. Ning Chen curled his lips, thinking, I don't know what you mean. And you are so sure about it. Maybe my crime was clear enough that I didn't need to be brought to trial, and I confessed my guilt readily, so they didn't make things difficult for me, right? What crime have you committed? Ning Chen smiled bitterly and said, Death penalty, I beat up the fifth prince. There was no sound from next door, probably because they were shocked. After all, in this world where imperial power is supreme, beating up the fifth prince is something no one dares to even think about. Ning Chen asked curiously, What crime did you commit? Murder. I killed the magistrate of Jinyuan County and his family of 7. You are a ruthless person. This is a serious crime that will kill 3 generations of your clan. A sneer came from next door, which seemed to be disdainful. Ning Chen asked curiously, Why did you kill the magistrate of Jinyuan County? Because they deserve to die. Ning Chen became interested, sat down against the wall, and said, Tell me about it, you have nothing to do anyway. The neighbors fell silent. Ning Chen said, Don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped, I will never tell anyone from the supervisory department. The men next door sneered and said, My crime has already been determined, and I will be executed in a few days. Ning Chen sighed and said, 3 years as a clean magistrate, 100,000 silver coins. I guess this magistrate is definitely not a good person. If he was not forced to have no way to survive, no one would be willing to risk killing 3 generations of his clan to kill an official appointed by the imperial court. There was silence next door again. Just when Ning Chen thought the other party would not speak again, he spoke. Officials and businessmen colluded, made up excuses, bullied the market, and exploited the people. If I don't kill him, the people of Jinyuan County will have no way to survive. Ning Chen stood in awe. Mr. Great Righteousness. The man next door sneered, I thought that by sacrificing me, I could save the people of Jinyuan County. But I didn't expect that this world is so dark. Ning Chen frowned slightly. Why, the problem is not solved. The person next door just sighed deeply, revealing a sense of powerlessness. What's your name? Are you from Jinyuan County? The man next door said lightly, I am not from Jinyuan County, I am just a man of the world. Ning Chen admired him very much and said, most of the loyal ones are butchers, and most of the unfaithful ones are scholars. Unfortunately, I have no power and I am trapped in a cage. I share your pain and cannot help you. Over the next few days, the jailers brought sumptuous food at every meal. But no matter what Ning Chen asked, the jailer just ignored him. Shit, did they put a slow-acting poison in the food? Ning Chen talked to himself. There's no need to go through so much trouble to kill someone in the supervisory department. The prisoner next door said. In the past few days, Ning Chen has become familiar with the prisoners next door. I know his name is Tao Qiji, and his nickname in the underworld is the Bone-Distorting Hand. Tao Qiji was born in a poor family and had little education. He learned martial arts since he was young and had always been hanging around in the underworld. A year ago, I passed by Jinyuan County. Seeing that the people of Jinyuan County were living in poverty, the common people had no way to file a lawsuit. He even saw with his own eyes the magistrate's son raping a woman in the street and taking her life without mercy. In a rage, he sneaked into the county government office under the cover of night and killed the magistrate's family of 7, but spared the elderly, the weak, women and children. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will definitely leave trouble. Later he became a wanted criminal by the Imperial court. However, this guy is very skilled and has escaped the inspectorate several times. Unfortunately, it eventually fell into the hands of the supervisory department. However, it took more than 20 experts from the supervisory office to capture him. Lao Tao, give me a chicken drumstick. There was a wall between the two of them, but fortunately the wall was not thick, so he could pass it to him through the gap in the cell door. Ning Chen admires such people very much. But what could he do? The only thing he could do was to share some of his food with him. Tao Qiji was not polite. He ate whatever Ning Chen gave him. Boy, I ate your food, but I can't repay you. Ning Chen laughed, it's okay, there will be a chance to repay you. When we get to Yama Palace, you are good at fighting, and other little ghosts bully me, you can just protect me. Tao Qiji laughed loudly, and suddenly he started coughing violently. He had been tortured and was badly injured. Boy, how about I teach you my skills? Ning Chen smiled and said, how can I teach you? Do you have the legendary inner strength that can pass on your skills to me through the wall? What is internal strength? It is a kind of energy cultivated by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, which can kill people without being seen. Tao Qiji said, I haven't heard of it, but what you said is somewhat similar to the breathing method. Ning Chen became interested and asked curiously, what breathing method is it? Some of the best masters in the martial arts world know the method of breathing. It's not as magical as you say, but it can make people's blood vigorous, double their fighting power, and last longer in battle. Is there any Qigong in the martial arts world? As long as you are a man, there is no one who is not interested in this. Who didn't dream of becoming a hero when they were young? Ning Chen remembered that when he was a child, he made a sword out of wood, and carried it on his back, ready to travel the world, helping the weak and punishing the strong. But before he even left the house, he was beaten by his father. Then his dream of becoming a martial artist was shattered, his wooden sword was replaced by a pen, and his enemies were replaced by endless test papers and exam questions. Tao Qiji asked, what is the Qigong you are talking about? It's the skill of flying over eaves and walking on walls. Tao Qiji said, this is true. Ning Chen was surprised, really? I once saw a master who could fly over a house easily with just a breath and become as light as a swallow. And can you? No. I have learned some light body techniques, so jumping over the wall is not a problem. Ning Chen rolled his eyes and thought, what's the big deal about climbing over a wall? I know an ordinary person who often climbs over other people's walls, but once he was caught by the husband and his legs were broken. How high-ranking an expert are you in the martial arts world? Tao Chiji was silent for a while and said, second rate. Then you're not that great. There was complete silence next door. After a while, Tao Chiji said, boy, I don't want to take this skill with me to the grave. My master only has me as his disciple. If I die, my skills of breaking bones and splitting tendons and the 13 ghostly blades will be completely lost. Ning smiled bitterly and said, I would like to learn, but I am just like you. I might be executed someday. Boy, you won't die. Ning sighed and said, after holding and beating the 5th prince, do you think I can survive? Tao Chiji said in a deep voice, boy, I have traveled all over the country for 30 years, so I have some experience. In your current situation, I think you will not die. I never want to owe favors to others. After eating your food, I will teach you the tendon-splitting and bone-splitting techniques and the 13 ghostly swords. Seeing Tao Chiji speaking so confidently, Ning couldn't help but wonder. It wouldn't be a bad thing to learn it. What if he really can't die? But then he changed his mind and couldn't help but joked, there is a wall between us. You can't see me and I can't see you. How can you teach me? Tao Chiji said, I told you to practice, first memorize the moves, if you survive, it's not too late to practice diligently. Ning hummed, thinking that he was free to do something anyway. Tao Chiji said, to separate tendons and dislocate bones, one must first understand the structure of the human body, and the 108 vital acupuncture points of the human body. These 108 acupuncture points are divided into life points and death points. Among them, there are 72 non-lethal acupuncture points and 36 acupuncture points. In fact, Ning has also done research on acupoints. In the prison, two people who had never met each other, one taught seriously and the other learned seriously. On this day, Emperor Xian summoned Gung Jing. Gung Jing, how is Ning doing in prison? Gung Jing was amazed. He had never seen Emperor Xian care so much about anyone before. Only Ning. In the past 10 days, Emperor Xian summoned him 3 times, and each time he asked about Ning. Your Majesty, Ning is living well in prison. Gung Jing paused, saw a smile on Emperor Xian's face, and then said. He met a death row inmate in prison, and Ning was practicing martial arts with him. Emperor Xian looked a little surprised, practicing martial arts. Gung Jing said, that man is a gangster. He killed the magistrate of Jinyuan County and his family of 7. He is very skilled. Emperor Xian was shocked, his face darkened, you locked Ning and a death row prisoner in the same cell. Gung Jing's face changed, and he said hurriedly, Your Majesty, they are imprisoned in 2 cells, separated by a wall. Emperor Xian breathed a sigh of relief and said, oh. Immediately, he frowned and said, this kid is not honest in prison. He even learned skills from the death row prisoners. He is really something. Gung Jing, have someone keep an eye out and don't let the death row prisoner hurt Ning. Gung Jing leaned forward and said, I obey your order. This kid has been living too comfortably in prison. From today on, his food will be reduced by half. Yes. But Emperor Xian suddenly waved his hand and said, forget it. This kid is malnourished and weak. He needs to be nourished. Gung Jing began to wonder in his heart, could this Ning be the emperor's illegitimate son? Otherwise, he really couldn't understand why His Majesty was so good to Ning. Gung Jing, we can't let this kid have such an easy life. So, go and make some arrangements. Scare this kid, but don't really hurt him. On this day, Ning was in the cell, holding a piece of hay in his hand, chopping, sweeping, and picking. His moves were continuous. This is the Ghost Shadow 13 swords. Just then, several people wearing fish scale clothes came. I heard the cell door next door open and someone said, Tao Chiji, your death is coming. Ning froze. Tao Chiji was going to be executed today. With a dragging sound, Tao Chiji was dragged out. Ning rushed to the prison door and looked outside. Although we have known each other for a long time, there is a wall between us and no one can see each other. This was the first time Ning saw Tao Chiji. His clothes were tattered and his exposed skin was covered with scars from torture. His hair was disheveled and his features could not be seen clearly. His legs were broken and he could not walk. Despite this, he was still wearing heavy handcuffs and shackles. Tao Qiyi also looked at Ning Chen at this time. His eyes were bright and there was no fear at all. "Wait a minute, brothers, can I have a few words with him?" A man in a fish-scale suit turned his head and glanced at Ning Chen, and said in a cold voice, "Stay still, it will be your turn soon. When you get downstairs, you can chat slowly." He didn't deserve to be beheaded, he was a hero. Ning Chen roared. The people from the supervisory department ignored him. Tao Qiyi laughed loudly and said, "Kid, stay alive. I'm leaving first." Tao Qiyi is not afraid of death and faces it calmly. He was dragged away. Ning Chen clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, but he was powerless to stop it. "Live as a hero, die as a hero. Lao Tao, rest in peace." Ning Chen roared loudly. "Ha ha ha. Live as a hero, die as a ghost hero, that's right. Before I die, I can meet such an interesting guy like you. It's worth my life in this world." Tao Qiyi's heroic voice came. The next day, Gung Jing came to Ning Chen's cage. "Because Ning Chen hasn't eaten since Tao Qiyi was taken away yesterday. Your Majesty has repeatedly warned us not to treat Ning Chen unfairly. If something bad happens due to hunger, how will he explain to His Majesty?" Ning Chen sat in the corner with a dull look in his eyes. Could it be that this kid was frightened silly by Tao Qiyi's beheading? "Blue Star, why aren't you eating?" Gung Jing knocked on the cell door and asked. Ning Chen remained silent. Gung Jing said in a deep voice, "Do you want to starve yourself to death?" Ning Chen raised his head, sneered, and said, "I'm going to die anyway. If I die of starvation, at least I can leave a whole body." Gung Jing's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, "If you starve to death, I'm afraid I will be buried with you. You don't eat because of Tao Qiyi." Ning Chen looked at him coldly, "He shouldn't die. He killed 7 members of the Zhenyuan County Magistrate's family. 10 deaths would not be too much." Ning Chen said angrily, "You should know why he killed the 7 members of the Zhenyuan County Magistrate's family." Gung Jing said, "No matter what the reason is, if you kill someone, you must pay with your life." "But did he kill people?" "He just killed a few animals." Ning Chen stood up, walked to the cage, stared at Gung Jing, and said, "Hasn't your supervision department always been known for being fair and just? Does your fairness and justice mean using the lives of good people to exchange for the lives of beasts? Your so-called fairness and justice is a joke. You are nothing but indiscriminate evil spirits in the underworld. It would be more appropriate to change the name of this supervision department to the Department of Idiots." Gung Jing's face grew darker and darker. "Lan Xing, what qualifications do you have to teach us how to do things?" Ning Chen's face was full of sarcasm. He said, "You are a piece of rotten wood that cannot be helped. I will not teach a bunch of idiots how to do things. I simply despise you and look down on you from the bottom of my heart. Sir, can I give you a poem? It's free, no charge. You can carve this poem on the gate of the supervisory office later." Gung Jing realized that Ning Chen would not say anything nice. But Ning Chen is extremely talented, so he still wants to know this poem. "What poem?" Ning Chen smiled slightly and said, "Please listen carefully, sir. A needle is forged through thousands of hammers, and it is upside down on the cloth. Its eyes are on its buttocks, and it only recognizes the clothes and not the person." Gung Jing's face turned blue and white, it was so ugly. He cursed himself inwardly. Why did he ask? The first 2 sentences are a satire on the people in the supervisory office, who bully the weak and fear the strong, curry favor with the powerful, and confuse right and wrong. The last 2 sentences are very straightforward, equivalent to direct scolding. Ning Chen continued, "Sir, the title of this poem is Ode to the Supervisory Office. Are you satisfied?" Gung Jing's face turned ashen with anger. The reputation of the supervisory office is already bad enough. If this poem gets out, I'm afraid that even the ancestors of the people in the supervisory office will be cursed. The entire supervisory office will be infamous for thousands of years. This guy is so mean. He wants to nail the inspectorate to the pillar of shame in history. If Emperor Xian hadn't given the order, he would have made Ning Chen taste the torture of the supervisory office. At the very least, his teeth would have been broken. Gung Jing's fingers trembled with anger, and he pointed at Ning Chen and said viciously, "You, wait to die." After saying that, he turned away. "Sir, wait a minute." Gung Jing stopped and looked back at him. Ning Chen smiled slightly and said, "Sir, say thank you." Gung Jing's face twitched, and he now wanted to break Ning Chen's arms and legs. "Lan Xing, I advise you to eat well, at least you can die well. In a few days, you will be beheaded at Kaishiku." After Gung Jing finished speaking, he left quickly, fearing that if he stayed any longer, Ning Chen would get mad at him to death. "Fuck. You have no manners at all. I gave you a poem and you didn't even charge me for it. You didn't even say thank you." Ning Chen complained a few words, then walked back and sat down in the corner. He still didn't touch the food. Although Tao Qiji had only met him once, he had taught him martial arts. Ning Chen decided to keep vigil for him for 3 days without eating or drinking. "In a few days, it will be my turn to be beheaded." Ning Chen was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it. Death was better than being locked up here forever. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. Emperor Xian was holding a piece of rice paper with words on it. "Live as a hero, die as a ghost hero." Good poem, but unfortunately only 2 lines. What a jerk. He actually gave such a good poem to a murderous gangster. What a waste of talent. Emperor Xian was very angry. Such a good poem was only suitable for an emperor like him. Your eyes are on your butt. You only recognize clothes and not people. Ha ha ha. When reading these 2 sentences, Emperor Xian couldn't help laughing out loud. Gung Jing, standing under the dragon case, twitched his face. "Is this funny? What's so funny?" Emperor Xian laughed louder and louder. Gung Jing couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, the supervisory department is Your Majesty's supervisory department." Ning Chen's poem clearly shows contempt for the majesty of heaven and disregard for the imperial power. He should be severely punished. Emperor Xian glanced at him and asked, "You mean, this poem is cursing me?" Gung Jing was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was so angry just now that he said something without thinking. He fell to his knees and said in fear, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. That is not what I meant." Emperor Xian snorted coldly. "Do I need to recognize the clothes and not the person? This poem is scolding you, the supervisory department, and has nothing to do with me." Gung Jing thought to himself, "The supervisory office is Your Majesty's supervisory office, and it is a bit dishonest of you to say that." But he dared only think about it in his heart, and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty is wise." Suddenly, Emperor Xian's smile faded. "I have some impression of the murder of 7 members of the family of the Zhenyuan County Magistrate. Please tell me the details." Gung Jing said, "After the incident, I immediately ordered an investigation. The magistrate of Zhenyuan County did make up a pretext to oppress the people, but the man was already dead. At that time, I was eager to arrest Tao Qiji, so I did not dig deeper into the matter." Emperor Xian nodded to indicate that he understood. "By the way, you just said Ning Chen hasn't eaten for 2 days." Gung Jing said hurriedly, "Yes." Emperor Xian's face darkened. "Gung Jing, I asked you to take good care of Ning Chen, and this is how you do it. I don't care what method you use. Ning Chen must be fed." Gung Jing felt so miserable. He was good at prying open the mouths of prisoners and making them tell the truth. But it was too difficult for him to pry open someone else's mouth and force him to eat. "Minister, I obey your order." Although it was difficult, he had no right to say no to the emperor's order. Emperor Xian waved his hand and said, "All right, you can go down now." After Gung Jing left, Emperor Xian said, "Quan Sheng, go get the crown prince." "Yes." Eunuch Quan walked away in small steps. Emperor Xian looked at the poem on the rice paper and said to himself, "This kid is really talented. How did he do it at such a young age? But it's time to let him know my identity." Emperor Xian knew very well that Gung Jing had no way of getting Ning Chen to eat. Judging from what happened in the past few days, this kid is a stubborn donkey. Ning Chen's personality is not suitable for court factional struggles, he is more suitable for the supervisory office. This kid is brave and resourceful, but he is too stubborn and not afraid of power. It is most appropriate for him to be placed in the supervisory department. He can take over Gung Jing's position in the future. The next day, Gung Jing brought a few people to the cell where Ning Chen was imprisoned. It was also a headache to see the food on the ground untouched. He asked his men to open the cell door. Blue Star, come out. Ning Chen looked at him and asked calmly, are we going to Kaishiku? Gung Jing nodded and pointed at the food on the ground. This is your last meal. Are you sure you don't want to eat something? After waiting for so many days, it's finally my turn. Ning Chen stood up and walked out, stretched out his hands, and signaled the other party to put handcuffs and shackles on him. Gung Jing frowned. Are you really not afraid of death? I said I was afraid, could you not kill me? Are you sure you don't want to eat something? Ning Chen shook his head, if I don't eat, I will turn into a ghost after I die and go to your house at night to beg for food. Gung Jing's mouth twitched, but he was still very impressed in his heart. Most prisoners, before dying, are so frightened that their legs and feet become weak, and even worse, they are so frightened that they urinate and excrement. Ning Chen is not afraid of life and death at such a young age, which is really rare. Gung Jing said, launching, I won't wear any handcuffs or shackles. But I have to warn you, don't play tricks. Your little effort is nothing in front of me. Ning Chen nodded, I know. This man was wearing a purple fish-scale suit and had a very high position. Needless to say, he was very skilled. He must be a master among masters. Let's go. Gung Jing took Ning Chen out of the prison. Ning Chen greedily took a few breaths of fresh air. After being locked up in a dark and cramped cell for half a month, he had even forgotten what fresh air smelled like. There was a carriage parked outside the prison. Blue Star, get in the car. Ning Chen was a little confused, shouldn't we use a prisoner car? Gung Jing did not explain. Ning Chen didn't ask any more questions and jumped into the carriage. The carriage drove out of the supervisory office and headed east. Ning Chen heard the bustling crowd outside, it was very lively. Don't look around. Ning Chen wanted to lift the curtain to take a look, but was stopped by Gung Jing. Are we almost at Kaishiku? Ning Chen asked. Without waiting for Gung Jing to answer, he continued, what's your name? Where do you live? Gung Jing looked at him without saying anything. Ning Chen grinned and said, don't worry, I don't mean anything else. I'm just worried that after I die, I'll turn into a ghost and won't be able to find you. Gung Jing pursed his lips and still said nothing. About half an hour later, the carriage stopped. Get out of the car. Gung Jing said as he jumped off the carriage first. Ning Chen opened the carriage curtain and walked out, and was stunned. This is not Kaishiku, but Tianfulu. Moreover, the entire Tianfulu is guarded by Imperial guards. Ning Chen looked at Gung Jing with confusion. Gung Jing didn't explain, follow me. Ning Chen jumped off the carriage, his head full of question marks. What does this mean? Why did you bring me to Tianfulu? Could it be that the scumbag fifth prince is going to privately punish me and behead me here? Gung Jing's expression changed, and he reprimanded in a low voice, Ning Chen, watch your words. Ning Chen's expression froze, it seems like you already knew who I am. But you're right. If the inspectorate can't even find out this, it has no right to be the emperor's personal henchman. Gung Jing's face darkened. He really wanted to shut Ning Chen's mouth. His words were too harsh. Ning Chen took 2 quick steps and caught up with Gung Jing, saying, although I concealed my identity, there is one thing I did not lie about. Ning Ziming indeed ordered me to kidnap and beat the fifth prince. Gung Jing's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but say, shut up. Everything I said is true. Gung Jing pretended not to hear. Bah. What do you mean the supervisory department is impartial and selfless? Isn't it just officials protecting each other? Gung Jing turned around and gave him a cold look. Look at you, sister. I am a dying man, how can I be afraid of you? Ning Chen complained in his heart. Gung Jing brought Ning Chen to the door of a private room on the 2nd floor of Tianfulu. Ning Chen frowned. This private room was the one where Tianxian had invited him to dinner before. The fifth prince has a strong sense of revenge. He will take revenge wherever he suffers a loss. Ning Chen glanced at the two people next to him who were wearing red fish scale clothes. The skills of these two people should be average. When he saw the fifth prince, he grabbed the knife and chopped him to pieces. If a scum like the fifth prince were allowed to live in this world, how many people would suffer? I was going to die anyway, so I might as well drag him down with me. Ning Chen was planning silently in his mind. At this time, the two Imperial guards guarding the door pushed open the door of the box and motioned Gung Jing and others to go in. Ning Chen followed in and was stunned on the spot. He didn't see the fifth prince. In the box, 3 people were sitting around the table, one was Tianxian, one was Xianhong, and the other was General Chen. The sissy stood respectfully behind Tianxian. Uncle. General Chen. Ning Chen's face was full of surprise. As for Xianhong, Ning Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him. He thought that this coward was not worth his attention. The prince noticed the disgust in Ning Chen's eyes when he looked at him, and couldn't help but lower his head and smile bitterly. Ning Chen looked at the delicious food on the table and said with a smile, "Uncle, General Chen, it seems that you know that I am going to be beheaded. You have prepared such a big table of food for me. How considerate." Gung Jing shouted in a deep voice, "Ning Chen, don't be so presumptuous." After saying this, Gung Jing quickly walked to the table and knelt down in front of Emperor Xian. "Your Highness, I, Gung Jing, pay my respects to you." Ning Chen's eyes suddenly widened, his mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in it, he was completely stunned. His Majesty. Isn't that the Emperor? Uncle is the Emperor. Emperor Xian and others looked at Ning Chen's reaction with interest. Gung Jing also felt relieved. This kid was fearless, but now he must be scared silly, right? Ning Chen took a long time to come back to his senses, and asked in shock, "Uncle, aren't you the Prince of Fu? How did you become the Emperor? Did you try to usurp the throne?" Just one sentence made everyone except Emperor Xian turn pale and break out in cold sweat. Is this guy really that bold? He just opened his mouth and said something as outrageous as treason. The corner of Emperor Xian's mouth twitched slightly. It turned out that this kid had long doubted his identity. I just guessed wrong and mistook him for Prince Fu. Ning Chen, why do you think I am the Prince of Fu? Nonsense, who would have thought that the Emperor was so bored that he would leave the 3,000 beauties in his harem and run out of the palace every few days? Isn't he afraid of being killed? Ning Chen said somewhat flatteringly, because uncle. No, because your Majesty is handsome, speaks well, and has an extraordinary demeanor. Only the descendants of the royal family have such momentum, so I thought your Majesty was the Prince of Fu. The most important thing is that your Majesty is diligent in government and loves the people. He is busy with many things every day. I think your Majesty should not have time to leave the palace. That's why I mistakenly think your Majesty is Prince Fu. Emperor Xian's face turned serious and he said, "You mean to say that I am not a good emperor because I often leave the palace?" Ning Chen said hurriedly, No. I definitely don't mean that. I just think that your Majesty is wise and brave, and knows how to balance work and rest. Occasionally leaving the palace to relax will help you better handle state affairs. Emperor Xian raised his lips slightly and said, "You have a good mouth but a dog brain. How could you mistake me for Prince Fu? Fuck, you have a stupid brain. If you don't investigate, you don't know my name is Ning Chen. We are the same, so don't laugh at each other." Ning Chen complained in his heart. Emperor Xian snorted and said, "Your eyes are on your buttocks. You only recognize the clothes and not the person. I give this sentence to you." Damn, you're using my words to scold me, you're quite funny, right? Uncle. No, your Majesty is teaching me that I am blind and do not know the Emperor's face. Please forgive me, your Majesty. Emperor Xian had a smile in his eyes, but he was very satisfied with Ning Chen's attitude in his heart. Who said Ning Chen is not afraid of power? When he sees me, isn't he like a mouse seeing a cat? Ning Chen, let me ask you, do you want to die or live? Ning Chen said without hesitation, I want to live. Any hesitation for even a second would be a disrespect to this path of life. It is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Even ants are greedy for life. Who would want to die when they can live? Emperor Xian nodded and said, although I am the son of heaven, I must abide by the laws of the great Xian. If you want to live, you must redeem yourself from your crimes and make meritorious contributions. Are you willing? Nonsense, your son raped a woman in broad daylight and treated the great Xian law as a joke, and you, as a father, told me to abide by the great Xian law. Are you fooling two idiots? Ning Chen complained in his heart. Complaining, Ning Chen said hurriedly, I am willing to make amends for my crime. What poem does your majesty want? I will rack my brains and write it for you. Emperor Xian snorted and said, do you think that writing a few poems can make up for your crime? Although I like poetry, I will never ignore the great mysterious law for the sake of a few poems. Ning Chen had a question mark on his forehead. No poetry. Then what do you want after all this talk? Your Majesty is wise and wise. I admire you wholeheartedly. Scholars are good for nothing. Poetry and songs can be used as leisure entertainment, but should not be vigorously developed. Putting emphasis on culture and neglecting military power is not the way for a country to develop and become strong. Emperor Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Why is it not the way for a country to develop and become strong if it emphasizes culture over military power? Ning Chen said seriously, entertainment to death, scholars ruin the country, the enemy country will not be afraid of our great Xian dynasty because of a few poems. What really scares them is the sharp arrows of my great Xian soldiers. Well said. General Chen was so excited that his breathing became rapid and his beard was shaking. In these years, Dashuan has not had any major battles, so poetry and songs have gradually become the mainstream. Young men from all over the country are greedy for pleasure, and laziness is prevalent, which makes him sad. In other words, after eating full meals for a few days, have you forgotten whether the northwest wind is cold or not? Emperor Xian smiled and asked, Ning Chen, are you willing to serve the country? Ning Chen said seriously, I once knew a man who chose to sacrifice himself for a group of strangers. Before he died, I asked him if it was worth it. He told me, you have to do something while you are alive, you can't live in vain. The person Ning Chen was talking about was his former instructor, a tough soldier who died trying to save a group of strangers. Emperor Xian and others didn't understand and looked at Ning Chen in confusion. Ning Chen said word by word, what I want to say is, if one day, I need to do something for the people, I am willing to do it. Even if he has to sacrifice himself, it will be worth his life in this world. Ning Chen felt that the reason he was able to travel to this world was not luck, but because of his immortal military spirit. Emperor Xian nodded with satisfaction, but he didn't notice. Ning Chen was talking about doing something for the people, not for the royal family. Ning Chen, since you are willing to make meritorious contributions while serving your sentence, I will allow you to work in the supervisory department and grant you silver clothes. Silver clothing is silver fish scale clothing, which is considered the third level in the supervisory department. Those who have just entered the supervisory office can only wear red fish scale clothes and belong to the lowest level. Wearing a silver fish scale suit doesn't seem very impressive, and he can't handle cases independently. Only those who wear golden fish scale clothes can be responsible for investigating the case alone. In the entire supervisory department, there are only 8 people wearing golden fish scale uniforms, and each of them is an expert among experts. As for the person wearing purple fish scale clothes, there is only one person, the head of the supervisory office, the man in front of him named Gung Jing. He has the power to execute officials below the 5th rank without being summoned by the emperor, and he has the power to report to the emperor later. Damn, Emperor Xian is a bit stingy, that's why he gave himself silver clothes. Duke Quan reminded him, Ning Chen, why don't you kowtow to thank the emperor for his grace? Ning Chen hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, I don't want to join the supervisory department. I want to follow General Chen to the battlefield, kill the enemy, make meritorious contributions, and defend my country. Everyone was shocked. This was granted by His Majesty himself. How dare Ning Chen refuse? Eunuch Quan said in a sharp voice, Ning Chen, you are so bold that you dare to disobey the holy word. Why don't you kowtow and confess your sin? Eunuch Quan's words were actually a reminder for Ning Chen to agree quickly. Disobeying the emperor's order is a capital crime. Old General Chen was worried. Ning Chen was a rare military talent, and he also wanted Ning Chen to go to the battlefield, but disobeying the emperor's order was a serious crime. He glanced at Emperor Xian, and seeing that his face darkened, his heart skipped a beat. No one has ever dared to disobey Emperor Xian's words. Although Emperor Xian has the reputation of being a benevolent monarch, he is the son of heaven after all, and he never shows mercy when killing people. Emperor Xian had a cold face and asked, "Give me a reason." "Because I don't want to be a royal lackey, is that reason enough?" "Of course, I only dare to think about this in my heart. If I say it out loud, I might lose my life in the next second." Ning Chen looked honest and said, "I dare not deceive your majesty. I feel that. I feel that the reputation of the supervisory department is too bad." Emperor Xian's expression froze. The others also had strange expressions. So this was the reason. The reputation of the supervisory office is indeed very bad. All officials avoid it like the plague, and the people even call it the Palace of Yama. Gung Jing's face turned pale and blue. Ning Chen's words were like a direct attack on his face. The supervisory office has a bad reputation. In addition to part of its own faults, it is also inseparable from the conspiracy behind the scenes by you literati and scholars. Gung Jing complained in his heart. "Master Gung, please don't be angry. I know not to hit someone in the face, and not to expose their shortcomings when answering questions, but I dare not lie in front of your majesty. This is what I really think." Gung Jing's mouth twitched and he wanted to strangle Ning Chen to death. "With so many people around, what are you trying to do with me?" Gung Jing was so angry. Ning Chen's words were like a slap in the face and then a spit on him. Before, when Emperor Xian asked Ning Chen to join the supervisory office, Gung Jing was very reluctant. Although Ning Chen was only wearing silver fish scale clothes, he was personally chosen by His Majesty. He didn't know how to treat it. But now, he hopes that Ning Chen will join the supervisory department, so that he can give him a good beating then. Emperor Xian couldn't help laughing. It turned out that Ning Chen thought that the supervisory office had a bad reputation, not that he didn't want to work for the royal family. Ning Chen, the supervisory department is responsible for supervising all officials and managing major cases in the world. It is not a charity hall. Its reputation is indeed not good. But you are talented. After joining the supervisory department, you can write more poems to praise the supervisory department and change the inherent impression of the supervisory department in everyone's mind. Damn, want to get my poems for free? No way, Ning Chen complained in his heart. However, judging from Emperor Xian's attitude, he has to join the supervisory office. As expected, Emperor Xian spoke, "Ning Chen, this is settled." Gung Jing. "I am here." Emperor Xian pointed at Ning Chen and said, "I'll take him to the supervisory department in a while to go through the employment formalities." Gung Jing hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I obey your order." Ning Chen smiled bitterly. "But fortunately I survived." He suddenly remembered something. Maybe joining the supervisory department wasn't a bad thing. He can save the people of Jinyuan County and fulfill Tao Qiji's last wish. Thinking of Tao Qiji, he felt very uncomfortable. Emperor Xian pointed to the sumptuous meal on the table and said, "Ning Chen, I heard from the Crown Prince that you really like the roast duck from Tianfilu. I asked someone to prepare it for you. You didn't eat much the day before you went to do justice. I will make it up to you today." Ning Chen hurriedly thanked him, "Thank you, Your Majesty." He glanced at Xian Hong and found out that he was the prince, the real grandson. "I, Ning Chen, pay my respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Ning Chen bowed indifferently, as perfunctorily as possible. The prince laughed dryly, "No need to be so polite. Your Highness, everything that happened that day was arranged by you, right? Since Xian Hong is the Crown Prince, it is impossible that the fifth prince does not know him. If he knows him, why would the fifth prince dare to do that, which means it was the Crown Prince who ordered it?" The prince nodded, "Ning Chen, I just wanted to test your character that day, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Ning Chen then understood the reason. It turned out to be to test his character. In order to test him, the fifth prince was sacrificed. This prince is not a good person either. Is the fifth prince okay? Ning Chen asked hypocritically, his face full of concern. In fact, he knew very well that if he had struck with all his strength at that time, the fifth prince's sternum would have been broken, and he would not be able to get out of bed without resting for a period of time. The prince shook his head and said, "That man is not the fifth prince, but one of my guards." Damn, it turns out that fifth prince was a fake. He should have thought of it earlier. This kind of thing could be done by just finding anyone. There was no need for the real fifth prince to show up. Ning Chen said in a neutral tone, "Your Highness, you are indeed extremely wise and have unparalleled strategies." This remark was full of irony, and made the prince blush. Emperor Xian coughed and said, "You are talking so much right after you got out of the prison. Do you still want to go back in? Is it because the roast duck is not fragrant enough, or is it because the food I prepared is not rich enough?" Ning Chen didn't dare to do it again. I thought Emperor Xian was quite protective of his son. "Thank you very much, Your Majesty, for your gift." Ning Chen didn't hesitate to sit down and started to eat. In order to keep vigil for Tao Qiji, he hadn't eaten for almost 3 days and was already starving. The prince knew that Ning Chen had a deep prejudice against him and wanted to improve their relationship, so he condescended to pick up a piece of fried leek and eggs for Ning Chen with his chopsticks. "Ning Chen, you've suffered in prison, eat more." "Thank you, Your Highness, but I don't like eating eggs, which come out of the butt." Ning Chen said politely, then picked out all the dishes the prince had given him. Then, he picked up a few chopsticks of fried leeks and eggs for himself and ate the rice quietly, enjoying it so much. The prince's mouth twitched. Others were sweating profusely. This kid actually dared to slap the prince in the face. Does he want to live? They looked at Emperor Xian quietly. But Emperor Xian had a smile in his eyes and didn't care at all. Could it be that Ning Chen is His Majesty's illegitimate son? Now not only Gung Jing thought so, everyone thought so. In fact, for Emperor Xian, this is not a big deal. Ning Chen is a 15-year-old boy, and he still has edges and corners. It is normal for him to have a little temper. After a few years, the edges and corners will be smoothed out. After eating and drinking, Emperor Xian returned to the palace. In the carriage, Emperor Xian suddenly remembered something and asked the eunuch Quan who was serving beside him, "Did Ning Chen not kneel down to me from beginning to end just now?" Eunuch Quan thought to himself, "You just remembered it." At that time, he kept winking at Ning Chen, asking Ning Chen to thank God. But Ning Chen seemed to be blind and didn't see it. "This kid, forget it, I'll deal with him next time." The prince felt jealous and asked, "Who is your son?" As the crown prince, he was scolded 3 times a day by Emperor Xian. He was a little envious of Ning Chen, and wished he were Ning Chen. On the other side, Gung Jing took Ning Chen back to the supervisory office. "Master Gung, I should be the first person to walk out of the gate of the supervisory office alive, right?" Gung Jing said expressionlessly, "You should be grateful for your Majesty's kindness." Ning Chen bowed towards the direction of the Imperial Palace. "I, Ning Chen, thank God for his grace." Gung Jing's face twitched and he thought to himself, "Could you be more fake?" "Ning Chen, once you join the supervisory department, you will be a subject of His Majesty. You can no longer call yourself a commoner." Ning Chen said, "Oh," and asked, "So what rank am I now?" "The supervisory department has no official position or duties, and is only responsible to His Majesty." Ning Chen curled his lips. He didn't care about that. What he really cared about was the money. "Master Gung, how much is my annual salary?" Gung Jing looked at him with disdain and said, "Red clothes, 100 taels of silver a year. Silver clothes, 300 taels of silver a year. Gold clothes, 800 taels of silver a year. In addition, there are also pensions, other benefits, and rewards for meritorious service." Ning Chen was surprised and said, "That's amazing. The salary of a red-robed official is equivalent to that of a 3rd or 4th rank official in the imperial court." Gung Jing said, "Only when we are well fed can we serve your Majesty without distraction." "How much is Mr. Gung's annual salary?" Gung Jing glanced at him and said, "What does it have to do with you? In the supervision department, the first thing you need to learn is to keep your mouth shut and not ask questions that you shouldn't ask." "Damn, you told me other people's salaries but you couldn't tell me your own. What a double standard." Ning Chen complained in his heart. As they were talking, they arrived at the door of a room. Gung Jing said to the men in red fish-scale clothing at the door, "Go and call Pan Genie." Pan Genie, full name Pan Yuqing, one of the 8 golden-robed officials of the supervisory office. In the spacious room, Gung Jing was sitting and Ning Chen was standing. Gung Jing also made himself a cup of tea and sat behind the long desk, sipping the tea leisurely. Ning Chen rolled his eyes. He knew Gung Jing did it on purpose. In just a cup of tea, a thin and tall middle-aged man walked in. This person had a stern expression and his lips were tightly pursed. It was obvious that he was not someone who was easy to get along with. This person is Pan Yuqing. "Gung Zi, are you looking for me?" After coming in, Pan Yuqing saluted Gung Jing with his fists clasped. Gung Jing nodded, pointed at Ning Chen, and said, "His name is Ning Chen, and he will be under your command from now on." Pan Yuqing looked towards Ning Chen and saw that he was thin, like a frail scholar. He couldn't help but frown, wondering which young man was coming here to gild himself. "Gung Zi, we have enough men under our command, should we assign him to another genie subordinate?" Ning Chen curled his lips. It was obvious that Pan Genie looked down on him. Gung Jing smiled and said, "Pan Genie, Ning Chen is the silver-clad official chosen by His Majesty. From now on, he will be under your command. This matter has been happily decided." Pan Yuqing was shocked. Appointed by His Majesty? Who is this Ning Chen? But he was even more reluctant in his heart. His Majesty had appointed him, so how could he use this person? Should he take him back and worship him? He glanced at Gung Jing, who had a smile on his face, and thought to himself, "You made the decision happily, but I am not happy at all." Gung Jing looked at Ning Chen and said, "Pan Genie is in charge of investigation and arresting wanted criminals. He is the treasure of our supervision department. You have to learn from him, understand? Investigating, arresting wanted criminals, isn't this what criminal police are?" When he was in the army, reconnaissance was also part of his daily training, so he was familiar with it. Ning Chen nodded, "I obey your command." Gung Jing had a sly smile on his face. Going out on field duty is the hardest and most tiring job. Sometimes, in order to keep an eye on someone, you don't sleep for days and nights. You'll suffer for it, kid. Pan Yuqing frowned, looking unhappy. Ning Chen bowed and said, "Pan Genie, if you have anything to ask from now on, just let me know." Pan Yuqing frowned and hummed. But my heart was full of contempt. How could a young man like you endure this hardship? Gung Jing ordered, "Pan Genie, take Ning Chen to get his uniform and sword. He will start work tomorrow. By the way, return the 100 taels of silver and other things that were confiscated from him earlier to him as well." Pan Yuqing said reluctantly, "Yes." After saying that, he glanced at Ning Chen and said coldly, "Come with me." After the two left, Gung Jing happily filled his teacup with water and whispered, Ning Chen, now that you've fallen into my hands, don't blame me for having to teach you a lesson about your bad mouth. As long as it's not too excessive, His Majesty will not blame you." On the other side, Ning Chen followed Pan Yuqing through a long corridor. Pan Yuqing walked quickly, not caring whether Ning Chen kept up with him. Ning Chen looked helpless and said, "Pan Genie, I'm actually quite hardworking. I can't say my skills are very good, but they're passable." Pan Yuqing did not stop and said calmly, "Things are done, not said." Pan Yuqing brought Ning Chen to the warehouse. Someone prepared a silver fish-scale suit for Ning Chen, as well as a uniform sword and waist badge. "Go back and come to me tomorrow morning to start work." Pan Yuqing left after saying this. Ning Chen shook his head helplessly. This boss was not easy to get along with. He put his packed things on his back and left the inspectorate. Ning Chen hasn't been back for half a month. When he came back, all the servants in the mansion were shocked. In the past few days, it has been widely rumored in the mansion that Ning Chen died outside. It's scary that he suddenly came back like a zombie. "Hello everyone, I, Hu Hansen, am back." Ning Chen waved to everyone and then walked briskly back to his room. As soon as he entered the door, Ning Chen's face darkened. In his room, the tables and chairs were overturned, and the bedding was thrown on the ground. It was a mess, as if it had been looted by bandits. Damn it, it must have been done by Chang's mother and son. He turned around and came out, ready to go and demand accountability. As soon as I came out, I met the three Ningan brothers. Ning Chen frowned and looked at them. These three people reeked of alcohol in broad daylight. Ning Gan's eyes were dull, his hair was disheveled, and he looked depressed. He still remembered that when he went out that day, Ning Gan joined the Hanlin Academy, wearing a new official robe and looking very energetic. How did he become like this? Ning Chen, you still remember to come back. For half a month, I thought you were dead outside. Ning Mao started spewing shit. Ning Xing followed closely behind and angrily scolded, you haven't been home for half a month, and you didn't even say hello, do you still have your father in your eyes? Ning Chen, everyone said you died outside. Then you should have died outside, why did you come back? Ning Chen's face darkened. Shut your stinky mouths. I won't die even if you rot. I just want to ask one question, who smashed my room? I smashed it, so what? Ning Gan pointed at Ning Chen with a look of resentment and yelled, you bastard. It's all because of you that I lost my job and became a laughingstock. Ning Chen was slightly stunned. Lost his official position. It's only been a few days and Ning Gan's official hat has been removed. Ning Chen couldn't help laughing and squealed like a pig. Did his curse work? When he left that day, he wished Ning Gan a bad career and a career full of pitfalls. Unexpectedly, his wish came true. What are you guys arguing about again? Ning Ziming happened to be at home with Muxiu today. When he heard that Ning Chen had returned, he hurried over. Ning Chen disappeared for half a month, and he was worried for half a month. It's not that I'm worried about Ning Chen's safety, but I'm afraid that Emperor Xian will ask about Ning Chen's situation. He is now staying in office to observe. If Emperor Xian knew that Ning Chen disappeared, he would definitely take off his official hat, and maybe even his head. Rebellious son, you still remember to come back. Seeing Ning Chen, Ning Ziming couldn't suppress his anger and pointed at him and scolded him. Ning Chen looked at him coldly and sneered. Do you think I want to come back? If Minister Ning allows me to leave, I will leave the Ning mansion now and will never set foot in the Ning mansion again in my life. Minister Ning, your eldest son smashed my room. It seems that the Ning mansion does not welcome me. Goodbye. Ning Chen turned around and walked out the door. Stop, you rebellious son, do you want to piss me off to death? Ning Chen looked back at him and said calmly, if I can really piss you off to death, would that be considered getting rid of harm for the people? And seeking justice for my dead mother? Ning Ziming was so angry that he was shaking all over. Ning Xing and Ning Mao's faces were filled with gloating. The more Ning Chen acted like this, the more their father hated him, and this was what they wanted to see most. Unexpectedly, Ning Ziming suddenly yelled at them, who of you smashed Ning Chen's room? The smiles on Ning Xing and Ning Mao's faces froze instantly. They shrank their necks and dared not say a word. Ning Gan said, I smashed it. Ning Ziming looked at him in disbelief, asshole, why did you do this? Father, you shouldn't have brought this bastard back to the Ning family. You should have let him beg and wander around. You should have let him die in a corner somewhere. Because of him, I lost my job on the first day of my appointment. My career is hopeless and I have become a laughingstock to everyone. Why did you bring him back? He is a disaster. Ning Gan was drunk, and this was the first time he yelled at Ning Ziming. Ning Ziming was stunned by the yelling and looked at Ning Gan in disbelief. In his impression, Ning Gan had always been respectful to him. Ning Chen dared to act rashly because he was protected by his majesty. Now Ning Gan was yelling at him again. Where was his dignity as a father? A nameless anger surged in his heart. Ning Ziming waved his hand and slapped Ning Gan hard in the face. You bastard, what's your attitude? You lost your job, what does it have to do with Ning Chen? Ning Gan covered his face and roared angrily, because the first two lines of the poem I presented to your majesty were found in Ning Chen's room. If it weren't for his 2 lines of poetry, your majesty wouldn't have rebuked me for seeking fame and reputation, and for being superficial. He wouldn't have taken off my official hat and dismissed me from my post. Ning Ziming opened his eyes wide, his face full of surprise. When Ning Gan wrote that poem, Emperor Xian was very pleased and appointed him as Hanlin editor on the spot. As his father, he was very proud of it. That night, he also celebrated for Ning Gan in Zhuangyuan building. But on the day Ning Gan took office, he was told that Emperor Xian asked him to go home and wait for call-up. Moreover, Ning Gan was given 8 words at that time, seeking fame and reputation, but only for show. He never understood what these 8 words meant. I originally wanted to ask Emperor Xian, but I didn't have the courage. He even went to ask his father-in-law, the left prime minister. The left prime minister also couldn't guess what Emperor Xian meant. At this moment he finally understood that it was Ning Gan who plagiarized Ning Chen's poem. Ning Gan didn't know that Ning Chen knew His Majesty. This means that Emperor Xian already knew that the first 2 lines of the poem were not written by Ning Gan, so he dismissed him from his official position and sent him home to wait for further use. And waiting for the call means just wait. Ning Ziming's old face turned pale. Plagiarizing other people's poems and using them to deceive His Majesty is a crime of deceiving the emperor. His Majesty did not issue an order to execute Ning Gan directly, which was already a special favor. You bastard, you are such a traitor, how dare you deceive His Majesty? I said the last 2 lines of the poem have the wrong rhythm and it makes no sense. Ning Ziming was so furious that he threw his big dick into Ning Gan's face as if it was free. Ning Gan was slapped to the ground and sobered up. Ning Ziming's hands were sore from being hit, and Ning Gan's face was swollen. Ning Gan's face was filled with panic, and only then did he realize that he had just said the wrong thing. Ning Xing and Ning Mao were trembling with fear. You bastard, I taught you to read and write, and to study articles. I thought you could bring honor to the Ning family, but what did you do? How dare you, a traitor, deceive His Majesty? Do you want to drag the entire Ning family to be buried with you? I, Ning Ziming, have been wise all my life, how could I have given birth to a fool like you? Ning Ziming was furious, His Majesty was enraged, and Ning Gan had no hope of becoming an official. All his years of hard teaching were wasted. Who will bring honor to the Ning family? Ning Xing. Ning Mao. No one knows a son better than his father. These 2 pieces of trash are not good at studying at all. He suddenly thought of Ning Chen. His Majesty was particularly gracious to Ning Chen, and for this he did not hesitate to punish a second-rank official. Now, only Ning Chen can bring honor to the Ning family. He turned his head to look at Ning Chen, forcing a smile on his face, and asked, Chener, were the first 2 lines of that poem really written by you? Ning Ziming was full of doubts. Ning Chen had been wandering since he was a child and only started to learn to read and write after coming to the Ning family. How could he write such good poems? Ning Chen said indifferently, didn't you hear it? Ning Ziming's eyes lit up. If Ning Chen hadn't plagiarized those 2 lines of poetry from someone else, then his son must be a genius. Being able to write such wonderful poems, if he is cultivated, his future is promising, maybe he can become the top scholar in the Imperial examination and bring honor to the Ning family. After all, Ning Chen is only 15 years old, and there is still time for everything. Chener, where have you been for the past half-month? I was so worried that I couldn't sleep at night. Now that I see you back safely, I am relieved. Ning Chen looked at his hypocritical face and felt sick and wanted to vomit. I've been missing for half a month, and Minister Ning can't sleep at night. I'm afraid he's too happy to sleep. Or... Ning Chen wanted to ridicule him, but before he could finish his words, a chaotic sound of footsteps came closer and closer. Someone must have informed Chang Ryue of what happened here. Chang Ryue hurried over with several maids. When she saw Ning Gan lying on the ground with red and swollen cheeks, she exploded on the spot, not caring about maintaining her virtuous image, pointing at Ning Ziming and shouting. Master, Ganner has always respected and loved you, and has never disobeyed you. He is your biological son, how could you have the heart to do that? Do you want to beat him to death? This bastard is your son. Isn't Ganner your son? You beat Ganner like this for him. Ning Ziming was immediately irritated again, a loving mother often spoils her son, ignorant woman. Do you know what stupid thing your precious son did? Chang Ryue refused to give in, so what if my Ganner did something wrong? His grandfather is the left prime minister of the dynasty, so who can do anything about it? Ning Ziming, I've noticed that something is wrong with you. You tolerate this bastard in every way, and you are getting more and more mean to us mother and son. Do you want to drive us mother and son out of the Ning family and leave all the family property to this bastard? Ning Ziming was shaking with anger. He pointed at Chang Ryue and shouted, You ignorant woman, shut up. Ning Chen stood aside, watching the dogs fight each other with a smile. But at this moment, a servant ran in quickly. Master, Madam, Lord Zhuxiang is here. Ning Ziming's arrogance suddenly died down, and a hint of fear flashed across his face. Ning Chen saw it all, his heart filled with contempt. This scumbag, heartless, cowardly, hypocritical, these words combined are not enough to describe him. Chang Ryue's arrogance became even stronger. My father is here, please come in. At this time, an obese old man with white hair and beard, wearing loose brocade clothes, walked towards this side, surrounded by a group of guards. This person is the left prime minister who is second only to the emperor. He has a round face with ordinary features, but his eyes are sharp. He has been in a high position for a long time and he is intimidating without even getting angry. Ning Ziming and others hurried forward to greet them. Meet my father-in-law. A daughter greets her father. Grandpa. The Ning family members bowed respectfully. The servants and maids in the house knelt on the ground. Only Ning Chen stood still, his back as straight as a pine tree. Father-in-law, why are you here? If you have anything to say, let me know. I will just go to your house. Ning Ziming nodded and bowed, his face full of flattery. The left prime minister waved his hand and said, The emperor summoned me to the palace to discuss some matters. I asked about Goner and came here directly after leaving the palace. After the left prime minister finished speaking, he looked at Ning Gan. He noticed Ning Gan's red and swollen cheeks and his eyes became sharp. Gan heir, what happened to your face? Ning Gan lowered his head and dared not say a word. Chang Ryue was possessed by the spirit of drama. Her eyes turned red, tears flowed down her cheeks, and she told the story again with exaggeration. The left prime minister glanced at Ning Ziming. Ning Ziming trembled, hunched over, and looked terrified. Where is Ning Chen? The left prime minister asked. He had been to Ning Mansion many times and knew of Ning Chen's existence, but he had never taken such a small figure seriously. Ning Mao pointed at Ning Chen, Grandpa, he is Ning Chen. The left prime minister shifted his gaze and fell on Ning Chen. He then realized that everyone in the yard was kneeling, but this little bastard was the only one with his back straight. He couldn't help but frown. How dare you not kneel after seeing my true face? Come, give me 30 lashes of the cane. The left prime minister is not a brainless and reckless man. He must be very smart to be able to sit in the position of prime minister. To deal with a small reptile like Ning Chen, there is no need to use the same tactics as those used to deal with political enemies in official circles. For a small person like this, let alone being beaten with a stick 30 times, even if he was killed, no one would dare to hold him accountable. The three Ninggan brothers looked gloating. At this time, even their father did not dare to speak for Ning Chen. Ning Chen couldn't escape this beating. The two guards behind the left prime minister immediately stepped out and walked towards Ning Chen. The two men walked with steady steps and their temples were slightly bulging, and they were obviously experts. Ning Chen's eyes were cold, and he asked calmly, May I ask, Prime Minister Zhuo, what crime have I committed? Ning Mao taunted, You idiot, don't you know that according to the great mysterious law, if you don't bow before a prime minister, you will be punished with caning? Ning Chen smiled slightly and said, Can you wait a moment? I have something very important to present to Lord Zhuxiang. Zhuxiang narrowed his eyes slightly, What is it? Please wait a moment, Zhuxiang. I will get it right away. After Ning Chen finished speaking, he turned and walked into his room and closed the door. After a while, the door opened and Ning Chen walked out. Everyone's face changed drastically and they were shocked. Even the left prime minister's eyes narrowed slightly. Ning Chen was seen wearing a silver fish scale suit and a standard long sword on his waist. Clothes make the man and the saddle makes the horse. Ning Chen, wearing a silver fish scale suit, looked heroic and handsome from his originally thin body. Ning Chen held the hilt of the knife with his left hand, raised his head, looked at the left prime minister, and asked, "Lord Left Prime Minister, how about I kneel down for you?" According to the Dashuan law, the supervisory office is solely under the leadership of the emperor, except for members of the royal family. Officials are not allowed to kneel. The left prime minister's face turned green. Although he was the left prime minister, he did not dare to make the people from the inspectorate kneel. If Ning Chen kneeled down to him, wouldn't that mean he was on an equal footing with the royal family members? This is no longer an act of usurpation, but treason. The left prime minister clearly knew Emperor Xian's bottom line and reverse scale, and some things must not be touched. Zhuxiang's skill in cultivating his qi is far beyond that of ordinary people, and he usually does not show his emotions, but at this moment, his face was turning blue and white. It was so amazing. I thought that killing a small reptile like Ning Chen would be easier than crushing an ant, but I didn't expect the slap in the face to come so suddenly. Ning Chen's invisible slap made his face burn. The left prime minister looked at Ning Ziming with a sharp look. Ning Ziming was completely confused. He had no idea that Ning Chen had joined the supervisory department. Ning Chen, why are you wearing the fish scale uniform of the supervisory department? Ning Mao's face was full of disbelief. Ning Chen looked at him with a half-smile and said, Don't shout so loudly. I stole this dress. I'll wear it for 2 days to show off. Don't let anyone know. Ning Mao's eyes widened. Ning Xing jumped up, pointed at Ning Chen, and said, You are so bold that you dared to steal the fish scale suit from the supervisory department. You are dead. Ning Chen, you are dead. Ning Chen pursed his lips, afraid that he would laugh out loud. He would like to call these two idiots the Ning Mansion's crouching dragon and phoenix chick. Ning Ziming frowned. How could he give birth to 2 sons who were as stupid as pigs? Ning Chen dared to say it, and these 2 idiots dared to believe it. Ning Chen is not a fool. Why would he risk being beheaded to steal the fish scale suit from the supervisory office? Chener, what is going on? Ning Chen said calmly, The emperor has appointed me, bestowed upon me the silver robe, and allowed me to join the supervisory department. Minister Ning, please call me Ning Ini from now on. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a bastard like you possibly meet His Majesty? Ning Mao shouted, not believing it at all. Shut up. Ning Ziming roared in a low voice. Only he knew that His Majesty not only knew Ning Chen, but also favored Ning Chen. Ning Chen suddenly looked at Ning Gan and said sternly, Bold Ning Gan, do you know your crime? Ning Gan was shocked. What crime have I committed? Ning Chen said in a clear voice, according to the Great Xian law, anyone who breaks into a private residence, steals, or damages other people's property will be punished with 50 strokes of the cane and detained for 1 year. For serious cases, they will be branded as slaves and exiled 3,000 miles away. Ning Gan, you smashed my room and destroyed my property. You just admitted to doing that yourself. Come on, follow me to the prison of the supervisory department. Ning Gan was so frightened that his face turned pale and his whole body was shaking. With a swish, the long sword was unsheathed, flashing with a cold light. Ning Chen spoke slowly and carefully, Ning Gan, come with me. Anyone who resists will be executed first and reported to the supervisory department later. Ning Gan was so frightened that he almost fainted. The prison of the supervisory department is like the hell of hell, no one who enters there can ever walk out alive. I won't go, I can't go. Mother, please save me, father, please save me, I won't go to the supervisory department. Ning Gan was so scared that he kept hiding behind Ryue. Ning Chen snorted coldly, holding a knife, and approached step by step, full of deterrence. Father, save me, mother, save me. I don't want to go to the supervisory department, I don't want to die. Ning Chen said coldly, let's see who dares to stop us. Anyone who stops us will be punished for the same crime. At this time, the left prime minister snorted coldly and said indifferently, a little silver-clad girl dares to show off in front of me. Ning Chen turned his head to look at him and said sternly, Lord Zhuxiang, are you trying to obstruct my supervisory department from handling the case? The supervisory department is handling the case with the permission of His Majesty and special permission from the Emperor. Why would the left prime minister obstruct my handling of the case? Although I am a small silver-clad man, I represent His Majesty. By obstructing the left prime minister, are you putting yourself above His Majesty? To put it mildly, you are ignoring the imperial power and offending the majesty of heaven. To put it more seriously, you are committing treason, which is unforgivable, and you should execute all 9 generations of your clan. Ning Chen directly put a big hat on him. The left prime minister's face turned ashen, and veins on his forehead were throbbing. With this big hat put on him, not to mention being the left prime minister, even an elephant couldn't afford it. Although the left prime minister was furious, he could do nothing to Ning Chen at this time. Moreover, this matter cannot be made a big deal. If the matter gets out of hand, his political enemies and censors will surely seize the opportunity to impeach him. Ignorant boy, I don't want to bother with you, let's go. The left prime minister had a gloomy face and wanted to leave this place of trouble. This guy has a very sharp tongue, and his ability to accuse others is even better than those annoying censors. Ning Chen snorted coldly and said, others can go, but Ning Gan must stay. The supervisory department is handling a case, all outsiders must get out of the way, and those who dare to stop me, don't blame me for not recognizing anyone with the knife in my hand. This sentence made Zhu Xiang very angry. He was the left prime minister, second only to the emperor and above everyone else, yet he became an outsider. Ning Ziming, is this the good son you taught? He couldn't do anything to Ning Chen for the time being, so he could only vent his anger on Ning Ziming. Ning Ziming's face was filled with aggrieved feelings, but he dared not speak out. He could only humble himself and persuade him kindly, Chener, we are all brothers. If we kill each other, others will laugh at us. Your elder brother was recently dismissed from his post, so he must be in a bad mood. Please bear with me. I will teach him a lesson later. The things in your room are old. I've wanted to send someone to replace them with new ones for a long time, but I've been busy with government affairs and haven't had time to do so. Don't worry, I'll have someone replace them with new ones right away. Ning Chen looked at him expressionlessly. Chang Ryue was also panicked. Even her own father couldn't do anything to Ning Chen. How could she not be afraid? Goner, why don't you apologize to your fourth brother? Ning Gan was already frightened. Looking at the long sword flashing with cold light in Ning Chen's hand, he said with a trembling voice, fourth brother, I. Ning Chen waved his hand and interrupted him, forget about the apology. You pretend to apologize, and I pretend to forgive. We are all busy, so let's not play the hypocritical role of brotherly love. His eyes fell on Ning Ziming and he said, Minister Ning, the weather is cold and I have no thick clothes to keep warm. I need 100 taels of silver to buy some thick clothes. Okay, no problem. I'll send someone to deliver it to you right away. Ning Ziming agreed without any hesitation. Damn. He agreed so readily, it seems like I got less. After all, I am not broad-minded enough. Ning Chen felt really guilty. Ning Ziming smiled like a loving father and said, Chener, you just came back, have a good rest. We won't disturb you. Ning Chen said nothing. Ning Ziming nodded and bowed as he waited on the unhappy-looking Zhu Xiang before he left. Chang Ryue and her son ran faster than rabbits. Ning Chen slowly retracted the knife and breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he had just been pretending. Because he is not a member of the supervisory department yet and will only start work tomorrow, now he is just taking advantage of the power of others and committing fraud. If the 3 words, inspection office, had not scared the left prime minister, he would have been in big trouble if he really wanted to investigate. However, this time I have completely offended the left prime minister, and I have to be more careful in the future. This man is second to none and it would be too easy to take his life. Although Zhu Xiang did not dare to kill him openly, it was not difficult to kill him without anyone knowing. At the same time, he suddenly understood one thing. Emperor Xian allowed him to join the supervisory office, which was actually a different way of protecting him. If I didn't have the identity of the Inspector General today, I would have been beaten to death long ago. Not long after, Butler Wu came with his people. They first cleaned out the old furniture in the room and then put in new furniture. Afterwards, someone cleaned Ning Chen's room inside and out. Fourth master, you must be hungry, right? I'll have someone prepare some food and send it to your room. Butler Wu's face was full of flattery. He witnessed the scene that just happened with his own eyes. Ning Chen is now wearing a silver fish scale suit and a long sword on his waist. He looks so majestic. He is no longer the bastard who allows himself to be bullied. Ning Chen nodded and hummed. Butler Wu, wait a moment. Butler Wu was about to leave when he heard Ning Chen calling him and shuddered with fear. He turned around quickly, smiling flatteringly. Fourth young master, do you have any other instructions? Ning Chen looked at him and didn't speak for a long time. Butler Wu was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. Finally, Ning Chen spoke up and said, Butler Wu, are you interested in the prison of my supervision department? Do you want me to take you for a tour? Butler Wu was so frightened that his legs went limp. He fell to his knees on the ground with a plop, and kowtowed desperately. Fourth young master, please spare my life. Fourth young master, please spare my life. That is Yama's palace. No one who goes in can come out alive. Ning Chen smiled slightly and said calmly, since you don't want to go, then I will give you a chance. After you go back, return the wages that were deducted from everyone, not a penny less. If you pay me a penny less, I will invite you to have tea in the prison of the inspectorate. We have a kind of punishment in the inspectorate. We strip a person naked, tie him up with a fishing net, and then cut off his flesh piece by piece with a knife. The person will not die immediately. But after 1,000 cuts, he will slowly die in endless pain. Butler Wu is so well fed, I think you should be able to hold out until $2,000. Butler Wu was so frightened that his eyes went dark and he collapsed to the ground, almost fainting. Fourth master, please spare my life. Please spare me. I will pay it back, I will definitely pay it back, I promise not to lose a penny, please spare my life. Ning Chen smiled faintly and said, okay, I'll give you this chance, Butler Wu, please don't let me down, because I never give anyone a second chance. Thank you, fourth young master. Thank you for not killing me. Don't worry, I will make up for the wages I withheld from them even if I have to sell everything I have when I return. Okay, I'll trust you this time. Go ahead and deliver the food to my room. By the way, remember to tell Minister Ning that no outsiders are allowed to come to this courtyard in the future. Butler Wu said tremblingly, don't worry, fourth young master. I will definitely pass on your message. Ning Chen hummed, turned and walked into the room. Only then did Butler Wu dare to stand up tremblingly and run away crawling. The servants in the yard looked at Ning Chen's room with gratitude on their faces. The fourth young master is such a good man. Finally someone has come to deal with this Wu Baopi. The reason why Ning Chen did not punish Butler Wu but only threatened him was because Butler Wu had not killed anyone and his crime did not deserve the death penalty. This kind of person is a fence-sitter. When you are in power, he will wag his tail in front of you more happily than a dog. When you lose power, he will take advantage of your misfortune and step on you. There are quite a few people like this. Ning Chen looked around the newly renovated room. This is the benefit of power. Ning Chen waited in the room for a while, and Butler Wu brought dinner. In addition to dinner, there is also an exquisite wooden box. What's this? Ning Chen asked curiously. Steward Wu bowed and nodded. I was just about to report this to the fourth young master. This was just sent by the fifth princess, and the master asked me to bring it to you. Ning Chen frowned slightly. It was the fifth princess again. He was inexplicably ordered to kneel for 2 hours before, and he just returned home today, and now someone was sent to deliver something. Are these 5 princesses sick or what? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ning Chen's mind. Could it be that the fifth princess knew about the misunderstanding last time and gave this box as an apology? If so, there must be something good in it. After all, she is the fifth princess, so she will definitely not be stingy when spending money. Ning Chen opened the box with great anticipation. When the contents of the box were exposed to the public, Ning Chen was fine, but Butler Wu was so frightened that he screamed and sat down on the ground, knocking over the plate in his hand and spilling the food all over himself. Inside the box was a terrifying ghost mask with bared teeth and blood flowing from the corners of its mouth. Ning Chen's face looked grim. Was the fifth princess's head broken by a man's thighs? He picked up the mask that had fallen on the ground and examined it. There was nothing special about it, just a little bit hideous and scary, and the blood at the corner of the mouth was also paint. Ning Chen glanced at the trembling Wu butler and said indifferently, "It's just a mask." "It's just a mask, huh?" Butler Wu was still in shock and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Immediately, he got up and knelt on the ground, saying in panic, "This old slave deserves death for spilling the food. I will have someone make another portion for the fourth young master." Ning didn't care about it, he just hummed lightly, and then added, "Let someone clean up this place." "Yes." Ning held the mask, frowning, with more confusion than anything else. He and the fifth princess were strangers to each other. What on earth did this woman want to do? First, he was ordered to kneel for 2 hours, and now he was given the scary ghost mask. He would never believe that the fifth princess was not mentally ill. Ning stood up and walked to the mirror, put the mask on his face, looked at himself in the bronze mirror, and said with a smile, "It's quite scary, it's good for scaring people." "Fourth master, Butler Wu asked us to clean up." A maid's voice was heard outside. "Come in." 2 little maids pushed the door open and came in. Ning subconsciously looked back and saw the 2 little maids looking at him with horror, their faces turning pale with fear, and they screamed at the same time. Ning then remembered that he was still wearing a ghost face mask. He quickly took off the mask and said, "Don't be afraid, it's just a mask." The 2 little maids were still in shock and looked terrified. Ning smiled apologetically and put the mask away. I guess these 2 little maids must be complaining about their own bad taste in their hearts at this moment. After the 2 maids finished cleaning, Butler Wu brought the food again. After Ning had eaten and drunk his fill, he took a medicinal bath and then rested. The next day, Ning left Ning Mansion early. He had breakfast on the way and headed straight to the general's mansion. "I won't be able to come to the general's mansion for training often in the future. I have to say hello to General Chen. After all, he has always taken good care of me." Arrived at the general's mansion. General Chen is having breakfast. "Ning, have you had breakfast? If not, sit down and eat together." Ning smiled and said, "I ate on the way here." "So what brings you here?" "I won't be able to come to practice as often anymore, so I came to say hello to everyone." General Chen nodded, then sighed deeply, his face full of regret. Ning asked curiously, "Why is the old general sighing? Is there something troubling you? Can I help?" General Chen said regretfully, "Ning, you are a talented general. I wanted to see you shine on the battlefield." Ning also felt a little regretful. He prefers going to the battlefield to being a royal lackey. He was a soldier and the battlefield is his stage. "Ning, since you have joined the supervisory department, then do your best. I believe that with your talent, you will shine no matter where you are." General Chen paused and continued, "I still have a few things to remind you of." Ning bowed and said, "General, please speak." General Chen said, "First, you have a free and easy personality and don't want to be bound by secular rules, but you still have to maintain enough respect for the royal family. Second, the supervisory office belongs exclusively to His Majesty. You must keep your distance from the civil and military officials in the future to avoid being used against you. Third, the supervisory department is responsible for supervising all officials and major cases in the world. You must stick to your heart and don't be corrupted by power and money." Ning nodded heavily and said, "Thank you for your teachings, General." Ning will definitely stick to his heart and never forget his original intention. "Good." General Chen laughed heartily with a look of satisfaction on his face, and then said, "By the way, I have another gift for you. I originally wanted to send it directly to Ning Mansion, but since you are here, just take it back yourself." After General Chen finished speaking, he glanced at Qi Yuanzhong. Qi Yuanzhong nodded, turned and left. Ning was curious, what kind of gift was it? So mysterious? After a while, the sound of horse hooves was heard in the yard. General Chen stood up with his cane and said with a smile, "Let's go out and take a look." When he came to the yard, Ning saw Qi Yuanzhong leading a tall black horse. This horse is very handsome. It is completely black without a single stray hair. Its hair is as silky as silk, and its limbs are thick and strong. You can tell at first glance that it is a good horse. General Chen said with a smile, "This horse was born from my mount back then. It can travel 1,000 miles a day. This breed of horse is called Black Kirin. Today, I will give it to you. It should be galloping against the wind, instead of being trapped in this tiny place like me." Ning Chen could hear the sadness in General Chen's heart. To die on the battlefield, wrapped in horsehide, that is what the old general wanted, right? Not like now, where he has to rely on crutches to walk. Ning Chen bowed and saluted. Thank you, old general. Ning Chen, can you give it a name? Ning Chen walked over and looked at the beautiful black horse in front of him, thinking, why not call it Red Hair? That was written by Guan Eri and Lu Bu. Suddenly, Ning Chen thought of something and burst out laughing. General Chen looked at him puzzledly. What's wrong? Ning Chen smiled and said, Old general, I have thought of a good name, let's call it Diao Chan. If someone asks him later, where is your Diao Chan, he can answer, my Diao Chan is on my waist. General Chen asked curiously, Diao Chan, is there any story behind it? Ning Chen shook his head, there is no illusion. Diao Chan means pretty and beautiful. General Chen said, oh. Ning Chen looked at the big black horse and said with a smile, from now on, you will be called Diao Chan. The big black horse neighed and rubbed its big head against Ning Chen, as if it was very satisfied with the name. General Chen smiled and said, it seems that it has a connection with you. Ning Chen patted the dark horse's head and said with a smile, the outcome is uncertain, you and I are both dark horses. We will surely shine when we join forces in the future. The big black horse neighed loudly. Ning Chen said goodbye to General Chen and rode to the supervisory office. Ordinary people are not allowed to ride horses in the Imperial city, especially in the inner city. But the inspectorate can definitely do it. It's like going out on a police call. How can you chase the criminals without a car? Arrive at the supervisory office and lead the horse to the stable. The inspectorate has people who are specifically responsible for feeding the horses, and the horses in the inspectorate all eat concentrated feed. He asked along the way and came to the door of a room. This is where Pan Yuqing works. The inspectorate has 8 golden robes, representing 8 departments. Some are responsible for reconnaissance and capture, some are responsible for researching weapons and equipment, and some are responsible for medical support and logistics. Everyone has different division of labor and performs their own duties. The team led by Pan Yuqing is equivalent to criminal police and belongs to the first echelon. The guard at the door went in to report. After a while, Pan Yuqing came out. Let's go. Pan Yuqing didn't say what he was going to take him to do. Ning Chen also knew that Pan Yuqing looked down on him, so he didn't ask any more questions to avoid embarrassing himself. Pan Yuqing took him to register his identity information first, and then helped him get a bow and crossbow. This crossbow is too heavy and can only fire 1 arrow at a time. It also takes too long to change arrows, so if you encounter an expert, there will not be enough time. Ning Chen observed it for a while and decided to transform the crossbow into a Zhuge crossbow when he had time, which could fire 10 arrows at a time. As a former soldier, he had some knowledge of firearms and some cold weapons with great destructive power. It was not difficult to modify the Zhuge crossbow. The supervisory office has a department that specializes in researching equipment. You can visit it when you become familiar with the department. Soon, Pan Yuqing took him to a large room. When I walked into the room, I saw a dozen people in silver clothes busying around. See Pan Genie. Meet Pan Genie. A dozen men in silver clothes bowed one after another. Pan Yuqing nodded expressionlessly and said, everyone stop for a moment and let me introduce a newcomer to you. Everyone looked at Ning Chen curiously. The supervisory department has a set time for recruiting new people, which is the beginning of spring every year, and the selection process is strict. If you want to join the supervisory department, you must pass layers of strict review and testing. It's winter now, and it's not the time to recruit new people. Did this person get in through the back door? Although the supervisory office belongs exclusively to His Majesty would sometimes show mercy and allow the sons of ministers who have worked hard and made great contributions to enter the supervisory office for training. Of course, these people usually come here to gild their reputation and will leave after not staying for long. First, these young masters cannot endure hardship. Second, Emperor Xian would not allow the minister's descendants to stay in the supervisory office for a long time. After all, the supervisory office belongs exclusively to Emperor Xian, and no one is allowed to interfere. Pan Yuqing glanced at Ning Chen and said to everyone, his name is Ning Chen, the silver-clad man appointed by His Majesty, and the son of the Minister of Rights, Lord Ning. Everyone looked as if they were right, and looked at Ning Chen with contempt. They hate such playboys the most. They are good for nothing and like to boss people around, making decisions and causing trouble. Ning Chen frowned slightly and wanted to explain that his entry into the supervisory department had nothing to do with Ning Ziming, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Even if he explained, everyone would have to believe it. In fact, he understands these people very well. When he was in the military camp, he also hated those young soldiers who had no skills at all and were always arrogant. Pan Yuqing continued, Ning Chen, I won't introduce them to you one by one. You can get to know them slowly by yourself. Here are only some of the people. The others are out on missions. You'll get to know them when they come back. Gao Ziping, arrange an office space for Ning Chen. A man in his 30s, tall, with dark and rough skin, saluted with his fists, yes. Pan Yuqing nodded and turned away. Gao Ziping looked at Ning Chen, pointed to a long table in the corner, and said indifferently, you will handle official business there in the future. Ning Chen nodded, okay. Then Gao Ziping ignored him. Ning Chen walked over, sat down at the table, and smiled helplessly because no one paid any attention to him. Gao Ziping and a group of people were gathered together, apparently discussing a case. The coroner examined Mr. Zhang's body and found that the murderer was about 7 feet 5 inches tall, as we had guessed. The murder weapon is the same as we speculated, a dagger. The wound is from bottom to top, which means the murderer is shorter than Mr. Zhang. Moreover, he stabbed 7 times, but the wounds were not deep, which means the murderer is not very strong. But Mr. Zhang's son and concubine saw it with their own eyes. When the murderer escaped, he jumped onto the roof with a light jump. This shows that the murderer is an expert. Does it take 7 strikes for an expert to kill someone? Gao Ziping said, there is a possibility that this is the murderer's first time killing someone. Maybe he didn't intend to kill anyone at all, but only wanted to steal property. He was accidentally discovered by Mr. Zhang, and he killed the person in a panic. Has the roof been checked? I checked and the rubble is intact. The key is that there was a winter rain a few days ago and all traces were washed away. The group discussed for a long time but had no idea what to do and fell into silence for a while. How old is the Mr. Zhang you are talking about? Ning Chen couldn't help but ask. Everyone just glanced at him indifferently, but no one paid any attention to him. Ning Chen touched his nose awkwardly. I just want to help, there's one more thing I need to explain. I'm not the kind of playboy you think I am. I didn't always live in Ning Mansion. Before I was 7, I lived with my mother. After my mother passed away, I wandered around begging until I was 12, when I was taken back to Ning Mansion. So, in terms of the warmth and coldness of human nature you have seen, and the hardships you have endured, you may not have experienced as much as I have. A group of people looked at Ning Chen in shock. But they didn't believe Ning Chen's words. Moreover, even if what Ning Chen said was true, if you want to survive here, you need to show your real ability, instead of comparing who has a more miserable life experience. There are so many miserable people in this world. The case file is on the table. If you want to know, take a look yourself. In the end, Gao Ziping still responded to Ning Chen. Ning Chen walked over, opened the file, and read it carefully. Gao Ziping and others started another heated discussion. Perhaps the murderer you are chasing does not exist at all. Ning Chen's words made everyone quiet down. Their eyes were focused on Ning Chen, full of contempt. As a pampered young man, do you know how to investigate a case? In their opinion, Ning Chen was just trying to attract attention, a clown. Gao Ziping hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, Ning Chen, what did you mean by that? Ning Chen said calmly, have you checked this Mr. Zhang's son? A man in silver clothes laughed disdainfully and said sarcastically, are you trying to say that Mr. Zhang's son killed Mr. Zhang and wanted to seize the family property? Don't embarrass yourself. We have already thought of what you can think of. Mr. Zhang had a son in his old age, and he only has this one son. He dotes on his son Zhang Mingjie very much. Mr. Zhang is old, and after his death, all his property will belong to Zhang Mingjie. Is there any need to kill people to seize the property? Ning Chen didn't care about the other party's ridicule, but said calmly, listen to me first, what I mean is that Zhang Mingjie killed his father not to seize the family property. If it's not a plot to seize the family property, then what do you think is the reason? Ning Chen smiled and said, you just said that Mr. Zhang is old and frail, but his concubine is only 30 years old, which is the age of a wolf and a tiger, and Zhang Mingjie is 25 this year, which is the age of youth and strength. Everyone present was an experienced investigator, and Ning Chen's words suddenly brightened their eyes, as if they had suddenly been enlightened, but they also found it a little unbelievable. Ning Chen, do you mean that Zhang Mingjie is having an affair with Mr. Zhang's concubine? A silver-clad man asked. Nonsense. Mr. Zhang is a wealthy man, and as Mr. Zhang's only son, what kind of woman can't he get? Having an affair with a young girl is something that is not tolerated by morality and etiquette. Zhang Mingjie is also a well-educated man, how could he do such a morally corrupt thing? The men in silver clothes who had been mocking Ning Chen before jumped out to refute. These people are called Confrontation, and they looked down on Ning Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Ning Chen glanced at him calmly, then said, wouldn't it be easy to find out if we investigate whether there is any affair between them? Gao Ziping thought for a moment and said, Ning Chen's speculation is not unreasonable. Now there is no clue, it doesn't hurt to check. Immediately, Gao Ziping ordered 2 men in silver clothes to run a trip. Ning Chen said, Gao Ini, let me go. The 2 silver-clad men who were named looked at Ning Chen with dissatisfaction. Ning Chen noticed their looks and felt confused. What he didn't know was that there were subsidies for field work, and by saying this, he seemed to be trying to take credit for it. Ning Chen, you just got here and you're not familiar with the situation yet, so don't go this time. Gao Ziping said. Ning Chen nodded, looked at the 2 men in silver clothes, clasped his fists and said, please both of you record down the confessions of Zhang Mingjie and the concubine word for word. The 2 men in silver snorted coldly and turned away. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Ning Chen went to flip through the files out of boredom. An hour later, the 2 men in silver clothes came back. Gao Ziping asked, did you gain anything? The 2 silver-clad men shook their heads. Gao Ini, it's useless to ask like this. We have no evidence and it's all based on speculation. Zhang Mingjie and Mr. Zhang's concubine are heartbroken, so we can't ask too much. Gao Ziping was a little disappointed. Ning Chen put down the file and walked over, saying, can you 2 give me their statements? The 2 of them had blank expressions on their faces, as if they hadn't heard Ning Chen's words. Ning Chen touched his nose and said, you 2, you really don't have to be like this. I know you think I'm here to gild my reputation, but I'm really not. I hate my identity, but there are some things I can't choose. We are colleagues, and it is my responsibility to investigate the case. I just want to help you get to the bottom of the case. You really don't have to act like I am irresponsible for getting your daughter pregnant. The 2 silver-clad men were furious. Ning Chen, you. Gao Ziping waved his hand and frowned, all right. Ning Chen is right. We are all colleagues. We all want to solve the case, so you should give him the evidence. One of the men in silver clothes reluctantly handed his confession to Ning Chen. Ning Chen took the confession, shook his head helplessly, then walked aside and read the confession. After reading the confession, Ning Chen showed a confident smile on his face. He raised the confession in his hand and said decisively, the murderers are these 2. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Feng Qijing sneered and said disdainfully, why are you so sure? This is a matter of life and death, not something you young masters can do to fight crickets. Ning Chen handed the confession to Gao Ziping and said, Gao Ini, take a good look at these 2 confessions. The answer is hidden in them. Gao Ziping read it himself, and others came over to take a look. But when they finished watching, they all looked confused. Gao Ziping said, Ning Chen, there is nothing wrong with this confession. Ning Chen said, there is a problem. What's the problem? Tell me now, don't keep me in suspense. Ning Chen smiled and said, just now these 2 brothers said that they were heartbroken by Mr. Zhang's death. Yes, any questions? Ning Chen said, of course there is a problem. When people are frightened or extremely sad, their speech will be confused, which is what people often say is incoherent. But look at the confessions of these 2 people. They are clear and organized, almost as if they were copied from the same template. Gao Ziping and others were stunned, and then immediately compared the two confessions. After comparison, it was found that the two confessions were almost the same in terms of narrative style, except for the different characters. This shows that they had discussed the confessions and made preparations in advance. Gao Ziping waved his hand and said, "Catch him." Ning Chen hurriedly said, "Gao Ini, wait a moment." Gao Ziping looked at him, "What's wrong?" Ning Chen smiled and said, "I suggest interrogating the maidservant of Mr. Zhang's concubine first. After all, adultery can be concealed from others, but not from the maidservant. When having an affair, there must be someone on guard, right? This person must be the person closest to you and the one you trust the most." The way Gao Ziping and others looked at Ning Chen changed, and there was more admiration in their eyes. At such a young age, he is so calm and quick-witted. He can find clues just by listening to them discussing the case. It's really amazing. Gao Ziping nodded towards Ning Chen, then left with his men. When Ning Chen reacted, he found that he was the only one left. He smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had to keep working hard if he wanted them to accept him. Ning Chen stayed until it was almost time to get off work, but Gao Ziping and others hadn't returned yet. Off-duty means getting off work, just with a different name. In fact, Gao Ziping and others had already captured the man and were interrogating him in prison. When the time came, Ning Chen left. "Now that we are in this world, we must resolutely resist overtime work." Ning Chen rode a big black horse, now called Diaochan, and walked towards the direction of Ning Mansion. Pedestrians on the street looked sideways, with expressions of fear and disgust. Ning Chen knew very well that what they feared and hated was not him, but the clothes he was wearing. "Get out of the way, get out of the way. Stop. Don't run." Suddenly, there was chaos on the streets. Ning Chen looked back and saw two ragged teenagers with terrified looks running forward desperately. Behind them, a group of people were chasing them. Judging from their attire, they should be bailiffs from the Kyoto government office. It looks like they are chasing a fugitive. Ning Chen immediately drew his sword and stood on his horse, blocking the middle of the road. He pointed the sharp sword at the two young men who were running towards him and said sternly, "Stop. If you dare to run again, I will kill you without mercy." The two young men stopped and looked at Ning Chen with fear, their faces pale. The yamen runners who rushed up from behind rushed forward and controlled the two teenagers. A tall yamen runner stepped forward and saluted, "We are from the Jingdu Yamen. Thank you for your help, sir." Ning Chen nodded and prepared to leave, but he noticed the eyes of the two young men, fear, unwillingness, anger, their eyes were very complicated. Ning Chen reined in his horse and asked casually, "What crime did they commit?" The tall yamen runner said hurriedly, "Thieves. We have arrested them several times but they have always escaped. This time, we are grateful for your help. We didn't steal. We are here to file a complaint. Sir, we really didn't steal. We are innocent." One of the boys yelled. The tall yamen runner said in a deep voice, "You are dead, shut their mouths." Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said sternly, "Stop." The tall yamen runner's face changed slightly, and he leaned forward and said hurriedly, "Sir, these two are treacherous and cunning, and they don't tell the truth. Let me take them back and give them a good beating, and they will behave themselves." Ning Chen dismounted and walked towards the two young men. Seeing this, the tall yamen runner hurriedly stopped Ning Chen and said respectfully, "Sir, the bandits are brutal, please don't hurt you." Ning Chen said calmly, "Get out of the way. Sir, this is a case from my Kyoto government office, so please." Before he could finish, Ning Chen interrupted him coldly, "Why, does the supervisory department have no right to intervene in the case of the Kyoto government?" "This, of course your excellency has the right to ask about this. Why don't you get out of the way?" Ning Chen said expressionlessly. The supervisory department can handle cases that the Kyoto government can handle. The supervisory department can also handle cases that the Kyoto government cannot handle. In a word, there is no case in the world that the supervisory department cannot handle. This is approved by His Majesty himself and granted by the Imperial power. The tall yamen runner didn't dare to block Ning Chen's way anymore and lowered his head and stepped aside. Ning Chen came in front of the two young men. Although he is called a teenager, he looks a few years older than Ning Chen. What grievances do you two have? Who do you want to sue? One of the young men looked at Ning Chen as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw and said hurriedly, "Sir, we are from Jinyuan County. We want to file a lawsuit against Ai Wenguang, the county magistrate. He has fabricated many charges, set up many unjust cases, robbed people, and killed people. The people have no way to survive. Please help us." Jinyuan County. Ning Chen raised his eyebrows. Wasn't the magistrate of Jinyuan County murdered? The young man said angrily, "The original magistrate was indeed killed. We thought we would live a good life. Who knew that the new magistrate, Ai Wenguang, was even more vicious than the previous one? Sir, the people of Jinyuan County can no longer survive." Ning Chen frowned slightly, thinking that the previous county magistrate was corrupt, which might be an isolated case. But if the new county magistrate has the same character, then it's not just a problem for the county magistrate, perhaps the entire Chongzhou officialdom is rotten to the root. Ning Chen's eyes flickered slightly. This was an opportunity. Since Emperor Xian has allowed him to join the supervisory office, he must make some achievements to prove his ability. Although he is wearing silver clothes now, he has no foundation, and silver clothes are not valuable, and there are a lot of them in the supervisory department. To put it bluntly, his current identity is just a paper tiger with no real power. It's okay to scare people, but it won't work once it's serious. Therefore, he must make achievements and accumulate strength. It would be best if he could gain the appreciation of His Majesty and cling to the thigh of Emperor Xian, so that he can compete with Ning, Ziming and Zhuoxiang. If the problems in Jinyuan County can be solved, there will be many benefits. First, prove your ability. Second, saving people from fire and water will surely earn you a good reputation. Sir, I have the book of the people on me. Please save the people of Jinyuan County. They really can't survive. Ning Chen looked at the bailiff who was holding the boy, and said coldly, "Let him go." Although Ning Chen was not very old, the silver fish scale clothes he was wearing were genuine. The bailiff did not dare to disobey and had to let the boy go. The young man knelt down in front of Ning Chen. He pulled out a dirty piece of white cloth from his bosom, raised it above his head, and shouted, "Please, sir, help the people of Jinyuan County." Ning Chen took the white cloth and opened it. There were names and bloody fingerprints on it, which was shocking. If they had no way to make a living, they would not have risked their lives to run to the capital to file a complaint. Ning Chen put away the blood letter from the people, looked at the two of them, and said, "You follow me." "Sir, this is a prisoner from my Kyoto yamen. Isn't it against the rules for you to do this?" A tall yamen runner blocked Ning Chen's way. Ning Chen stared at him sharply. "Listen carefully, I, the supervisory department, have taken over this case. From now on, it's my supervisory department's case. If you dare to stop me again, I will invite you to have tea in the prison of the supervisory department." The latter's face turned pale. There was no one who was not afraid of the inspectorate's prison. Ning Chen motioned for the two young men to follow him. After walking a few steps, Ning Chen paused, without turning his head, and said calmly, "The Kyoto government is really capable. Under the emperor's feet, you can turn such a case into a theft case. Is there anything else you dare not do? I'll remember you, and the governor of Kyoto. I'll visit them one by one when I have time." This one sentence made the tall yamen runner break out in a cold sweat. Being targeted by the supervisory office was not a good thing, and if things went wrong, he might even lose his head. After Ning Chen finished speaking, he led the horse and left with the two young men. "Eat quickly, you're welcome." For safety reasons, Ning Chen took them directly back to the Ning mansion. The supervisory office was off duty at this time, so he planned to let the two young men rest for a night and then take them to the supervisory office tomorrow. The two men fell to their knees and kowtowed, "Thank you, sir, thank you, sir." Ning Chen hurriedly helped the two of them up. "Eat quickly, the food will get cold soon." The two were really hungry and started to eat voraciously. Ning Chen felt sad when he saw how ragged and skinny they were. There was a time when he was just like these two people, hungry and cold. While they were eating, Ning Chen asked a few questions. It turned out that there were more than just the two of them who came to the capital to file a complaint. The magistrate of Jinyuan County blocked all major traffic arteries to prevent anyone from coming to the capital to file complaints. So they selected 7 people who were good at swimming, swam across a fast-flowing river, and escaped over mountains and hills. But they were still discovered and hunted all the way. When they arrived in the capital, only 2 of them survived. I thought I could get justice once I arrived in the capital. But unexpectedly, they still had no way to sue. If they hadn't met Ning Chen, they would now be in the jail of the Kyoto government. The next day, Ning Chen brought the 2 of them to the supervisory office. As soon as I entered the door, Gao Ziping came to greet me first. Ning Chen, the case has been solved. Ning Chen was stunned for a moment and asked, Mr. Zhang's case. Gao Ziping nodded and said with a smile, it is exactly as you guessed. Ning Chen smiled and sighed, since ancient times, adultery has led to death. Ning Chen, I apologize for my attitude towards you yesterday. I underestimated you. Before Ning Chen had time to say anything polite, other people gathered around him. Ning Chen, you are amazing. We first interrogated the personal maid of Mr. Zhang's concubine, and it turned out to be just as you expected. The 2 of them were stubborn at first, but once we threatened them, they confessed everything. Ning Chen, how did you come to the conclusion that the 2 of them were having an affair? Ning Chen looked helpless. Which question should I answer first? All right, there will be plenty of opportunities to ask for advice in the future. Gao Ziping paused and continued, this case has been solved, and you deserve the credit. When the reward comes, you'll get the lion's share. Ning Chen shook his head repeatedly, this is all thanks to everyone. I just provided some clues and I don't dare to take credit for it. Gao Ziping said, we in the supervisory office clearly distinguish between rewards and punishments. Whoever deserves it gets it. Ning Chen shook his head stubbornly, if you insist on giving it to me, then I won't be polite. But I won't touch this money. I'll treat everyone to a meal and a drink, and spend all the money, leaving nothing behind. How about that? Everyone immediately cheered. Ning Chen, well done. Atmosphere. Good brother. I suggest that we go to the Jiafangxi to drink tea and listen to music. How about that? You only know the Jiafangxi. I suggest going to the brothels. The girls there are pretty. Everyone laughed. How to spend this money depends on Ning Chen. Okay, everyone, go to work and stop hanging around. Gao Ziping drove everyone away. Everyone's attitude towards Ning Chen changed 180 degrees. Even Feng Qizhen, who had been mocking Ning Chen yesterday, smiled appreciatively at Ning Chen. Only then did Gao Ziping notice that there were 2 ragged, frightened young men standing at the door. Who are they? Ning Chen said, I will go find Panjini first, and then I will explain to you when I come back. Gao Ziping slapped his head and said, I was so fooled by these guys that I almost forgot. Panjini said you are here, go find him immediately. Ning Chen, you didn't offend Panjini, did you? He doesn't look very happy. Ning Chen spread his hands and said, when has his expression ever looked good? He has a serious face and he doesn't even seem to smile. Don't talk nonsense. Panjini is a person who looks cold but is warm-hearted, but his face does stink a bit. Ning Chen came to Pan Yuqing's room. Panjini, are you looking for me? Pan Yuqing frowned and said, you should bow first. Ning Chen said, meet Panjini. Pan Yuqing stared at Ning Chen. Ning Chen, do you know your mistake? Ning Chen had a question mark on his forehead. Panjini, what have I done wrong? Pan Yuqing said coldly, you snatched people from the Kyoto government in the street, made enemies for no reason, and caused Geng Zi to be impeached and reprimanded by His Majesty, aren't you right? Although the supervisory department has the power to handle all cases, it cannot interfere in other cases. For cases that the Kyoto government cannot investigate, there are 3 departments. Only when the 3 departments cannot investigate the cases will they be transferred to our supervisory department. The main responsibility of the supervisory department is to supervise all officials, and its secondary responsibility is to handle cases. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and asked, Panjini, have you always been like this? Pan Yuqing didn't understand and frowned, what do you mean? I mean, you are always so indiscriminate and don't ask for reasons. Have you ever reprimanded your subordinates in advance? Pan Yuqing was furious. Ning Chen, are you saying that I am not worthy of sitting in this position? Ning Chen said indifferently, in terms of qualifications, you are qualified. In terms of ability, I am skeptical. Pan Yuqing looked grim, are you doubting my ability? Ning Chen, you are just a little silver-clad girl, how dare you question my ability? Who gave you the courage? Fiona Liang gave it to me. Ning Chen teased a little. Pan Yuqing frowned, who is Fish Liang? The one who gave me courage. Ning Chen, let's not talk about anything else. You snatched someone from the Kyoto government in the street. This is against the rules. Send him back immediately. Ning Chen shook his head, no thanks. Pan Yuqing was furious, what did you say? This is an order, not a discussion with you. Ning Chen hesitated for a moment and said, yes, sir. Pan Yuqing was stunned for a moment. If Pan Genie is all right, then I will take my leave first. Ning Chen turned and left. After Pan Yuqing came back to his senses, a smile appeared on his face, and he whispered, Gung Zi is right, this guy has a tough temper, and he is indeed suitable for the supervisory department. After Ning Chen came out, he went straight to find Gung Jing. Gung Jing looked at Ning Chen, what do you want to talk to me about? Master Gung, take a look at this first. Ning Chen stepped forward and placed the blood letter written by the people on the table in front of Gung Jing. Gung Jing picked it up and opened it, his face changed, where did the blood letter of the people come from? Yesterday, I snatched 2 people from the Kyoto government office. They handed them over to me, these 2 people are from Jinyuan County. Gung Jing looked at the shocking blood fingerprints on the blood letter of the people and did not speak for a long time. Ning Chen clasped his fists and said, I want to go to Jinyuan County. Please allow me, Lord Gung. Gung Jing closed the blood letter from the people and looked at Ning Chen, for Tao Qiji. Ning Chen said word by word, for Tao Qiji, and for the people of Jinyuan County. After saying that, Ning Chen added in his heart, actually, I am doing this for myself. I need achievements, I need to let Emperor Xian see my abilities, and have a chance to hold on to his strong thighs. Only in this way can I gain a firm foothold in the capital, and have the opportunity to compete with Su Xiang and Ning Ziming. Master Gung, if they had no chance to survive, they would not have risked their lives to come to the capital to file a complaint. There were 7 of them in the group, but only 2 survived when they arrived in the capital. If I hadn't run into you yesterday, no one would have ever known about what happened in Jinyuan County. Gung Jing frowned and said, this matter can be handed over to the Kyoto government office. Ning Chen sneered, the Kyoto government, they accused the 2 people who filed the complaint of thieves. When I return from Jinyuan County, I want to investigate the Kyoto government office. Gung Jing's expression changed slightly. Does Pan Genie know about this? Have no idea. Gung Jing frowned. Ning Chen continued, I don't believe Pan Genie. How dare you? Pan Genie is your superior. You are overstepping your authority and should be punished with 30 strokes of the cane. Ning Chen said in a deep voice, I admit all the charges. When I come back from Jinyuan County, I will punish you as you wish. Gung Jing looked gloomy and waved his hand, saying, okay, you can go back first. Yes, then I'll go back and prepare, and leave in the afternoon. Where are you going? Ning Chen said puzzledly, Jinyuan County. Who allowed you to go? What I mean is, don't worry about it, just do what you need to do. Ning Chen's expression changed slightly, Master Gung, what do you mean? Ning Chen, what's your attitude? I am your superior and I have the final say in the supervisory department. Don't think that just because you are appreciated by His Majesty, you can be lawless and break the rules. Ning Chen smiled, shrugged and said, thank you Lord Gung for reminding me. I almost forgot that I have the support of His Majesty. Lord Gung won't let me go, so I can only take those 2 people to file a complaint with the Emperor. Gung Jing was furious. How dare you threaten me? Between you and me, who do you think His Majesty trusts more? Of course it's Master Gung. Since you know, then get out of here. You are not allowed to interfere in this matter. Ning Chen thought about it, and suddenly his face was full of flattery, and he smiled very servilely, Master Gung, I really didn't threaten you. Who am I? How can I be qualified to threaten you? In front of you, I am nothing. Gung Jing looked at him awkwardly. Ning Chen continued, Sir Gung, we are all serving His Majesty. Please let me go to Jinyuan County. When I come back, all the credit will be yours. In addition, I have 100 taels of silver to honor you. Gung Jing had a strange expression on his face. Are you bribing me? Ning Chen shook his head and said seriously, I admire Mr. Gung's character. How can normal human interaction be considered a bribe? Gung Jing wanted to laugh, but was also relieved. The supervisory office needed people like this. He knew Ning Chen well. He was very proud in his heart. He was so humble for the people of Jinyuan County that he even bribed him. It really made things difficult for him. Gung Jing waved his hand and said, Go away. I'll think about it. Ning Chen hurriedly said, Lord Gung, the situation is urgent. The people of Jinyuan County are living in dire straits. The earlier I go, the more hope the people of Jinyuan County will have of surviving. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll have someone put you in solitary confinement, believe it or not. Ning Chen was so angry, but he could only smile and say, I'm leaving now, Master Gung, please don't be angry. Please think about it as soon as possible, human life is at stake. Ning Chen finished speaking and stepped back. Ning Chen didn't notice that as soon as he left, Penyuchen came out from the corner behind him and immediately entered the room where Gung Jing was. Gung Jing seemed to have known that he would come in. He raised the blood letter of the people in his hand and said, Old Pan, don't put on such an ugly face all day long, like a bad guy. No wonder that kid doesn't trust you. Penyuchen snorted, still expressionless, and said, Do you think he trusts you? The reason he came to you is because His Majesty trusts you, and he trusts His Majesty. Gung Jing curled his lips, he knew that Penyuchen was right. Old Pan, it seems that the situation in Jinyuan County is more serious than we thought. Penyuchen nodded slightly. In fact, they had already started investigating the situation in Jinyuan County. Gung Jing said, Old Pan, you still lead the team this time. The two of them joined the inspectorate together, have known each other for a long time, and understand each other very well, so they speak very casually. Penyuchen nodded, It is our duty to clean up the termites and relieve His Majesty's worries. Do you want to bring Ning Chen with you? Ning Chen's situation is somewhat special. I have to ask His Majesty for instructions. I will go to the palace now. You keep an eye on Ning Chen. This kid is so bold. I am worried that he will go to Jinyuan County without permission. Penyuchen snorted coldly, He dares. He is lawless. Gung Jing smiled and said, He is braver than you think. He dared to beat up the fifth prince. Even though that fifth prince was a fake, he didn't know and beat him up for real. He dared not to give the crown prince face. He has committed all these capital crimes. Do you dare to believe it? Penyuchen was shocked. He had not been in the capital for some time and did not know these things. Gung Jing warned, In short, before I come back, you must keep an eye on him. This kid is so bold, there is nothing he dare not do. Imperial Palace, Hall of Mental Cultivation. Emperor Xian's face was terribly gloomy. Eunuch Quan was standing by, so frightened that he couldn't even breathe. Quan Sheng, tell Gung Jing to come to the palace. Eunuch Quan said hurriedly, Yes. Just as Eunuch Quan was about to go and summon someone, a young eunuch came in with small steps. He knelt on the ground and whispered, Your Majesty, Lord Gung requests to see you. Emperor Xian was stunned for a moment and said, Let him in. After a while, the young eunuch came in with Gung Jing. Your Majesty, I, Gung Jing, pay my respects to you. Get up and talk. Gung Jing stood up and glanced at Emperor Xian. As one of the people Emperor Xian trusted the most, he could tell at a glance that Emperor Xian was in a bad mood. Gung Jing, what do you want to talk to me about? Gung Jing thought for a moment, and did not mention the matter of the Book of All Peoples right away, but said, Your Majesty, Ning Chen joined the company yesterday and helped me solve a major case. Emperor Xian's expression eased a little. He didn't know why, but when he heard Ning Chen's name, he felt relieved for no reason. What's the big case? Tell me about it. Gung Jing then recounted the incident in detail. Emperor Xian smiled and said, This kid always surprises me. It seems that I was right to let him join the supervisory department. Your Majesty is wise. Emperor Xian smiled and asked, anything else? Has this kid written any new poems? Geng Jing saw that His Majesty was in a much better mood and knew it was time to get down to business. Your Majesty, Ning has applied to go to Jianyuan County. Emperor Xian asked curiously, what is he going to do in Jianyuan County? Geng Jing immediately recounted the entire story and presented the blood letter written by the people. When Emperor Xian saw the blood letter written by the people, his expression, which had just relaxed, turned dark again. Your Majesty asked me to investigate Jianyuan County before. Now it seems that the situation in Jianyuan County is even more serious than what I found. Emperor Xian had a cold face and said in a deep voice, investigate it thoroughly and get to the bottom of it for me. They deserve to die for murdering my people like this. Geng Jing hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I'm afraid that officials from the capital are involved in this matter. When I sent people to investigate, I also encountered obstruction. If Ning hadn't run into those two people who came to the capital to file a complaint yesterday, he would have been detained by the Kyoto government for theft. Emperor Xian was furious, asshole, how dare you do this under my nose? Geng Jing, investigate thoroughly for me. No matter who it is, I will not tolerate it. Geng Jing clasped his fists and said, yes. I will personally lead people to Jianyuan County. Emperor Xian waved his hand and said, just send 2 men in gold clothes to lead the team. You stay in the capital. I have something else for you to do. As he spoke, Emperor Xian picked up a memorial from the dragon table and threw it to Geng Jing. Take a look at this. Geng Jing took the memorial, flipped it open and took a look, his face changed drastically. This is a memorial about the country of Torah looting the people and robbing supplies. It can be said to be a war report. This memorial said that the Tuola kingdom attacked again, killing hundreds of people in Dashuan, looting countless supplies, and displacing thousands of people. Every winter, the Tuola kingdom would come to the border of Dashuan to rob the people and steal supplies. This was like a stubborn disease that could never be eradicated. Geng Jing was puzzled. Why did Emperor Xian show him this? Was he asking him for advice? But he was not good at dealing with this kind of thing. Besides, Northwest One in the court had any good solution, so he was even worse off. Emperor Xian said in a deep voice, Ning previously offered me 3 countermeasures for the Tuola kingdom. Geng Jing was shocked. Ning also knew how to march and fight. He asked cautiously, Your Majesty, are the 3 countermeasures Ning proposed useless? Emperor Xian's expression became even uglier. The 3 strategies Ning proposed are very clever. If they succeed, they can ensure that our people on the border will have no worries for 10 years. Suddenly, Emperor Xian slammed the table hard with a bang, which frightened Geng Jing and eunuch Quan. Geng Jing, these 3 brilliant plans were leaked to the Tuola kingdom. Before we could implement them, they were already aborted. Geng Jing's face suddenly changed. This was a serious crime of treason and execution of 9 generations of the family. Emperor Xian said in a deep voice, Geng Jing, I asked you to stay in the capital to investigate this matter. This matter concerns the country and the people. You must get to the bottom of it for me. From the royal family to the civil and military officials, no matter who it is, I will find him out and kill all his 9 clans. Geng Jing knelt on one knee and said, I obey your order. I will do my best. Your Majesty, I would like to ask, who are the people who know these 3 strategies? Emperor Xian thought for a moment and said, I, the Crown Prince, the 9th Princess, Quan Sheng, General Chen, Ning and those in the cabinet may have leaked the information from other channels. Geng Jing's eyes flickered, and he had already started analyzing the situation in his mind. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince, Quan Sheng, and the 9th Princess will definitely not leak the secret. General Chen has been a soldier all his life, but he would never do that. The rest are Ning the cabinet, and other people who may come into contact with these 3 strategies. Geng Jing asked, Your Majesty, could it be that Ning didn't know the seriousness of the matter and accidentally leaked it out? Emperor Xian waved his hand and said firmly, No. That kid is very cunning and will not easily discuss state affairs and royal affairs. He only reluctantly told me these 3 countermeasures after General Chen and I promised not to spread them to others. Geng Jing was shocked. His Majesty really trusted Ning. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will get to the bottom of this matter. Emperor Xian nodded. Your Majesty, are you going to send Ning Chen to Zhenyuan County? Emperor Xian thought for a moment and said, although this kid is smart, he lacks experience after all. Don't go this time. Gung Jing opened his mouth but said nothing, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Emperor Xian frowned. If you have something to say, just say it. Gung Jing hurriedly said, Your Majesty, in order to go to Zhenyuan County, Ning Chen did not hesitate to be humble and flattering to me, and even bribed me with 100 taels of silver. I am worried that if I don't let him go, he will go secretly by himself. Emperor Xian was stunned, looking surprised. He is being servile and fawning. This guy is so stingy, and he even bribed you with silver. It's really strange. Why does he have to go to Zhenyuan County? Emperor Xian felt jealous because Ning Chen had never been humble to him as an emperor. I asked. He said it was for Tao Qizhi and for the people of Zhenyuan County. Tao Qizhi. Emperor Xian thought for a moment and said, Is he the gangster who killed the previous magistrate of Zhenyuan County? Gung Jing said, It was this man. He taught Ning Chen martial arts while he was in prison. Emperor Xian thought for a while and said, Then let him go with us. Tell him to get to the bottom of it. This kid always brings surprises to me, maybe this time too. Remember, have your people protect him well. I obey your order. Emperor Xian continued, Oh, right, go back and tell him that I don't agree with him going. It was only because the Crown Prince begged for mercy that I allowed him to go. Gung Jing was a little confused and didn't understand what was going on. Emperor Xian did this entirely for the Crown Prince. The last time the prince tested Ning Chen's character, it ended in unpleasantness. He wanted to help the prince repair his relationship with Ning Chen. His son really makes him worry about him. Gung Jing returned to the supervisory office and immediately called Pan Yuqing over and asked him to take his men and set off immediately. What about Ning Chen? Gung Jing said, Ning Chen will go with you, but remember, you must ensure Ning Chen's safety. This is an imperial decree. Pan Yuqing frowned. What is the relationship between this Ning Chen and His Majesty? Gung Jing lowered his voice and said, I suspect Ning Chen is your Majesty's illegitimate child. Pan Yuqing was shocked. Is this possible? Isn't Ning Chen the son of Lord Ning? Well, it's impossible, but His Majesty's favor to him is no less than that to the prince. Gung Jing finished speaking, waved his hand, and said, All right, can we discuss His Majesty's affairs? Hurry up and prepare. Oh, by the way, let Ning Chen come to see me. Pan Yuqing curled his lips and thought to himself that you were even more excited than I was just now. Then he turned around and left. Gung Jing waited for a while, and Ning Chen came. Ning Chen, His Majesty does not allow you to go to Zhenyuan County. Ning Chen's face suddenly froze. Gung Jing continued, However, the Crown Prince pleaded for you, and His Majesty finally agreed to let you go. Damn. Could you please stop breathing so heavily when you talk? He had just planned to secretly go to Zhenyuan County. Ning Chen, His Majesty has allowed you to go, and he told me to tell you to investigate thoroughly. Once you are there, you are not allowed to act on your own. All actions must be under the control of Pan Genie, do you understand? Ning Chen had a puzzled look on his face. The team was led by Pan Yuqing, and all actions were under his command, but His Majesty asked Gung Jing to tell him to investigate thoroughly. What did this mean? He thought about it for a while and couldn't figure it out, then nodded and said, Yes. Don't just agree to it verbally, keep it in mind. Ning Chen said obediently, Yes, sir. Okay, let's get ready. Gung Jing waved his hand and drove Ning Chen away. Ning Chen came back and found that Pan Yuqing was already counting the troops. There were a total of 16 people on this trip, including Pan Yuqing and 15 silver-clad men. Among these 15 silver-clad men, except Ning Chen, the others are all experts in fighting against 100 enemies at the same time. Pan Yuqing gave Yi, who was going to Zhenyuan County, half a day off so that they could go back and settle their family affairs. Ning Chen, why don't you go home and tell them? Seeing Ning Chen sitting still, Pan Yuqing asked curiously. Ning Chen smiled and said, No need. If I die outside, it would be good enough if they don't celebrate with drums and gongs. Pan Yuqing frowned. It seemed that Ning Chen didn't have a good relationship with his family. But this was Ning Chen's family affair, so it was not convenient for him to ask more questions. Just then, a man in red ran in. Ningini, someone is looking for you outside. Ning Chen was slightly startled, looking for me. Red nodded. Ning Chen came outside with a puzzled look on his face. There was a gorgeous carriage parked in front of the supervisory office. Ning Chen recognized it at a glance. This was the prince's carriage. Without hesitation, he turned around and wanted to go back. The sixth prince made him run away in a panic last time and was almost eaten by wolves. He was also kept in jail for half a month. This guy is a disaster, stay away from him. Ning Chen. Hearing the voice, Ning Chen paused and looked back. The prince opened the curtain of the carriage and was looking at him. Ning Chen had no choice but to turn around and go back. Ning Chen, get in the car. Ning Chen said, I have to go on a mission soon, I don't have time. Just a few words. It won't take up too much of your time. The prince interrupted Ning Chen with a smile. Ning Chen sighed and could only jump into the carriage. When I walked into the carriage, I found that there was not only the prince, but also the ninth princess. Ning Chen has met His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the princess. Being with the prince, Ning Chen guessed that she was a princess, but he didn't know which princess she was. The prince waved his hand and said, Ning Chen, no need to be polite, sit down. Ning Chen sat down. The prince pointed to the food box beside him and said, I know you are going on a long journey, so I prepared this specially for you. Your Highness, I'm going on a mission, not an outing. The prince smiled bitterly. The ninth princess frowned slightly. Ning Chen, you are so brave, don't be arrogant just because you have some talent. You dare to refuse the gift from the crown prince, believe it or not, I will give you 30 strokes of the cane first. Ning Chen's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He quickly took the food box and said with a low brow, Thank you, Your Highness, for the reward. The prince has a strange expression on his face. It seems that Ning Chen is a little afraid of Huayan. Of course Ning Chen was scared. There is a saying that goes, it is better to fight with a smart person than to say a word to an idiot. This princess is still a little brat, she is mentally immature, she will hit you if she says so. She is a princess, you have to endure it even if she hits you. Moreover, Ning Chen discovered when they met last time that the princess didn't seem to like him, it was better not to offend her. If I really get beaten with a stick, I won't be able to go to Zhenyuan County. Seeing that Ning Chen was so sensible, the ninth princess proudly raised her pointed chin like a proud little hen. Princess, do you have any other instructions? If not, I will get started. The prince nodded and said, Go ahead. I came here because I know you are going on a long journey, so I came to take a look. The officialdom is more terrifying than the battlefield. Be careful when you go to Zhenyuan County. The battlefield is full of open swords and guns, while the officialdom is full of hidden arrows. Ning Chen clasped his fists and said, Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness. By the way, I also want to thank you for pleading for me. Then I will take my leave first. The prince nodded slightly. Ning Chen was carrying the lunchbox and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. The prince looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Ning Chen hesitated for a moment and said, There is indeed one thing. I would like to ask the crown prince to ask the fifth princess for help and ask her not to embarrass me. The prince was stunned. Fifth princess? How did you offend the fifth princess? I don't know either. Ning Chen told the story again with a depressed look on his face. After hearing this, the prince was also stunned. The corners of the ninth princess's delicate mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of cunning flashed in her big black grape-like eyes. Are you sure it's the fifth princess? Ning Chen was speechless and said, You made me kneel for 2 hours and gave me a ghost mask to scare me. How could I be wrong? The prince frowned, but the fifth princess is gentle and virtuous. This doesn't seem like something the fifth princess would do, does it? Okay, I'll ask the fifth princess for you later to see if you've offended her accidentally in some way. Ning Chen clasped his fists and said, Thank you, Your Highness. I will take my leave now. The prince hummed. After Ning Chen left, the prince turned and looked at the ninth princess. Huayan, you are the one who teased Ning Chen, right? The ninth princess's expression froze for a moment, but then she looked aggrieved. Brother Crown Prince, how could you doubt me? Ning Chen and I have no grudges against each other, why are you teasing him? The prince snorted and said, first, daring to impersonate the fifth princess is a capital crime, except for you, no one is so bold. Secondly, you are the only one who can come up with such a trick. Don't forget, you have a criminal record. You used a ghost mask to scare me before. Seeing that her trick had been exposed, the ninth princess stopped pretending and laughed. Yes, I did it. Why are you teasing Ning Chen? Huayan pouted her rosy lips and snorted, I just hate him. He relies on his talent to be arrogant and talk in an old-fashioned way. He is really annoying. The prince shook his head helplessly. Evening, hour of high. Ning Chen and others set off. The emperor was furious about the incident in Jinyuan County and issued a death order to investigate it thoroughly. Officials from the capital must have been involved in the affairs of Jinyuan County. Therefore, I chose to leave the city at night in order not to alert the enemy. The group traveled day and night and did not stop until the second half of the night. After all, horses are not machines and cannot run for a long time, even though the horses they ride are of good breeds. But more than 150 miles is already the limit for a horse. There is a post station every 100 miles on the official road. Ning Chen and others did not stay in the post station for fear of exposing their whereabouts. When the men and horses were tired, they stopped, let the horses eat grass and drink water, and the men ate some dry food they brought with them and rested on the spot. 2 hours later, everyone continued on their journey. Chengzhou is more than 1,000 miles away from the capital. The group traveled day and night and it took several days to arrive. The group stopped in an open area. Gao Ziping, Feng Qizheng, Chen Chong, the three of you will sneak into Jinyuan County and investigate secretly. I will lead the team to conduct a direct investigation. Pan Yuqing ordered. Yes, sir. Gao Ziping and the other two accepted the order. Ning Chen hurriedly asked, Pan Genie, shall I go with Gao Ini and the others? Pan Yuqing frowned, Ning Chen, this is an order, not a discussion. Ning Chen smiled bitterly and took off his pants. This move shocked everyone. Ning Chen, what are you doing? Ning Chen was speechless and said, we are all men, what else can I do? Look at my inner thighs. I can't ride a horse anymore. If I continue, not only will my legs and eggs be destroyed, I'm afraid I'll get a prostate disease. Gao Ziping asked in confusion, which county is the prostate? Aren't we investigating the matter of Jinyuan County? I meant to show you my inner thighs. Everyone looked over and discovered that the inside of Ning Chen's thigh was red, full of blood stasis, and the skin was worn off. Pan Yuqing frowned, you don't know how to ride a horse. Yes, but not much. I'm just average at riding. Pan Yuqing really admired this boy. He was so tired but didn't say a word on the way, but only spoke here. Ning Chen, you're really capable. You didn't say a word even after being tortured like this. You're a real man. Come on, come on. Take off your clothes and let me see if that thing has been worn down or not. Yes, take off your clothes quickly so we can see. You are not married yet. If you lose your clothes, you will have to become a eunuch in the palace. Feng Qizhen and others came over and joked. But they all admired Ning Chen very much. This kid was really patient. Ning Chen laughed and scolded, go away. Even if it is shortened, it is still longer than you guys. Pan Genie, I can't ride a horse anymore. Should I go with Gao Ini and the others? If he hadn't really been in unbearable pain, he wouldn't have said a word, don't say that his Jiao Chan was a horse. Even if it was the real Jiao Chan, he wouldn't have been able to bear riding her for several days in a row. Pan Yuqing said, according to what they said, if you want to sneak into Jinyuan County, you have to cross mountains and rivers and swim across a fast-flowing river. Can you do it? Don't worry Pan Genie, I'm also good at climbing and swimming. Sure. Ning Chen nodded and hummed. Okay, you go with Gao Ziping and the others, Chen Chong comes with me. Remember, in all actions, you must follow Gao Ziping's orders. If you disobey, I will put you in solitary confinement when we return. Ning Chen clasped his fists, as you command. Pan Yuqing said, Gao Ziping, give him some medicine. I will take the others to Jinyuan County first, you should be careful. Pan Yuqing led his men away and took the 3 people's horses with him. The horses will be temporarily left in a nearby post station. Feng Qi was taking out a bottle of medicine from his bag and said, Ning Chen, come here, I'll apply the medicine to you. Ning Chen said, oh, and turned around. Feng Qi was squatting down and was about to apply medicine to Ning Chen, when he suddenly felt something was wrong, and threw the medicine bottle to Ning Chen, do it yourself. Ning Chen also felt that it was inappropriate. A grown man was squatting in front of him, and he was not even wearing pants. It was too weird. After Ning Chen applied the medicine, it felt cool and much more comfortable. He pulled up his pants and said, let's go too. The 3 of them took out maps and compared them as they walked. This map was drawn based on the oral statements of the 2 teenagers who filed the complaint, so it is not very accurate. The 3 of them crossed mountains and rivers. It was dark, but we still hadn't reached Jinyuan County. They rested for a night and took turns on duty. The next morning, we continued our journey. After several hours, they were blocked by a steep mountain. Gao Ziping looked at the map and said, it seems we are on the wrong road. Ning Chen pricked up his ears and listened. It sounds like the sound of flowing water. Could it be that fast-flowing river? Let's go around and take a look. But the terrain in the mountains was so complicated that the 3 of them walked around for a long time but couldn't find a way to get through. Either they were blocked by cliffs or by abysses. After going around in circles, the 3 of them returned to the original place. Feng Qi was frowning, this is not acceptable. Ning Chen looked up at the steep mountain wall, pondered for a moment, and said, well, I'll climb up first and let the rope down, so you can go up. Gao Ziping and Feng Qi looked up, their faces filled with disbelief. Are you kidding? It's so steep unless you can fly. Ning Chen smiled and said, I can't fly, but I can climb up. Ning Chen took the rope, put it on his back, and walked towards the cliff. Ning Chen, stop joking, how is it possible to climb up like this? Yeah, this is going to fall down, it's no joke. The 2 tried to dissuade him. But Ning Chen just smiled, then clasped his hands on the cracks in the stone wall, stepped on the indentations that could barely provide leverage, and climbed up little by little. When he was in the military camp, he always won first place in climbing competitions. Ning Chen climbed higher and higher. Gao Ziping and Feng Qi were both shocked. He really climbed up. Is this guy a gecko? Gao Ziping was also full of admiration. We all underestimated Ning Chen. He is definitely not the kind of pampered young man. Feng Qi was full of shame. When he first met Ning Chen, he had ridiculed Ning Chen a lot. When Ning Chen climbed halfway up the mountain, he felt a little exhausted. This body is still not strong enough. He rested for a while and climbed up again. It took Ning Chen more than an hour to climb up. He lay on the ground gasping for breath. After resting for a while, I found a protruding rock, tied the rope, and then threw the other end down. Gao Ziping and Feng Qi were climbing up along the rope. The 2 men's faces turned pale. Although there was a rope, it was too high. When they were almost at the top, they looked down and were so scared that their legs went weak. I really don't know how Ning Chen climbed up with his bare hands. Gao Ziping patted Ning Chen on the shoulder, his face full of admiration. Feng Qizhen was also full of admiration. Ning Chen, you are a man, I apologize to you for my previous attitude towards you. Careful. Ning Chen was just about to tease Feng Qi for being pretentious when he suddenly noticed a man appear from behind a tree in the distance, holding a bow and arrow and aiming at them. He didn't have time to think about it. When he opened his mouth to remind them, he had already rushed out and knocked Gao Ziping and Feng Qi to the ground. With a whoosh, an arrow flew over their heads with a sharp sound, hitting the rocks nearby, causing sparks to fly. Ning Chen was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. The arrow almost grazed his back. Be careful, there are archers at 12 o'clock. Ning Chen reminded again. Gao Ziping and Feng Qizhen were confused. What does 12 o'clock mean? But they reacted quickly. They looked for cover nearby and rolled over to hide behind the rocks with Ning Chen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of sound bursts of lightning came and hit the rocks where they were hiding. Ning Chen listened attentively, then said in a deep voice, "There should be 6 people on the opposite side." Gao Ziping nodded, yes, judging by the sound of arrows hitting the rocks, there were indeed 6 people. Feng Qijing said angrily, "It seems that our whereabouts have been exposed." "Perhaps it's not that our whereabouts have been exposed, the 2 teenagers who complained escaped from here, so they ambushed people here to prevent others from escaping from here again." Ning Chen analyzed calmly. Ning Chen's analysis makes sense. Fortunately, the other side doesn't have many people. Ning Chen will stay here, and Feng Qi will go with me to deal with them. Feng Qijing nodded. Ning Chen was about to say that he could provide cover, but before he could finish his words, Gao Ziping and Feng Qijing had already rolled out to the left and right. The 2 men stood up and rushed towards the opposite side with their backs bent. The enemy naturally discovered it as well. A whooshing sound was heard. Arrows shot towards the 2 of them. The 2 men were seen moving like ghosts, snaking along the way and approaching the enemy. Arrows kept flying past the 2 men's bodies or hitting their feet, but fortunately they were all safe. When they were getting close, they both drew their swords with their right hands, raised their crossbows with their left hands, and shot an arrow. The arrows hit the throats of the 2 opponents, killing them both. The 2 men rolled on the ground at the same time to avoid the sharp arrows, and then pounced out like cheetahs, swinging the standard long swords in their hands at the same time. As soon as the 2 enemy archers flashed out from behind the tree, they were greeted by 2 cold rays of light. The 2 long swords shot into the chests of the 2 archers almost at the same time. The terrible force directly sent the 2 archers flying several meters away. There were 2 more archers, hiding behind a rock. Gao Ziping and Feng Qi were like 2 cheetahs. They rushed over, pulled out the long knife stuck in the corpse, and rushed directly towards the rock. 2 archers appeared from behind the rock and shot 2 sharp arrows at Gao Ziping and the other men. The 2 men slid to their knees at the same time, and arrows flew over their heads and slid all the way to the 2 archers. The long swords swept out at the same time, cutting their throats with one blow. Ning Chen was stunned. The 2 men's moves were clean and efficient, without any fancy moves. Gao Ziping and Feng Qijing looked around vigilantly, and after making sure that the danger was over, they shouted, "Ning Chen, come here, it's okay." Ning Chen came out from behind the rock and asked curiously, "Why do you 2 have the same moves?" Gao Ziping and Feng Qi were looking at each other and smiling. Feng Qijing said, "Because we are from the same school, we are brothers." Ning Chen suddenly understood. So that's why. No wonder these 2 people have the same moves. Who among you is the senior brother and who is the junior brother? Gao Ziping said, "I am your senior brother." Feng Qijing snorted, "We became disciples at the same time, so why are you the elder brother?" "I'm older than you." Feng Qijing said disdainfully, "The master's sect emphasizes seniority, not age. So, my penis is longer than yours, so I am the senior brother." Gao Ziping was speechless. Ning Chen was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. No wonder these 2 people never called each other senior or junior brother. It turned out that neither of them was willing to submit to the other. Ning Chen looked at the corpse on the ground and said in a deep voice, "You should have left him alive." Gao Ziping said, "There is no need for that. These people are just minions. They are just following orders and they know nothing." Ning Chen nodded slightly, and then asked, "What about the body?" Feng Qijing said, "Dig a hole and bury it. If you don't want to bother, just throw it down the mountain, and it will be eaten up by wild beasts in no time." Gao Ziping said, "We don't have the right tools. Digging a pit is a waste of time and energy. We have to swim across the river soon, so we have to conserve our energy. We should leave these villains to the wild beasts as food." 6 bodies were thrown down from the mountain. The 3 men took off their clothes, leaving only their underwear. After packing the things, I wrapped them with another layer of oil paper. This oil paper can prevent water. They ate something, rested for a while, and then prepared to cross the river. "Ning Chen, are you okay?" Ning Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't hold you back." Gao Ziping nodded, "That's good, get ready to cross the river." The 3 of them jumped into the river one after another. The river is more than 200 meters wide and has a fast current. Ning Chen still underestimated the speed of the water. As soon as he entered the water, He was rolled several times in the water and finally managed to stabilize himself. What was even more troublesome was that he felt a sharp pain on the inside of his thigh. The inside of his thigh was rubbed and it hurt a lot when it got wet. But Ning Chen still gritted his teeth and swam desperately towards the other side. But the pain in my inner thighs was getting worse. Halfway through the swim, Ning Chen's legs were in so much pain that he could no longer move, and was swept downstream by the rushing river water. By the time Gao Ziping and Feng Qi discovered it, Ning Chen had already been washed away. Ning Chen! Ning Chen! The two men screamed in shock and swam downstream quickly, trying to save Ning Chen. But the water flow was too fast, and after a few ups and downs, Ning Chen disappeared from their sight. Both of them turned pale. They swam desperately to the other side, without taking a rest, and began to search along the river bank. But after walking for several miles along the river bank, there was no sign of Ning Chen. Before coming, Pan Yuqing repeatedly warned and told Ning Chen to protect him well. Before reaching Jinyuan County, Ning Chen was washed away by the water. His whereabouts are unknown, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. How should I explain to Pan Yuqing when I see him? The key is that they have now accepted Ning Chen from the bottom of their hearts and completely regard him as their own brother. Feng Qijing said in a deep voice, "What should we do now?" Gao Ziping said word by word, "Find him. You must find him." Although both of them knew that Ning Chen had little chance of survival, the river water was turbid, and once a person choked on the mud, they would quickly fall into a coma and then be drowned. The two dragged their tired bodies and continued searching. "Are you awake?" Ning Chen had just opened his eyes and his thoughts had not yet recovered when he heard someone asking him. He just felt dizzy, sore all over, and his throat was dry and painful. He turned his head and found himself lying in a small house. When he breathed, his nostrils were filled with the smell of herbs. A thin old man with gray hair and beard, wearing a gray robe, stood beside the bed. There was a young man next to the old man. Ning Chen opened his mouth, but found that his throat was dry and he couldn't speak. "Xiao Liuzi, give him some water, not too much." The young man next to him immediately brought a bowl of water and fed Ning Chen a few sips with a spoon. Ning Chen suddenly felt his throat felt much better. "It was my father-in-law who saved me." His last memory was that he choked on some mud and sand and then passed out. The old man laughed and said, "I can't carry you. It was Xiao Liuzi who went up the mountain to collect herbs. He found you on the way and carried you back." Ning Chen looked at the young man. "Thank you." Xiao Liuzi is in his 20s, but his skin is rough and dark, and he looks like he is in his 30s. When he heard Ning Chen thanking him, a simple smile appeared on his face. The old man looked at Ning Chen and said, "From your accent, you are not from Jinyuan County, right?" Ning Chen nodded slightly and said, "I'm here to visit my relatives." Ning Chen didn't want to reveal his identity, so he changed the subject. "Father-in-law, how long have I slept?" "It's been a day and a night." "You were in the water for a long time. Xiao Liuzi brought you back, and you still had a high fever." Ning Chen was shocked. He didn't expect that he had been unconscious for a whole day and night. No wonder he felt dizzy and had aches all over his body. It turned out he had a fever. Ning Chen looked at Xiao Liuzi and asked, "Brother Xiao Lu, when you found me, did you see anyone else?" Xiao Liuzi shook his head. Ning Chen frowned. Gao Ziping and Feng Qijin must be going crazy with anxiety. The old man turned to Xiao Liuzi and said, "Go and bring the boiled medicine to this young man." Xiao Liuzi nodded and left. The old man stared at Ning Chen, then suddenly leaned forward and bowed, "I am honored to see you, sir." Ning Chen was startled, and his eyes gradually became alert. The old man hurriedly explained, "Don't panic, sir. I am just a useless doctor. I was fortunate enough to go to the capital and meet people from the supervisory office. The oil paper on the outside of your bag was torn, and I was worried that the things inside would be damaged by water, so I took the initiative to take them out to dry. There was a set of silver fish scale clothes inside." Seeing that Ning Chen didn't say anything, the old man continued, "Sir, you are here for the people of Jinyuan County, right?" Ning Chen looked at him. "What do you mean by that? What happened to the people of Jinyuan County?" The old man sighed deeply and said, "Although I am a doctor with little knowledge, I also know what the supervision department does. If it was for other official business, you could have come to Jinyuan County openly. The officials of Jinyuan County would have lined up to welcome you and entertain you warmly, so you wouldn't have to endure the hardship you are experiencing now. But you chose to cross mountains and rivers and almost lost your life. I dare to guess that you came for the people of Jinyuan County. As for what you asked just now, what happened to the people in Jinyuan County? You may not believe me. I'd better wait until you recover and go out to see for yourself. Ning Chen was about to speak when Xiao Liuzi came in with a bowl of medicine. The old man looked at Ning Chen and said, "Young master, take good care of yourself. I will go and get busy now." Ning Chen drank the medicine, handed the empty bowl to Xiao Liuzi, and asked with a smile, "Brother Xiao Lu, is there any fun place in Jinyuan County?" Xiao Liuzi was slightly stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "There are many fun places in Jinyuan County. It seems that the people in Jinyuan County live a very prosperous life." Xiao Liuzi smiled stiffly and said, "Yes, the world is peaceful now, and the people of Jinyuan County live and work in peace and contentment. Everyone is living a good life. Young master, have a good rest. I'm going to go out and get busy now." After Xiao Liuzi finished speaking, he left in a hurry. Ning Chen's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that the people of Jinyuan County not only lived a hard life, but were also oppressed and dared not tell the truth. He rested for 2 days and felt much better. The inner thighs were rubbed and scabbed. He was worried about infection before. Ning Chen can get out of bed now. He went outside and found a small dirt yard with herbs drying everywhere. Ning Chen came to the front hall and saw that the old man and Xiao Liuzi were busy, so he didn't disturb them and just walked out. There is a couplet at the gate. First couplet, I only hope that there will be no illness or suffering in this world. Second line, why worry about the medicine gathering dust on the shelf? This couplet was carved, but unfortunately the vermilion lacquer is mottled and it is almost impossible to see clearly. Ning Chen recalled that in his previous life, the signs on the door of the pharmacy were either buy one get one free, or membership day on a certain month, discounts on medicines, or buy enough medicines and get free eggs. He shook his head and walked forward. There are few pedestrians on the street. Occasionally I met a few people, all of whom were ragged, skinny, with dull and numb expressions, like walking corpses. Ning Chen saw a ragged woman begging with a hungry child on the street corner. He felt his body and realized that he had left in a hurry and didn't take anything with him. The strong wind blew up dust, which flew all over the sky. The entire Jinyuan County was in a state of depression and desolation. Only the trees on the roadside are still lush. Ning Chen walked a long way and came to a dilapidated temple. There are many homeless people here, all of them are half-naked, sickly, and have numb eyes. Ning Chen came to the back of the ruined temple and his breathing stagnated. The trees here are all bare, without any bark. He went forward to check and found many tooth marks on the tree. This proved that the bark had been eaten by someone. The trees on the street were intact, probably because the government didn't allow the common people to touch them, and left those few trees to pretend everything was fine. Ning Chen clenched his fists. He used to be a soldier and couldn't bear to see this scene. He thought of General Chen, who had spent his entire life in military service and now could only walk with the help of a cane. He had spent his entire life protecting a group of parasites. He thought of Tao Qiji, who sacrificed his own life but still couldn't change anything. Ning Chen returned to the clinic with a gloomy face. He would not be a human being if he did not pull out these parasites one by one and send them to the guillotine. My lord is back. The old man came in with a bowl of medicine in his hand. This is the last dose of medicine. After you drink it, your illness will be cured. Ning Chen took the medicine bowl and drank it all. Thank you, doctor. The old man shook his head and said, You are welcome, sir. It is my duty to cure illnesses and save lives. Unfortunately, I am useless. I can only cure people, but I cannot cure the stubborn diseases of this county. Your Excellency just went out and saw it, right? Jinyuan County is very ill. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke word by word. Although I don't know medical skills, I also know that serious illnesses require strong medicine. Jinyuan County can still be saved, and I am willing to use my life as a medicine. The old man's eyes fluctuated violently and he looked at Ning Chen in shock. He was about to say something when he heard a commotion outside. "Doctor, where is the doctor? Please save my husband, please save my husband." The old man's face changed slightly and he walked out of the room quickly. Ning Chen also followed out. I saw a woman and a young girl supporting a skinny man. The man had a swollen nose and face, and his body was covered with bruises, as if he had been beaten, and he kept vomiting blood. "Doctor, doctor, please save my men, please." The lady was panicked and knelt down and kowtowed continuously. The old man said in a deep voice, "Xiao Liuzi, help the person in quickly." But at this moment, a group of people holding sticks broke in from outside. These people were all dressed in shorts, much better than ordinary people. They must be servants of someone's family. The man in the lead was not tall, dressed in fancy clothes, had a rat-like face and a treacherous look. "TSK, so you guys are hiding here?" The man with a rat-like face said in a strange voice, then pointed at the young girl and said, "Come on, bring her back to me." The young girl was wearing tattered clothes and her face was dirty. Perhaps she deliberately made her face dirty as a way of protecting herself. But she has a pair of very beautiful eyes. But at this moment, these beautiful eyes were full of fear, and he hid behind the woman in fear. The woman was like an old hen protecting her chicks. She was trembling all over and it was obvious that she was very scared. But women are weak by nature, but they become strong as mothers. She still put on a desperate posture. But those servants were all strong and healthy, and they simply disdained such a weak woman. The man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks said in a strange voice, "Your family owes rent to the uncle of the emperor. It is only natural to pay back the debt. If you don't have money, then use your daughter to pay off the debt. Come on, bring this girl back to me." The man who was vomiting blood knelt on the ground and begged, "Please, please be lenient for a few days, I will find a way to pay your rent. Please don't hurt my daughter, please, I kowtow to you." "Repay? What are you going to give me?" The man with the pointed face rolled his eyes. "Your family is so poor that you can't even pay a penny. What are you going to give me? I advise you to be sensible. You should be happy that the uncle of the king likes your daughter. Also, the uncle of the king said that as long as your daughter follows him, the rent you owe will be written off. Come on, take this girl back, don't let the uncle wait anxiously." Several servants approached step by step. The woman hugged her daughter tightly. "Get lost, bitch. You dare to go against the emperor, do you want to die?" A servant kicked the woman to the ground. Another servant kicked the man who was coughing up blood to the ground. Seeing that the young girl was about to be taken away, the old man could not help but said, "Stop, this is my clinic, not a place for you to run wild." The man with a rat-like face and a pointed chin sneered disdainfully, "Old man, this is the person the uncle of the emperor wants. How dare you go against the uncle of the emperor? I advise you to get out of here immediately, or I'll beat you up too. What are you still standing there for? Take her back. If the emperor gets impatient waiting for her, I'll skin you alive. If this old man dares to stop me, beat him too." A servant came forward and the old man tried to stop him, but was pushed down. The servant was about to arrest the young girl. As a result, a brick came whizzing and hit him directly on the head. The servant screamed, his eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground with a bloody head, wailing in pain. Everyone was stunned with fear. "Stop it!" A roar rang out. Everyone turned their heads to look, and saw a young man wearing a silver fish scale suit, with a long sword on his waist, his left hand on the hilt, striding towards him. Ning Chen didn't care about his identity being exposed. If a king's uncle suddenly appeared, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to control these people if he wasn't wearing fish scale clothes. Ning Chen's eyes suddenly shrank slightly, and he suddenly remembered the words that His Majesty asked Gung Jing to bring to him. Get to the bottom of it. It was obviously Pan Yuqing who led the team and all actions were under his command. This should have been said to Pan Yuqing, but he was told instead. The king's uncle. Could it be that His Majesty wants to take action against the king's uncle, but for some reason cannot do so openly? Upon closer inspection of these 4 words, could it be that he is hinting at something? Could it be that Emperor Xian wanted him to make the sword to kill the royal family? At this moment, the man with the pointed chin and monkey cheeks changed his expression greatly. You, wearing silver fish scale clothes, are you from the supervisory department? How come someone from the supervisory department appeared here? A few days ago, a group of people from the supervisory office arrived in Jinyuan County, but they were drinking tea and listening to music with the king's uncle. He looked at the childish and skinny Ning Chen and wondered, could this be a fake? How could a little brat get into the supervisory department? Are you from the supervisory department? Ning Chen had a cold face and remained silent. Do you have a badge? Ning Chen said, no. How come someone from the inspectorate doesn't have a badge? You must be a fake. This is what Ning Chen was waiting for. I am the silver clothes appointed by the current emperor. How dare you slander the silver clothes of the supervisory department? You are so bold. Today, I will let you see if I am a fake or not. Ning Chen took off his long sword and hit the opponent's head hard. With a bang. The latter screamed and fell to the ground, holding his head. Ning Chen held the knife, gathered all his strength, and hit him all over the face. Every time the knife was swung down, the rat-eyed man would let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. He rolled on the ground after being beaten by Ning Chen. Let you say I'm fake, let you say I'm fake, let you slander me. Ning Chen picked up the knife and smashed it hard. Help, help. Are you dead? Take him down, he's a fake, save me. The rat-looking man screamed and asked the servants to capture Ning Chen. Ning Chen suddenly stopped, looked at the approaching servant, and finally showed his badge. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. My name is Ning Chen, the silver-clad man appointed by His Majesty. Attacking the people of the supervisory office is equivalent to conspiracy and the 3 clans will be killed. Why don't you kneel down? Several servants were frightened silly on the spot. They hurriedly dropped the sticks in their hands, knelt down, and trembled. They may not know what the silver and gold robes are, but they have definitely heard of the bad reputation of the supervisory office. It is the Hall of Yama and once you enter, you cannot get out. The man who was beaten up by Ning Chen turned pale and was also frightened. Asshole, why didn't you take out the badge earlier? Ning Chen felt that the knife was not convenient to use, so he walked over and picked up a stick, and waved it a few times. It made a whirring sound and felt quite handy. He walked back, looked at the rat-faced man on the ground, and said with a smile, come on, let's continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the stick and hit the other person with the frequency of hammering iron. The rat-like man screamed like a pig being slaughtered and rolled on the ground after being beaten. Help, help. Please spare my life, please stop hitting me. I was wrong, I know I was wrong, I was blind and didn't recognize you, sir. Please have mercy on me. Ning Chen ignored him and hit him with the stick. I am the uncle's man, and he is the current queen's brother. If you hit me, you are going against him, he will not let you go. Ning Chen was slightly startled. The queen's brother? His background was quite scary. The corruption among officials in Chongzhou has never been completely resolved, perhaps it is related to this uncle of the emperor. The queen is behind the king's uncle. Is this the reason why Emperor Xian cannot openly touch the king's uncle? When the Kyoto government arrested the 2 young men who filed the complaint, he knew at the time that some officials from the capital were shielding officials from Chongzhou. But now it seems that perhaps the one shielding these parasites was the queen herself. Seeing Ning Chen stopped, the rat-eyed man thought Ning Chen was scared, and said sternly, are you scared now? Uncle. Fuck you, don't say you're just an evil slave. Even if the king's uncle was here today, I would still beat you up. Ning Chen was so absorbed in his thoughts that he stopped subconsciously. When this guy reminded him, he remembered that he still had important things to do. He swung the stick and hit the latter hard. The screams like those of a pig being slaughtered continued to echo in this small courtyard. Ning Chen didn't stop until the stick, which was as thick as a child's arm, broke with a snapping sound. His breathing was a little rapid and beating people was quite tiring. The man with a rat-like face had his limbs broken by Ning Chen. Who knows how many ribs he had broken. His face was bruised and swollen, his mouth was full of blood, and he lay on the ground groaning. The servants were so frightened that they were trembling with fear. The family of the men who vomited blood looked at Ning Chen with fear in their eyes, but more of it was gratitude. The old doctor's eyes were filled with shock. Ning Chen paused for a while, then walked over, picked up another stick, and swung it at the servants, beating them until they cried for their parents and screams filled the air. Ning Chen stopped only when he was tired. Ning Chen looked at the old doctor and pointed at the man who was vomiting blood. Treat him quickly. Leave the rest to me. He planned to take these people to find the king's uncle. If he doesn't take all the responsibility on himself, the king's uncle will not let the old doctor and others go. He is the silver clothes chosen by his majesty. If even he cannot bear this responsibility, the old doctor and others will be even more unable to bear it and will be trampled to death like ants. The old doctor's eyes flickered, and after a while, he seemed to have made some kind of decision. He bowed and said, "Sir, may I have a word with you?" Ning Chen was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. The old doctor came to the back hall and asked Ning Chen to wait for a moment while he walked into a room. Not long after, the old doctor came out with a booklet in his hand. The old doctor came to Ning Chen and knelt on the ground. Ning Chen was startled and quickly reached out to help him. "What are you doing? Get up quickly, I can't bear this." "Your Excellency can bear it. Although my eyesight is blurry, I can still see people clearly. Your Excellency is passionate, honest and kind, so I'll leave this to you." The old man presented the booklet in his hands with both hands. Ning Chen asked curiously, "What is this?" The old man said, "This is the evidence of the crimes of all the officials in Chongzhou, from the prefect to the county magistrates. The evidence of their corruption is all in this book." Ning Chen was shocked. "Where did you get this thing from?" The old man said, "This is something my old friend entrusted to me before he died. I will pass it on to someone I trust. He is the legal advisor of the Jinyuan county government, and I was a childhood playmate. He still has a conscience, and he recorded the evidence of all the officials in Chongzhou in this book. He sacrificed his life for this book. Now this book is handed over to you, my lord." As the old man spoke, he actually kowtowed to Ning Chen. "Sir, I leave the people of Jinyuan County in your care." Ning Chen hurriedly helped the old man up. He was fully aware of the importance of this booklet. "My dear husband, listen to me." Ning Chen lowered his voice and said a few words. After listening to this, the old doctor nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I'll do as you say." The streets were filled with dust. Ning Chen walked in front with his left hand on the hilt of the knife. Behind them, there was a group of bruised and limping servants carrying the half-dead men. Ning Chen did not take the evidence away. This time he has to face the emperor's uncle, the queen's younger brother. He didn't know if he could get out of the prince's mansion alive. Therefore, he cannot carry the evidence with him. The prince's mansion has a bright gate, and in front of the gate stands a pair of stone lions, looking mighty and majestic. This is a 7-story building, magnificent and luxurious. It forms a sharp contrast with the dilapidated buildings around it. At this time, a high stage was set up in the prince's uncle's mansion. In the audience, the emperor's uncle, officials of all ranks in Chongzhou, as well as Pen Yuqing and others were watching the show. The people were starving and had even eaten all the tree bark, but here, on every table, there were delicious food and fine wine. Women with outstanding looks were moving among the crowd, pouring wine and drinking with people. These officials, who were well-fed and bloated, were hugging beautiful women and toasting each other, making the scene very lively. "My lords, I offer you a toast. Pan Genie, you see, we are in a remote place, and we don't have much to offer. Please forgive me for my poor hospitality. Come, let's toast to the great men from the capital." Pan Yuqing and a group of men in silver clothes were toasting and exchanging pleasantries with officials from Chongzhou. The prince's uncle was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had a fat body. The fat on his face trembled when he smiled. His tiny eyes narrowed into a slit, and he looked very proud. He originally served as an official in the capital, but his ability was too poor. He was proficient in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Later he was sent to Chongzhou by Emperor Xian. In name, he came to Chongzhou to supervise the officialdom, but in fact he was given a nominal position and asked to live out his retirement in Chongzhou and wait for death. After all, he was the queen's brother and could not be dismissed directly. But when he came to Chongzhou, the emperor was far away and he relied on the title of queen to do all kinds of bad things and became a local tyrant. The uncle narrowed his eyes and looked at Pan Yuqing and others with disdain. What supervisory office? Didn't he still get it done? On the first night Pan Yuqing arrived in Jinyuan County, he offered money and beautiful women, and these people accepted them all. Just then, a servant came up to the king's uncle and whispered something in his ear. The prince's uncle was startled at first, then his face turned gloomy. Go, bring the person in. The uncle stood up and shouted towards the stage, stop it all. The sound of gongs and drums stopped immediately. Everyone looked at the king's uncle in confusion. The uncle looked at Pan Yuqing and asked with a smile, Pan Genie, do you have a silver-clad subordinate named Ning Chen? Pan Yuqing's eyes narrowed slightly and his heart skipped a beat. Could something have happened to Ning Chen? He nodded and said, there is this person. The uncle came to Pan Yuqing with a big belly and said with a fake smile, Pan Genie, your subordinate is not very sensible. Before Pan Yuqing could figure out what was going on, he heard a burst of chaotic footsteps. Everyone turned their heads to look. I saw a young man wearing silver fish scale clothes, with a long sword on his waist and one hand on the hilt, walking towards this side. Behind him, there was a group of servants with bruised faces and noses, and a man was being carried. All around, soldiers from the prince's mansion drew their swords, looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The king's uncle is a royal relative and is allowed to privately raise soldiers, but the number is limited and cannot exceed 50. Pan Yuqing and others looked worried. Why did Ning Chen appear here so rashly? He also hurt the uncle of the emperor. Where did Gao Ziping and Feng Qizhen go? Ning Chen looked around at the magnificent stage, the table full of delicacies, the fine wine and food, and he was furious. Good, very good. The people outside are poorly clothed and hungry, and the bark of the surrounding trees has been eaten up. Yet you are setting up a high stage here, living an extravagant life. You are the parents of the people. I think you are just a bunch of beasts in human clothing. Ning Chen was so angry that he kicked over a table. I fucking let you eat and drink. Ning Chen was so angry that his eyes were about to spit fire, and he overturned several tables in succession. Sir, please calm down. What happened? Is it worth getting so angry? An obese official with a goatee came forward with a smile on his face and asked. Ning Chen turned his head and looked at him, who are you? I am Ai Wenguang, the magistrate of Jinyuan County. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes, are you the magistrate of Jinyuan County? It is you, my humble servant. Ning Chen took off the long knife from his waist and smashed it hard on Ai Wenguang's head. Ai Wenguang screamed and fell to the ground, covering his head. Everyone in the audience was shocked. Even if Ning Chen is the supervisory commissioner, he cannot beat up imperial officials at will. But Ning Chen not only continued to hit him, but also showed no intention of stopping. He raised a long knife and smashed it hard on Ai Wenguang. Ai Wenguang was beaten so hard that he screamed and rolled on the ground. As the magistrate of Jinyuan County, the people are almost starving to death, and you are living a life of luxury here. You are worse than an animal, a dog. Ning Chen angrily swung the long knife at Ai Wenguang. Fortunately, there was a scabbard, otherwise Ai Wenguang would have been chopped into meat paste. Stop. The prince's uncle roared, his face turning livid. Ning Chen stopped and turned to look at him, which side are you from? The uncle of the emperor said angrily, I am the uncle of the emperor, the brother of the current queen. This is my residence. How dare you commit murder and hurt people here? Ning Chen, I am a royal relative. You saw that I did not kneel and committed violence and hurt others. Do you know your crime? Ning Chen sneered, shut your stinky mouth. The prince's uncle was stunned for a moment. Ning Chen said in a deep voice, I am the silver clothes appointed by His Majesty. How dare these dogs of yours slander me as a fake and ask me if it is wrong to beat them? As the emperor's uncle, you should obey the laws of the Great Xian, protect the dignity of the royal family, and love the people like your own children. But what did you do, you bastard? You allowed these evil slaves to kill people and rob women. You didn't do anything that they did. Uncle, do you admit your guilt? The king's uncle was so angry that he was trembling with anger. As a royal relative, even the current emperor has never scolded him like this. A small girl in silver clothes actually dared to show off in front of him. Even if what you said is true, so what? Do you dare to touch this uncle? Ning Chen sneered, flicked his left thumb lightly, and the long sword came out 3 inches, then he strode towards the king's uncle. My uncle ignored the laws of the Great Xian, forcibly abducted a woman, took human life lightly, and bullied the people. He deserves death. Come back to the capital with me to stand trial. The guards from the prince's uncle's mansion surrounded them immediately. With a swish sound, the long sword was unsheathed, flashing with a cold light. The supervisory department is investigating a case. All outsiders, get out of here. Anyone who dares to stop us will be punished with the same crime and the whole family will be executed. Ning Chen held a knife in his hand and walked towards the king's uncle step by step, with an intimidating aura. The soldiers of the prince's mansion were forced to retreat step by step. If it were ordinary people, they would have swarmed over them long ago. But they were facing people from the supervision department, which was Yamaluodian, and they were extremely guilty. Trash, what are you afraid of him doing? Uncle Guo was furious, looked at Pan Yuqing and said, Pan Genie, is this how you discipline your subordinates? Pan Yuqing frowned and said sternly, Ning Chen, stand down. Even if the uncle is guilty, he is still a relative of the emperor and must be convicted by his majesty. Moreover, behind the uncle is the current queen. Even the supervision department does not dare to touch the royal family members easily. Ning Chen suddenly turned his head to look at Pan Yuqing and sneered, Pan Genie, I climbed over mountains and ridges and crossed rivers, and almost died. You are eating, drinking, and having fun here, are you living a comfortable life? Have you ever looked around? The people are poorly clothed, hungry, and even the bark of the trees has been eaten up. You are enjoying the best food, wine, and beauties here. Do you feel a bit uneasy or guilty? The emperor is guilty of the same crime as common people. Even if he is the emperor's uncle, so what? You are afraid, but I am not. Today, he must go back to the capital with me to stand trial. Pan Yuqing's face turned pale and he angrily said, Ning Chen, you dare to disobey orders. Ning Chen held the long sword in his hand horizontally, and spoke word by word, Today, I disobeyed orders, so what? I must take him away, and all the officials here, one by one, must come back to the capital with me to stand trial. If anyone dares to stop me, don't blame me for not recognizing anyone and not caring about the loyalty of my colleagues. The prince's uncle suddenly sneered. Pan Genie, it seems that your prestige in the hearts of your subordinates is not as good as that of me, a powerless uncle of the emperor. Pan Yuqing said angrily with a cold face, Ning Chen, I order you to put down the knife now. What if I don't let them go? Pan Genie protects these beasts in human form everywhere. How many benefits has he received from them? Pan Yuqing was furious and shouted, Come here, take him down for me. 2 people in silver clothes walked towards Ning Chen. Ning Chen, put down the knife and don't make things difficult for us. Ning Chen stared at them coldly, Well done, you shielded the criminals but attacked your colleagues. You don't deserve to wear these clothes at all. Chen Chong sighed and said, Ning Chen, I'm sorry. After saying that, the 2 of them rushed towards Ning Chen. Chen Chong moved as fast as lightning and grabbed Ning Chen's shoulder. Ning Chen leaned back to avoid the opponent's attack, then grabbed Chen Chong's wrist, which she couldn't retract in time, and stood up, crashing into Chen Chong's arms, hitting his chest hard with his shoulder. With a bang, Chen Chong was knocked back repeatedly. Ning Chen took a quick step, like a cheetah, took advantage of the momentum to leap up, and struck Chen Chong in the chest with a fierce knee. Chen Chong turned sideways, grabbed Ning Chen's legs with both hands, and threw him out. Ning Chen fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and stood up, but his body suddenly stiffened. A long knife was placed on his neck. It's Pan Yuqing. As the golden robe, Pan Yuqing's skills are truly unfathomable. Ning Chen didn't even see Pan Yuqing make a move, but the knife was already on his neck. Ning Chen looked at him coldly, Pan Genie is indeed very skilled. Pan Yuqing looked at him expressionlessly. Chen Chong and another person in silver clothes came over and held Ning Chen down. The prince's uncle suddenly snatched a knife from the hand of his subordinate next to him, rushed towards Ning Chen, and then slashed at Ning Chen with the knife. With a clang sound, Pan Yuqing swung his knife to block the emperor's uncle's knife. The uncle of the emperor said angrily, "Pan Genie, this man drew his sword in my residence with the intention of murdering the emperor's relatives. He should be executed for his crime. Besides, this man has no respect for you. Why don't you let me get rid of him for you?" Pan Yuqing said expressionlessly, "Ning Chen is from the supervisory department, and he is also the silver-clad official appointed by His Majesty. His life and death is up to His Majesty." The prince's uncle snorted coldly and slowly retracted the knife. He looked at Ning Chen with a grim smile on his face. "Boy, I'll invite you to watch a big show and let you know who has the final say in Chongzhou." Pan Yuqing clasped his fists and said, "Uncle, we won't watch the drama. Ning Chen committed insubordination. I will bring him back to the capital. Your Majesty, please make the decision." "Pan Genie, wait a moment. This big show would be meaningless without this kid. It won't take you long. The show will start soon." Pan Yuqing frowned, and finally nodded silently. About an incense stick of time passed. The guards from the prince's mansion arrived at the scene with several people. Ning Chen turned his head and looked, his eyes narrowed drastically. It was the old doctor, Xiao Liuzi, and the family of the men who vomited blood. They were all tied up. The prince waved his hand and said, "Bring them here." Just now, while Ning Chen was fighting with Chen Chong and the others, the prince's uncle ordered people to capture the old doctor and others. The old doctor and several others were brought over and pressed to the ground. Ning Chen felt uneasy. "What do you want to do?" The uncle sneered and said, "Didn't you say that my uncle raped the woman and took her life lightly? I have to let you know that what you said is correct, but what can you do to me?" After the prince finished speaking, he held up a knife and walked towards the old doctor and others with a grim smile. The king's uncle wanted to kill these people in front of Ning Chen to let Ning Chen know the consequences of offending him. "You dare, beast!" Ning Chen's eyes were bloodshot and he roared angrily. The uncle sneered and said disdainfully, "Ning Chen, this uncle will let you know what is a royal relative. The whole world belongs to our family. If I step on a few ants, who can do anything to me? I want you to know that I am the law, the sky of Chongzhou, and I have the final say here." Pan Yuqing frowned. "Uncle, isn't it inappropriate for you to do this?" The prince's uncle snorted coldly and said, "Pan Genie, if you don't tell me about what happened today and I don't tell you, no one will know. If you take my money, you have to work for me." Ning Chen's eyes were red as he stared at Pan Yuqing. "You really did receive the benefit. Pan Yuqing, you are unworthy of being a human being. Do you deserve the clothes you are wearing?" Pan Yuqing ignored Ning Chen. He stared at the uncle and said, "I am the golden robe of the supervisory department. If the uncle kills someone in front of me, once the news leaks out and reaches the ears of His Majesty, I will have a hard time explaining myself." The uncle sneered, "That's your business." After saying this, he slowly raised the knife. "Stop, stop it." Ning Chen roared madly and struggled desperately. The uncle looked back at him with disdain on his face, and said with contempt, "You, a little silver-clad girl, dare to go against me? Open your eyes and see clearly how I crush these ants to death. After we deal with them, I will slowly play with you. If you go against me, you are going against the royal family. Not only you, but your whole family will die. You can't escape being executed." Ning Chen's eyes were cold. He was not sure whether Emperor Xian asked Gung Jing to tell him to investigate thoroughly because he wanted to use him to get rid of the emperor's uncle. But the king's uncle's words that the entire family should be executed made his blood boil. If he guessed Emperor Xian's intention correctly, he would not die if he killed the emperor's uncle, and he might even be promoted to a higher position. If I guess wrong, my entire family will be executed, and it would be nice to take Ning Ziming and Chang Riyue, mother and son, along with them. Damn it, let's give it a try and take a gamble. Ning Chen roared and rushed forward. Chen Chong and another man in silver clothes were unable to catch him and Ning Chen broke free. Ning Chen rolled on the ground, picked up his knife, and then pounced on the king's uncle like a cheetah. "Ning Chen, you can't." Pan Yuqing's face changed drastically and he shouted loudly. The others were also shocked and turned pale. Ning Chen rushed to the king's uncle and swept the knife in his hand with anger. "Ah! As the prince's uncle screamed in fear, the long knife cut directly into his neck. Warm blood sprayed all over Ning Chen's face, and the knife was stuck in the prince's neck and couldn't be pulled out. Everyone was stunned by this scene. This is a royal relative. Killing a royal relative is a serious crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of the clan. Ning Chen let go of the knife handle, and the prince's body fell to the ground with a bang, waking up all the frightened people. Pan Yuqing's face was extremely solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "Catch him for me." Chen Chong and another man in silver clothes stepped forward. Ning Chen did not resist this time and was handcuffed and shackled. Pan Yuqing's brows were furrowed into a shape of a cross. This is a big trouble. Ning Chen was temporarily detained in a room in the prince's mansion and was guarded by Yin Yi. Pan Yuqing still has to deal with this mess. 3 days later, Ning Chen will be escorted to Beijing for trial. In fact, everyone already knows the result. Ning Chen is definitely going to die this time. Chen Chong walked into the room carrying food. The breakfast food was still there, untouched. Ning Chen was sitting on a round stool with handcuffs and shackles. When he heard Chen Chong come in, he didn't even raise his head. Chen Chong sighed and stepped forward and said, "Ning Chen, eat something. If you continue like this, your body will collapse before you even reach the capital." Ning Chen sneered and said, "Don't be hypocritical. I know I will die this time. So, don't waste food. You guys have the time to be hypocritical. Why don't you share this food with the people outside who are starving to death?" Chen Chong frowned and said, "You misunderstood us." "Misunderstanding? Didn't you accept bribes? Didn't you accept bribes from the emperor's uncle?" Chen Chong said, "We did take the prince's money, but that was to stabilize him and the officials in Chongzhou. Pan Genie has already registered the money and sent someone to send it back to the capital. These will be evidence to convict them in the future." Ning Chen looked up at him and sneered, not believing it at all. "Then why did you stop me from arresting the prince?" "Ning Chen, you are too impulsive. What we need to do is to purge the entire Chongzhou officialdom. Now we have no evidence, what can we use to arrest people? Even if you bring the uncle back to the capital and accuse him of taking human lives and robbing women, these are not enough to punish him." Chen Chong paused and continued, "The emperor's uncle is backed by the current queen. Even his majesty has to give the queen some face. If there is no real evidence, there is nothing you can do to the emperor's uncle. We stopped you to protect you. Although your stab made you feel relieved, you also sacrificed yourself." After hearing what Chen Chong said, Ning Chen became more confident in his guess. Emperor Xian was concerned about the queen's face and could not directly attack the uncle of the emperor, so he had to use his own hands to get rid of the uncle of the emperor. "Are the old doctor and the others okay?" Chen Chong said, "Pan Genie has already let them go. You should worry about yourself. Why do you still care about others at this time?" Ning Chen said calmly, "He finally did something human." Chen Chong frowned and said, "Ning Chen, you still don't believe us." Ning Chen didn't say anything. Of course he didn't believe these people. If he did, he would hand over the evidence. When he returns to the capital, he will have to find a way to meet General Chen. He only believes that General Chen will hand over the evidence to him. Chen Chong shook her head and turned to leave. The next morning, Gao Ziping and Feng Qizhen arrived. The two of them were overjoyed when they heard the news about Ning Chen, but their joy didn't last for 3 seconds before they heard that Ning Chen had killed the king's uncle. The two of them had no time to investigate secretly and hurried to meet Pan Yuqing and others. "Ning Chen, you are confused, why don't you just hold back? Is it worth it for you to sacrifice yourself for a scumbag? It's all our fault for not keeping an eye on you. If we had always been together, this wouldn't have happened." As soon as the two saw Ning Chen, they pointed at the tip of his nose and scolded him bitterly. Ning Chen smiled and said softly, "Don't scold me. I was so excited that I couldn't hold back." The two stared at Ning Chen, speechless for a long time. "Damn it, I shouldn't have brought you to Zhenyuan County. It's not worth it to sacrifice myself for a scumbag. I don't think it's worth it at all." Gao Ziping's dark face was full of anger, and he kicked over the chair next to him. Ning Chen smiled and said, "Can you two just be quiet for a while? I've been listening to you scolding me since I arrived here. Shouldn't you be scolding me? You, forget it, it's too late to say anything now. Gao Ziping and Feng Qi were sighing. They felt sorry for Ning Chen from the bottom of their hearts. With Ning Chen's ability, the future is promising. He is only 15 years old. 3 days later, a prison van drove out of the prince's mansion. As soon as he got out of the door, Ning Chen's eyes fluctuated violently, his expression was moved, and he slowly stood up from the prison car. The streets were lined with people. In the past few days, the news that Ning Chen beheaded the emperor's uncle with a knife has spread. These people are here to see Ning Chen off. Lord Ning is innocent. I beg you gentlemen to investigate this matter. Lord Ning shouldn't die. He is a good man. Master Ning. The people rushed towards the prison van. Yin Yi, who was in charge of escorting Ning Chen, nervously held the hilt of the knife. Back off, everyone back off. Don't go near the prison van. The old doctor walked out of the crowd, looked at Pan Yuqing, bowed and said, Sir, we just want to see Master Ning off. Please be flexible. Pan Yuqing frowned. Ning Chen was now a prisoner, which was not against the rules. But he thought about it and waved his hand to ask the silver-clad men to make way. The old doctor walked to the prison van, looked at Ning Chen, tears streaming down his face. Sir Ning, on behalf of the people of Jinyuan County, I thank you. You don't have to do this, old man. It is our responsibility to monitor all officials, eliminate the tumors, and share the worries of the emperor. The old doctor sobbed and took out an oil paper bag with a few whole grain cakes inside. Take these with you, sir. Eat them on the way. What did Pan Yuqing want to say? But he held back. In fact, these are not against the rules. Ning Chen took the cake and said with a smile, Thank you, old man, take care of yourself. After I leave, someone will come to Jinyuan County on my behalf. Believe me. The disease in Jinyuan County will definitely be eradicated. I believe in you, sir. Master Ning, this is a little gift from us. Please take it with you on your journey. Master Ning, take this water with you to drink on the road. Brother, this is for you. A little girl, who was not even as tall as the prison van, with a pale face, thin body, and ragged clothes, held a small bird egg in both hands and stood on tiptoe, trying to give the egg to Ning Chen. Ning Chen's eyes were red. Roasted potatoes, black pieces of meat from some unknown animal, and all kinds of wild fruits and roots. It's not that they don't want to give good things, it's just that this is the only thing they can give. The people of Jinyuan County are suffering so much. Ning Chen said in a clear voice, I appreciate everyone's kindness, take all your things back. I am a wanted criminal of the court, and I have to go back to the capital for trial. They dare not abuse me on the way. If I die, they will also be punished. Don't worry. Thousands of hammers and chisels have carved out a mountain, and the raging fire has burned it like nothing. I am not afraid of being crushed to pieces, as long as I can leave my innocence in the world. If there is no justice in the world, I would like to hold a knife and become the king of hell, ha 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 ha. Ning Chen's laughter floated between heaven and earth. If the bet is right this time and he can survive, then his reputation will surely spread across the world and his fame will rise rapidly. From now on, the name Ning Chen will be the embodiment of justice, the character is firmly established. Even if someone wants to touch him in the future, they have to consider public opinion. The courage and fearlessness in the poem moved Pan Yuqing and others. They didn't expect Ning Chen to have such talent. Master Ning, on behalf of the people of Jinyuan County, thank you. The old doctor knelt down. Master Ning. Master Ning. All the people knelt down. Everyone, get up quickly. Ning is not worthy of your kneeling. Get up quickly. Ning Chen shouted with red eyes. But the people were unwilling to get up. Ning Chen couldn't bear to watch this scene, so he looked at Pan Yuqing and said, Pan Genie, let's go. Pan Yuqing nodded slightly and waved his hand. The prison van carrying Ning Chen slowly moved forward. After walking a long way, Ning Chen looked back and saw that the people of Jinyuan County were still kneeling there, unwilling to get up. When Ning Chen was still on his way, the news had already been transmitted back to the capital. What did you say? Say it again. Gung Jing accidentally knocked over the teacup and stared at the silver-clothed men in front of him. Yi clasped his fists and said, Ning Chen killed the emperor's uncle. He has been detained by Pangini and is on his way back to the capital. Pangini asked me to come back as fast as possible. Pangini has already written down the details of the incident in his report. Yi took out a report and handed it to Gung Jing. Gung Jing unfolded the report, read it through, and then his eyes went dark. Although the king's uncle was at fault, he is still a royal relative and the decision should be made by your majesty, not by executing him privately with a single blow. He is a royal relative, the queen's younger brother. Confused. What's going on with this Pan Yuqing? How does he lead people? Gung Jing was furious and flew into a rage. At this moment, a man in red came running in. Greetings, Gung Zi, His Majesty has summoned you to come to the palace and see the emperor immediately. Gung Jing's brows were furrowed into a shape of a river. I originally wanted to wait until the court was dismissed before going to see His Majesty. Now it seems that His Majesty already knows. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. The supervisory office was responsible for supervising all officials, so naturally all officials hated the supervisory office. On weekdays, they don't dare to do anything. But now that this has happened, they will definitely take the opportunity to impeach him. After all, Ning Chen is his soldier. At this time, the court was in chaos. Officials from Jinyuan County had already submitted a memorial in advance. Your Majesty, Ning Chen has no respect for the law and has executed people on his own. He should be executed according to the law. Your Majesty, I want to report to the Minister of Rights, Lord Ning, that he did not teach his son well and committed such a heinous crime. He should be punished for the same crime. Your Majesty, I want to report Gung Jing, the supervisory commissioner. Ning Chen is his subordinate. He allowed his subordinates to commit murder and indiscriminately kill royal relatives. He should be executed according to the law. These censors and trolls are like flies that have smelled feces, buzzing non-stop. It's finally time for them to show their talents. Ning Ziming's face turned pale and his whole body was shaking. I cursed Ning Chen 1,000 times in my heart. How could he give birth to such a thing? He was lawless and dared to kill even the uncle of the emperor. This was a serious crime that would punish all 9 generations of his clan. Emperor Xian had a blank expression on his face. The corners of his mouth raised several times, but he forced them down each time. He knew about it last night. Moreover, the queen also knew about it. The queen fainted several times from crying last night. The prince's face was full of worry, fearing that Ning Chen would not be able to escape this time. Quiet. Eunuch Quan's shrill voice rang out in the hall. He had already seen that Emperor Xian was on the verge of exploding. If these censors did not restrain themselves, a large number of them would have to die before Ning Chen did. Emperor Xian finally spoke, his voice calm. Ning Chen is already on his way back to the capital. We can discuss everything after he comes back. Court dismissed. Your Majesty, it is an indisputable fact that Ning Chen killed the emperor's uncle. According to the law, all 9 generations of his clan should be executed. A censor with white hair and beard stood up and said tremblingly. This man was called Yu Xiangming. He had mediocre abilities and spent his entire life in the Jianyuan compiling the Dashuan law code. I'm almost 70 years old this year. If I don't make a name for myself, this will be the end of my life. This matter of Ning Chen was his chance to gain fame. Emperor Xian looked down at him coldly and said, Your Majesty, you has made great contributions, but now you are old and have hearing problems. You can't even hear my words clearly. You should retire and return to your hometown to enjoy your old age. After saying this, Emperor Xian turned around and left. Yu Xiangming's eyes were dull and he sat down on the ground. He was dismissed from office. All the civil and military officials laughed secretly, and no one sympathized with him. Officialdom is like this, there is no one to help you in times of need. Instead, there is a group of people standing by the well with stones in their arms, waiting for you to fall in so that they can kick you when you are down. You are such an idiot. His Majesty has already said that this matter will be discussed later, but you insist on bringing bad luck upon yourself. Who else should I dismiss if not you? They are already thinking about how to get their own people to replace Yu Xiangming. On the other side, Emperor Xian instructed Nie Liang, I will go see the queen first. You go and wait at the palace gate. Geng Jing and General Chen are here. Ask them to wait for me in the Imperial study. Yes. Nie Liang left quickly. When Geng Jing arrived at the palace gate, he happened to see General Chen's sedan chair. Because General Chen has difficulty walking, His Majesty has granted him permission to travel in the palace in a sedan chair. General Chen. Geng Jing bowed. He still had great respect for General Chen. General Chen lifted the curtain on the sedan chair and said with a smile, You want to see His Majesty too? Geng Jing was stunned for a moment. It seemed that General Chen didn't know about Ning Chen yet. He walked to the sedan chair and said in a deep voice, It seems that the old general doesn't know that Ning Chen is in trouble. General Chen's expression changed. What happened to Ning Chen? He killed the emperor's uncle. Geng Jing told the story again. General Chen's face looked extremely solemn. Ning Chen killed the uncle of the emperor. I must have been impeached. I am also stuck in a quagmire and can't say anything. I hope the old general can say a few good words for Ning Chen later. General Chen looked solemn and nodded. After the two went in, they met Nie Liang, who came to greet them. Old General, Lord Geng, His Majesty has ordered that the two imperial scholars be allowed to see him. Geng Jing asked hurriedly, Commander Nie, what's going on in the court? Nie Liang said in a deep voice, Ning Chen has caused a big disaster this time. Those censors are vying to impeach him. Lord Geng, you have also been impeached. His Majesty is not in a good mood. Geng Jing smiled bitterly, he had already guessed this. The three of them came to the imperial study and waited for a while before Emperor Xian arrived. Your Majesty. Emperor Xian frowned and waved his hand, saying, Everyone, get up. I just came from the Queen's place. The Queen is in a very bad condition. General Chen and the others' expressions changed slightly. The King's uncle is the Queen's younger brother. If the Queen keeps on pursuing Ning Chen, there will be trouble. This bastard is so bold that he even dares to kill the Emperor's uncle. He is simply lawless. Emperor Xian said with a straight face. Your Majesty, calm down. The dragon's health is more important. Calm down. How can I calm down? I shouldn't have let him go to Jinyuan County. Emperor Xian suddenly pointed at Geng Jing and angrily asked, How do you discipline your subordinates? Geng Jing was so frightened that he fell to his knees. I am guilty, please forgive me, Your Majesty. In fact, Geng Jing felt more aggrieved. He didn't know Ning Chen was so bold. He dared to kill the king's uncle with a knife. Besides, wasn't it you who asked him to go to Chongzhou? And you asked me to tell him to get to the bottom of it. Geng Jing's eyes suddenly shrank slightly, as if he had tasted something. General Chen said, Your Majesty, please calm down. Ning Chen has committed a serious crime and should be executed according to the law. But I think there are reasons for this. As a relative of the royal family, the prince should obey the law and set an example. But he bullied the people, killed innocent people, and took human lives lightly. Ning Chen had no choice but to do this for the sake of the people of Jinyuan County. I hope Your Majesty will show mercy. Emperor Xian knew what kind of person his uncle was. If he did anything wrong, he would not send him to Chongzhou. Emperor Xian sighed and said, But no matter what, the emperor's uncle is also a royal relative and the queen's brother. The queen is the mother of the country, and her face must be taken into consideration. Geng Jing hurriedly said, Your Majesty, here is a report sent back by Pan Yuqing in the golden robe. The memorial Your Majesty saw must have been submitted by the officials of Jinyuan County. They would definitely avoid the important issues, erase the evil deeds of the king's uncle, and focus on Ning Chen's crimes. It must be different from the battle report sent back by Pan Yuqing. Show it up. Eunuch Quan took the report from Geng Jing and handed it to the dragon case. Emperor Xian opened the report and read it carefully. The more he read, the uglier his expression became. This report records the details. Pan Yuqing recorded everything from their departure from the capital, to Ning Chen beheading the emperor's uncle with a knife, to the people of Jinyuan County kneeling to see Ning Chen off when he left, all in detail, word for word, in the battle report. When he saw that Ning Chen's inner thighs were rubbed by riding a horse and he even had difficulty walking, and then he climbed over mountains and crossed rivers and was finally washed away by the river. Emperor Xian's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. But when he saw that Ning Chen was fine and had been rescued, Emperor Xian's brows relaxed again. Seeing that in the end, the king's uncle was going to kill innocent civilians in front of the people from the supervisory office, Emperor Xian was so angry that his breathing became faster. Assholes, assholes. As a royal family, they are so cruel. They are all my people. The bark of the surrounding trees has been eaten away. The people are almost eating their own children. How dare they do this? Is this Dashuan still my Dashuan? Ning Chen, a 15-year-old boy, understands that water can carry a boat but can also overturn it. They are well-read and receive salaries from the emperor. Is this how they repay me? They all deserve to be killed. Emperor Xian threw the report heavily on the dragon table, his chest heaving violently. Geng Jing and General Chen glanced at each other quietly. There is still hope. Geng Jing hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I think that although Ning Chen killed the uncle of the emperor, he had reasons and was forced to do so, his crime does not deserve death. General Chen hurriedly said, I second the motion. If the people are forced to have no way to survive, everyone knows the consequences. They are forcing the people to rebel. This is treason. Emperor Xian snorted coldly. According to you, Ning Chen did nothing wrong and even made a contribution, right? General Chen hurriedly said, Your Majesty, calm down. This is not what I meant. I think that although Ning Chen made a big mistake, it was for a reason and he does not deserve death. Geng Jing hurriedly said, I second the motion. Emperor Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the two of them. The crime is not punishable by death. He killed the queen's brother, the emperor's uncle. If I don't kill him, how can I explain to the queen? This kid killed a relative of the royal family with a knife. He is lawless. He deserves to die 10 times. Tell me, what is the reason for me not to kill him? General Chen and Geng Jing looked at each other again, and became more and more certain that His Majesty did not want to kill Ning Chen. Did he mean that he wanted them to find a reason to exonerate Ning Chen? On the other side, Ning Ziming returned to the Ning mansion with a pale face and a dazed look. Master, what's wrong with you? Chang Ryue asked with concern. It's over, it's all over. Ning Ziming's eyes were dull. Ning Gan hurriedly asked, Father, what happened to you? Ning Ziming's voice trembled, Ning Chen killed the uncle of the emperor. What? Chang's mother and son were so frightened that their souls left their bodies. Ning Chen killed the emperor's uncle in Jinyuan County. He is already being escorted back to the capital. He is the queen's brother, and this is a serious crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations of the clan. It's over. It's all over now. Chang's mother and son were so frightened that their eyes widened and everything went black in front of them. Then go find my father. He will definitely have a solution. Ning Ziming shook his head. I went to see my father-in-law. He told me to go home and wait for news. He said he had a way to solve this matter. But this matter is too big. It concerns the queen. No one can save our family. I'm afraid my father-in-law can't do it either. We are all going to die. No one can escape. Chang Ryue was so frightened that her legs went weak and she fell to the ground, her face pale. Father, I don't want to die. I'm still so young. I don't want to die. Father, please think of a solution quickly. You are the Minister of Rights, you will definitely be able to think of a solution. Ning Chen is a bastard. He is a disaster. He should not be brought back to the Ning family. Why not let him die outside? The 3 Ninggan brothers were so scared that they burst into tears. Imperial Palace, Luohuang Courtyard. The sound of silver bell-like laughter echoed in the yard. The cute and lovely 9th princess, dressed in red, stood on the swing and asked the 2 maids behind her to push hard. 9th princess, the weather is cold, don't catch a cold, let's go back to the room, shall we? Yes, Princess 9, why don't you sit down and we push it? The 9th princess was standing on the swing, and the 2 maids didn't dare to push it hard. If the 9th princess falls, even 10 lives of the 2 of them will not be enough. Hey, you two, don't spoil the fun, push harder. The 2 maids suddenly knelt down in one direction and said in unison, "Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." The 9th princess turned her head and saw the prince coming towards her. "Brother Prince, come and push me." The 9th princess shouted happily. The prince looked up at her and sighed deeply. The 9th princess noticed that the crown prince was in a bad mood and asked in surprise, "Brother Crown Prince, why are you unhappy? Did father scold you again?" Without waiting for the crown prince to speak, the 9th princess said to herself, "It doesn't matter. You are often scolded by your father anyway." The prince's mouth twitched and he was speechless. He sighed and said, "Something happened to Ning Chen." Ning Chen. The 9th princess was startled and asked curiously, "Didn't he go to Jinyuan County? What happened?" The prince said in a deep voice, "He beheaded the king's uncle in a rage." What? The 9th princess was stunned for a moment. Jinyuan County belongs to Chongzhou. The emperor's uncle. Isn't that the queen mother's younger brother? The crown prince and the 9th princess were not born to the queen. The reason why she is called queen mother is because the queen is the mother of a country. The prince nodded slightly. The 9th princess was stunned for a moment, then jumped off the swing and muttered, "Then father should reward Ning Chen." The prince looked at him in astonishment. The 9th princess had a disgusted look on her face. "I have seen that uncle in my mother's palace. He is a fat man with a bloated brain, a wretched face, and he is also very lustful. He dared to tease He and I scolded him. He is the 9th princess's personal maid. Brother Crown Prince, I heard that this person has a very bad reputation and everyone hates him. Ning Chen killed him, and the emperor should reward him." The prince smiled bitterly. "It's not as simple as you say. No matter how bad he is still a relative of the royal family. His life and death must be decided by my father. Ning Chen killed the uncle of the emperor with a knife. This is a heinous crime that will kill all 9 generations of his family." The 9th princess pouted and muttered, "That's because my father is unreasonable." The prince's expression changed slightly. "Huayan, don't talk nonsense. What I said was the truth. Even though Ning Chen is annoying, it's too much to kill all his clans because of this." The prince's eyes flickered, he sighed, and said, "Huayan, father is in a bad mood now." "Is the emperor in a bad mood? Then I'll go see him." The prince was very pleased. "Huayan has grown up. Go, your father loves you the most, and he will definitely feel better when he sees you." The 9th princess smiled sweetly, "Then I will go to visit father now. Brother Crown Prince, do you want to go with me?" I have something else to do, you go first. By the way, if possible, say a few good words for Ning Chen." I don't care about him. He's so annoying." The prince smiled. He knew Huayan would plead for Ning Chen. This girl was very clear about gratitude and resentment. "Huayan, don't blame me for cheating you, it's because father loves you the most. If I go to beg for mercy, I will definitely be scolded," the prince thought to himself. 2 days later, Ning Chen was escorted to Beijing and imprisoned in the supervisory office's prison. It was the same cell as last time. Ning Chen smiled bitterly. Was he worried that he wouldn't be used to living there? He was locked up in the morning and General Chen came in the afternoon. Ning Chen's eyes lit up slightly. The person he wanted to see most now was the old general. "Ning Chen, you were really too impulsive this time. I have repeatedly reminded you to be respectful of the royal family. It seems that you only remember it with your mouth and don't take it to heart at all," General Chen said with great sorrow. Ning Chen was very calm, smiled slightly, and said, "Ning Chen has always kept the old general's words in mind. But the key is that the royal family does not do human affairs. If the old general saw the miserable condition of the people in Jinyuan County, I believe he would definitely do the same thing as me. The people of Jinyuan County are living in poverty and have no way to survive. I have no regrets in killing the king's uncle." General Chen sighed deeply. "Forget it, it's too late to say anything now. Yuanzhong, bring the things over here." Qi Yuanzhong came over carrying a food box. He frowned, feeling sorry for Ning Chen. It's not worth it for such a young talent to sacrifice himself for a scumbag. General Chen said, Ning Chen, I brought you roast duck from Tianfulu. This is the only thing I can do for you. Ning Chen smiled bitterly. It seemed that he was doomed this time. He looked at Qi Yuanzhong and said, Brother Qi, can you let me have a private chat with the old general? Qi Yuanzhong looked at General Chen, who nodded slightly, and then he retreated. Ning Chen stepped forward, bowed, and said, Old General, please save the people of Jinyuan County. If we want to completely eradicate the cancer in Chongzhou, killing only the emperor's uncle is far from enough. Officials of all ranks in Chongzhou were involved in this. I have all the evidence of their crimes. Now I am in prison, powerless, and can only beg the old general to restore peace to the people of Chongzhou. General Chen was shocked. Where's the evidence? Ning Chen said in a deep voice, the only person I can trust now is the old general. This evidence concerns the life and death of the people of Chongzhou. Moreover, it also involves officials in the capital and even the current queen. This evidence is a hot potato. Does the old general dare to take it? General Chen looked at Ning Chen and suddenly laughed. You kid, are you trying to provoke me? I have been a soldier all my life. What storms and waves have I not seen? What I lack is legs, not courage. Ning Chen laughed. I didn't misjudge him. General Chen's mouth twitched. You bastard, you're talking like an elder. Ning Chen chuckled. Old general, please come closer and listen. General Chen moved closer. Ning Chen whispered in his ear for a while. Okay, I'll send someone to get it right away. Ning Chen bowed and said, Old general, the people of Chongzhou are now in your hands. General Chen nodded heavily, then pointed to the food box on the ground. Remember to eat it while it's hot. Ning Chen hummed. General Chen left. After coming out of the supervisory office, General Chen went straight to the palace. He thought about it and decided that he had to inform His Majesty about this matter. With this evidence, the chances of helping Ning Chen get rid of the crime would be much higher. Even His Majesty didn't believe this kid Ning Chen. Little did they know that a few days ago they had discussed with His Majesty for several hours in order to exonerate Ning Chen. General Chen came to the Imperial study and found Geng Jing was there too. This old minister pays respect to His Majesty. No need to be so polite, old general. Quansheng, please give the old general a seat. After General Chen sat down, Emperor Xian asked, Have you visited Ning Chen? Your Majesty, I have just been released from the prison of the supervisory department. Emperor Xian nodded slightly. How about that kid? Ning Chen is in good condition. After General Chen finished speaking, he glanced at Geng Jing and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Emperor Xian said calmly, Old general, just speak frankly. If it is for Ning Chen, there is no need to avoid Geng Jing. Yes. General Chen pondered for a moment and said, When I went to visit Ning Chen just now, he told me that he had evidence of the crimes of all the officials in Chongzhou. Emperor Xian was startled and looked at Geng Jing. Geng Jing was completely confused. He didn't know anything. Emperor Xian asked hurriedly, Where is the evidence? Your Majesty, the evidence is still in Jinyuan County. Because Ning Chen only trusts this old minister, he has never told anyone about this. General Chen was somewhat pleased. Emperor Xian was unhappy. This brat actually didn't trust me. I'm trying every way to exonerate him, but he doesn't trust me. Emperor Xian felt sour and angry. Geng Jing secretly glanced at Emperor Xian's face and knew that His Majesty was angry. He thought to himself, Your Majesty, don't be angry, doesn't this kid also trust me? General Chen smiled and said, Your Majesty, I would like to send someone to Jinyuan County to retrieve the evidence. Please grant me your permission. Emperor Xian pondered for a moment. General Chen, Geng Jing is listening to your orders. I order you to send people to Chongzhou immediately. General Chen, send a few trustworthy men with 300 Imperial guards. Geng Jing, send someone to assist. Emperor Xian narrowed his eyes and continued, Find out the truth of the evidence. If it is true, arrest all officials in Chongzhou and bring them back to the capital for trial. If anyone obstructs or resists, I grant you the right to execute first and report later. General Chen and Geng Jing hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I obey your order. Emperor Xian said in a deep voice, a glimpse of a small part can reveal the whole picture. Chongzhou is probably not an isolated case. This time I will let those people who are just sitting there doing nothing see that this is the result of an action. He eats the emperor's salary, but he is harming my people. What's the point of keeping such a person alive if we don't kill him? Go and do it immediately. I'm waiting for your good news. General Chen and Geng Jing saluted and left quickly. Emperor Xian picked up the rice paper on the table, on which there was a poem. Thousands of hammers and chisels have carved out the deep mountains, and the raging fire has burned as if it were nothing. I am not afraid of being torn to pieces, but I want to leave my innocence in the world. What a good poem, what a good poem. Quan Sheng, do you think this kid is the reincarnation of the immortal poet? Otherwise, how could he write such great works at such a young age? Eunuch Quan bowed his waist and said respectfully, I don't know, but Master Ning is indeed talented. Emperor Xian snorted coldly and said, he has used his little talent to anger me, and he wants to keep his innocence in the world. Why? In his heart, am I a tyrant? Must he be killed? This brat is just as annoying as those censors who oppose me just to gain fame. Eunuch Quan lowered his head with a flattering smile on his face. He understood His Majesty's thoughts best. Although he said he disliked Ning Chen, he really loved him in his heart. I have never seen His Majesty treat any prince so well. Even the crown prince was scolded 3 times a day. Has the prince visited Ning Chen? Eunuch Quan said hurriedly, I don't know, I think he has gone to see it, right? Should. Emperor Xian frowned and said, he has a stupid head, so he definitely didn't go. Go remind him to go visit Ning Chen. This is the best opportunity to win people's hearts. He doesn't even understand this. It really worries me to death. Even Huayan knows to plead for Ning Chen. Yes, I'll go right away. Wait a minute. Eunuch Quan bowed hastily, Your Majesty, do you have any other instructions? Emperor Xian looked puzzled and asked, why do you think Huayan wanted to plead for Ning Chen? The 9th princess may not want to see a young talent like Master Ning being killed. This is a loss for my great Xian. Really? How can she think so deeply? Emperor Xian knew his daughter's IQ very well. He muttered, I remember Huayan hated Ning Chen very much, but now she ran away to beg Ning Chen for mercy. There is something wrong, absolutely something wrong. Huayan will be 15 soon. Could it be, okay, you go first. Eunuch Quan bowed and stepped back. On the other side, after General Chen and Geng Jing left the palace, they immediately split their troops into 2 groups. An hour later, Qi Yuanzhong led 300 Imperial guards and met with 2 gold-clad and 30 silver-clad officers from the inspectorate at the city gate, and then headed straight for Chongzhou. 3 days passed in a flash. Ning Chen has been imprisoned in prison, but he lives a comfortable life. Gao Ziping and Feng Qizhen often came to bring him delicious food. Geng Jing and the Crown Prince also came. Ning Chen is only concerned about whether General Chen has obtained the evidence of his crime. I don't even know when to kill myself. Ning Chen was bored, so he raised a few pets, a few mice. At first there was only one, stealing his leftovers. Later, seeing that Ning Chen had no ill will towards it, he called all its relatives over. There are already 5 or 6 of them now, and they are gradually growing stronger. Ning Chen was currently bored and was teasing a little mouse with a straw. The newborn mouse was not afraid of people and was having a great time playing with Ning Chen. There was a sound of footsteps. Ning Chen thought someone came to see him again, but when he turned around, he saw that it was a group of strangers. The leader was a young man, about 23 or 24 years old, dressed in fine clothes and with an extraordinary demeanor. Behind him, there were 4 guards. Judging from the attire of these 4 guards, they look like palace guards. Before Ning Chen could speak, the other party asked sternly, Are you Ning Chen? Ning Chen was slightly startled. It seemed that the person who came had bad intentions. I'm not Ning Chen, my name is Ning Gan. The other party sneered and said, Ning Chen, stop pretending, I know it's you. Ning Chen spread his hands, You already know, why are you asking? Ning Chen, you are so brave that you dare to kill the emperor's uncle with a knife and ignore the majesty of the royal family. Do you know your crime? Ning Chen thought, You are also a member of the royal family, right? Don't bring shame to the royal family. I just killed a beast, he doesn't deserve to be a member of the royal family. Well, well, well. You are still stubborn even when death is imminent. How dare a little girl like you kill the emperor's uncle? Today, I will make you pay with blood. Come on, open the door for me. I will kill him with my own hands to avenge my uncle. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Did he guess who this person was? This person is the third prince. It is said that the queen has been unable to give birth to a dragon seed for some unknown reason, but how can the mother of a country be childless? She will be criticized. The third prince was born to concubine Ming. After he was born, he was taken to the queen's palace and raised by the queen. The king's uncle is the queen's younger brother. This man just said that he wanted to avenge his uncle, that must be the third prince. Right now in the court, the biggest threat to the crown prince is the third prince. The crown prince is your majesty's eldest son. But the third prince was raised by the queen and has a noble status. Therefore, the court officials were divided into two factions, one supporting the crown prince and the other supporting the third prince. Although the crown prince is the heir to the throne, as long as he has not yet sat on the throne, everything is possible. Bang bang bang. A guard cut the chain on the prison door with a few strokes of his sword. The third prince kicked open the prison door and walked in. The mice were so frightened that they ran around in panic. Ning Chen said calmly, "Third prince, be gentle and don't scare my pet." The third prince had a gloomy face and sinister eyes. Ning Chen, are you really not afraid of death? Ning Chen shrugged and said, I'm guilty of a capital crime. Do I have to die if I'm afraid? It's the third prince. I haven't been tried yet, and the charges have not been decided. This is the supervisory department. Are you sure you want to kill me? The third prince sneered, you are just a little silver-clad man. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. What does it matter if I kill you? Third prince, this is the supervisory department, His Majesty's supervisory department. The third prince said disdainfully, so what if I'm from the supervisory department? I killed a little silver-clad person like you, can the emperor still kill me? Ning Chen, you killed my uncle and caused my mother to cry every day. If I don't kill you today, I would be unworthy of being a son. Today, this prince will kill you with his own hands and use your head to pay tribute to my uncle's spirit in heaven. Before he finished speaking, the long sword in the third prince's hand flashed with a sharp cold light and slashed towards Ning Chen's neck. Just as Ning Chen was about to dodge, an arrow flew through the air with a clang, sparks flew, and knocked the knife out of the third prince's hand. The third prince groaned, and blood came out from his knuckles. Several guards, as if facing a formidable enemy, drew their swords and protected the third prince in the middle. Gung Jing. The third prince stared at Gung Jing, who walked in with gritted teeth. Gung Jing put away his crossbow and bowed, Gung Jing, I pay my respects to the third prince. Gung Jing, what do you mean? Are you trying to commit treason? Do you believe that I will report this to my father and I will execute you as well? Gung Jing said in a deep voice, I had no choice but to take action just now. I hope the third prince will forgive me. The third prince pushed aside the guards in front of him, walked up to Gung Jing, and angrily asked, are you going to protect him? Third prince, Ning Chen has not yet been tried and his guilt has not yet been determined. If Ning Chen dies here, I will not be able to explain to His Majesty. What if this prince must kill him today? Gung Jing said in a deep voice, as long as I am here, the third prince cannot kill me. The third prince is injured. Please return to the palace to recover. The third prince was furious and stared at Gung Jing. Okay, very good. Gung Jing, let's wait and see. If you dare to hurt me, I will report it to my father, and you and Ning Chen will go to hell together. Let's go. The third prince knew that he could not kill Ning Chen as long as Gung Jing was there. Walking out of the prison, the third prince once again said viciously, Ning Chen, Gung Jing, you will all die, just wait and see. Gung Jing looked at Ning Chen, are you okay? In fact, he is still afraid now. The people in red below don't dare to stop the third prince and can only notify him. Upon hearing the news, he did not dare to delay and rushed over immediately. If he was a step later, Ning Chen would have become a corpse now. Although His Majesty trusted him very much, given His Majesty's favor towards Ning Chen, if Ning Chen died, his career as the Inspector General would probably be over. Ning Chen shook his head, then smiled and said, "I'm fine. Lord Gung is great, upright and fearless, I admire you." Gung Jing snorted coldly and said, "The supervisory department is only responsible to His Majesty." Ning Chen smiled and muttered, "This third prince doesn't seem very smart. He came to the supervisory office to kill me. This is His Majesty's supervisory office. He is just stroking the tiger's butt." Gung Jing's mouth twitched, and he frowned and said, "Ning Chen, be careful with your words. No matter how bad he is still the third prince, and he has a lot of people supporting him. The people who support him are stupid. The mud is lying on the ground, but they insist on sticking it on the wall, without even asking if the mud is willing or not. The salted fish is lying on the ground, but they insist on turning it over. They are all so bored." Gung Jing's breathing stagnated. This guy was so bold. He actually dared to compare the third prince to mud and salted fish. If it weren't for Your Majesty's favor, Ning Chen would have died 800 times with this mouth. "Master Gung, when will you convict me?" he said unhappily. "Are you in a hurry to die?" Ning Chen actually nodded seriously and said, Gung Jing was completely speechless. "I'd rather die quickly than stay here in the dark all day, hanging out with rats and cockroaches." Gung Jing was startled and looked around. "Who is Xiao Chong?" Don't be nervous, Master Gung. Xiao Chong is a cockroach." Gung Jingren was numb and had a black line on his forehead. Is this guy really not afraid of death? He even thought of naming the cockroach. "Ning Chen, don't worry. His Majesty should be issuing an order soon. I heard from His Majesty that he intends to have you torn into pieces." Gung Jing deliberately frightened him. Ning Chen was stunned. Gung Jing looked at Ning Chen's reaction and felt secretly delighted, thinking that he couldn't scare you to death. "Ning Chen, don't worry. His Majesty may just be talking." Ning Chen nodded, his forehead covered with sweat, and laughed dryly. "Of course not, Your Majesty is handsome and kind, why would he cut me into pieces?" Gung Jing said, "I don't think so either. According to the rules of the Grand Melody, you should be boiled to death in your situation." Ning Chen's face turned pale with fright. Cooking to kill means throwing a person into a frying pan and frying him to death. He is not afraid of death, but he is afraid of dying miserably. He didn't want to be torn into pieces or thrown into a pot and fried into dough sticks. "Okay, just stay here. The Imperial edict should come down in a few days, and then you can be a brave man again after 18 years. Gung Jing felt so happy when he saw Ning Chen's face turned pale with fear. So this kid also gets scared sometimes. Gung Jing walked to the door and then came back. It can be seen that Ning Chen is very afraid of being torn into pieces or boiled to death. What if this guy committed suicide in order to leave his body intact? He called the jailer aside and gave him instructions for a long time, asking them to keep a close eye on Ning Chen for 24 hours a day to prevent him from doing anything stupid. Gung Jing came out of the prison, had his horse brought, and then headed straight for the palace. The third prince broke into the prison of the supervisory department. This is no small matter and must be reported to His Majesty. The most important thing is that the Queen is now determined to kill Ning Chen. Your Majesty is very troubled by this. Perhaps the third prince's trespassing into the prison of the supervisory department could bring Ning Chen a chance of survival. Ning Chen is such a bastard. I have done so much for him, but this guy doesn't even trust him. He is such a bastard. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. Emperor Xian fiercely threw the memorial in his hand to the ground, his face grim. Another person who impeached Ning Chen. These censors are really abominable. Ning Chen has no grudge against them, why do they have to kill him? Eunuch Quan didn't dare to breathe. He walked over in small steps, carefully picked up the memorial on the ground, and placed it on the dragon table. Emperor Xian glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Quan Sheng, do you think there is someone behind this?" Eunuch Quan lowered his head hastily and said in a terrified tone, "I don't know anything about government affairs, I only know how to serve your Majesty." How could he serve Emperor Xian for so long? Eunuch Quan was definitely a wise man among wise men. He knew what to say and what not to say. Emperor Xian frowned and rubbed his eyebrows irritably. These days, there have been too many memorials impeaching Ning Chen. He knew very well that these people did not want Ning Chen's life. Ning Chen was just a small silver-clad man. Their real purpose was to slap him in the face as the emperor. The supervisory department is responsible for supervising all officials. It is unknown how many officials were dismissed from office, their entire families were executed, and their entire clans were exterminated because of the supervisory office. The supervisory office is like a knife hanging over the heads of civil and military officials, which may fall at any time and separate their heads and bodies. Therefore, there was Northwest one in the court, whether civil or military, who did not dislike the supervisory office. Officials often submit petitions to abolish the supervisory department. The supervisory department should not exist. But he rejected them all. This time, Ning Chen committed treason and executed the king's uncle with a knife, giving them another opportunity to cause trouble. Just when Emperor Xian was having a headache, a young eunuch tiptoed in and knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, Lord Gung wants to see you." Emperor Xian said in a deep voice, "Let him in." "Yes." The young eunuch stood up and went out, and Gung Jing came in a moment later. "Your Majesty, I, Gung Jing, pay my respects to you." "Get up and talk." Gung Jing stood up and said straight to the point, "Your Majesty, just now the third prince broke into the supervisory department's prison and wanted to kill Ning Chen, but was stopped by me." Emperor Xian's face darkened. "Old third. This bastard, how dare he break into the prison of the supervisory department?" Eunuch Quan's heart trembled, thinking that the third prince had touched His Majesty's sore spot. Even the crown prince didn't dare to get too close to the inspectorate. "Is Ning Chen okay?" Gung Jing was shocked. He didn't expect that Emperor Xian would be concerned about Ning Chen's safety first. "Is this kid really His Majesty's illegitimate son?" He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, Ning Chen is fine. It was just that when I was saving Ning Chen, I accidentally injured the third prince. Please punish me, Your Majesty." Emperor Xian was shocked. The third brother was injured. Is he seriously injured? Gung Jing knelt on the ground. "When I was saving Ning Chen, I knocked away the third prince's sword, causing him to bleed from his palm. Please punish me, Your Majesty." Emperor Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It was only a crack in the knuckles, a minor injury. "Gung Jing, please stand up. There is a reason for what happened. I pardon you." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." Gung Jing hurriedly kowtowed to thank God for his grace, then stood up. He groaned for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, I accidentally hurt the third prince. I want to go to the Queen to apologize." "I have pardoned you, so you don't have to go to the Queen." Emperor Xian didn't finish his words. He suddenly looked at Gung Jing with a strange look and said with a smile, "You, a crude warrior, have you learned to beat around the bush when speaking?" Eunuch Quan glanced at Gung Jing, then lowered his head again. Emperor Xian's face turned stern, and he angrily said, "How dare you, you bastard, trespass into the supervisory office? Do you really take me seriously? Even if the Queen begs for mercy this time, I will punish this useless thing." Gung Jing pursed his lips and thought that His Majesty's acting skills were quite good. The Queen Mother kept pestering Ning Chen, and His Majesty was also having a headache. Now that the third prince has happened, I don't believe that the Queen will not give in. The Queen is a smart person. If the third prince loses the favor of His Majesty, then he will basically have no chance of becoming emperor in the future. Is it more important to kill Ning Chen or the third prince's future? The Queen can definitely make the clear decision. "Gung Jing, is there any news from Chongzhou?" "Your Majesty, I was just about to report. I just received a secret letter saying that they have found the book of evidence and have verified that everything recorded in it is true. All the officials of Chongzhou have been captured, and those who resisted have been killed on the spot. The rest are on their way back to the capital and will arrive in 2 days." Emperor Xian nodded slightly. "Okay, bring those people back, without going through the 3 departments, and directly put them in the prison of the supervisory department, and you will interrogate them personally." "I obey your order." Emperor Xian waved his hand. "Okay, you can leave now." "I'll take my leave." After Geng Jing left, Emperor Xian stood up and said, Quan Sheng, set up the Furong Palace. Furong Palace is where the current queen lives. 2 days later, 41 officials of all ranks from Chongzhou were escorted to Beijing. All these people were thrown into the prison of the supervisory department. Officials in the capital were shocked when they heard the news. Emperor Xian was too fast this time. They only received the news after the people were captured. Some people are as steady as an old dog and just do what they are supposed to do. Some people were panicking, like ants on a hot pan, unable to sleep or eat. Ning Chen has been living in fear these past 2 days. Because he didn't know whether Emperor Xian was planning to dismember him or cook him to death. He has been thinking these days, could it be that he has misunderstood Emperor Xian's meaning? He hasn't been paying attention to his friends these days, those mice. The sound of footsteps startled Ning Chen, who was lost in thought. Judging from the sounds, quite a few people came in. He hurried to the cage, tried to put his face into the gap, and looked sideways. I saw people from the inspectorate escorting a group of prisoners. When Ning Chen was wondering who these people were, his eyes suddenly froze and his breathing quickened. He saw Ai Wenguang, the magistrate of Jinyuan County, and a few familiar faces, all of whom he had seen at the prince's mansion that day. These are officials of all ranks in Chongzhou. They were caught. Ning Chen's face flushed with excitement. General Chen was indeed reliable and he did not trust the wrong person. Ha ha ha. Ning Chen couldn't hide his joy and laughed out loud. You beasts in human clothing, have you gotten your comeuppance? When you were killing the people, did you ever think about the consequences you would face today? Welcome to the prison of the supervisory department, fellow beasts. Ning Chen was howling when a tall figure appeared in front of him. Pan Yuqing watched Ning Chen trying so hard to squeeze his face out through the crack in the cell door that it was deformed and looked very funny. He tried to suppress his laughter and asked, "Aren't you in pain?" Ning Chen rolled his eyes and said, "It's none of your business. Pan Yuqing, don't be so complacent. Sooner or later, you will end up in jail." Ning Chen complained in his heart. Pan Yuqing's mouth twitched, "It's none of my business, so please move aside." As he said that, he reached out and pushed Ning Chen's forehead. Ning Chen was pushed and staggered back a few steps. Just as he was about to get angry, he saw that Pan Yuqing had already opened the prison door, grabbed Ai Wenguang by the collar and threw him in. Soon, several other people were thrown in. Ning Chen was stunned for a moment, frowned and said, "Pan Yuqing, what do you mean?" Pan Yuqing said expressionlessly, "There are not enough cells." "Nonsense, the cell next door is empty, the cell opposite is also empty, you tell me." Ning Chen's voice suddenly stopped. It's a good thing to lock these scumbags up with him. If he's bored, can he beat them up to relieve his boredom? Ning Chen stared at Ai Wenguang and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ai Wenguang and his companions were so frightened that they trembled all over. They fell to their knees on the ground and kowtowed to Pan Yuqing. "My lord, do not put me in prison with him. He is a madman and will kill me. Sir, please, can you give us a different cell?" Pan Yuqing ignored them and locked the cell door. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes, flexed his wrist, and said with a fake smile, "My lords, I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. Are you surprised or not?" Ai Wenguang and his companions were so frightened that they turned pale. Ning Chen is a ruthless man who dares to kill the emperor's uncle with a knife. Especially Ai Wenguang, he has not forgotten the day when he was almost beaten to death by Ning Chen with a knife. He went back and lay in bed for several days before he could get out of bed. If they were locked up together with this ruthless man, I'm afraid they would be dealt with by Ning Chen before they even stand trial. "Sir, please don't lock us up with him, please. Let us out, we don't want to stay with him. Please have mercy, sir. He will kill us." Several people hugged the pillars of the prison door and cried out to the outside, wishing they could squeeze out through the gap in the door. "What are you arguing about? Shut up." Gao Ziping came over and said disdainfully, "Do you think you are still important officials? You are all prisoners now. If you dare to shout again, I will cut off your tongues." Ai Wenguang and his companions were so frightened that they dared not say a word. Gao Ziping looked at Ning Chen and said, "These are all serious criminals. Don't beat them to death. They still have to stand trial." Ning Chen grinned. After the people from the supervisory office left, Ning Chen raised his lips into a sinister smile. Although Ning Chen was also wearing handcuffs and shackles, he was definitely not as comfortable as these pampered officials. He walked over, came behind Ai Wenguang, strangled his neck with the chain between the handcuffs, and threw Ai Wenguang to the ground over his shoulder. Ai Wenguang let out a scream that was no longer human-like. Ning Chen rode on him, clenched his fists, and smashed them on his head. Ai Wenguang screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The other officials were so frightened that they huddled in a corner, trembling. The official in the cell opposite had a look of horror on his face, and at the same time, he was very glad that he was not locked up in the same cell with Ning Chen. "Help! Help! Someone is killing someone! Someone is killing someone!" Ai Wenguang screamed and begged for mercy. But the prison guards of the supervisory office seemed to be deaf and no one came to stop it. "Ning Chen, I haven't been tried yet, and I haven't been convicted yet. You are abusing lynching. I will sue you. I will sue you." Ning Chen raised his fists and smashed them on his head. "Sue me. Go ahead. I'm also a death row inmate, do you think I care about adding another crime?" Ai Wenguang was beaten so badly that his head was bleeding and his face was bruised and swollen. Ning Chen let him go for the time being and walked towards the officials in the corner. "My lords, it's your turn," Ning Chen said as he raised his foot and kicked one of them, but the chain in the middle of the shackles was too short and he almost fell. He then used his hands to hit their heads. These beasts in human clothing were smashed so hard that they screamed and cried for their parents. After a while, everyone had bruised faces and bleeding heads. Ning Chen stopped, panting with exhaustion and a dry mouth. Beating people is also tiring. He walked over, took a few sips of water, and then sat down on the hay in the corner. Ai Wenguang and several others lay on the ground groaning in pain. "Stop screaming, if you scream again, I'll pull out your tongues. I'm going to sleep, don't bother me, wait until I wake up, and then we'll continue." Ning Chen leaned against the wall, closed his eyes and conserved his energy. But it's not his turn to take action now. The sound of the cell door opening woke Ning Chen up. Two jailers dragged Ai Wenguang out. This is the review phase. Half an hour later, Ai Wenguang was dragged back and thrown to the ground. Ning Chen took a look and took a breath. Ai Wenguang no longer looked like a human being. His legs were broken, his teeth were all pulled out, his body was covered with whip marks, his skin and flesh were turned inside out, and he lay there motionless, with only one breath left. No wonder people say that the supervisory office is the Hall of Yama. Few people can withstand the torture of the inspectorate. But Ning Chen didn't sympathize with Ai Wenguang at all. The methods they used to persecute the people were even more cruel than this. "Ai Wenguang, when you were killing people and harming the people, did you ever think that you would end up like this?" Ning Chen was gloating on the side. A jailer looked at Ning Chen. "Don't talk. Do you want to be interrogated too?" Ning Chen shuddered and shook his head repeatedly. I'll shut up, you guys are busy, just pretend I don't exist." Ning Chen obediently ran to the corner and drew circles. He was already sentenced to death, and he didn't want to be tortured again before his death. The two jailers smiled at each other, then took another person away. That night, jailers came in and out. People were constantly being taken away and brought back half dead. The time for hearing is getting shorter and shorter. For example, Ai Wenguang initially wanted to hold out and refused to plead guilty, but ended up being tortured half to death. The people behind were already frightened out of their wits, and before they were even punished, they confessed their crimes in great detail, and sometimes there were unexpected gains. At about 11 a.m., two jailers walked into Ning Chen's cell. "Ning Chen, come with us." Ning Chen was stunned. "Are you going to interrogate me?" One of the guards nodded. Ning Chen looked at Ai Wenguang and the others who were tortured beyond recognition and shuddered. I don't need to be tried, right? I admit everything. I admit to any crime." A jailer said expressionlessly, "You have no say in this matter, and neither do I. Stop dawdling and follow us." At this time, Liang Yuqing, Gao Ziping, and others were in the torture chamber. Do you think Ning Chen will be scared to the point of peeing his pants when he comes in? I guess not. Although this kid is young, he is very tough. I guess he will. Come and bet if you don't agree. Let's bet. I bet Ning Chen won't be scared to death. Count me in, I'll bet he won't. I bet he will. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The group of people immediately became extremely serious. Sir, Ning Chen is here. Pan Yuqing said, bring him in. Ning Chen was brought in. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood, which made people feel nauseous. The ground was black and red, formed by blood that had seeped into the ground over the years. The entire torture chamber was dark, cold, and filled with an eerie atmosphere. There was a wall covered with various torture instruments, some of which were still stained with blood. Ning Chen's scalp tingled and he couldn't help but shiver. This place was too scary. He looked at Pan Yuqing and others, only to see that they had no expression on their faces and looked at him as if he were a dead person. Hi. Hello everyone, long time no see, I missed you so much. Excuse me, what is the charge? I will plead guilty immediately. It's getting late, everyone must be tired, go back and rest early, and take care of yourself. Ning Chen looked well-behaved and polite, but his smile was very servile and fawning. Everyone stared at him coldly. In fact, some people couldn't help themselves anymore, the corners of their mouths kept trembling, and they were about to laugh out loud. Pan Yuqing slammed the table and said coldly, Ning Chen, stop smiling and look carefully at where this place is. Watch your attitude. The smile on Ning Chen's face faded a little. Pan Genie, is there anything wrong with my attitude? I said, no matter what the crime is, I will admit it. What else do you want me to do? Pan Yuqing said coldly with a stern face, if you still don't behave, come and punish you severely. Ning Chen panicked. It was so unfair that he was tortured half to death before he died. He stared coldly at Pan Yuqing and said angrily, Pan, if you have the guts, give me a quick death. What's the point of using these mean tricks? Pan Yuqing's face was gloomy, Ning Chen, this is not the place for you to act recklessly. Ning Chen sneered, I know you've been displeased with me since the first day I joined the supervisory department. Now you, a villain, finally got the chance to mess with me. It seems like I can't avoid being punished today. Use whatever tricks you want. If I frown, I'm not your father. But Mr. Pan, listen to me. God is watching what you do. Sooner or later, all the tortures I have endured will fall upon you. Pan Yuqing was so angry that his face turned blue and his chest heaved violently. Ha ha ha, I win. Feng Qizhen suddenly cheered. I told you, this guy is a tough guy. Don't play dirty, 1 tael of silver per person. Feng Qizhen stretched out his hand, and the others rolled their eyes and took out small change from their pockets and threw it to Feng Qizhen. 12 taels in total, 4 taels each. Feng Qizhen gave 4 taels of silver each to Gao Ziping and Chen Chong. Chen Chong weighed the silver in his hand and winked at Ning Chen. Ning Chen, if you can survive this time, I will invite you to listen to music at the Jia Fangxi. Feng Qizhen smiled and said, I'll treat you to a meal. Gao Ziping put the silver away and said, then I can only treat you to a drink. Ning Chen was confused. What is going on? Feng Qizhen chuckled and said, we are just teasing you. Let's see if you will be scared to pee. He's very angry. Are you teasing him with this? Do you know it will scare him to death? Who teased him? Tie him up and punish him severely. Pan Yuqing said with a straight face and expressionless expression. Ning Chen looked at him coldly. Feng Qizhen said with a smile, boss, don't scare him. This kid is very stubborn, it's useless to scare him. Pan Yuqing snorted coldly. He really wanted to beat Ning Chen up now. What he said just now was so harsh that it almost pissed him off to death. Pan Yuqing said, I have a share of the silver. Feng Qizhen quickly put the silver in his hand into his arms. Why? Pan Yuqing said with a straight face, I also bet that this kid wouldn't be scared to death. You didn't say anything when we were betting. Pan Yuqing said seriously, you didn't hear what I said in my heart. Feng Qi had a black line on his forehead. Boss, you're being a bit dishonest. Pan Yuqing said, then I will torture him severely and make him pee. Does that count as your defeat? Feng Qixing's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, okay, I'll give you a share, okay. Pan Yuqing said, remember to put the silver on my table later. Ning Chen rolled his eyes wildly. What kind of people are these? They are betting his life, a bunch of idiots. His eyes fell on Pan Yuqing. Pan Yuqing glared at him, then said to Gao Ziping, bring the food here, so he can eat and drink enough, so he can get going. On the road. Ning Chen shuddered, are you going to kill me? No. Feng Qixing looked at him and said, His Majesty has ordered that he will personally interrogate you during the morning court session today. Ning Chen, we urgently interrogated the officials of Chongzhou last night. These scums have committed numerous crimes, which are too numerous to list. Especially the uncle of the emperor, his crimes are enough to deserve death 100 times. Based on these crimes, we speculate that you have a chance of survival. Chen Chong came over and patted Ning Chen on the shoulder, saying, this is all we can do. When the time comes, we must fight for our chance to survive. Ning Chen was stunned. It turned out that they had been interrogating Chongzhou officials of all ranks continuously last night in order to buy themselves a chance to survive. Chen Chong said again, Ning Chen, don't blame the boss. He hasn't had a good rest for several days because of you. The leaders of Chongzhou brought all the officials back. After they came back, they were interrogated all night, and they haven't even had time to drink water until now. Ning Chen looked at Pan Yuqing, somewhat incredulous. Could it be that he had misunderstood him all along? He was about to speak when Pan Yuqing said calmly, you can express your gratitude after you survive. Ning Chen was speechless. Can't you just speak properly? Pan Yuqing spoke again, Ning Chen, when His Majesty is judging you, don't be clever or exaggerate. Just tell the truth. Ning Chen nodded and said, After you have eaten and drunk enough, we will send you to the palace. As for whether you can survive, it depends on your fate. If you die, you can die as a well-fed ghost. Ning Chen was completely speechless. This guy really doesn't know how to chat. In the secret room of the left Prime Minister's residence, a man covered in a black robe stood opposite the left Prime Minister. The third prince trespassed into the supervisory office, and His Majesty was furious. In order to protect the third prince, the Empress promised not to pursue Ning Chen. The Empress can no longer do anything. The man in black robe spoke. Although his face was covered, one could tell from his voice that he was a eunuch. The left Prime Minister, with a big belly, asked, what does the Queen mean? The black-robed man said in a shrill voice, the Queen said that Ning Chen must die. The left Prime Minister should know what to do. The left Prime Minister bowed and said, please tell Her Majesty that I have already made arrangements and will not let Ning Chen appear in the court alive. He did this not only for the Queen, but also for himself. Ning Chen committed a capital crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations of his clan. The Ning family and the Xiangfu are in-laws, so he would be implicated in this matter. Only by killing Ning Chen can things be turned around. The black-robed man said sharply, Left Prime Minister, the Chongzhou incident will not involve the Queen, right? The left Prime Minister leaned forward and said, please rest assured, Your Majesty, this matter will not involve anyone else. When the matter of Chongzhou was mentioned, the left Prime Minister became so angry that he wanted to eat Ning Chen alive. He worked hard for several years, but it was all ruined by Ning Chen. The man in black robe said, there is nothing to gain in Chongzhou anymore, so we should cut off the relationship. But the third prince needs a large sum of money to maintain the relationship. Her Majesty said that the left Prime Minister will have to take care of this matter. I understand, old minister. Then I won't bother you, Zhuxiang. Goodbye. On the other side, Ning Chen, after eating and drinking his fill, was taken out of the supervisory office and sent to the palace by Pan Yuqing himself. Ning Chen, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Gao Ziping asked in a low voice. Ning Chen glared at him. You're talking as if I'm dead. Didn't you say I still have a chance of survival? Gao Ziping smiled awkwardly, isn't this just in case? After all, you killed the uncle of the emperor. Although he is a scumbag, he is still a relative of the royal family. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, tell me, I promise to help you fulfill them. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, I'm still a virgin and have never slept with a woman. Can you help me fulfill this wish? Gao Ziping scratched his head. I can't help it, how about you change your wish? Feng Qizhen came over and said, what's so difficult about this? When Lao Gao and I went to the Jia Fangxi before, we only slept with one woman. Later, when we went there, we slept with two each time. The extra one was for you. Ning Chen frowned and scolded with a smile, get lost, behave like a human being. Chen Chong and others also heard it and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ning Chen was completely speechless. I'm going to stand trial, my life is almost gone, and you're still making fun of me. You all don't act like human beings. Feng Qizhen smiled and said, how is it, are you not nervous anymore? We are trying to get you to relax. During the interrogation, you can use your eloquence to fight for a chance to survive. Ning Chen snorted proudly and said, I'm not nervous in the first place. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by God, I have already let it go. Yo, look at what you can do, you little chick who has never slept with a woman. Everyone burst into laughter again. Ning Chen rolled his eyes in anger. Suddenly, Pan Yuqing, who was walking in front, stopped. The others also stopped. Boss, what's wrong? Shoo. Pan Yuqiang made a gesture to keep quiet, then listened attentively. Suddenly, his face changed and he shouted, everyone get down. The people in the supervisory department are all experts and well-trained. Their bodies react before their brains can react. Ning Chen was also pinned down by Gao Ziping and lay on the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Spear-like arrows shot out from the walls on both sides, almost brushing past everyone's bodies, then pierced through the opposite wall, leaving fist-sized holes. The walls on these two sides have been made thinner. Everyone be careful, it's a crossbow. Pan Yuqing spoke up to remind him. A war crossbow is a large crossbow used on the battlefield. Its arrows are like spears and can easily kill war horses. Gao Ziping, Feng Qizhen, go to the left. Chen Chong, Haoing, go to the right. The rest of you, keep your eyes on the roof. Pan Yuqing gave the order calmly. Yes. Others were responsive. Feng Qizhen and Gao Ziping stood up, holding long swords in their left hands and crossbows in their right hands, and rushed over the wall on the left and disappeared. But soon, a shrill scream was heard from the other side of the wall. Chen Chong and Haoing also crossed the wall on the right, and soon, the sound of weapons clashing was heard. Just at this moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. Many archers appeared on the roofs on both sides. Pan Yuqing picked up Ning Chen and moved him left and right, with the long sword in his hand shining coldly. With clang 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 sounds, more than 10 arrows were cut off and fell to the ground. Go up to the roof and take care of them. Pan Yuqing gave the order. Several men in silver raised their crossbows and shot at the men in black on the roof, forcing them to dodge. The other few men in silver took the opportunity to jump onto the top of the wall, sprinted along the wall, and leaped onto the roof. With a raise of his left hand, the crossbow shot out a sharp sword, and the men took the opportunity to pounce on the other side. Several screams were heard. Several men in black were hit by arrows and rolled down from the roof. The men in silver on the ground moved quickly and rushed forward, no matter if he was dead from the fall or not, he would give him one more blow first. For a moment, screams and the sound of metal clashing filled the air. These killers are extremely skilled. But the inspectors are all experienced fighters who work in harmony with each other and are even better. Gao Ziping and Feng Qi were climbing over the wall to get out. Boss, everyone inside has been dealt with. Behind the wall was a yard where several killers were killed by the two men. At this time, Yang Chong and Haoing also climbed out from the wall on the other side and nodded to Pan Yuqing, meaning that all the killers inside had been dealt with. Pan Yuqing said in a deep voice, the four of you, escort Ning Chen away first. The rest of you, follow me to fight, don't let any of you escape. Yes. Gao Ziping and 3 others swung their swords to cut off the incoming arrows while protecting Ning Chen as they retreated. He kept moving out of the arrow's attack range before rushing towards the Imperial Palace with Ning Chen. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered, it seems that there are many people who want to kill me. Gao Ziping glanced at him and saw that Ning Chen was calm and fearless, and he couldn't help but admire him. He lowered his voice and said, "Everyone, be careful to prevent another ambush. Ning Chen, can you guess who wants to kill you?" Ning Chen smiled and said, "It's not hard to guess, there are only a few people who want to kill me. First, it's the Queen and the third prince. They both want to avenge the king's uncle. Second, it's the left prime minister. I killed the emperor's uncle, which is a heinous crime that will exterminate all 9 generations of my clan. The Ning family and the prime minister's residence are related by marriage, and this matter will implicate the prime minister's residence. This is the Imperial city, under the feet of the emperor. If I die on the street, His Majesty will definitely be furious and will shift his attention to finding the murderer, so that they will have a chance to escape punishment. Third, the high-ranking officials in the capital. The officials of Chongzhou have been arrested, and some people must be panicking. However, it is unlikely that they will kill me, because the officials of Chongzhou have already been arrested, and killing me will not help. Gao Ziping and the others looked at Ning Chen, speechless. Ning Chen was stunned. What's wrong? Is my analysis wrong? Feng Qixing's mouth twitched as he said, your analysis is correct, but do you realize that you are too capable of causing trouble? Which of these people who want to kill you is easy to mess with? The Queen, the third prince, the left prime minister. You really only pick on important people to offend. Ning Chen was stunned, and thought about it and realized that it was true. The people he offended were all some of the most important figures. But what about big shots? I am willing to sacrifice my life to bring down the emperor. If he could walk out of the palace alive this time, he would definitely find ways to kill these people. After all, if I offend these people, either I will die or they will die. After thinking about it, I decide to let them die. Fortunately, everything went smoothly afterwards. Several people escorted Ning Chen and arrived at the palace smoothly. Then, the Imperial guards escorted several people to the court. Outside the court, there were 2 long queues, all of which were low-ranking officials. The court could not accommodate so many people. It is winter now and it is daybreak. It is the coldest time of the year. The officials outside are all so cold that their faces are turning blue. Despite this, they still have to hunch over and dare not make any big movements, not even to move their bodies. If you are discovered by the Imperial guards nearby, you will be immediately charged with disrespect. Look how cold these grandkids are. Ning Chen was gloating in his heart. At this moment, all the censors in the court jumped out one by one. These court trolls began to criticize Ning Chen, criticizing Ning Ziming for not educating his children well, and criticizing Geng Jing for not managing his subordinates well. The left prime minister stood at the head of the civil officials, with his head lowered, wondering what he was thinking. The right prime minister did not say anything, but narrowed his eyes slightly, like an old monk in meditation. Dashuan had 2 prime ministers. The left prime minister was the head of the civil officials. The right prime minister is closer to the military generals. In short, the 2 of them just don't get along and are both trying to kill each other. Of course, this is also the art of emperors. How can the emperor have peace if his ministers do not quarrel and argue and do not restrain each other? Emperor Xian looked at these censors jumping up and down with an expressionless face. At this time, an imperial guard walked quickly into the hall, knelt on one knee, and said, "Your Majesty, Ning Chen is here." In an instant, the entire court fell silent. Only Zhuo Xiang's eyes showed a violent fluctuation, but they soon returned to normal. Emperor Xian said calmly, "Bring him in." Ning Chen and others were brought into the hall. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ning Chen. Most of the civil and military officials had never seen Ning Chen, and were curious about what someone who dared to kill the king's uncle looked like. But when I saw it, I was shocked. He is actually a young boy who has not yet grown out of his childishness. Your Majesty. Gao Ziping and others knelt down and bowed first. The guilty minister Ning Chen pays respect to His Majesty. Ning Chen leaned forward and bowed. Ning Chen, why don't you kneel down when you see His Majesty? Eunuch Quan's shrill voice sounded. His words were to remind Ning Chen that it would be fine under normal circumstances, as His Majesty was magnanimous and would not care about it. But now, if Ning Chen did not kneel, it would become a handle for these censors to attack him. Ning Chen frowned slightly. What he hated most was that this world always asked him to kneel down. Forget it, just kneel down. After all, Emperor Xian is very good to me. He knelt down. Gao Ziping spoke first. Your Majesty, I have something to report. In fact, Yi was not qualified to enter the court, but he sneaked in under the pretext of escorting Ning Chen, with the purpose of telling about the attack on the road. Emperor Xian said calmly, Speak. I was ordered to escort Ning Chen, but on the way here, I was attacked by a killer. The killer's target was very clear, he was after Ning Chen. Emperor Xian's face suddenly darkened. The entire court was in an uproar. Someone dared to assassinate the important criminal under the emperor's trial at his feet. This is a challenge to your Majesty's authority. How dare you? Is this still my world? Emperor Xian was furious. All the officials were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. Emperor Xian stared at Gao Ziping, who did it. Gao Ziping said in a trembling voice, The situation is urgent. Pan Genie led his men to fight off the enemy. The four of us escorted Ning Chen to stand trial. I don't know the specific situation yet. Emperor Xian's face turned livid. Good, very good. I want to personally interrogate a wanted criminal, but someone dares to assassinate him in the street. Do you still take me seriously? Your Majesty, please calm down. We are guilty. The emperor was furious, and the ministers were so scared that cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They all begged the emperor to calm down. Calm down. Is that all you can say? Someone dared to assassinate the criminal I want to personally interrogate. Are they going to assassinate me tomorrow? Send an order to Gung Jing to investigate. We must get to the bottom of this matter. No matter who it is, I will kill all 9 generations of his clan and will not show any mercy. The ministers were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. The left prime minister lowered his head, his face pale. If any of these people fell into the hands of the inspectorate alive, he would be completely finished. These rubbish can't even kill a person, and now they have angered His Majesty. The left prime minister cursed in his heart. Your Majesty, please calm down. We are guilty. The ministers shouted again. Emperor Xian said angrily, Of course you are guilty. You are paid by the emperor, but you let this happen under my nose. I will remember this for you. The ministers all looked horrified. Dismiss the court, and go home to reflect on your mistakes. Emperor Xian waved his hand, stood up and prepared to leave. The left prime minister quietly turned around and looked at a censor. The latter shuddered. His Majesty was already very angry. Asking him to jump out at this time would be like asking him to die. But facing the threat from the left prime minister, he could only bite the bullet and kneel down to move out of the line, lowering his head and saying, Your Majesty, Ning Chen has not been tried yet. Emperor Xian looked at him deeply, then pretended to be slightly startled and said, My dear minister, what you reminded me of is that I was so angry that I was confused. Then, my dear ministers, tell me, how should we punish Ning Chen? Punishment. Those who can stand in this court are all smart people, and they immediately understood the meaning of Xian Dihua's words. Your Majesty mentioned punishment, but did not say killing Ning Chen. It seems that His Majesty does not want to kill Ning Chen. What is the relationship between this Ning Chen and Your Majesty? The left prime minister looked back again. An official stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, Ning Chen disregarded the laws of the country, killed innocent people indiscriminately, and defied the imperial power. Any one of these is enough to execute the entire clan. Your Majesty, Ning Chen killed the emperor's uncle with a knife. This is lawless. The extermination of all 9 generations of his clan is a foregone conclusion. I dare to ask that Ning Chen be immediately dragged out and beheaded to set the record straight. Ning Chen's crime is unforgivable, and his entire clan should be executed. Your Majesty, please issue an order to punish him immediately. One by one, the censors jumped out and began to attack Ning Chen. He looked as if he would not stop until Ning Chen was beheaded. Ning Ziming was so frightened that he almost collapsed on the ground. His vision went dark and his head was dizzy. How could he give birth to such a thing? I wonder if it's too late for me to sever the father-son relationship with Ning Chen. The left prime minister lowered his head with a hint of joy on his face. As long as Ning Chen was killed, the queen would have an explanation. Even if he was really the one found out, the queen would find ways to protect him. As for Ning Ziming, even his biological daughter, and 3 grandchildren, he didn't even consider them. A daughter who is married off is like water spilled, and the 3 grandsons all have the surname Ning, not Chang. Whether they are dead or alive is of no importance. Emperor Xian said calmly, "It seems that all the ministers think that Ning Chen deserves to die. Your Majesty, Ning Chen has disregarded the law and discipline and defied the imperial authority. His crime is unforgivable. If we don't behead such a villain, how can we convince the public? I beg your Majesty to issue an order to immediately drag Ning Chen away and behead him in public to enforce the law." A group of censors held their heads high, looking as if they were the embodiment of justice. Emperor Xian glanced at Ning Chen, then said calmly, "Since everyone thinks Ning Chen deserves to die, then let's drag him down and execute him." Ning Chen was shocked. Damn. Is this called an interrogation? They didn't ask anything, but these censors just said a few words and then dragged me out and beheaded me. Are they kidding? Gao Ziping and his companions turned pale. Your Majesty, I have something to say. General Chen, who had been silent all the time, stood up with the help of a cane. Emperor Xian glanced at General Chen, coughed, and asked, "General Chen, do you have anything to say?" Ning Chen did commit a heinous crime, but when Ning Chen went to Chongzhou, His Majesty granted him a royal sword, giving him the power to execute him first and report later. The sword of control is actually the imperial sword. General Chen continued, "As a member of the royal family, the prince should love the people like his own children, care about the people, and set an example. But he took human life lightly, abducted women, and made the people of Chongzhou live in misery. Ning Chen had no choice but to kill the prince. At that time, the uncle wanted to kill innocent people in front of Ning Chen. If Ning Chen turned a deaf ear to it, he would be unworthy of the grace of heaven and the people. He was young and thoughtless, and his blood rushed to his head, so he made the rash move of beheading the uncle with a knife. Although Ning Chen did something wrong, I think that he did it for a reason and he does not deserve to die." All the civil and military officials were stunned. Flying a sword. Your Majesty gave Ning Chen the sword? Not to mention them, Ning Chen himself was confused. When did His Majesty grant him the royal sword? What does the royal sword look like? Emperor Xian looked unhappy, snorted coldly, and said angrily, "I gave him the sword to kill corrupt officials, not to kill royal relatives." General Chen said, "Although the uncle is a royal relative, he is also a corrupt official. Therefore, Ning Chen's execution of him is not considered as a contempt for the emperor's authority." Zhuxiang's eyes flickered and he felt uneasy, thinking that something was wrong. The courtiers were whispering. "Why did your Majesty give the sword to a nobody like Ning Chen?" "Your Majesty, I don't understand. Ning Chen is just a little silver-clad man, why do you want to give the royal sword to him?" A censor asked the question that everyone was wondering about. Emperor Xian raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This was the sentence he was waiting for. Emperor Xian was silent for a while, then he said with great sorrow. "Because I admire Ning Chen's talent, I gave him the sword. I didn't expect that he would disappoint me." The civil and military officials looked at each other and whispered to each other. "Appreciate Ning Chen's talent? What talent does a little girl in silver have?" Emperor Xian said in a deep voice, "Everyone should have heard recently, right?" Several masterpieces appeared in Zhuangyuan building. Thousands of hammers and chisels have carved out the mountains, and raging fires have burned them with ease. Kill one person every 10 steps, and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. Several poems that had been very popular recently immediately popped into the courtier's mind. These masterpieces have spread very quickly in the past few days, and the author is none other than the blue star they have been looking for. Many people have sent people to Zhuangyuan building, wanting to inquire about Lan Xing's whereabouts and offering large sums of money to ask for poems, but they all returned disappointed, because no one has ever seen what Lan Xing looks like. There are even rumors that Lan Xing is the reincarnation of the immortal poet. Everyone felt that the rumor was reasonable, because every poem of Blue Star was a masterpiece. Apart from the reincarnation of the immortal poet, who else could write such wonderful poems? Emperor Xian sighed deeply. "That's right, Ning Chen is Lan Xing, and Lan Xing is Ning Chen. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. All the civil and military officials were stunned, and all their eyes were focused on Ning Chen. They didn't expect that the immortal poet they had been searching for so hard was actually Ning Chen. All the ministers were stunned, their eyes bulging like toads. Especially Ning Ziming. He has been sending people to look for Lan Xing, hoping to ask him for a poem that will be passed down through the ages. He didn't expect that this person would be his son whom he never cared about. He suddenly remembered that the reason Ning Gan was dismissed from office was because he stole 2 lines of Ning Chen's poetry. I am so stupid, hopelessly stupid. I should have thought of it earlier. Otherwise, why would His Majesty favor Ning Chen so much? Ning Ziming felt that he was the biggest fool in the world. Although everyone was shocked, they were still skeptical. Ning Chen is from the supervisory department, a rough and crude warrior. Is he really the one who wrote so many masterpieces? I can testify that Ning Chen is Lan Xing. I look at the sword under the lamp while drunk, and dream of blowing the horn in the camp. This poem was written by Ning Chen for me. General Chen spoke at the right time. The minister's breathing paused. They stared at Ning Chen intently. That fiery look was like a prisoner who hadn't touched a woman for 10 years seeing a naked beauty. They all knew that General Chen was a man of integrity and uprightness who would never lie. The military generals were fine, but the civil officials stared at Ning Chen as if he was looking at a piece of peerless jade. Emperor Xian stared at Ning Chen and said angrily, Ning Chen, you have disappointed me so much. How dare you kill my uncle with a knife? Now all the civil and military officials in the court want me to kill you. Do you have anything else to say? No matter how stupid Ning Chen was, he understood now. His Majesty and General Chen were in agreement and were trying to save him. They have set up the stage, now it all depends on how he performs the show. Ning Chen sighed deeply and said, Your Majesty, I know my crime. But I was also forced to do so. The uncle wanted to kill innocent people in front of me. I was deeply favored by the emperor and was holding the royal sword. How could I sit back and do nothing? The uncle of the emperor colluded with the officials of Chongzhou, both big and small, to persecute the people and take their lives lightly, making life miserable for the people of Chongzhou. The trees in Chongzhou are all bare, and the bark has been eaten by the people. People are almost eating their own children. They are your Majesty's people. If they have no way to survive, what will they do? I believe you all know better than I do. Apart from rebellion, do they have any other options? The faces of the ministers changed drastically. Is the situation in Chongzhou so serious? Nonsense, alarmist talk. In a world like this, how can you say that people are living in misery? Ning Chen, don't exaggerate here just to get away with it. Just as the ministers were shocked, a short and fat official stood up. The Minister of Revenue Qian Xinghua is of the 2nd rank. He glanced at the left Prime Minister, and then said righteously. Ning Chen, I am in charge of the country's territory, fields, household registration, taxes, salaries and all financial matters. If Chongzhou is really like you said, and the people are living in poverty, I will be the first to notice it. But in recent years, Chongzhou has always been the first to pay taxes, so the situation you describe is impossible to happen. You are clearly trying to escape punishment by fabricating facts, exaggerating, slandering the emperor's uncle, and deceiving His Majesty. What crime should you be charged with? As soon as Qian Xinghua opened his mouth, he put all kinds of accusations on Ning Chen. Ning Chen turned his head and stared at Qian Xinghua. Sir, have you ever been to Chongzhou? Qian Xinghua choked for a moment, but stiffened his neck and said, Although I have never been there, I can see from the annual taxes that the people of Chongzhou live and work in peace and contentment, and their lives are prosperous. It is impossible for the situation you described to happen. You're talking nonsense. Ning Chen was furious. You hold a high position and are well fed. How could you know the suffering of the people of Chongzhou? Ning Chen, you. Don't fucking point at me, you don't deserve it. Ning Chen didn't even give him a chance to speak, and angrily said, Hearing is false, seeing is believing. You haven't been to Chongzhou, what qualifications do you have to speak? A frog in a well relies entirely on imagination. Go out and get some sun, get yourself a little tan, and no one will say you're shallow and an idiot. Ning Chen, you. What do you mean by you? The great Xian dynasty has a dog official like you, which is really a sorrow for the people and a pain for the court. You dare to jump out without knowing anything. I've seen people picking up money, but I've never seen people picking up scolding. Tell me, are you a cheapskate? Qian Xinguo was so angry that his lips trembled and his fingers shook as he pointed at Ning Chen. You. Ning Chen sneered, you can't even speak clearly, yet you dare to come out and pretend to be upright and selfless. You want to step on me to make a name for yourself. Are you worthy? There is only one end for people like you, your body and name will be destroyed, but the rivers and streams will flow forever. Qian Xinguo was so angry that his head was buzzing, his vision went dark, his body was swaying, his face and lips were trembling, and he almost fell down and fainted. Even if your body and name are destroyed, will the rivers and mountains continue to flow forever? The court officials savored these 2 lines of poetry carefully and could not help but exclaim, what a good poem, what a good poem. But the next reaction was, this poem is insulting, and it is very vicious. The meaning of these 2 lines of poetry is that a clown will eventually bring disgrace upon himself, and no reputation will be left after his death, so just go and dream about your life. Everyone's eyes fell on Qian Xinguo, and they were full of sympathy for him. As soon as these 2 lines of poetry came out, Qian Xinguo was nailed to the pillar of shame. From now on, whenever people meet or mention Qian Xinguo, they will think of these 2 lines of poetry. A man of letters values his reputation more than his life. Qian Xinguo will never be able to hold his head up high again. Ning Chen is indeed the reincarnation of the immortal poet. He can ruin someone's reputation with just one word. Emperor Xian pursed his lips tightly, looking at Qian Xinguo, who was almost fainted from anger, and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He glanced at the left prime minister. Just now when Qian Xinguo attacked Ning Chen, he glanced at Zhuo Xiang, he saw it all. Emperor Xian snorted softly. Ning Chen, how can you be southwest presumptuous in the court? Although what you said just now makes sense, it's just your one-sided statement. How can I believe you? Ning Chen was still thinking about how to respond to Emperor Xian's words when he heard a loud voice outside the hall. Your Majesty, I, Geng Jing, seek an audience with you. I can prove that everything Ning Chen said is true. Emperor Xian looked at Ning Chen and said angrily, Ning Chen, you have good relationships with people. Someone is here to plead for you again. Let Geng Jing come in here. I want to see what he can say. Geng Jing walked quickly into the hall, knelt down and shouted, Your Majesty. Emperor Xian looked at him coldly, Geng Jing, you just said that you can prove that everything Ning Chen said is true. Yes. How do you prove it? Geng Jing, if you can't prove it, I will punish you too. Geng Jing held up a stack of indictments and a book of evidence, and said, I interrogated the officials of Chongzhou last night. Here are their indictments. They have all confessed their guilt and signed their names. Please review them, Your Majesty. Show it up. Eunuch Quan walked down in small steps and presented the charges. Emperor Xian took it and began to read it. The court officials were all staring at Emperor Xian's expression. Emperor Xian's expression became increasingly ugly. Assholes, all of them are assholes. They deserve to be killed, all of them deserve to be killed. Emperor Xian was furious, and a murderous aura filled the entire hall. Civil and military officials were trembling with fear, like frightened birds. Quansheng, show these to them, open your eyes and take a good look at what these damn things have done. Emperor Xian threw all the charges and evidence to Eunuch Quan. Eunuch Quan took it in a panic, and then distributed the charges to the civil and military officials. When the civil and military officials circulated the list to each other and read the charges, their faces were filled with shock and anger. They created various pretexts, took human lives lightly, forced women of good families into prostitution. Their crimes are too numerous to list. Any one of them is a capital crime. Have you seen everything clearly? Let me ask you, should they be killed? General Chen was the first to speak out. It's shocking, really shocking. How dare they do such atrocities? They deserve to be killed. Your Majesty, such behavior disregards the law of the country. Killing them is not enough to appease the people's anger. Your Majesty, please issue an order to execute these heinous criminals and give an explanation to the people of the world. Your Majesty, I second the motion. I second this motion. The censors just want to gain fame, but they are not stupid. They are also good at changing their attitude according to the situation. His Majesty is furious. Who dares not to understand the situation at this time? Emperor Xian looked at Qian Xinghua and asked coldly, Qian Aiqing, you just said that the people of Chongzhou live and work in peace and contentment. Qian Xinghua's eyes went dark, his head buzzed, and he was so scared that cold sweat broke out all over. He knelt on the ground, shaking like a sieve. Your Majesty, I am guilty. I was confused for a moment, please have mercy on me, Your Majesty. Confused for a moment? I think you are extremely confused. You actually offended these people who are worse than pigs and dogs. How much benefit did you receive from them? Qian Xinghua was almost frightened to death, and said tremblingly, I dare not, Your Majesty, please investigate. I will naturally understand, Qian Aiqing, please go home and think about it. I will choose a suitable candidate to take over the position of Minister of Revenue. Qian Xinghua's face turned pale and he collapsed to the ground. He looked at the left Prime Minister, but the left Prime Minister lowered his head and didn't even look at him. Your Majesty, I thank you for your grace. Qian Xinghua felt as if he had lost his parents and kowtowed to express his gratitude. All the civil and military officials in the court were so frightened that they dared not breathe and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. The Minister of Revenue, a second-rank official, was dismissed at will. His Majesty is really angry this time. Gung Jing, listen to my orders. I am here. Emperor Xian said coldly, officials of Chongzhou, big and small, bring these people who are worse than pigs and dogs to my side, and execute them immediately. I will not allow them to see the sun tomorrow. Your Majesty, obey your order. Gung Jing thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, according to these people, officials from the capital were involved. Investigate thoroughly, and I will not tolerate any leniency. Yes, I obey your order. All the civil and military officials in the court were like frightened birds, trembling with fear. Some of them were so frightened that they almost fainted. Emperor Xian glanced at his ministers, was silent for a while, and said, My dear ministers, how do you think Ning Chen should be punished? I feel that Ning Chen holds the imperial sword and is under the emperor's grace. Although he killed the uncle of the emperor, it is indeed a great rebellion, but what the uncle of the emperor did is resented by heaven and people. Ning Chen's crime does not deserve death. I beg your Majesty to show mercy. General Chen stood up again. Your Majesty, the king's uncle has committed numerous evil deeds. His crimes are too numerous to list. They are hated by both humans and gods. Killing him is not enough to appease the anger of the people. Ning Chen did this to preserve the dignity of the royal family. I also think that his crime does not deserve the death penalty. The right Prime Minister, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, I think what General Chen and the right Prime Minister said makes a lot of sense. I second the motion. Those who followed the right Prime Minister jumped out one after another and echoed his words. Your Majesty, Ning Chen is a man of both literary and martial talents. He is the reincarnation of the immortal poet. He will surely become a pillar of our great Xian in the future. If you kill him, it will definitely cause loss to our great Xian literary world, and even more loss to our great Xian. I beg your Majesty to be lenient with him. Li Hanru, president of the Hanlin Academy, also stood up to plead for mercy. When the others saw this, they all jumped out to plead for Ning Chen. Li Hanru, this old villain, usually keeps himself out of trouble and never participates in party disputes. He jumped out at this time. He must want to do Ning Chen a favor so that he can ask Ning Chen for a poem. Such a good thing cannot be taken by Li Hanru alone. Besides, at this time, those who obey will prosper, and those who resist will perish. If anyone dares to go against your Majesty now, Qian Xinghua will be a lesson for him. Emperor Xian showed satisfaction in his eyes. His gaze fell on Zhuxiang and he said, Zhuxiang, as the head of all officials, what do you think of this matter? The left Prime Minister trembled slightly and was extremely frightened. Why did His Majesty suddenly ask him? Your Majesty, I think what you said is very true. Although Ning Chen killed the uncle of the emperor, there were reasons for it, so he should be given a lighter punishment. The situation was stronger than the person. Although he was the left Prime Minister, he dared not go against the emperor and the ministers. He could only grit his teeth, endure the stomachache, and go with the flow. This little bastard is really tough. It's impossible to kill him today. I can only find a chance later. Zhuxiang said viciously in his heart. Emperor Xian hummed calmly, looked at Ning Chen, and said, "All the ministers are pleading for you, Ning Chen, do you have anything to say?" "I thank your majesty and all the gentlemen for speaking out for justice. I have a few words to say to you gentlemen." Emperor Xian asked, "What did you say?" Ning Chen cleared his throat and said loudly, "Your salary is the blood and sweat of the people. It is easy to abuse the people, but it is hard to deceive God. These few words have always been my motto. As subjects, we eat the emperor's salary and should fulfill our duties and share your worries." Emperor Xian was extremely satisfied. Although he knew that Ning Chen was flattering him, he really enjoyed the flattery. All the civil and military officials were surprised. He is worthy of being the reincarnation of the immortal poet, he is truly eloquent and talented. Your salary is the blood and sweat of the people. It is easy to abuse the people, but it is hard to deceive God. You should remember what Ning Chen said and don't let me down again. Emperor Xian was very pleased and smiled for the first time since he started court today. We, the ministers, will bear this in mind and live up to your majesty's grace. All the officials knelt down and said in unison. Emperor Xian suddenly frowned and said in a deep voice, "Ning Chen, although all the ministers have pleaded for you, you killed the emperor's uncle with a knife and ignored the majesty of the royal family. You can be spared the death penalty, but you cannot be forgiven for your crime of living." Ning Chen looked at Emperor Xian in astonishment. Damn, what is going on? All the civil and military officials in the court were stunned and looked surprised. Your Majesty, what does this mean? Could it be that they misunderstood His Majesty's meaning and that His Majesty had no intention of letting Ning Chen go? Emperor Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Ning Chen, do you admit your guilt?" "I acknowledge my guilt." "It's good that you admit your guilt. You killed the emperor's uncle with a knife, and you can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of living. But I will give you a chance to atone for your sins." General Chen and Gung Jing looked at each other quietly. This was not a part of their plan when they discussed rescuing Ning Chen. "Ning Chen, are you willing to atone for your sins?" Ning Chen was speechless. "Since you said so, how could I say I don't want to? I am willing." Emperor Xian nodded and said, "Very good. The Tuo Luo kingdom has repeatedly robbed our border people. This is like a stubborn disease that is difficult to cure. If you can find a way to ensure that our border people have a worry-free winter, I will not only forgive all your crimes, but also reward you." All the civil and military officials in the court were stunned. Every winter, the Tuola kingdom would plunder the people living along the border. This has always been a thorn in your Majesty's side and is difficult to remove. But the whole court was helpless about this matter, so what could a young man like Ning Chen do? Wouldn't this embarrass Ning Chen? General Chen and Gung Jing looked at each other again. They finally understood what His Majesty meant. Previously, Ning Chen offered 3 strategies. If successfully implemented, they would ensure that the people living on the border would have no worries for 10 years. However, these 3 strategies were leaked to the kingdom of Tuola by some treacherous person, causing the plan to fail in the womb. Ning Chen did not feel embarrassed, but rather a little excited. This means he can go to the battlefield. As a former Special Forces commander, the battlefield is his stage. Ning Chen had only one idol since he was a child, and that was Ziming. If he could defeat the royal family of the Tuoyuo kingdom, he wouldn't be able to conquer the country, but at least he could leave a mark in the history of Dashuan. "Minister, I obey your order," Ning Chen said loudly. All the civil and military officials were stunned again. They were like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Ning Chen probably didn't know how difficult this task was. Emperor Xian glanced at his ministers and said calmly, "Don't you have confidence in Ning Chen?" "Your Majesty, even the veterans who have been through many battles are helpless in this matter. How can a teenager like Ning Chen do it? I beg your Majesty to revoke your order and allow Ning Chen to serve in my Hanlin Academy to promote the reputation of my great Xuanwen world." Li Hanru, president of the Hanlin Academy, stepped forward and spoke. Upon seeing this, other civil servants stood up and agreed. Ning Chen is a man of great talent. He shouldn't be hanging out with those crude warriors. Isn't that a waste of talent? Ning Chen was the first to get anxious. Damn. I want to go to the battlefield. I don't want to join the Hanlin Academy and be a troll in the court. Thinking about how he would act like a shrew in the future, scolding this and that in the court, he shuddered. Emperor Xian said calmly, "You may not understand Ning Chen. In addition to poetry and songs, he is also good at leading troops in battles and military strategies. In fact, apart from Ning Chen, the happiest person was General Chen. He has always wanted to train Ning Chen into a military talent." General Chen said, "Ning Chen once stayed in my house for a while. His military strategy amazed even me. Ning Chen has the talent of a great general." All the civil and military officials were stunned. I didn't expect Ning Chen to be recognized by General Chen. His military talent must be outstanding. No one dared to question the vision of General Chen, who had spent his entire life in military service. Emperor Xian spoke slowly, "Ning Chen, since all the ministers say you shouldn't go, what do you think? The cavalry of the Tuoluo Kingdom has always been a great concern to me. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. Then I will have to lead the army myself." This almost scared all the civil and military officials in the court to death. "Your Majesty wants to lead the army in person, how can this be possible?" Ning Chen's mouth twitched, and he complained in his heart, "It's a threat, a naked threat. I didn't say I wouldn't go, so why bother?" Ning Chen bowed and saluted, saying in a clear voice, "Your Majesty can pacify the world with a pen, and can rule the world with a horse. What kind of country is Tuola? Are you worthy of leading an expedition in person? Isn't that too much of an honor for them?" Emperor Xian was very pleased. He wanted to hold back his anger, but he couldn't. The key point was that the boy's flattery made him feel so comfortable. All the civil and military officials in the court looked at him sideways. He is worthy of being the reincarnation of the immortal poet. Look at the flattery he is giving and the uncontrollable smile on His Majesty's face, and you can tell how happy he is. So smart, so smart. Your Majesty, I am willing to go to the border. If the problem of the Tuola Kingdom is not solved, I will not return to the capital. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Emperor Xian was so happy that he immediately glanced at Eunuch Quan. Eunuch Quan's shrill voice echoed throughout the hall, "Dismiss the court." After Emperor Xian left, Gao Ziping and others rushed over and gave Ning Chen a bear hug. "Alive, alive, ha 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 ha. You scared me to death, Ning Chen. Good job, you're lucky to be alive." Some of them were happier than Ning Chen. Ning Chen's face turned red and his neck became thick. He said incoherently, "Don't hug my neck, I can't breathe. Can you help me open the handcuffs and shackles first?" All right, you're almost strangling him to death." Gao Ziping slapped Feng Qishan's arm hard. Feng Qi was letting go of Ning Chen, grinning with excitement, and said, "Ning Chen, I'll treat you tonight at the Jiafangxi." Ning Chen thought about it and realized that as a modern person, he was still very interested in this kind of place of red light district. It doesn't hurt to go and have a look. Ning Chen nodded and agreed, "You can go, it's my treat. After escaping death, it is natural to celebrate." Chen Chong smiled evilly and said, "Great, from now on you can sleep with women by yourself, and we won't have to do it for you." Ning Chen laughed and scolded, "Get lost." Ning Chen, congratulations. General Chen and Gung Jing came over. Several people saluted quickly. Ning Chen clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, old General, Lord Gung. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy for me to get away." "Old General, Ning Chen will come to thank you later." General Chen nodded with a smile. Gung Jing waited for a long time and couldn't help asking, "Why don't you come to thank me?" Ning Chen smiled and said, "Master Gung, don't we see each other every day? Do you still need to come to your house?" Gung Jing rolled his eyes and said, "Go home and take a shower. You stink." Ning Chen raised his arm and smelled it. It was indeed. He had been locked up in prison for several days without taking a shower and his body was almost stinking. General Chen chatted with Gung Jing for a few words and then left in a hurry. They still had to go see His Majesty. Gao Ziping said, "Let's go too." A few people walked out of the hall and saw a group of people surrounding Ning Ziming from afar. Congratulations, Master Ning, for raising your son well. I will learn from you someday. My good-for-nothing son is incompetent at anything and never gets enough to eat. It is true that a tiger father will have a dog son. Lord Ning is very talented, and your son is even more talented. I really envy him. Lord Ning, please come visit my house some other day, and remember to bring your son along. Ning Ziming felt a little elated. Before in the court, he was almost scared to death and thought about severing the father-son relationship with Ning Chen. Who would have known that in the blink of an eye, his son became the reincarnation of the immortal poet and was appreciated by His Majesty. Others fell from heaven to hell, but he flew from hell to heaven. The feeling was so exciting. Faced with the flattery of his colleagues, even Li Hanru, the president of the Hanlin Academy who had never been involved in party disputes, came to try to establish a relationship with him. It was hard for him not to feel proud. Ning Ziming was exchanging pleasantries with a group of officials. When she accidentally saw Ning Chen, she immediately smiled and waved at him. "Chener, come here quickly." He wanted to call Ning Chen over to save his face. Ning Chen really went there. "Hello, everyone." Ning Chen bowed and saluted, then said, "I would like to thank you all for speaking out for justice in the court. If there is a chance, Ning Chen will definitely come to thank you in person." "Ning Ini, you're too polite. This is what we should do." Yes, we are all serving His Majesty, and we cannot just watch Ning Ini die unjustly. Ning Ini is extremely talented, and is the reincarnation of the immortal poet. If you don't mind, you are always welcome to visit my house. Ning Chen smiled and said, "Okay, of course. Let's visit each other more often in the future." Ning Ziming saw this and smiled, and immediately said, "Chener, from now on." Before Ning Ziming could finish his words, Ning Chen turned his head and looked at him. "Who are you? Do I know you well?" Ning Ziming's face suddenly turned purple. Ning Chen clasped his fists towards the others. "My lords, I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now." After saying that, he turned and walked away, saying to Gao Ziping and others around him, "Some people are so shameless. They are scum who abandoned their wives and children, but they still have the nerve to flatter me and try to get close to me. It's really like a man doesn't know his own ugliness, and a horse doesn't know how long his face is." Gao Ziping and others nodded seriously. Geng Jing asked them to investigate Ning Chen, so they knew something about Ning Chen's family affairs. Ning Ziming's face turned blue and white. It was a wonderful scene. The officials looked at him strangely, abandoning his wife and children. We all know that Lord Ning's wife is the daughter of the Prime Minister. How can he abandon his wife and children? I heard that Lord Ning only has 3 sons. Which son is Ning Chen? I have seen all 3 of Lord Ning's sons, but there is no Ning Ini. Lord Ning, who is Ning Ini's mother? I have never heard that Lord Ning has a concubine. Hey, Master Ning, don't leave, let's talk some more. Ning Ziming's face darkened and he quickened his pace. This rebellious son, this bastard, is a traitor. They want to kill him. If his political enemies knew that he abandoned his wife and children, they would report him. Considering the favor your Majesty has for Ning Chen, his career as the Minister of Rights would be over. How could he give birth to such a bastard? Ning Ziming cursed in his heart. It seems that Ning Ini doesn't like his father, Lord Ning. I remember someone reported Lord Ning before, saying that he abandoned his wife and children, but the matter was later dropped. The officials looked at Ning Ziming's back with flickering eyes, thinking about going back to investigate the matter. Maybe they could do Ning Ini a favor at that time, and if Ning Ini was happy, she might give him a masterpiece. Ning Chen gave General Chen a poem, which raised General Chen's reputation by several levels. Today I presented your Majesty with 2 more lines of poetry, and your Majesty was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. If I could give myself a poem, I would be remembered forever. At this time, Emperor Xian was already writing quickly in the Imperial study. He wrote the 2 lines of poetry that Ning Chen used to flatter him. After it was finished, Emperor Xian looked at it for a while, and became more and more satisfied the more he read. The literary man can take up his pen to pacify the world, and the martial man can ride on a horse to rule the world. These 2 lines of poetry were simply tailor-made for me. Then, he picked up the pen and added a line of small characters at the end, which read, Ning Chen presents this to His Majesty the Great Xian Emperor. He took a look at it, but still felt dissatisfied. He added the word kneel in front of the word present, so it became Ning Chen kneels to present to His Majesty the Great Xian Emperor. In this way, others would think that he, the emperor, was not bragging, but that he really did not deserve such praise. But Ning Chen was kneeling on the ground and couldn't get up, so he, the emperor, sympathized with his subjects and accepted it reluctantly. Quansheng, frame these 2 lines of poetry and hang them behind my throne. Eunuch Quan said hurriedly, yes, I will do it right away. On the other side, Ning Chen was walking out with Gao Ziping and others. Ning Ini, please stay. Someone called him from behind. Ning Chen and his companions looked back and saw a young eunuch running towards them, panting. My dear, is there anything wrong? The young eunuch hurriedly said, Ning Ini, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wants to see you. Ning Chen was stunned for a moment, then turned to Gao Ziping and the others and said, then you guys go back first. Gao Ziping nodded. Feng Qijing winked and lowered his voice and said, don't forget, the Jiafangxi will be held tonight. I won't forget. After I meet the prince, I will go to the supervisory office to find you. Ning Chen followed the young eunuch to a pavilion. The prince is sipping tea. Ning Chen rubbed his arms and felt that the prince was mentally ill. In such a cold day, he ran to the pavilion to drink tea. Could a normal person do such a thing? Ning Chen, congratulations. The prince smiled gently. Thank you, Your Highness. Ning Chen bowed perfunctorily. What he was thinking was, what does my acquittal have to do with you? In the court, this guy didn't say a word. Ning Chen, you were able to escape punishment this time. In addition to the grace of the emperor and the pleas of the civil and military ministers, you also have to thank one person. Ning Chen asked curiously, who? Huaiyan. Who is Huaiyan? Huaiyan is the 9th princess. Ning Chen was confused, 9th princess. I don't know her, why is she begging for me? The prince was speechless. You have seen it, once in Zhuangyuan building, and also once when I sent you to Zhenyuan County last time. Ning Chen thought about it for a moment, then suddenly realized, that little girl who was with you. So she is the 9th princess. The prince's mouth twitched slightly. The only one who dared to call the 9th princess a little girl was Ning Chen. Yes, she is the 9th princess, the princess most favored by our father. Ning Chen looked puzzled. Why would she plead for me? I asked her to go. You killed the emperor's uncle with a knife. Father was in a bad mood during those days. I didn't dare to go, so I asked Huaiyan to plead for you. Ning Chen looked at him strangely. You didn't dare to go, so you pushed your sister out. The prince smiled bitterly. You don't know, my father often scolds me for being stupid, sometimes 3 times a day. How dare I go? My father loves Huaiyan the most, so it is most appropriate for her to go and plead for you. Ning Chen wanted to laugh. It seemed that being a prince was not easy. Life was quite hard. The most important point is that Huaiyan is a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. She knows what kind of person the prince's uncle is. That's why she went to plead for you. Clearly distinguish between gratitude and resentment. Ning Chen thought, why not? I haven't offended her at all, but when she sees me, her nose is not a nose, and her eyes are not eyes. The prince took a sip of tea and said with a smile, I think you should say thank you to Huaiyan in person. Ning Chen nodded. Whatever. The 9th princess did plead for him, no matter if it was useful or not, right? She had good intentions, and this favor must be remembered. Okay, if there is a chance, I will host a banquet to thank the 9th princess and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The prince smiled and said, no need to wait for a chance. If you want to thank me, I will take you to Huaiyan now. Ning Chen was slightly startled and asked in surprise, how can I, an outsider, enter the harem? It's okay as long as I accompany you. The prince said as he stood up, let's go, I'll take you to see Huaiyan.